Like, subscriber and share Tree Fanfiction audiobook channel. Chapter 1, National Destiny Game. Ding. Suitable host detected, system activated. This system is... Wait, I guess you're related to Plants vs Zombies. Why do you know that? Humph. Wang Heng pushed up his glasses. New times, not new times. Ever since I learned that the planet we traveled to was called Blue Star, I knew this day would come, because Blue Star has always been plagued by disasters. A smile appeared on Wang Heng's lips. Then how do you know I'm related to Plants vs Zombies? I've been hanging out in the internet cafe these few days since I traveled to Blue Star. Depending on which world I traveled to, there is a certain system in that world, and there is no corresponding game law in that world. I searched all possible games. In the end, the only game that was missing was Plants vs Zombies. Now can you tell me what system you are? Wang Heng said to himself. Idiot. A passerby on the road cursed Wang Heng as he was talking to himself. Not bad, worthy of being selected by this system, he is a talent, a great talent. This system is called Dave's Courtyard System. As for any subsequent functions, you will need to develop them yourself. The system's voice sounded. And you'd better get some seeds, such as sunflower seeds, potato seeds, pepper seeds, cherry seeds, etc., and then stock up on some food. Is it to unlock the plant card? Wang Heng asked. That's right. Although these seeds won't unlock the plant cards directly, they will speed up the unlocking process. And you'd better hurry up and get ready, because in half an hour you will be selected to represent Kyushu in the national games. Although your luck was used to make this system appear, it should not be drawn again by the national luck game. But how can this system let this spot fall to someone else? Naturally, it will be intercepted for you. Go get ready. Wang Heng did not reply. As soon as he heard the system say there was a national destiny game, he sent a message to his father, Dad, give me 1,000 yuan. I want to buy something. Hurry, there is no time to explain. No living expenses again? Why are you spending it so quickly? Are you in a relationship? I just transferred $1,000 to you last week. Don't be reluctant to spend money on girls. If you don't have enough, ask Dad for more. The Emperor transfers 1,000 yuan to you. Wang Heng didn't read what his father said next and quickly ran towards the nearest shopping mall. It's definitely too late to find a seed store. Wang Heng ran directly to the fruit and vegetable section of the supermarket. What kind of plants are there? Wang Heng's brain continued to work. Cherry bomb, potato mine, sunflower. But supermarkets don't sell sunflower seeds, right? No, Wang Heng shook his head. The melon seeds are ripe and no longer count as seeds. Watermelon pitcher, cabbage, peas. Mushrooms? But what kind of mushrooms are they? Wang Heng now regretted why he didn't play Plants vs Zombies for a little longer. Now I can't remember what other plants there are. Buy everything I can think of first. Wang Heng glanced at the time and saw that more than 10 minutes had passed. After a final sweep, Wang Heng bought all the vegetables, fruits, and melons. He used the remaining money to buy a lot of canned food, in case he had nothing to eat when the time came. 1,000 yuan was spent completely, and everyone around looked at Wang Heng in surprise as he pushed 3 shopping carts. But Wang Heng ignored the gazes around him, because the system said that the National Destiny game was about to begin. Wang Heng pushed the shopping cart and ran to the shelf with fewer people. However, there were supermarket staff following behind Wang Heng, probably because they were afraid that Wang Heng would run away. But the next second, the waiter just stood there in a daze. The same thing happened to Wang Heng. Because a voice suddenly sounded in Wang Heng's mind. Attention all Blue Star people, the Alien National Destiny game is about to begin. Each country will randomly select a representative to participate in the National Destiny game. The National Destiny game will be broadcast live on various platforms throughout the entire process. The National Destiny game concerns the fate of everyone. Please pay attention to the National Destiny game. Oh shit, there are aliens talking in my head. The waiter following Wang Heng suddenly exclaimed. But something even more surprising happened the next second. Wang Heng and the 3 shopping carts he was holding all disappeared. The waiter was so scared that he couldn't speak. The entire supermarket became a mess. Then everyone took out their mobile phones, and a forced pop-up window appeared on their phones, which was the entrance to the Kuyun Game live broadcast room. The live broadcast room has 2 interfaces, one for all countries and the other for a single country after clicking on it. At this moment, in the live broadcast room of Zhuzhou Kingdom, there was only a bloody countdown on the screen, with only 1 minute left. Oh my god, this is real. It must be the work of a god. You can also post comments. The Sky Blasting Gang is here. By the way, who is our country's representative athlete? General soldiers or special forces are more popular. Who knows? Let's see. While netizens were discussing the issue heatedly, officials from various countries also took action. Various meetings started directly. Control public opinion, maintain social stability, pay attention to the international situation, and set up special response teams. Basically all countries take action based on these 4 aspects. When there were only 30 seconds left in the live broadcast room, the screen suddenly changed, the countdown shrank, and a line of words appeared below. Representatives from various countries are being drawn. Extraction completed. Then, figures suddenly appeared in the live broadcast rooms of various countries. They were the representative players from various countries. Wang Heng stood there calmly, looking at the darkness around him. Wang Heng thought that this was the preparation time, so Wang Heng was not that surprised and simply closed his eyes. In the live broadcast room, netizens from Kyushu also saw representatives from their own country. What is he doing? Why is he not moving at all and has his eyes closed? Is he going to die? Is he a special forces soldier? He doesn't look like one. He looks a bit like a pretty boy with glasses. He looks like a weakling. I know this guy. He's my classmate, a college student. Oh my god, college students, it's over. I think the guy from the United States next door is a mercenary who can suppress an M249 with one hand, and he just happened to bring guns and ammunition in. I just hope this game doesn't have much to do with us, otherwise it feels like we're doomed. This is our son. Wang Heng's father looked at Wang Heng in the live broadcast room, and his eyes suddenly turned red. Ah, my child's father, what should we do? Wang Heng's mother burst into tears. Call the police, let's call the police. What's the point of calling the police? This is clearly an unnatural force. Wang Heng's father remained calm, hugging Wang Heng's mother to comfort her. Our child is not in any danger now, and he has even been selected as a national representative. What's the use of being a national representative? I just want my son. Wang Heng's mother hit Wang Heng's father on the chest and said crying. Under everyone's gaze, the 30-second countdown returned to 0. Then the scene suddenly changed. When Wang Heng discovered the light shining through his eyelids, he knew the game had begun. He opened his eyes and looked around. What comes into view are zombies. Yes, zombies, those skinny and disgusting zombies in the movies. Oh shit, you can't play it like this. The spawn point is right in the pile of zombies. Wang Heng's heart almost stopped with fear, and he turned around and tried to run away. But the next second Wang Heng stopped because he found that the zombies around him were motionless, as if time had stopped. Damn it, it's over. Our country's representative was born among zombies. It's over. Hey, something's wrong. Why do these zombies seem to be frozen in time? It's not freezing, it's time that has stopped. Look at the birds in the sky in the upper right corner, they are all suspended in midair. Awesome. Time stopped. I'm familiar with this plot. This little country player, please calm down. Just as netizens were discussing heatedly, the broadcast of the National Destiny game sounded again. The game of National Destiny has begun. Please don't panic, contestants. During the novice protection period, time is stagnant and the period is 10 minutes. Please listen carefully to the following message, contestants. The background of the game is Earth, with a population of about 10 billion. In 2023 AD, a zombie virus broke out on Earth, and 90% of humans turned directly into zombies. This is the second month of the zombie outbreak, All surviving humans on Earth have been notified that a savior will appear, and the contestants from each country are the saviors. The contestants and saviors of each country have a special ability, Homeland. Players from all countries are saviors with novice gift packs and career choices. The initial level of the home is level 1, and the initial area is 10 square meters of land. Players from all countries can choose a suitable location to deploy or retract the base at any time, and retract all items on the base, including creatures. Players from all countries have the ability to revive, but every death will have a price, and the country behind it will be punished. When the country behind it is destroyed, players will no longer be revived. Please try your best to survive. 8 minutes left in the novice protection period. The broadcast of the National Destiny game ended. What the hell, the country is destroyed. Doesn't that mean our lives are tied to this person? No, I haven't lived enough. I'm still a virgin. Destroy it. I'm tired. I've had enough of working 996 every day. At the same time, in order to stabilize public sentiment and guide correct public opinion, countries responded quickly when news about the National Destiny game appeared, and each live broadcast room was equipped with professional commentators. Zhu responded the moment the news about the National Destiny game came out, and thought of using celebrities to guide public opinion. Although time was tight and only 3 people could be gathered nearby, the power of the state apparatus is incredible. The 3 people were found quickly and they were all well-known figures in society. 2 men and 1 woman. One is a famous actor, Brother Hu, a well-known actor. A middle-aged man with a serious expression and wearing a military uniform, spokesperson Li Bing. The other woman is Yang Shui, a well-known host in Zhu. Chapter 2. The appearance of the 3 hosts calmed the netizens in the live broadcast room down a bit. Hello everyone. The 3 people said in unison. I'm Brother Hu. I'm Zioxiu. I'm Li Bing. When netizens saw the 3 people, they posted comments one after another. Zioxiu, my wife is here too. Brother Hu, my husband is here too. Stop pretending upstairs, please stop your homosexual behavior. Li Bing, isn't this our spokesperson? The authorities are taking this matter very seriously. How can you ignore this nonsense? This is all a game of destroying a country. Yang Shui smiled sweetly and brought the topic back. Okay, we can see that the novice protection period of the National Destiny game is still 8 minutes away. Just now, the National Destiny game said that every player is a savior and has 2 special abilities, one is home and the other is career. But how do I choose this career? Yang Shui said. After hearing that he could choose his career, Wang Heng discovered that something similar to a panel suddenly appeared in his eyes. There are several options above, namely home, occupation, attributes, backpack, and building. Not only Wang Heng can see it, but people in the live broadcast room can also see these options. We can see that Wang Heng opened the career panel, and then several options popped up. Yang Shui explained. Wang Heng looked at the several professions in front of him. Peasants, samurai, gunsmiths, knights, magicians, and more. How will our contestants choose? What do you think? Brother Hu said gently, among these professions, the farmer is probably the only conservative one. The others are all offensive. But in the end, what choice our players will make depends on themselves. As expected of Lao Hu, he has a high EQ and speaks perfectly. If I were to go up there, I'd probably say farmers are the most useless. That's right. The world is full of zombies. Farmers are useless. Okay, thank you Brother Hu. Then what does Teacher Li think? Yang Shui continued. Li Bing said seriously, there are zombies everywhere. The situation is very serious. Farmers prefer peaceful development, but our players are in the city and have no chance of peaceful development, so it is best to choose an offensive profession. Wang Heng was now asking his own system, should I choose the farmer system? Of course, we are planters. This system is called Dave's Yard system. After selecting a profession, the system will be fully activated and you will receive a system novice gift pack. After hearing what the system said, Wang Heng directly chose the farmer. The 3 commentators in the live broadcast room. Many netizens. What do you choose to do as a farmer? Farm the land. You're in the city, brother. There are zombies everywhere. It's over, it's over. You'll die after the novice protection period is over. Haha, the people of Kyushu have become stupid from farming, and they still choose farmers here. Xiao Riziguo. Stupid Kyushu people. Beautiful country. At this time, some foreign netizens also noticed this and posted comments to mock it. It has to be said that the Kuyun game is very thoughtful and even has a translation system. Juzhu netizens didn't know what to refute. After all, it seemed like it wouldn't be of any help to the farmers. But he said, the one who laughs last is the best. Let's wait and see. That is, a profession doesn't mean anything. Yang Shui in the live broadcast room also hurriedly said, the profession has been determined, let's see what Wang Heng's novice gift pack is. On the other side, Wang Heng also heard the voice of the system. Congratulations to the host for choosing a career and completely activating the system. The system interface has replaced the National Destiny game. Weibi Babu. A phantom with a pot as a hat suddenly appeared in front of Wang Heng. Is this the full activation system? Wang Heng was stunned. After being fully activated, he turned into Dave. The newbie gift pack for you has been put into your backpack. Dave said. Never mind, let me see what the novice gift package is first. Wang Heng opened his backpack, and then opened the novice gift package inside. The things he bought at the supermarket were also in the backpack, but some fruits and vegetables were missing. Sunflower card X1, used to unlock the sunflower plant. Shovel X1. After opening it, Wang Heng was stunned because there were no aggressive plants inside. How could Wang Heng protect himself, or in other words, protect Wang Heng's home? The three commentators in the live broadcast room and many netizens were also stunned. This, sunflowers and shovels. Yang Shui was stunned. It's over, it's over. What kind of novice gift pack is this? Woo, what should I do? Ha ha ha, the people of Kyushu actually got sunflowers. Are they going to feed the zombies with sunflower seeds? We in the Big Day Empire got samurai swords and chopping skills. Little Day Kingdom. We in the United States chose the gunsmith and obtained a first-level AK and its production method, as well as 10 rounds of 7.62 bullets. Kyushu should be destroyed as soon as possible. United States. Seeing that the atmosphere in the live broadcast room was not right, Yang Shui quickly said, sunflowers can be used to obtain food, and shovels can also be used as weapons. The novice protection period is still there, so let's see what Wang Heng will do. Wang Heng was talking to Dave's shadow in front of him, which only Wang Heng could see. Why aren't there any offensive plants? I remember getting a Peashooter at the beginning. Why? Because I'm crazy, Ruoro. I feel there is a strange energy in the zombies. Maybe killing them can gain energy to unlock the Peashooter, or it can drop sunlight. But you'd better hurry up, because the novice protection period is about to end. There are too many zombies here. They will not only eat your brain, but also your brain. Dave continued, and then his figure slowly disappeared. After hearing Dave's words, Wang Heng realized that there were only 5 minutes left in the novice protection period. Wang Heng hurriedly took out a shovel. A shovel with a wooden handle about 1.23 meters long and a bright silver body appeared in Wang Heng's hand. Then Wang Heng walked up to a zombie. This is a female zombie. If it weren't for the 2 shriveled balls of flesh on her chest, Wang Heng would have thought she was a male. Wang Heng aimed at the female zombie's head, and then chopped at her fragile neck with a shovel. Wang Heng chopped off the female zombie's head with a shovel, and an unknown black and red substance flowed out of her neck. Energy +1. Sunlight +5. Experience +1. Ugh, ugh. Wang Heng vomited immediately after seeing this scene. It was too disgusting. That black thing also had a bad smell. Although Wang Heng was a time traveler who had lived 2 lives as a human, he had never seen such a scene. The commentators in the live broadcast room were all pale except for Li Bing, who had no expression on his face. However, Yang Shui was a professional after all. Seeing Wang Heng kill the zombie, Yang Shui saw this as an opportunity to boost the confidence of Juzhu netizens, and hurriedly said, "Look, the shovel can really be used as a weapon. Wang Heng has killed a zombie with a shovel. Ugh, I vomited too, but to be honest, I really didn't expect that Wang Heng, who looked so clean and innocent and had never killed a chicken, actually killed zombies. Awesome, it looks like there's hope again. Why are you so proud? The zombies in the novice protection period won't move, nor will they resist. You'd better say you're from abroad, otherwise tell me your location and I'll bring you some specialties. The people of Kyushu are so proud of themselves, but they just killed a zombie that wouldn't resist. United States. That's right, I'm just deceiving myself. Little day country. On the other side, Wang Heng originally wanted to vomit, but he saw the countdown of the novice protection period, so he wiped his mouth and straightened up. Killing zombies really increased his energy, so Wang Heng quickly opened the skill interface. There was originally a card on it that was a sunflower. Now there is one more card, which is the Peashooter. However, most of the Peashooter card is black, with only the roots showing which are grey. Wang Heng took a look and found that at least 10 energy points were needed to unlock the Peashooter. Wang Heng raised the shovel again. Fortunately, there were enough zombies on the street, and Wang Heng killed 9 of them with the shovel. While killing Wang Heng, he moved towards a place with fewer zombies. After killing 10 zombies, Wang Heng had 50 sunlight and 10 energy points. The sunflower card turned colorful, meaning it could be planted. Wang Heng consumed all 10 points of energy, and then the Peashooter's card turned grey, meaning it could be unlocked but not planted because there was not enough sunlight. At the same time, Wang Heng also came to a park. This seems to be the place with the least zombies. You can see that our players have killed 10 zombies and gained 10 experience points. Yang Shui said. It seems that only Wang Heng can see the energy and sunlight. The zombies haven't awakened yet, so experience points should be used to upgrade. However, killing them will consume physical strength. Although you can gain experience points, I think player Wang Heng should find a safe place first. Li Bing spoke at this time. Indeed, it is too dangerous to wander outside, but Wang Heng also realized this and came to a place where there are fewer zombies. Brother Hu said. However, players from some countries are attracted by these zombies that cannot move but can gain experience. They keep killing zombies in the zombie pile using their professional methods. The novice protection period ended under everyone's gaze. The surrounding zombies moved instantly. Asen, who was happily killing zombies, was discovered by the surrounding zombies and was directly caught by several zombies. The bloody scene and Asen's screams were creepy. When a player from India dies, 0.001% of the country's citizens will be transformed into zombies as a reward. The punishment of the National Destiny game has come. Hiss, is this the punishment of National Destiny? How terrible! I actually turned into a zombie. FK, Wang Heng, please don't die. I don't want to become a zombie. 0.001 is a little bit. It's a lot. Think about it, India has 2 billion people. At the same time, citizens in India suddenly turned into zombies and started biting people on the streets, which immediately caused unrest. Many people were bitten to death by zombies on the street, and then turned into zombies and continued to bite people. Chapter 3. Although Wang Heng came to a park with fewer zombies at this time, there were still zombies there. There is a group of zombies following Wang Heng now, at least a dozen of them. Our contestants are being chased by zombies now. Yang Shui said anxiously. But it seems that the zombies can't catch up with us at the moment. These zombies move very slowly, almost like normal people walking. Wang Heng, run quickly. I don't want to die. If I die, I want you to inherit my hobby. The upstairs thinks beautifully. Run, run. Why can't my plants be planted? Wang Heng originally wanted to plant a sunflower to produce some sunlight so that he could use it to plant Peashooter. But when using the card, I found that I couldn't plant it. You have to plant it on your own home soil. Dave's voice rang out. Only then did Wang Heng remember that there was still the home function. Then Wang Heng's mind moved, and a phantom of a piece of land appeared before his eyes. Then Wang Heng found a flat place and built his home. Then a 10 square meter piece of land with grids appeared in the open space of the park. Is this the player's own home function? Yang Shui exclaimed. It should be. Brother Hu nodded. But we still have to escape. It seems that our home can't help Wang Heng in any way at the moment. Li Bing said. Space magic, awesome. But it doesn't seem to be of much use. It's just a piece of land. Ha ha ha, why are people from Kyushu spreading out their land? Are they going to start farming? Little day country. HNMB, get out, you're hurting my eyes. In fact, his guess was correct. Wang Heng just wanted to farm. Under the gaze of everyone, Wang Heng stood on the land of his homeland. Under everyone's gaze, Wang Heng bent down and seemed to throw something into the soil. Keba keba. A sunflower suddenly and unscientifically emerged from the 1 square meter of soil in front of Wang Heng. The most unscientific thing is that this sunflower actually has a cartoon face on it, with oval, black and shiny eyes, no nose, a straight line mouth, and a mysterious smile. Moreover, its flower head is still swaying from side to side, and the 3 green leaves are also trembling slightly. 3 commentators in the live broadcast room. Kyushu netizens, _ Yang Shui said in a daze, our contestant, he, planted a sunflower. It looks like a sunflower. Brother Hu said blankly. But what's the use of sunflowers? Yang Shui asked. It should be a function of a farmer's profession. Can it be used as food? Li Bing also spoke uncertainly. 666, that's too unscientific. It just came out like that, and it moved, and it had a mouth. I wonder if it has teeth in its mouth. Your thoughts upstairs are a bit dangerous. But what's the use of sunflowers? Feed the zombies with sunflower seeds. When they are full, they won't eat the contestants anymore. While everyone was discussing, the sunflower beside Wang Heng suddenly swayed faster and faster, becoming brighter and yellower, and the mysterious smile on his face became wider and wider. What is it doing? Yang Shui was stunned. Who wouldn't be stunned? Is this coming out? What's coming out? When I was about to come out, I was getting faster and faster, and I had the same expression on my face. Shut up, I can't look at sunflower anymore, woo woo. Under the anxious gaze of everyone and Wang Heng, the Baiyu sunflower spit out a cartoon-like, sparkling sun. Spit out a sun. This is unscientific. Li Bing suddenly exclaimed, then realized that he had lost his composure and his face regained its calm. FK, sunflowers can also produce suns, awesome. Sunflowers are called sunflowers for a reason. This sun doesn't seem to be several thousand degrees, otherwise Wang Heng would have been burnt. Facts proved that what the netizen said was right. Wang Heng looked at the sun protruding from the sunflower with joy on his face, then bent down and touched the sun with his hand. Dilio. The sun just disappeared in Wang Heng's hands. Sunlight plus 25. No, we still need a lot of sunlight. The Peashooter needs 100 sunlight, and Wang Heng still needs 75 sunlight. But the zombies have caught up. Wang Heng clenched the shovel in his hand. It takes time for sunflowers to produce sunlight, so he had to buy some time for the sunflowers. Wang Heng raised his shovel and went forward. We can see that the function of sunflowers is to produce sunlight, but we still don't know what the function of sunlight is. Moreover, the zombies are about to catch up, but our players did not choose to run away but to meet them head-on. Yang Shui explained. Wang Heng had already come face to face with the zombie that was in the front, and the zombie raised his arm awkwardly. Wang Heng dodged it with a quick move, and then, while the zombie was swaying from its attack, he shoveled the zombie's neck with a shovel. Sunlight plus 5. Experience plus 1. Energy plus 1. Before Wang Heng could breathe a sigh of relief, the 2 zombies behind him pounced on him at the same time. Wang Heng dodged the attack of one of the zombies, then kicked another zombie, knocking it to the ground, and then quickly finished it off with a shovel. Sunlight plus 5. Experience plus 1. Energy plus 1. Then he killed another zombie that came towards him. But Wang Heng is just a college student after all, and he was already out of breath after such a while. I turned around and saw that there were already 2 sunbeams under the sunflower. Hold on a little longer. Wang Heng gritted his teeth. If it doesn't work, Just run. Yang Shui looked at Wang Heng anxiously. He doesn't have much energy left. Li Bing said seriously. He who knows the times is a hero, and the home can be put away. Wang Heng can choose to leave. Brother Hu followed. Yes, Wang Heng, run quickly. Saving your life is more important. Don't be brave for a moment. Haha, only cowards run away. If we were the Little Days players, we would definitely go for it. Little Days country. Can you please go to your country and see your contestants? They are already running away. However, Wang Heng did not run away, but went straight towards the two zombies. Although he had less physical strength, Wang Heng had some experience in killing zombies. Just dodge their first attack, then take the opportunity to break their neck. After knowing the technique, Wang Heng found it much easier to kill zombies. Following the technique, Wang Heng killed the two zombies, but his physical strength was basically exhausted. However, the 5 zombies killed gave 25 sunlight, which, combined with the production from the sunflowers, was enough. Wang Heng went straight back to the sunflower and picked up 3 sunbeams on the ground. The number of sunbeams reached 125, 25 more. Contestant Wang Heng, are you going to avoid these zombies first? Yang Shui saw Wang Heng returning to the soil of his home. Under everyone's gaze, Wang Heng bent down again. Wang Heng bent down again. He didn't run away. He is going to plant something again. Yang Shui exclaimed. Then, a creature about 1.5 or 1.6 meters tall suddenly emerged from the soil in front of the sunflower. It also had 2 eyes and a dark hole in its mouth that looked like a cannon muzzle. It also had a hair on its back. This plant was swaying just like the sunflower. What kind of plant is this? Yang Shui was stunned. How could she explain it? It should be an offensive type because its mouth parts look like the muzzle of a cannon, said Brother Hu. Niu Bai, what kind of plant is this? Hopefully the shells will be fired. It's so unscientific. My friend and I were shocked. Wang Heng breathed a sigh of relief when he saw the Peashooter growing, but he soon became nervous again because 6 zombies followed him and walked towards him. Wang Heng hid directly behind the sunflower, so that he could recover his strength and see the power of the Peashooter. Cowards, the people of Kyushu are all cowards, hiding behind the cute plants. Little Day Country. GNMLGB watch and learn well. Under everyone's watchful eyes, the zombies approached the soil area of Wang Heng's home step by step. When the leading zombie entered the soil area, the Peashooter took action. Puff! A green, round pea with a diameter of about 10 centimeters was spit out from the Peashooter's mouth. It hit directly the zombie that was walking in front. Niu Bai, it really can fire ammunition. How powerful is that? 666, Plant-Shooter. Kyushu netizens were shocked that this plant could actually fire cannonballs. Foreign netizens were also speechless, obviously shocked. But what surprised everyone was that the zombies were actually fine and were still walking towards them. Haha, I am dying of laughter. I thought it was so awesome, but this is it. This is it. US. Yeah, when I hit the zombies, their clothes didn't even lift up. Little Day Country. That's not right. It clearly hit the spherical object, and considering its speed and size, the power shouldn't be so small. Li Bing frowned. He was also a soldier and could get some clues from the speed and volume of the bullets fired by the Peashooter. The answer came in the next second. The Peashooter shot out another pea. The zombie that was hit in the front was hit by another pea, and then one of its arms fell off. Then there was another pea shot, and the zombie's head fell directly to the ground. Sunlight +5. Energy +1. Experience +1. Sure enough, this plant is very powerful. It killed the zombie in just 3 hits. Yang Shui exclaimed with a smile. That's amazing. Awesome pen, awesome pen. My mother was shocked to learn that plants can kill zombies. FK, this plant is not much worse than a gun. The beautiful girl next door can kill a zombie with 3 bullets from an M249. The dog was barking just now, why is it not barking now? Haha, what's there to be proud of? It's not as good as our contestant's M249. American country. Chapter 4. Wang Heng breathed a sigh of relief when he saw the Peashooter kill a zombie with 3 Ps. At present, the power of the Peashooter is 3 P shots for 1 zombie, and the attack range should be the zombies within the home area. This still needs to be verified. If the home area is expanded, it can be confirmed that the Peashooter still has this attack range. Judging from the speed at which the zombies walk, it is unlikely that these zombies can get to Wang Heng. So Wang Heng can save up some sunlight to plant sunflowers first. Wang Heng's home, viewed from above, is a 1x10 rectangular piece of soil, which is automatically divided into 10 grids, each of which is a regular 1x1 square. When the Peashooter killed the zombies, the sunflower spit out 2 more sunbeams. Wang Heng planted another sunflower in the 3rd grid. 4 of the 6 zombies have been killed by the Peashooter, but the remaining 2 zombies are almost reaching the 2nd sunflower planted by Wang Heng. Wang Heng naturally didn't want to see zombies eating his sunflowers. Now that he had recovered some strength, Wang Heng walked over from the side with a shovel in his hand. A zombie was attracted by Wang Heng and walked towards him with staggering steps. Wang Heng simply shoveled off the zombie's head with a shovel, and black and red liquid flowed all over the ground. However, Wang Heng had already gotten used to it and no longer felt like vomiting. After Wang Heng killed this zombie, the Peashooter also killed another zombie. At the same time, the sunflower produced 2 more suns. Wang Heng picked it up. Wow, all the zombies were dealt with by Wang Heng and his plants. Yang Shui said happily. Yes, it seems that our player Wang Heng made the right choice. Farmer is indeed a powerful profession. Brother Hu said with a gentle smile on his face. Farmers are awesome. Wang Heng is doing what we Jiuzhu people do. I remember you didn't say that at first. Some netizens in the Jiuzhu National Live broadcast room saw that Wang Heng's profession was so impressive, and they also complained about why their own country's players did not choose farmers. But they can't even see their own country's players complaining about them. In the Kuyun game, Wang Heng breathed a sigh of relief after discovering that there were no zombies around, and then observed his several interfaces. First, the architecture. Wang Heng discovered that unlocking buildings also requires energy. There are hardened roads, basic wooden boards, etc., and expanding the home area also requires energy. 1 square meter of land requires 50 energy points. It seems that Wang Heng still has a long way to go if he wants to build a solid building. After all, my home is only 10 square meters. We also need to expand the area of our home and build buildings, and the energy required is an astronomical figure. It's okay, take it slow, this is just the beginning. Wang Heng encouraged himself. But there is one thing we need to verify next. Wang Heng looked at the Peashooter planted on the ground. Because the zombies came from the east at the beginning, after Wang Heng planted the Peashooter, the muzzle of the Peashooter was facing the east, and the zombies just now basically lined up in a line and stepped into Wang Heng's home. Wang Heng wanted to know if the Peashooter could shoot to the west or other directions. Wang Heng walked to the Peashooter, and the Peashooter blinked and looked at Wang Heng. Master, what are you going to do? Just as Wang Heng approached, a voice suddenly sounded in his mind. FK, the Peashooter can talk. Wang Heng was stunned for a moment. Master, I can't speak. We plants communicate using radio waves, replied the Peashooter. So that's how it is, Wang Heng thought to himself. It seems that if Wang Heng wants to communicate with plants, he only needs to think about it. Can you turn your head 360 degrees? Wang Heng communicated with the Peashooter. Master, what is 360 degrees? The Peashooter tilted his head. However, the muzzle was still facing east, but his eyes turned to Wang Heng's direction. Don't move. Let me turn your head. Wang Heng walked forward. Just start turning the Peashooter's head. Hey, what is Wang Heng going to do? Yang Shui looked at the screen and saw Wang Heng hugging the Peashooter's head. It should be testing the attack direction of this plant. Li Bing saw through Wang Heng's intention at a glance, because Wang Heng looked like he was turning the muzzle of a gun. Wang Heng first slowly twisted the Peashooter's head towards the north, until the Peashooter's head was facing due north at 90 degrees. Oh no, my stem will break if you twist it again. the Peashooter said hurriedly. Wang Heng let go of his hand, then held it up again. When he turned to the south direction, the Peashooter failed again. It seems that the shooting range of the Peashooter is 180 degrees. Wang Heng understood. In the future, I will build my house in the center of my home, Wang Heng thought. The attack range of the Peashooter is 180 degrees, so peas need to be planted in the front, back and sides of the home, so it is better to have the home in the center. In this way, you can defend yourself well no matter which direction the zombies attack from. Then Wang Heng opened the property panel again. Name, Wang Heng. Level, LV1. Experience, 21/50. Occupation, farmer. Strength, 10, the normal strength of an adult is 10. Physical strength, 8, normal adult physical strength is 10. Speed, 7, normal adult speed is 10. Health, 80, 10 times of physical strength. Natural recovery is 1 point per hour. When health drops below 10 points, it will no longer recover naturally, and energy can be used to recover injuries. Energy, 11 points. Can be used to exchange for attribute points, the exchange ratio increases as the attribute improves. After observing the attributes, Wang Heng was speechless. Is my physical fitness so bad? The average value is even lower than that of a normal adult. It seems that our player Wang Heng lacks exercise in his daily life. Yang Shui covered her mouth and laughed. College students should keep exercising while studying. Brother Hu said with a smile. 666, the current situation of college students today. When I was a sophomore, I said I didn't want to exercise, I just wanted to eat and play. Haha, the Kyushu player is really weak. Our beautiful country player has a full 13 points of stamina. Beautiful country. Haha, you are simple-minded but strong-limbed. If there was a display of intelligence here, I guess you wouldn't dare to stay here. After Wang Heng observed all the information panels of the National Destiny game, he looked at the surrounding environment. This was a park for morning exercises. There are a lot of green plants inside, as well as some fitness equipment and benches. Zombies with missing limbs were lying all over the ground. It's a bit of an eyesore. Wang Heng looked at the corpses. Weibababu, these corpses can be recycled, but only 0.1% of the energy can be recovered from each corpse. Dave's figure emerged. 0.1 is not bad, Wang Heng's eyes lit up after hearing Dave's words. Even a mosquito is meat, no matter how small it is. Don't underestimate 0.1 energy. How do you recycle it? Wang Heng asked. It just needs to be dragged into the soil of the homestead. It's a big job, yeah, Dave replied. Wang Heng felt helpless after hearing this. It was indeed a big project. Some zombies were already on the soil of Wang Heng's home, so they were directly recycled and converted into 0.1 energy value, but the zombies that Wang Heng had killed with a shovel had to be moved by Wang Heng himself. Hey, is our contestant Wang Heng carrying the corpses of zombies? Yang Shui said, looking at the screen. Yes, I guess the zombie corpses will also be beneficial, so contestant Wang Heng will spend the effort to move the zombie corpses. Li Bing said. Since Wang Heng didn't have much physical strength, it took him a full 10 minutes to move the zombie corpses and severed limbs and heads scattered on the ground back to his home for recycling. Wang Heng had just squatted on the leaves of the Peashooter to take a rest when he heard a rumbling sound in his stomach and at the same time felt a sense of hunger. I'm hungry. Fortunately, I had the foresight to buy food in the supermarket. Wang Heng took out the canned food from his backpack. If he had not prepared the food, Wang Heng would have gone to find food now. Wang Heng took out a bottle of canned fruit and started eating. How did you become a food show? I'm hungry after watching this. I want to eat. I'm on my way to buy it. After eating, Wang Heng wiped his mouth contentedly. Looking at the food in the backpack, Wang Heng frowned. The food bought from the supermarket will eventually be eaten up, and very quickly. After all, Wang Heng didn't buy much food. If Wang Heng continued to live beyond his means, his food would be gone in no time. At that time, Wang Heng had to face a problem, which was to go out to find food. You have to know that Wang Heng is now in the city, and there are zombies everywhere outside. Wang Heng now has to rely on the Peashooter in his home to kill the zombies that are chasing him. If he goes to the city, he still has to rely on Wang Heng's own strength. According to Wang Heng's observation, the development of his home requires an open space of corresponding size, which means that without a sufficiently flat space, Wang Heng's home cannot be built. What is most scarce in cities is flat and wide areas. I can go out and have a look while there are only 10 square meters left. Wang Heng thought, his home is only 10 square meters now. An area that is 10 meters long and 1 meter wide is easy to find in the city. But before we set off, we have to plant more Peashooters in these 10 square meters. Wang Heng looked around his home. There are only 2 sunflowers and a Peashooter on it. By now the sunflowers have produced a lot of sunlight. Wang Heng collected them and waited for the sunflowers to continue producing sunlight. Wait until you have accumulated 700 sunlight. Wang Heng planted Peashooters in the other 7 empty squares. Then Wang Heng waited for the sunflowers to continue producing sunlight, leaving some more sunshine to be on the safe side. Finally, when 2 sunflowers in the 10 grids were dug up by Wang Heng, all 10 grids were planted with Peashooters and Wang Heng still had 300 sunshine. Wang Heng was contentedly packed up his home and walked out of the park. Chapter 5. Occasionally there were scattered zombies of old men and women on the road, but Wang Heng dealt with them one by one with a shovel. As Wang Heng walked out of the park, athletes from other countries were also struggling to survive. Tom of the United States is a gunsmith. At the beginning, he was given a first-level AK-47 and 10 rounds of 7.62mm bullets in the Novice gift package. There is also a workbench in Tom's building, on which he can make AK-47. With the M249 and ammunition that Tom brought with him, he would have no problem surviving for a while. The profession of the Xiaorizi country player Yamamoto Sunjiroku is a samurai. The Novice gift pack is a sharp samurai sword, and there is a skill called Draw the Sword and Slash, which can draw the sword and slash at a very fast speed. The landing place is a road. Draw the sword and slash. Yamamoto Sunjiroku held a samurai sword with a black scabbard, and a cold light flashed. The zombie's head was separated from its body. Although it looked very handsome, it consumed a lot of physical energy. It was even worse than Wang Heng's shovel. But the Xiaoshiza contestant was very satisfied. After all, he was from a small place and had never seen the world. A smug look on his face. The Korean player Park Banchin's profession is a thief. He can randomly steal an item from the enemy. The Novice gift package gave him a pair of boots called Thief's Boots, which can increase his movement speed by 2 points. Oh my god, there is a pet knight. I love riding pets the most. The Indian national player noticed that there was a pet knight option in the profession, and quickly confirmed his profession. Then he received the pet male lizard level 1 in the Novice gift package. It's not impossible for a public one. Wang Heng was almost at the exit of the park. The row of short stone pillars in front is the exit of the park, and across the stone-paved square is the city road. There were a lot of zombies on the road. Wang Heng took a rough look and saw that there were about 100 of them. How long will it take to find a supermarket? Wang Heng felt a headache looking at the hundreds of zombies on the road. It seems that there are quite a lot of people in this city. These zombies are all residents of this city. According to the National Destiny game, it has been a month since the Doomsday Zombie outbreak. These zombies only have strips of cloth hanging on their bodies. Each one of them is as shriveled as a mummy. Well, kill them slowly. Wang Heng shook his head and sighed, then walked towards the square at the exit of the park. The square is large and flat enough. Wang Heng can expand his home in the square and then go to the road to attract some zombies. Use this method to devour the zombies on the road bit by bit. After arriving at the square, Wang Heng unfolded his home. A 10 square meter home appeared in the square. Peas, about 1.5 meters in length, were planted in neat vertical rows on the soil of the home. The Peashooters planted by Wang Heng, who had obsessive-compulsive disorder, even had the same shaking frequency. So neat and cool, I want to shake it too. I'm already shaking, it's so magical. Volunteer manufacturers, please quickly produce figurines of the 2 plants that Wang Heng planted. I want the kind that can move. I want to buy it. Wang Heng slowly walked towards the road. He wanted to test the zombies' alert range and see how close he had to be for the zombies to notice him. Wang Heng walked step by step towards the zombies at the edge of the road. 25 meters. 24 meters. 20 meters. Until Wang Heng approached within 20 meters of the zombies. These zombies, who were originally wandering aimlessly on the road, discovered Wang Heng and took him as their target and walked towards him step by step. Our contestant is very smart. He is testing the range within which the zombies can detect him. Li Bing saw Wang Heng's purpose and spoke. Yes, we feel at ease with such players. Yang Shui nodded. Brother Heng, 666, I will never call you a gigolo again. Brother Heng is so smart. I feel relieved now. I can lie down and watch the live broadcast. Haha, you think you're smart just because of this? You're really short-sighted. Anyone can do this. 6. Don't bring me along if you want to brag. I'm a loser and I can't do it. Some comments with ulterior motives were refuted by netizens from Zhuzhou. Wang Heng attracted the hatred of 10 zombies at once, and then ran towards his home that had been spread out in the square. I know how to do this. It's called luring monsters. It looks like he's playing a game. This is a game of national destiny, but the price of resurrection is a bit painful. Here, Wang Heng had already hidden behind the last Peashooter and was observing. When the zombies entered the range of about 10 meters of the first Peashooter in front, the Peashooter spat out a pea at the leading zombie. It seems that the Peashooter's attack range is not limited to the home. The Peashooter can attack anyone within a 10-meter range. That is to say, the attack range of a Peashooter is a semicircle with a radius of 10 meters. However, Wang Heng soon discovered some flaws. The first zombie that stepped into the shooting range of the first Peashooter was hit by a pea. Then continue walking forward and the first Peashooter launches its second attack. Then the zombie entered the attack range of the second Peashooter, and the second Peashooter launched an attack. The zombie fell to the ground, but in the process of falling, the third attack of the first Peashooter hit the already dead zombie. This results in a waste of firepower. This won't work. It's not efficient and it wastes some pea bullets. Wang Heng frowned as he watched the scene in front of him. Then Wang Heng started communicating with the Peashooters. These Peashooters were essentially one, so Wang Heng only needed to communicate with one of the Peashooters. Listen to me, you guys should let the zombies get close to the attack range of the third P, and then you should spit out peas at the same time and shoot them in batches. Wang Heng communicated with the Peashooter in his mind. Okay, master. The Peashooter heard what Wang Heng said. Then stop attacking. Hey, why don't these Peashooters attack? Yang Shui was a little confused. Because the Peashooter on the screen suddenly stopped attacking and just looked at the zombies moving forward in front of them. Maybe he's waiting for something. Brother Hu said uncertainly. Li Bing frowned, and suddenly had an idea in his mind, but then shook his head. Impossible, can these plants be so smart and use tactical shooting? But the scene that followed made him open his eyes wide. The first 3 peas suddenly spit out pea bullets at the same time. What? Li Bing suddenly exclaimed. What's wrong? Yang Shui's professional sense told her that Li Bing had discovered something extraordinary, so she asked cooperatively. These peas are actually intelligent and they can even coordinate tactics, Li Bing explained. Teacher Li Bing, can you explain it? Yang Shui continued. At first, these peas would only attack after the zombies entered their respective attack ranges, which inevitably wasted some firepower. But after these peas stopped shooting just now, attacking them again became simultaneous shooting. This is called tactical concentrated fire. It can concentrate firepower to a great extent and avoid wasting firepower. Li Bing explained. Netizens also understood what they heard. In general, these Peashooters are no longer plants, but like well-trained soldiers. What the hell? This is amazing. It's better than what I planted in the soil. I never thought it would be like this. Zhuzhou netizens expressed shock one after another. Not only did they want to be shocked themselves, they also wanted to show off to others, so some netizens ran into other people's live broadcast rooms and described these things vividly. Netizens from other countries were attracted and rushed to the live broadcast room of Huaxia country. I was stunned when I saw these well-trained and coordinated Peashooters. I've seen this scene. The soldiers of Kyushu are also so neat. Beautiful country. Wow, this amazing oriental country can actually make plants act like soldiers. The country where the sun never sets. What else can I say except envy? Our country's players are still fighting alone, while Kyushu's players have their own army. Kangaroo country. Wang Heng's surname is Wang, and there has been a surname of Wang in Kimchi country since ancient times, so Wang Heng is actually a contestant from our Kimchi country, and these plants are also ours. Kimchi country. 666, the origin of the universe, Kimchi country, is actually only a little bit. Little life country. What did you say, you lackey? Kimchi country. You all only have a little bit. Little day country. Korean netizens always exchange insults with contestants from the happy life country, and others also like to see it. On the other side, under the concentrated attack of the Peashooters, the first batch of zombies attracted by Wang Heng were quickly killed, leaving only corpses on the ground. Wang Heng also pulled the corpse back for recycling. It's a sin to waste it. A corpse still has 0.1 energy. Wang Heng saw that the zombies' arms, legs or heads were tucked under his armpits. After all, the Peashooter's attack would definitely leave the zombies with missing limbs. The annoying thing was that the crippled zombies didn't give any energy, so Wang Heng had no choice but to do this. It looks a bit scary. I feel a little happy. Brother Heng is just like the old lady picking up bottles on the street. A good man who is diligent and frugal in managing his household. After dealing with these zombies, Wang Heng rested for a while and continued walking towards the road to attract the next batch of zombies. With the experience from last time, Wang Heng killed the zombies at the maximum distance that the zombies could attack the Peashooter, so that Wang Heng could save some energy when carrying the corpses. After Wang Heng killed the third wave of zombies, he suddenly found that he had been upgraded. The level has reached level 2. Chapter 6. After Wang Heng killed the third wave of zombies, he received news that he had been upgraded. You have been upgraded to level 2. There are 3 disposable attribute points, which can be allocated freely. Wang Heng was stunned for a moment after hearing this. Unknowingly, Wang Heng had upgraded. Moreover, the upgrade here did not automatically increase attributes, but gave attribute points and then let the person distribute them. Based on the principle of all-round development of morality, intelligence, physical fitness, aesthetics, and labor, Wang Heng allocated all 3 skill points to speed. In this way, Wang Heng's speed is equal to the highest strength, both are 10 points. After clicking on the skill points, Wang Heng felt that his movement speed had increased. Even when he was carrying zombies, he ran much faster. However, his physical strength was still the same, and he had to take a break after carrying for a while. Wang Heng, who suffered from obsessive-compulsive disorder, gritted his teeth and spent 40 energy points to raise his physical strength to the same level as his other attributes. In this way, Wang Heng's moving speed has been taken to a new level. However, the price was that the energy points Wang Heng had worked so hard to save were reduced to only 8. Congratulations to Kyushu player Wang Heng for being the first to reach level 2. As a reward, the lifespan of Kyushu citizens will be increased by 1 month, and the resistance to the zombie virus will be increased by 1%. Reward Kyushu player Wang Heng with 10 energy points. Level rankings are open. The top player and his country will receive a reward each day. The country at the bottom of the daily ranking will be punished. The ranking list is calculated every 24 hours. There are still 23 hours, 10 minutes, and 55 seconds left. The first reward of the National Destiny game appeared. The person who received the reward turned out to be Wang Heng from Zhuzhou Kingdom, and the reward was the most precious thing in human life. Although 1 month may not seem like a long time, this was only less than an hour after the National Destiny game began, and the citizens of Kyushu had already received a 1-month lifespan bonus. This made people in many countries jealous. However, some people noticed something was wrong. Some people who were abroad but had roots in Kyushu were stunned because they noticed a word, nationality. In other words, those who are obsessed with the beauty of other countries and forget where their roots are not included. Why? We were also Kyushu people before, why don't you give us a longer lifespan? United States. That's right, this is unfair. Beautiful country. Haha, let's take a look at the brackets behind your comments first. When there are benefits, you remember where your roots are, but when there are no benefits, you forget them. You really have shamelessness. While netizens were discussing the issue heatedly, governments around the world saw some clues. Originally, there was a penalty for death in the National Destiny game, so the pace of the game was slower. After all, the planet where players from various countries were located was so big that it was both difficult and easy to die once. But now it's different. A country will be punished every day, so the pace of the game is greatly accelerated, and the speed at which some countries disappear is also faster. Not only governments, but also some players have realized all this. Including Wang Heng, it seems that this is a battle royale game, and the contestants will be gradually eliminated. I just don't know when it will end. Will the first place win or will everyone die? The only difference is the order of death. Wang Heng pondered over it. But then he stopped thinking about it. Thinking too much about things that he couldn't control would only cause him more trouble. What we have to do now is to keep getting stronger. Once this level ranking list appears, the strong will only become stronger, and the weak will only become weaker until they are eliminated. Kill the zombies. Looking at the many zombies on the road, Wang Heng clenched his fists. Tom from the United States looked at the number 1 on the leaderboard. Juzhu, Wang Heng, level 2. Experience value 0/150. Battle Royale game. Tom licked his lips. I like it. Little Jerry, you'd better run faster. Don't let me catch you. I will catch up with you soon. Tom picked up the M249 and walked towards the group of zombies. Time goes back to the beginning of the National Destiny game. In the sewer, a disheveled man was holding a twisting object in his hand and stuffing it into his mouth. Upon closer inspection, it was a rat. Crunch, crunch. A creepy chewing sound was heard. He is a native of Earth. The doomsday zombie virus has broken out for a month. He can only become a rat in the sewer, eating rats and cockroaches all day long. There are many people like him, and they have gradually formed a force in the sewer. In a remote village. It's an old single-story cement house. When you push open the door and walk in, you can see the walls that have been blackened by firewood. The red water beside it kept falling onto the ground, which had already turned a little black and red. There was a huge wooden basin beside it, which contained the meat of an unknown creature. Its white ribs could be vaguely seen. When food is scarce, some people fail to uphold the bottom line of humanity and choose to eat anyone they can. There were also some people in military uniforms who set up gathering places of various sizes at key points. There are also many people who survive in places that are difficult for both zombies and humans to find. I originally thought that today would be another day with no end in sight. But today, a voice suddenly sounded in everyone's mind. 298 saviors have arrived. Saviors possess special abilities. They may lead you to see the dawn alive. In order to prevent anyone from thinking it was an auditory hallucination, the voice was repeated several times. Savior? Is there really a savior? Woo, 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 why didn't you come earlier, why? Where do we go to find the savior? Where is the savior? Some people just knelt on the ground and cried bitterly. Some people sneered at the news. Some people still had numb looks on their faces. They were not zombies, but they were worse than zombies. In front of the park, Wang Heng was luring monsters. Many zombies on the road at the entrance of the park had been killed, and only a few were left. Wang Heng directly collected the homes of the last few zombies and spread them in front of the zombies. This made it convenient for Wang Heng to recycle the zombie corpses. Wang Heng also wanted to test one thing, which was how many attacks the Peashooter and Sunflower could withstand from the zombies respectively. When Wang Heng had killed all the zombies on the street until only one was left, he ordered all the Peashooters to stop attacking. Then he watched the last zombie take staggering steps and keep approaching the Peashooter in front. What is Wang Heng going to do? Yang Shui looked at Wang Heng on the screen. Is he going to test how many zombie attacks the Peashooter can withstand? Yang Shui guessed. Yes, Li Bing nodded. As the saying goes, knowing yourself and your enemy ensures victory in 100 battles. Wang Heng is testing how many times the Peashooter can withstand the zombies' attacks. Don't ignore this small detail, it may save your life at a critical moment. Our contestant Wang Heng is really a meticulous person. Brother Hu said. 666, Brother Heng even thought of testing this. Haha, this is a case of repaying kindness with enmity. The Peashooter saved his life, but now he lets the Peashooter be eaten by zombies for no reason. The person upstairs is probably sick. You are definitely a walking 500,000, or you are someone who is unhappy with his life and is looking for a sense of existence here. Haha, isn't repaying kindness with enmity a traditional virtue of the people of Kyushu? Xiao Rizi Guo. I'm telling you that your ancestors are from Kyushu. Crunch, crunch. The zombies bit the Peashooter, but the Peashooter still had a mysterious smile on his face, because this was just the Peashooter's clone, not the real body. To be precise, the real body was the card slot in Wang Heng's hand, so the Peashooter would not feel any pain. The zombie took 4 bites in total, and was eaten by the Peashooter in about 5 seconds. Then Wang Heng quickly planted a sunflower. The sunflower was more resistant than the Peashooter and it took a full 6 seconds for it to be eaten by the zombies. Master, save me, oh my god, my face was bitten by a zombie. The dramatic sunflower actually cried for help to Wang Heng, but Wang Heng naturally ignored the sunflower's voice. After killing the zombies on the street, Wang Heng opened the information panel and checked his energy, which had reached 65 again. However, there is still a long way to go before unlocking the subsequent plants. Wang Heng took a look at the card slot for the subsequent plants, and one of the plants could vaguely see half a brown-yellow object. It should be the nut wall. Wang Heng took a look and then thought of the corresponding plant in his mind. The round nut wall, with 2 cute big eyes and a mysterious smile, can withstand many attacks from zombies. However, with the attacks of zombies, the nut wall will gradually collapse, and the smile on the face will gradually disappear, and finally become dull and even with tears in the end. Overall it is a defensive plant. It would be nice if I could hold it in my hand and use it as a shield. Wang Heng thought, but unfortunately these plants can only be planted on the soil at home and cannot be used as shields. Weibi, the pumpkin set may be able to make your wish come true, Dave suddenly said. There is no nut wall, how can I find a pumpkin set? Wang Heng said helplessly. The pumpkin set is a more advanced defensive plant than the nut wall. He doesn't even have a low-level nut wall, so how can he dare to hope for a pumpkin set? Did you forget the pumpkin you bought at the supermarket? Dave said. This reminded Wang Heng that he had bought all the fruits and vegetables in the supermarket. Wang Heng took out the fruits and vegetables from the backpack one by one, and then picked up a pumpkin. Well, how do I use this? Wang Heng said. Dave didn't reply, but placed his phantom hand on the pumpkin, and then the pumpkin slowly disappeared. Wang Heng opened his career panel and looked down. Suddenly, half of a card slot turned grey, which meant that the plant was half unlocked. Upon closer inspection, it was the pumpkin set. Chapter 7. Great! Wang Heng showed his joy. Although he had only unlocked half of it and the remaining half still required a lot of energy, Wang Heng was already satisfied. This half had greatly accelerated his progress in unlocking the plants. Then Wang Heng handed the other fruits and vegetables to Dave one by one. Dave only took some of the fruit. Watermelon corresponds to watermelon pitcher. Cherry corresponds to cherry bomb. Potatoes correspond to potato mines. Peppers, squash, cabbage. Due to limited time, Wang Heng only had these fruits and vegetables, which have now been absorbed by Dave and turned into energy to unlock the cards, and the unlocking progress is only half. The commentator in the live broadcast room looked at Wang Heng with a puzzled look on his face as he kept taking out fruits and vegetables from his backpack. They originally thought that Wang Heng was going to eat them, but who knew that Wang Heng took them back? That's right, from their perspective, the fruits and vegetables in Wang Heng's hands suddenly disappeared because they were taken back, not taken away by Dave. After planting the Peashooter in the front grid again, Wang Heng did not rush forward. Instead, he opened the building interface and used 50 energy points to exchange for 1 grid of home area. The area of Wang Heng's home has also become 11 times 1, and it is still a long strip. It was not for any other reason, but because Wang Heng didn't want to see the energy staying in his hands, so he wanted to spend the energy quickly. Then Wang Heng set off with his home planted with 11 Peashooters. Wang Heng didn't know that when he was killing and clearing the zombies at the entrance of the park, 2 pairs of eyes were looking at him. "Brother, is this the savior?" A person whose face was smeared with black and whose gender could not be identified but whose voice could be identified as a girl squatted in the corner and looked at a person whose face was also smeared with black. "It should be." He just waved his hand and 10 tall plants appeared on the ground, and they were able to kill so many zombies easily. The man responded. The scene of Wang Heng killing zombies just now was seen by the brother and sister. The 2 are natives of Earth. One of the siblings had just entered high school, and the other was still in junior high school. After the doomsday broke out, they witnessed their family members being eaten by zombies. After the grief, they lived in darkness. The 2 lived like rats in the sewers of this city. "Not only do we have to guard against zombies, but we also have to guard against humans, so my sister is so unkempt and even has to pretend her voice is hoarse when she meets people." Today, the brother and sister could not stand the hunger anymore and were forced by some people with ulterior motives, so they ventured out of the sewer and prepared to go to the supermarket or convenience store to find some food. Then they heard the sound of the National Destiny game and the appearance of the savior. Then they discovered the movement near the park and saw Wang Heng killing the zombies. Or we can beg him to take us in." The girl said, "Since he is the savior, he will definitely save us, and he doesn't look like a bad person." Hearing his sister's words, a gentle smile gradually appeared on the brother's face. Then he gently stroked his sister's face. When the girl saw her brother's behavior, she shook her head in horror and said, "Brother, I was wrong." It was too late when the girl was about to speak. Her brother waved his hand and slapped her in the face. "Do I look like a good person?" My brother had a gentle smile on his face. Like. The girl's eyes sparkled. There was a splash of water, but it quickly disappeared. When the brother heard this, he slapped the girl in the face again. "Remember it?" The brother rubbed the girl's head. The girl nodded. "Don't blame me. This time it was just a slap. Maybe next time the good person in your eyes will do something to you that even animals can't do." Wang Heng naturally had no idea what was happening here. He had already set his sights on a convenience store across the street not far away. There were many zombies at the door of the convenience store. It was precisely because of these zombies that the shelves of the convenience store did not seem to have been cleared. Wang Heng looked at the number of zombies. Nearly 200 zombies were crowded in an area of less than 300 square meters in front of the convenience store. Wang Heng originally planned to use the same trick to lure the monsters little by little, but as people observed, Wang Heng discovered something wrong with the group of zombies. Some zombies in the zombie group are obviously stronger than the surrounding zombies. Wang Heng was looking at a zombie wearing a tattered vest, which was a head taller than the zombie next to it. This zombie is not as skinny and shriveled as other zombies. Instead, it is tall and even looks stronger than ordinary people. Some zombies appear to be smaller than regular zombies, such as one wearing a red dress with mottled dark brown blood stains. However, this zombie was lying on all fours, and its front limbs, that is, its 2 arms, obviously looked longer than its hind limbs. Is this an evolved zombie? Wang Heng's eyes narrowed. The zombies were clearly divided into 3 categories. One was the ordinary zombie, one was the vest zombie that became stronger, and the last one was the red skirt zombie that climbed on all fours with longer front limbs. Yes, just like the roadblock barrel zombies in Zombie Plant. There will also be evolved zombies in this world. The vest-wearing zombie in front of you is a power-type zombie. His evolution direction is physique, strength and defense. He is almost the same as Gargantuar. Oh my god, I miss his size. Although he always wants to eat my brain, don't ask why, because I'm crazy. Waby. Stop talking nonsense and continue. Wang Heng was almost used to Dave's crazy look and urged him directly. Oh, the female zombie in the red dress is a speed zombie. Her evolution direction is agility and speed. Maybe she is similar to the pole vaulting zombie, but she doesn't have a pole in her hand. Be careful. Although these evolved zombies are dangerous, they also contain rich energy. Good luck, my friend. Dave disappeared after saying this. Wang Heng was looking at the pile of zombies in front of him, as well as the evolved zombies inside. I guess there is one thing Dave didn't say, which is that the alert range of evolved zombies should be larger than that of ordinary zombies. Although it is dangerous, it is worth taking the risk, because this is how the National Destiny game works. If you retreat when you encounter danger, you will be eliminated sooner or later. Unless you are in obvious danger of death, retreating is not retreating, but running away. But this situation is obviously not a desperate situation. But we have to think long term. Chapter 8. Whether in zombie movies or zombie novels, the sense of smell and hearing of evolved zombies are definitely stronger than those of ordinary zombies. But this is reality after all, not a movie or a novel, so to be on the safe side, Wang Heng decided to test it first. Attract these zombies one by one and kill them one by one. Wang Heng's eyes were fixed on the movements of the group of zombies closest to him. He moved towards the group of corpses. It seems that Wang Heng is still planning the same thing, defeating the zombies one by one. Brother Hu said. Yes, before Wang Heng's strength reached a certain level, when he encountered a large group of zombies, he could only choose to defeat them one by one. Yang Shui continued. FK, this makes me so nervous. If anything goes wrong, it will be like stirring up a hornet's nest. There are more than 200 zombies. Shut up your crow mouth. On the screen, Wang Heng was gradually approaching the group of zombies in front of the convenience store. The zombie group closest to Wang Heng was less than 50 meters away. It would be a lie for Wang Heng to say that he was not nervous. There were more than 200 zombies in front of him, including these evolved zombies. If he alarmed the zombies and was dragged down by the evolved zombies, Wang Heng would really lose his life here. There were more than 200 zombies, and it looked like a huge crowd at first glance. Wang Heng held the shovel tightly in his hand and moved step by step towards the group of corpses. Suddenly, a zombie at the edge moved. All Wang Heng's attention was on the zombie group. When one zombie moved, Wang Heng hurriedly stopped and prepared to set up his home. But Wang Heng found that the zombie just turned over. FK. Wang Heng cursed inwardly. Oh shit, I was so scared. It made me so nervous. Me too. I'm even more nervous than when I was hiding under the bed. 666, are you Lao Wang? Wang Heng took another step towards the zombie group. When he was 50 meters away from the group, the evolved zombies inside, especially the one in the red dress with a strange figure, discovered Wang Heng first. The man in the vest also discovered Wang Heng, and then the zombie group began to panic. Because the evolved zombies and ordinary zombies were crowded together, the evolved zombies discovered the human breath and wanted to go out, but the ordinary zombies did not discover it and still stood there like a piece of wood. Fortunately, the evolved zombies all have their own strengths, and they are not trapped in the pile of corpses by ordinary zombies. There are a total of 6 evolved zombies, 4 of which are strength-type zombies and 2 are speed-type zombies. 6 zombies rushed towards Wang Heng. Wang Heng unfolded his home on the spot, and 11 Peashooters appeared beside Wang Heng. Wang Heng stood behind the last Peashooter. Now he didn't care about any tactics, because Wang Heng didn't know how many times the Peashooter would attack to kill the evolved zombie. Moreover, it is estimated that different types of evolved zombies have different ability to withstand attacks, so the Peashooters can only shoot freely. One of the 2 fastest evolved zombies has already entered the shooting range of the Peashooter in front. Spit. A green pea was spit out from the muzzle of the Peashooter. Although the evolved zombie has the instinct to seek benefits and avoid harm, it really doesn't know that this thing can also be harmful, so it naturally turns a blind eye to the pea. Bang! The pea hit the body of the evolved zombie. Of course, there was nothing wrong, which further confirmed the evolved zombie's instinctive judgment. But as pea after pea hit his body, the evolved zombie found that his arm was suddenly broken. Then 3 more Ps came over, and the speed-type zombie wearing a red skirt was killed by the Peashooter. Wang Heng roughly calculated that when the Peashooter attacked the agile zombie, its arms would be lost after 3 hits, and its head would be turned around after 5 hits. Energy +2, EXP +2, Sunlight +6, Speed +0.01. After killing a speed-type zombie, Wang Heng was surprised to find that the rewards for killing an evolved zombie and an ordinary zombie were different. Not only did he receive more energy, experience, and sunlight, but he could also increase Wang Heng's own speed. Killing a speed-type evolutionary zombie will increase your movement speed, which means that a strength-type evolutionary zombie will increase your strength. Wang Heng seemed to understand something. This was a good feeling. No reward was as real as improving one's physical fitness. Wang Heng's eyes suddenly lit up as he looked at the evolved zombies in front of him. These were not only experience energy and sunlight, but also attribute points. Shoot hard. Don't let anyone go. Wang Heng commanded his Peashooters. Under the salvo fire of 11 Peashooters, the 2 evolved zombies were quickly killed. However, the power zombie at the back was still there, and had already approached within 3 meters of the first P. The Peashooter's attack is linear, and the 4 power zombies have some overlapping positions, so the Peashooter cannot attack all the zombies at the same time. Wang Heng looked at the situation in front of him. The power-type zombies were indeed evolving towards defense and strength. It took 7 Ps to make a power-type zombie lose an arm, and it took 12 Ps to kill a power-type zombie. Energy +2, EXP +2, Sunlight +6, Strength +0.01. As expected, the power-type zombie will increase Wang Heng's strength attribute points by 0.01. With the zombies in front acting as shields, the zombies behind are gradually approaching the Peashooter in the front row. After 2 power-type zombies fell, the 3rd power-type zombie finally came to the Peashooter. Looking at the ferocious-looking power zombies so close, the Peashooter was not afraid at all. Still trying hard to spit peas at the power zombies. The power zombie opened its mouth wide and ate the Peashooter bite by bite. "Wow," I cried. "Plants are braver than me. If you let me get this close to a zombie, I'll just roll my eyes. See you in the next life." Yeah, I'll be scared to death if I go up there. I already peed myself, the zombies' faces are so scary. The Peashooter's fearless performance in the face of danger also conquered many netizens, and many netizens spontaneously changed their avatars to this cute green plant. Does anyone know what this plant is called? Same question. Yang Shui noticed the comments from netizens. Everyone is asking about the name of this plant. The bullets fired by this plant look like peas, so why don't we call it the Peashooter? Brother Hu said with a smile. Yes, very vivid. It does look like a pea, and it can shoot. So it's appropriate to call it the Peashooter. Okay, from now on I will be Edu. +1, I've changed my name to Pea Flower. The power zombie on the screen had just taken a few bites when he was killed by a volley of peas. The last power zombie was exposed to the guns of 11 Peashooters. Because of the preparation by the previous P, the first P was already very fragile, so it still ate the first P, but that was all. The Ps that followed hit it one after another and knocked its ugly head off. At this point, the 6 evolved zombies that were the best among the more than 200 zombies in front of the convenience store were all killed. Wang Heng planted another Peashooter in the first empty space. Then he ran towards the group of corpses. In Wang Heng's opinion, without the threat of evolved zombies, these ordinary zombies could not threaten him at all. The final fate of these zombies is to be defeated one by themselves, and finally become nutrients for the plants in their own home. But Wang Heng overlooked one point. This is the real world, there is such a thing as wind direction, and there is also a human vibe about Wang Heng. Just as Wang Heng was slowly approaching the group of zombies in front of the convenience store, a gust of wind suddenly blew from behind Wang Heng. Wang Heng didn't feel any coolness, he just felt his heart was very cold. Wang Heng only thought of this when the wind blew on his back. The wind will carry my scent into the group of corpses. Wang Heng stopped and cold sweat dripped down his forehead. Wang Heng's eyes were fixed on the group of corpses in front of the convenience store. Originally, Wang Heng was more than 40 meters away from the convenience store. It is impossible for an ordinary zombie to detect Wang Heng with his sense of smell. But the wind blew the human scent into the zombie group, and all the zombies were alarmed. Just like a group of scared flies, low roars sounded one after another. More than 200 zombies began to riot. Chapter 9. The breeze carried the scent of Wang Heng to the pile of zombies. More than 200 zombies began to riot, and then moved towards Wang Heng in unison. Oh no, Wang Heng was discovered by the zombie group. Yang Shui noticed this scene and immediately exclaimed. Why? The zombie's sense of smell is not that sharp. Yang Shui was a little confused. Wang Heng's previous operation had proved the smell range of ordinary zombies. Now Wang Heng was obviously not within the zombies' smell range, but he seemed to have been discovered by the zombie group. It was the wind. Li Bing said, the wind direction changed just now, and the wind blew Wang Heng's scent into the zombie group, so Wang Heng was discovered. So that's how it is. This world is too dangerous. If I go up there, I'll definitely die. What should we do? Brother Heng, run quickly. There are more than 200 zombies attacking at the same time. Haha, damn Kyushu people, you've gone too far, let's see what you're going to do this time. Beautiful country. Don't bark, Don. Seeing the group of zombies moving towards him, Wang Heng's face changed, and he felt extremely conflicted. There were more than 200 zombies, more than 200 energy points and experience points. Wang Heng's brain was working rapidly. I have 11 Peashooters. 3 pea shots can kill 1 zombie. 3 volleys can kill 11 zombies. It takes more than 60 volleys to kill more than 200 zombies. The Peashooter spits out a pea every 1.5 seconds, which means it takes 2 minutes to kill these zombies. But 2 minutes is enough time for the zombies to eat me and the peas. Wang Heng made a quick decision in his mind. No, I can move with my home, and we can leave here when the zombies are close. If you can't beat me, you can always run away. Thinking of this, Wang Heng stopped hesitating and directly deployed his home position. But this time Wang Heng did not unfold it vertically, but horizontally. 11 Peashooters lined up in a row and faced the group of zombies slowly approaching from the opposite side. When the first row of zombies steps into the Peashooters' attack range, 11 Peashooters spit out bullets at the same time, and a row of peas flew out in an orderly manner and then hit the first row of zombies. After 3 rounds of volleys, the heads of the zombies in the first row of the zombie group fell to the ground. This scene is somewhat like the musketeers standing in a row in the 18th century. Li Bing looked at the scene of the Peashooter shooting on the screen. It really looked like the rows of musketeers in the 18th century, standing in a row during the war. The front row would change bullets after firing, and the back row would make up for it. The sparrow eats the cricket. I want to be a pea and shoot it, too. Goodbye, if you go up there you'll be the first one to be eaten. Although it seems that the Peashooter kills zombies one row at a time, there are a lot of zombies, stacked up in layers. When the Peashooter kills the first row, the zombies behind are also moving forward. So after the 11 Peashooters in the home killed 4 rows of zombies, the large group of zombies had already run to Wang Heng. The wind is blowing hard. Upon seeing this, Wang Heng quickly packed up his belongings and ran away. After slipping out for dozens of meters, Wang Heng unfolded his home again, and then stood there waiting for the zombies to come. There was no other way, he had to do this, to keep some distance, because Wang Heng still had to find a suitable place to start his home, and if he didn't keep some distance, Wang Heng was afraid that there wouldn't be enough time. So this is the scene on the streets of Doomsday. A group of zombies are chasing a person in front of them. The person stops from time to time, throws out a row of plants, and then the zombies fall down in rows. Chase again, then escape. And so on. By the time Wang Heng ran to the park entrance, there were only dozens of zombies left. Hey, isn't this the park where I started? Wang Heng took a look and didn't expect to end up here again. Back to the starting point, standing blankly in front of the park, Wang Heng hummed a song and unfolded his home. This time Wang Heng was not ready to escape. This was the most suitable place to bury the convenience store zombie army. Wang Heng held his shovel tightly in his hand. There must be a lot of good things in convenience stores. Wang Heng has begun to miss the various spoils in the convenience store. Little did they know that after Wang Heng left, in the alley next to the convenience store, a manhole cover suddenly opened a crack. A pair of eyes in the gap narrowed slightly, as if they were not used to the light outside. Then they looked around. After finding that there was no danger and their eyes had adapted to the light outside, the man's eyes suddenly widened, revealing bloodshot eyeballs. After another quick look around, the manhole cover slammed shut, followed by rat-like whispers from within. "Boss, all the zombies outside are gone. Are you sure? This is a busy city. There were quite a few zombies when I investigated a while ago." "Sure, I checked, there wasn't a single zombie in the alley." "Really? It seems there is always a way out." The manhole cover in the box flew open. 3 people came out of the cave one after another. The man standing in the middle of the 3 people was bald and had a face full of flesh. He didn't look like a good person at first glance. The man standing on the left of the bald man was a man wearing glasses. He looked like a dog-headed military strategist. The last man was short and looked like a rat. He was looking at the bald man in the middle with a flattering face. The 3 people's exposed skin was more or less covered with disgusting psoriasis, which was caused by living in a dark and humid environment for a long time. "Brother Chiang, all the zombies outside are gone. Why don't we go out to the alley and take a look?" The man with a wretched appearance like a rat spoke. "Nonsense, rat, I came out just for this. I've been to this street before. There's a big convenience store just outside the alley." Brother Chiang said, with the flesh on his face trembling. "Go, take a look outside the alley." Brother Chiang looked at the mouse and pointed at the entrance of the alley. The mouse didn't dare to disobey Brother Chiang, so it turned around and walked cautiously towards the entrance of the alley. When it reached the corner of the alley, the mouse timidly stuck its head out and looked outside the alley. The convenience store was on the left side of the alley, and there were no zombies on either side of the entrance. Seeing this, the mouse was delighted, and then ran to Brother Chiang. "Brother Chiang, it's strange that there is not even a single zombie outside," the mouse said happily. Brother Chiang was delighted when he heard this. "Great! The convenience store is ours. Haha, this is better than finding a mountain of gold." These 3 people are part of a group living in the city's huge sewer system. They rely on Brother Chiang's force and the glasses man's crooked ideas to get together and survive by stealing other people's food. But life in the sewers became increasingly difficult. Even rat meat was out of stock. Moreover, after hearing that a savior had appeared today, many people in the sewers left the sewers. Following the advice of the man with glasses, the 3 of them found a familiar place and crawled out of the sewers. Food is in short supply in the apocalypse, and the value of food in a convenience store cannot be matched by even a mountain of gold. "Let's go to the convenience store," Brother Chiang waved his hand, and then the 3 of them walked towards the convenience store. Walking to the door of the convenience store, Brother Chiang looked at the almost intact shelves in the convenience store and the various canned snacks on them. Brother Chiang felt a surge of excitement in his heart. With so much food, he could easily build a large force. In Doomsday, only one kind of people can be king, and that is people who have both strength and food. There are no rules in Doomsday, and people who have food but no strength will only become fat sheep in the eyes of others. A dark light flashed in the eyes of the man with glasses. In his mind, Brother Chiang was just a man with brute force but no brains. He was not suitable to follow him for a long time. If he had not been temporarily trapped in the city sewer and needed Brother Chiang's armed protection, the man with glasses would have found another way out long ago. The mouse's eyes were full of greed, but with Brother Chiang around, the mouse didn't dare to do anything out of line. After making sure there were no zombies around, Brother Chiang found a handy piece of gravel on the side of the road and smashed open the glass door of the convenience store. A zombie, probably a salesperson, crawled up from behind the shelf after hearing the sound. Brother Chiang was not panicked. The doomsday had already broken out for a month, and people no longer feared these ordinary zombies. These zombies moved slowly and any adult could easily kill one. Brother Chiang kicked the staggering zombie to the ground, then took a kitchen knife from the shelf hanging in the convenience store and chopped it on the zombie's head, and the black and yellow brain matter flowed all over the ground. Chapter 10. Ha! Wang Heng breathed a sigh of relief after shoveling the head of the last zombie off with a shovel. At this point, all the more than 200 zombies in front of the convenience store were killed. You have been upgraded and have 3 available attribute points. After killing this zombie, Wang Heng's level reached level 3. In accordance with the basic principles of all-round development of morality, intelligence, physical fitness, aesthetics, and labor, Wang Heng distributed the 3 skill points equally to the 3 attributes. Congratulations to Kyushu representative Wang Heng for being the first to reach level 3. The professional skill reward items for players have been realized and are being selected. 10 Peashooters, enhanced and enlarged versions, have been randomly distributed to the borders of the players' countries. Congratulations to Wang Heng, the representative of Zhuzhou, for being the first to reach level 3. I reward Wang Heng with 20 energy points. What is this Peashooter? An enhanced and enlarged version. Yang Shui was stunned after hearing the reward this time. After hearing Yang Shui's question, Brother Hu pointed at the screen, and part of the picture on the screen suddenly changed, and a white snow mountain appeared on the screen. This is the border between Kyushu and Asan. Li Bing said. There was a border team patrolling in the snow. Suddenly, 10 tall plants grew on the border line in front of them. These plants were 5 meters high, almost as high as 2 stories high. They looked exactly like the pea shooters planted by Wang Heng. Nest grass, cow pen. This pea shooter is so big that one pea will surely kill a bunch of people. 666, it turns out this plant is really called the pea shooter. The patrolling team was also obviously startled by the plants in front of them. The team leader quickly led the team to retreat and then took out the walkie-talkie. Report, unknown plants were found at the border. Repeat, unknown plants were found at the border. The appearance of green plants in the snow, and such large plants at that, is simply a miracle. Soon a voice came from the other end of the intercom, don't panic, those are our country's biological weapons, just patrol normally. Hiss, so the country is so powerful. The team leader looked at the plants swaying left and right in surprise. Although they had heard the sound of the National Destiny game before, border patrols had no time to look at their phones, so they naturally didn't know that this was the reward for the National Destiny game. Netizens from other countries were also shocked when they saw this scene. Wow, peas this big, I feel like one can crush a tank. United States. May I ask how India feels now that there are 10 such huge plants on the border? Beautiful country. On the other side, after receiving the reward, Wang Heng had 300 energy points. This is the first time that Wang Heng has such a large amount of energy points. Wang Heng directly exchanged 6 squares of land. Now Wang Heng has 17 squares of land. Now the shape of Wang Heng's home is 2 rectangles of different lengths put together. One rectangle is 11 times 1 and the other is 6 times 1. As for the nut wall, Wang Heng felt that there was no need for defense at the moment, only a fence would be enough. Anyway, Wang Heng could reclaim his home at any time. If he couldn't win, Wang Heng could take his home and run away. The monk can run away but the temple cannot. For Wang Heng, even the monk can run away and the temple can follow. Wang Heng used the sunlight obtained from killing zombies to plant 6 pea shooters. Now Wang Heng has a total of 17 pea shooters in his hands. It's time to reap the spoils. All the zombies were cleared out, and the convenience store belonged to Wang Heng. Wang Heng put away the home. When he encountered a zombie corpse on the road, Wang Heng summoned the home and threw the zombie corpse into the soil of the home. This is energy points, we can't waste it. The corpses of more than 200 zombies can still be exchanged for more than 20 energy points. After a while, Wang Heng arrived at the door of the convenience store. Looking inside, Wang Heng saw a wretched-looking man standing next to the first row of shelves, holding a box of kudo duo and eating it with relish. FK, my gains have been plucked. Wang Heng was stunned. I worked so hard to kill more than 200 zombies, but now my gains have been plucked and I have become someone else's. How can I tolerate this? The mouse that was eating Cheeto inside looked up and saw a figure at the door. At first the mouse thought it was a zombie, but upon closer inspection it realized that the zombie was not so clean and was a living person. "Brother Chiang, someone is coming," the mouse shouted. Brother Chiang, who was counting supplies inside and thinking about how to place them, heard someone coming and a hint of cruelty flashed in his eyes. Brother Chiang regards these foods as his lifeblood, and no one can touch them. Brother Chiang picked up a kitchen knife and followed the man with glasses out from the depths of the shelf. "Where?" Brother Chiang clenched the kitchen knife, but before the mouse could answer, Brother Chiang saw a figure standing outside. He's still a kid whose hair hasn't even grown out yet. Looking at the young face of the man outside, Brother Chiang showed disdain. The man with glasses standing next to him was looking at Wang Heng standing outside and fell into deep thought. Because Wang Heng is too clean, yes, really clean. It has been a month since the apocalypse, and there are dangers everywhere. The three of them were all covered in skin diseases and looked slovenly, while Wang Heng outside, except for his messy hair, was dressed appropriately, and there was no trace of skin disease on his exposed skin. Brother Chiang didn't think too much about it and just walked out. When Wang Heng saw the man eating kudo duo in the convenience store, he shouted first, and then two people came out. "Wow, they are in the same group." Wang Heng looked at the three people in the convenience store. "That bald guy looks like someone who is not easy to mess with, and seems like a ruthless person. The guy with glasses at the back looks like a man with kidney deficiency." Wang Heng heaved a sigh of relief after confirming that these three people had no hot weapons. As long as they had no hot weapons and could not directly threaten his life from a distance, Wang Heng was not afraid of these people. The open space in front of the convenience store is also enough for Wang Heng to build his home. So Wang Heng looked at the three people walking outside with confidence. "Kid, I'll give you a chance. Either you recognize me as your big brother and make a living in this doomsday, or..." Brother Chiang paused slightly, a bloodthirsty smile appeared on his face, and he shook the kitchen knife in his hand. The meaning was self-evident. "Puff!" Wang Heng sneered after hearing it, and then in Brother Chiang's murderous eyes, Wang Heng shook his head and said, "I will give you two choices. The first is to get out of here quickly, and the second is I will help you get out." The villain died because he talked too much, and the same was true for the good guys. However, Wang Heng now has all his skills in his home. Although he has a shovel cannot beat three people, so finding a way to get them close is the best option. "Stop pretending to be a gangster here. I think you don't know what a dirty trick is. What a joke. In this era, how dare you pretend without any firearms, but with a kitchen knife? If you want to be a big brother, how can you not have a pump-action shotgun?" When Brother Chiang heard what Wang Heng said, his face turned grim. "Boy, there were a lot of people like you in the sewers at the beginning, but unfortunately they were all eaten. Since you want to die, I will grant your wish." Brother Chiang didn't have the patience to say another word to Wang Heng. "Go ahead." Brother Chiang waved his hand and asked the mouse to follow him to kill Wang Heng as soon as possible. There was a mountain of food waiting for him in the convenience store. There was a glimmer of ruthlessness in the eyes of Mouse. Although he was Brother Chiang's lackey and looked fawning all day long, Mouse had killed people before. It was just that the weak always swung their knives at the weaker ones, and Mouse only dared to bully and kill those weaker than himself. Now, Wang Heng, who looked like a pretty boy in front of him, was naturally the target of Mouse's knife. Then the mouse, together with Brother Chiang, who was holding a kitchen knife and had a ferocious look on his face, rushed towards Wang Heng in the shape of a horn. Originally, Brother Chiang thought that the pretty boy in front of him would be trembling with fear when facing the charge of two people, but who knew that this guy didn't move at all, and even had a hint of disdain and eagerness on his face? Of course Wang Heng was eager to make a move, because this might be his first time to kill someone, his first kill in the game. In Wang Heng's view, this was still a game. Wang Heng remembered how excited he was when he went back to his hometown to kill chickens. Watching the chickens having their necks cut and twitching and struggling in his hands, he always had an inexplicable feeling in his heart, as if he was holding the life and death of others in his hands. Brother Chiang took 2 steps at a time and came to a place 3 meters away from Wang Heng, holding the kitchen knife high with a ferocious and bloodthirsty look in his eyes. Rat was also on the side, ready to subdue Wang Heng. Wang Heng waved his right hand, and in front of Brother Chiang and the mouse's surprised eyes, 2 rows of strange-looking green creatures over 1 meter tall suddenly appeared behind Wang Heng. His Brother Chiang and the mouse were so frightened that they braked the car instantly. The man with glasses behind him had an expression that said as expected. Chapter 11. Chiang, Brother Chiang, is this a magic trick? The mouse opened his mouth in surprise and asked Brother Chiang with some fear. Brother Chiang's face darkened, and he had a bad feeling in his heart. Who are you? Then Brother Chiang seemed to have thought of something. Are you the savior? The voice that echoed in the minds of the earthlings not long ago clearly told them that a savior would appear and that the savior would have special abilities. The dozen or so plants that appeared before their eyes clearly belonged to the category of special abilities. Savior! The mouse next to him also exclaimed, looking at Wang Heng with an incredible expression in his eyes. To be precise, he was looking at the dozen or so plants behind Wang Heng that were still shaking slightly. Although he didn't know what the dozen or so plants behind Wang Heng were used for, Brother Chiang also knew that he would not be able to own this convenience store today. However, a real man can bend and stretch. As long as the mountains are green, there will be no shortage of firewood. His own life is more important than the convenience store. You win, this convenience store is yours, bye. Brother Chiang knew that the savior would be difficult to deal with, so he simply handed over the convenience store and prepared to leave. Unexpectedly, Wang Heng laughed after hearing this. Haha, who do you think you are? If you want to kill me, then kill me. If you can't beat me, then run away. There are not many survivors in the doomsday, and they are all on the same enemy side. There is a high probability that they will meet again in the future, so Wang Heng does not intend to leave any trouble. Hearing Wang Heng's words, Brother Chiang's face flashed with anger. You don't go too far, what do you want? Brother Chiang didn't know that while he was saying this, the man with glasses behind him quietly took a few steps back, putting some distance between himself and Brother Chiang and Lao Shu. What do you want? Wang Heng said to himself. He knew that he should not talk too much before killing someone because this would give the protagonist a chance. So Wang Heng didn't say anything else and just waved his hand suddenly. The pea-shooters behind them all spat peas at the 2 people in front of them. Then of course I'll kill you. Brother Chiang and the mouse looked on in horror as a dozen giant peas shot towards them. No. Don't. The mouse was so frightened that he couldn't speak, and could only squeeze out a few words from between his teeth. Brother Chiang's legs were also trembling. No one would be able to stand there peacefully after seeing such a dense array of peas coming towards them. The next second, the peas hit Brother Chiang and the mouse. When the first pea hit them, they didn't feel any pain. Before they could say anything, the rest of the peas hit them one after another. The mouse and Chiang Ji's arms fell to the ground, followed by their heads. People and zombies are different. If a zombie's head falls off, not much will come out. Because the zombies have been exposed to the sun for a month and have basically become mummies, there won't be anything left even if their heads fall off. But it's different for people. An adult has a lot of blood in his body. When the heads of Lao Shu and Brother Chiang fell off, blood gushed out from their broken necks like a fountain. The scene on the screen made Yang Shuet and Hu Ji's stomachs churn and their faces turned pale. Li Bing, who was standing next to them, had obviously seen a similar scene before and his expression remained unchanged. Wow, 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 someone has killed someone. It's so bloody and disgusting. I've already vomited. They just killed 2 people like that? Wang Heng is too cruel. They didn't do anything wrong. The doomsday upstairs will kill you first. Kyushu people are really bloody and violent. United States. That's right, this is murder, it's too cruel. Iron Tower country. Wang Heng's behavior can't be considered murder. At most, it can be considered self-defense. Seeing that the other 2 anchors were not in good condition, Li Bing spoke up and played a role in guiding public opinion. These two people deserve to die. Holding a kitchen knife has already threatened Wang Heng's life. Besides, Earth is at the end of the world, and the law and order have collapsed. It's nothing for Wang Heng to kill people. Yes, I believe that everyone has seen many doomsday movies and novels, in which the law and morality collapse and people are willing to do anything to survive. Brother Hu was the first to adjust and took over Li Bing's words. On the other side, Wang Heng felt a little nauseous when he saw this scene, but he quickly got used to it. He had played a lot of bloody games, and it was common for him to turn around and bleed. Wang Heng turned his head and cast his gaze at the man with glasses who was out of the range of the Peashooter. "Aren't you in the same group with them?" Wang Heng asked. What surprised Wang Heng was that the man with glasses was obviously in the same group with the bald guy, but after leaving the convenience store, the man with glasses kept away from the two guys in front. It was before, but not now. The man with glasses spoke and openly admitted the fact that he was in cahoots with Brother Chiang and Lao Shu. "Oh? Why?" Wang Heng looked at the man with glasses with interest. The man with glasses spoke slowly, "Because they are courting death, I naturally have to cut off ties with them." The man with glasses felt something was wrong as soon as he left the convenience store. Wang Heng must be the source of the problem. When Wang Heng summoned 2 rows of plants, the feeling of something wrong in the man's heart reached its peak. "So what are you going to do now?" Wang Heng asked. The man with glasses was still standing here, and smartly stood outside the range of the Peashooter. "You are the savior," the man with glasses said with certainty. "Can I come to you?" the man with glasses continued. Wang Heng nodded. "Okay, come over." Unexpectedly, the man with glasses smiled when he heard Wang Heng's words. "Well, can you put away the plants behind you first?" Wang Heng was a little surprised. This guy was quite smart, much better than the 2 fools before. Wang Heng had planned to kill him with the Peashooter when he got close to him. What a joke! This kidney-deficient guy was not a good guy at first glance. Wang Heng naturally would not accept him as his younger brother. Who knew that this guy would not be fooled? Wang Heng had to find another way. Wang Heng had more than just plants. "Okay." Wang Heng nodded, then waved his hand and the home was put away. The man with glasses heaved a sigh of relief after seeing this scene, because in his opinion Wang Heng was not a threat at all, and he looked like he had kidney deficiency just like himself. In his opinion, Wang Heng's role as the savior depended on the abilities of the plants behind him. But what the man with glasses didn't know was that Wang Heng was also a melee fighter. Then the man with glasses walked towards Wang Heng, and Wang Heng looked at him with a gentle smile. When the man with glasses came face to face with Wang Heng, he suddenly realized something was wrong. Wang Heng's smile became more and more weird, and this weird smile became the brightest when he walked in front of Wang Heng. Not good. The man with glasses felt alarm bells going off as he noticed the slightly bulging muscles under Wang Heng's sleeves. Wang Heng's current strength attribute is 11 points, which is slightly higher than the normal adult's 10 points, so his physique has also been improved. The man with glasses subconsciously wanted to run away. If you can't win, it's okay to run away. Your fist can't kill me from such a distance. The man with glasses thought that Wang Heng must have practiced martial arts, but it would be difficult for him to kill him since he was unarmed. So he turned around and tried to slip away, exposing his back to Wang Heng. The next second, a silver-white shovel appeared in Wang Heng's hand, leaving the fragile back to Wang Heng holding the shovel. Wang Heng shoveled directly at the glasses man's neck, and the next second the sharp shovel pierced the back of the glasses man's neck. Puchi! The sound of a sharp weapon entering flesh was heard. The man with glasses only felt a pain in the back of his neck, then he lost consciousness and fell straight to the ground. Blood flowed down the neck of the man with glasses. Wang Heng walked forward, pressed the handle of the shovel downwards, and expressionlessly shoveled the entire head of the man with glasses off. Blood gushed out, some even splashing onto Wang Heng's face. "It's real." Feeling the warmth on his face, Wang Heng couldn't help but sigh, "It's so real." Ah! When did he become like this? Wang Heng's mother looked at the screen in horror. This. Wang Heng's father also felt a little strange for a moment, but Wang Heng's father has also watched many doomsday movies, and he knows that being too soft-hearted will not lead to survival, so he can accept Wang Heng's changes. Only people like his son can live long, Xiao Heng can live well this way. Wang Heng's father patted Wang Heng's mother on the back. Damn, this is so scary. I originally thought that brother Wang Heng was a college student like me, but now I was wrong. College student, have you ever seen a college student kill someone the same way he kills a chicken? FK, he just had his head moved without any expression on his face. Bullshit, show me your ass. 3 minutes for 3 people. I can't chop earthworms with a shovel as easily as this. Chapter 12. Looking at the broken limbs and body parts on the ground, Wang Heng sighed a little. 3 lives were lost just like that. However, the 3 of them deserved to die, and it was normal for them to die. Wang Heng did not have any psychological burden. But what should we do with these bodies? Just leave them like this. Wang Heng looked at the bodies with missing limbs and heads on the ground. There is no reward for killing these people. You can get energy, experience, and sunlight by killing ordinary zombies, which is a bit of a loss. If the 3 of them heard that Wang Heng killed them and still complained about it, they would probably be so angry that they would die again. Just then Dave's figure appeared. Oh my god, you killed someone. Yeah, what use are these corpses? Wang Heng glanced at Dave's shadow. Little did they know that this look scared many people in front of the screen. The look in the eyes of someone who has just killed someone is different from the look in the eyes of someone who has not killed anyone. FK, Brother Heng's look scared me to death. There is murderous intent. The murderous intent is real. Woo woo, I peed too. When I was a kid I thought peeing was embarrassing, but now I feel comfortable. Are you serious? Dave was stunned for a moment, then looked at the bodies on the ground and said, oh, maybe you can plant them in your homestead. Wang Heng was also stunned. Why was this person's body planted in the soil? To use it as fertilizer for plants? To add a buff? But Wang Heng still did it, because Dave would not harm him and there was no harm in doing so. Wang Heng summoned his home and then cleared out 3 Peashooters. The bodies were thrown onto the lawn. Under Wang Heng's gaze, the 3 corpses gradually disappeared, as if they were eaten by the grass, and then a small grave mound rose up. That's it. Wang Heng was stunned. Just 3 more graves for himself? What's the point of offering tribute or burning incense? Swish, swish, swish. Suddenly, a sound of breaking ground was heard. Wang Heng turned his gaze towards the source of the sound. It turned out to be the 3 grave mounds. Tombstones grew in front of the 3 grave mounds. The grey-white tombstones looked a bit creepy. There were words written on it. Wang Heng moved closer to take a look. An ordinary zombie's tombstone. Oh, I see. Maybe I'll see my old zombie friends soon. They wanted to eat my brain, but now I've become friends with them. I'm really crazy, wah. Dave said in a whining voice. Could it be that zombies will grow out of these graves? Wang Heng looked at the graves with some surprise. In Plants vs Zombies, some tombstones will always grow on the lawn in the night levels. These tombstones will grow zombies in the last wave, so Wang Heng was also curious whether the 3 extra tombstones in his home would grow zombies. Oh! Of course! If you don't believe me, open your career and take a look. Dave spoke and answered Wang Heng. After hearing Dave's words, Wang Heng opened his career interface. The original career interface was a series of grey cards, and there were 2 unlocked plants, sunflower and Peashooter. Now it has become 2 major categories of options. Check the plants. Check out the zombies. Wang Heng opened it to check the zombies. There were also cards inside, but the first card had already lit up. A regular zombie tombstone. 100 sunshine. Wow, I can really grow zombies. Wang Heng was stunned for a moment, and then he was surprised. It would be great to be able to grow zombies, because there are many special zombies among them, such as the Dancing King who can summon other zombies, the tall giant zombie Gargantu, zombies driving sleds and so on. Wang Heng was already a little impatient. As there was still enough sunlight on his body, he was ready to summon a zombie to try something new. After Wang Heng used up 100 sunlights, a hand suddenly stretched out from the 3 graves in front of him. The hand was bluish in color, and a small section of the suit sleeve was visible below the wrist. Oh shit, the corpse is resurrected. Did you see it? There is a hand sticking out from the grave. I saw it. I'm not blind. It's so scary. It's over. Brother Heng got his retribution for murdering someone. He's crawling out of the ground to take revenge. The scene before our eyes was beyond human comprehension. Hands suddenly emerged from the grave. Was this a resurrection of the dead or something else? Wang Heng was also a little surprised, not because of the hand that came out, but because the number was wrong. Wang Heng spent 100 sun rays, and 1 zombie should have come out. Why did zombies come out of 3 graves? But before Wang Heng could figure it out, 3 zombies crawled out of the soil. The Peashooter noticed the zombies behind him, but he didn't feel any danger. Instead, he felt a sense of fellow creatures, so he didn't attack. The 3 zombies stood there stupidly. Wang Heng walked forward and took a look. The 3 zombies looked exactly like the ordinary zombies in Plants vs. Zombies. They were about 1.7 meters tall, with cyan skin, a few sparse hairs on their heads, a pair of big, castellan eyes, and open mouths with no saliva, only a few sparse, large teeth. He was wearing a brown suit and a red tie, with his arms hanging straight down and his upper body slightly leaning forward. He was wearing blue suit pants, one leg of which was torn, revealing half of his skinny calf. He was wearing brown leather shoes. The 2 legs and feet are presented in a twisted posture, and the overall appearance looks like a combination of pigeon-toed and bow-legged. Wow, what's going on? A zombie really crawled out. Is it a zombie? Yang Shui exclaimed when she saw this scene. It shouldn't be. We can see that contestant Wang Heng is not afraid. He looks like he knows everything. He should know that a corpse will crawl out. Brother Hu said. It should be one of Wang Heng's special abilities. Oh shit, 6666, is Brother Heng from Xiangzi? Why do you say it's from Xiangzi? Xiangzi corpse carrying. But this zombie just stands there like a puppet. Take a step forward. Wang Heng tried to command these zombies. After Wang Heng gave the order, the 3 zombies took a step forward in unison, and only 1 step. It really works. Wang Heng was overjoyed. Wang Heng looked at the zombies and nodded continuously. FK, it's moving. It's really moving. Cool. Brother Heng must be from Xiangzi. Shocking. A college student live broadcasts corpse driving. He is actually the heir of the corpse driving method in Xiangzi. Wow. Tremolo, it's really a magical oriental country. Beautiful country. I knew this ancient country was not easy to mess with. Not only did they know kung fu, they could also manipulate corpses. The sun never sets. This is the magic of the dead. If we encounter the people of Kyushu, we should surrender. Iron Tower country. But now Wang Heng wants to figure out one thing, why 3 zombies appeared even though Wang Heng only used 100 sunlights. Wang Heng opened the career panel and found a clue in it. A normal zombie's tombstone. Wang Heng tried to open it. It works indeed. A normal zombie's tombstone. If you don't want to use it anymore, you can use the gravestone devourer to devour it. Unlock condition, bury a dead person in your lawn. Once unlocked, you only need 100 sunlight to summon zombies directly from the tombstones of ordinary zombies you already have. Ordinary level 1 zombies, these zombies have very low defense, slow movement speed, and like to eat brains. Brains? Brains. They pursue brains day and night. Old and smelly brains? Rotten brains? Or fresh and delicious brains? It doesn't matter, they are all delicious in their eyes, but now they are yours. They can understand some simple instructions and are completely loyal to you. This loyalty is engraved in their brains. Wait, they don't seem to have a head, but don't worry that they will eat your brain at night, because their loyalty to you exceeds their desire for brains. Wang Heng understood. The most important sentence was you can summon zombies from the tombstones of ordinary zombies you already have. In other words, Wang Heng only needs 1 corpse to plant a tombstone. As long as there is a tombstone, Wang Heng can spend 100 suns to summon an ordinary zombie from the existing tombstone. As long as there are 100 tombstones, Wang Heng can use 100 suns to summon 100 zombies. That's great. As long as I have 100 tombstones, each zombie only needs one ray of sunlight. Wang Heng thought to himself. However, this is not very realistic. Not to mention whether Wang Heng has 100 grids of land, it is not easy to deal with just 100 people. Moreover, ordinary zombies have limited effects, and unlocking other zombies in the future will probably require certain conditions, and dead bodies will definitely be one of them. Let's use these 3 tombstones first. Wang Heng took a look. Chapter 13. Wang Heng's current home is not very large and cannot accommodate too many tombstones, and Wang Heng does not have that many corpses to plant tombstones. Wang Heng put away his home, along with the 3 zombies. Rustle, rustle. Suddenly, an overwhelming rustling sound was heard all around. Wang Heng looked around in confusion, and his face changed. Countless zombies were rushing towards the door of the convenience store. Wang Heng looked at the pools of blood on the ground with a grim expression. It was the blood that attracted these zombies. Although the zombies' hearing and sense of smell have a certain range, that is when there is no blood seen. If there is blood seen, all the zombies within 1,000-meter radius will be attracted. Damn, I forgot about this. Wang Heng was a little annoyed, but there was no point in being annoyed now. The real thing was how to escape from the encirclement of zombies. Wang Heng didn't think that the 14 Peashooters and 3 ordinary zombies in his home could deal with so many zombies, and there were also evolved zombies hiding in the zombie horde. What should I do? Cold sweat dripped from Wang Heng's forehead. Wang Heng was not familiar with the terrain here and didn't know where to run. It would be great if there was a local here. Wang Heng suddenly regretted killing the man with glasses. Here. Just as Wang Heng was thinking about where to escape, a head and a hand suddenly popped out from the wall behind him on the right, and a disheveled man waved at Wang Heng. Wang Heng turned his head and no longer cared whether the man was good or bad. No matter how bad he was, it was not as bad as being surrounded by countless zombies. Wang Heng ran towards the man, his nerves tense, ready to take out the shovel and shovel off the man's head at any time. Only when Wang Heng ran to the man did he discover there was a small alley here. And there is not just one person here, but 2, both of whom are disheveled and their faces cannot be seen clearly. The 2 men said nothing, but just stared at Wang Heng with clear eyes. Then the taller one pulled the shorter one and ran deep into the alley. They ran to a sewer, opened the manhole cover and jumped in. Because there are also traces of zombies ahead. Wang Heng's face changed. There was no way to make a living in the sewer. It was very dangerous to jump in. But the roar of zombies coming from behind forced Wang Heng to make a choice. Wang Heng ran to the manhole cover and opened it, then climbed down the ladder in the sewer. Before going down, he did not forget to cover the manhole cover so that the zombies would not be able to catch up with him. Hanging on the ladder of the sewer shaft, Wang Heng looked down. The bottom of the sewer was dry and the sewage had basically dried up. The 2 people from before were hiding aside and staring at Wang Heng. Wang Heng climbed down the sewer ladder only after making sure that there was no one else there and that the 2 men had no weapons. Wang Heng breathed a sigh of relief when he stood on the ground in the sewer. Then he looked at the 2 people not far in front of him. The atmosphere in the sewer became a little awkward for a moment. Thank you. Wang Heng spoke first and said thank you. The taller man glanced at Wang Heng and said, "You're welcome." From the sound of his voice, he sounded like a man, not very old. The zombies above our heads. Wang Heng pointed upwards. The man was silent for a while. Don't worry. The sewer smells strong and is deep. The zombies can't find it. They will disperse soon, but some zombies will still stay and wander around here. Oh! Wang Heng felt relieved. Without the threat of zombies, the only uneasy factors were the 2 people in front of him. Why save me? Wang Heng spoke. The man was silent for a while, because you killed Brother Chiang. Brother Chiang. Wang Heng thought about it, this social name, is it the bald guy? The man nodded. Can you tell me about your situation? Wang Heng asked. He wanted to know about the indigenous people of this land. The man was silent for a moment, as if sorting out his thoughts, and then he spoke slowly. The sewers are home to many people. Brother Chiang is the local boss of the sewers in this small neighborhood. We are bullied by Brother Chiang and sometimes forced to go out to find food. But today, many people have basically come out of the sewers. Brother Chiang and the others had no choice but to crawl out of the sewer as well. These two people are the brother and sister from before. Ever since the eldest brother met Wang Heng, he has been considering their future. If they rely on themselves alone, it would be impossible for them to continue to survive in this city, especially when there is almost no food in the sewer. So the man decided to take a gamble, hoping that Wang Heng would not kill them but would take them in. But even if you have to gamble your life, you have to find an opportunity with the greatest chance of winning. This opportunity came soon, as Wang Heng was surrounded by zombies and had nowhere to go. Appearing at this time would undoubtedly become Wang Heng's savior. So the man showed up with his sister and saved Wang Heng. You. Wang Heng pointed at the man, then at the figure next to him. What's your name? My name is Yang Chao, the man said his name, then looked at the person next to him. Yang Chao took a deep breath. He had already made his bet and there was no way back. This is my sister, Yang Meyer. Hello, hello. A hoarse voice came from Yang Meyer who was beside Yang Chao. Wang Heng saw Yang Chao's worry. Girls are always in danger in the doomsday. In fact, boys are also in danger, but the chance is still smaller than that of girls. My name is Wang Heng. Wang Heng said and told the two his name. The two nodded. Then the atmosphere in the sewer fell into an awkward silence again. These two people are so thin and don't look dangerous, Yang Shui said. There is no such thing as absolute safety in the doomsday, and humans are the most unreliable. Li Bing spoke up, analyzing human nature. Judging from the decisive kill of the three-man group before, Wang Heng should have thought about these things. Brother Hu said. If I were Brother Heng, I would keep the girls and kill the boys. 666, are you going to start a harem? Wow, the little girl looks so pitiful, so small and skinny. Brother Heng, please take them in. Brother Doomsday Heng will definitely kill you first. Thank you for saving me. Wang Heng broke the silence. I can give you food and water as a reward. Wang Heng pointed upwards and said, after the zombies are gone. Wang Heng originally thought that the two would accept it. After all, food is more precious than gold in the doomsday. Moreover, judging from their skinny appearance, they must have not eaten good food for a long time. Who knew that Yang Chao actually shook his head? This made Wang Heng a little surprised. Could it be that these two people did not ask for anything in return? They simply came to the aid of the injustice they saw? Are there really such kind people? No, definitely not, Wang Heng thought to himself. If you don't ask for food in return, then what you want is people. These two people had no intention of taking food, so it was obvious who was plotting against them, Wang Heng. To be precise, it is the difference between being full at one meal and being full every meal. Sure enough, Yang Chao's next words confirmed Wang Heng's guess. You are the savior, right? Can we be your subordinates? Yang Chao said his thoughts without any hesitation. Now is not the time to hesitate. I can kill zombies, and my sister. Yang Chao glanced at his sister, then pulled her to his side. She can do everything, cooking, washing clothes, cleaning, and massaging legs. Yang Meyer looked at Wang Heng timidly. Wang Heng was silent for a moment, then looked at Yang Chao, a smart man. When Yang Chao said this, Wang Heng had already seen some clues. These two people had their own motives in saving him, but the reason why Wang Heng was trapped in the zombie siege was not because of these two people. The zombie siege just happened to give them the opportunity. A smart person, especially a smart local, would also be helpful to Wang Heng. But this girl, Wang Heng suddenly thought of a joke, and some ideas emerged in his mind. You can stay. Wang Heng pointed at Yang Chao. When Yang Chao heard Wang Heng's words, his face first brightened with joy, and then he thought of something. Yang Meyer was also stunned because he saw that Wang Heng was referring to one person, not two people. Forget it, I can't be separated from my sister. Yang Chao glanced at Yang Meir, then spoke with some trepidation. Yang Meir bit her lip, then looked at Yang Chao resolutely, "Brother, don't worry about me, just go with him. I'll just be a burden to you if I'm here." Yang Chao didn't say anything, but his hand held Yang Meir tightly like a pair of pliers. "Okay, stop pretending to be a loving brother and sister in front of me." Wang Heng said, "I didn't say I wouldn't keep your sister, but she has to pass my test before she can leave. If your sister passes, both of you can stay. If you fail, I'll give you food and we won't owe each other anything." After Wang Heng finished speaking, Yang Chao's face changed. This was already the best result. It all depended on whether Yang Meir could pass the test that Wang Heng mentioned. "Hey, how will contestant Wang Heng test Yang Meir?" Yang Shui said, looking at the screen. "I don't know. I don't quite understand what Wang Heng is thinking." Li Bing said. "What's the test? Is it to test whether she can do everything? Doge. There's something wrong with you upstairs. The little girl is so pitiful. Why didn't Wang Heng just take her in? Why did he set up a test for her? That's right, can a man be more generous? It's a blessing for a girl to go with you, why do you need to test her? Hurry up and tell us you are here for a trip to Kyushu. Come on, there are no such women in foreign countries. Foreign women who fight would have beaten themselves to death long ago." Chapter 14. "The test is simple," Wang Heng said slowly. Yang Chao and Yang Meir became nervous at the same time, waiting for Wang Heng to continue speaking. "Just answer a few questions for me. If you answer them all correctly, you'll pass. If you answer them incorrectly, I'm sorry, you two can go together." Wang Heng continued. "Are you ready?" Wang Heng asked. "Yeah." Yang Meir nodded. "First question. You live in a shelter, and you see a zombie outside the door who looks like he has been hungry for a long time and looks very pitiful. Do you want to let him in and let him eat some meat? Yes, or no?" Wang Heng asked the question slowly. "Puchi." Yang Shui laughed out loud when she heard Wang Heng's question, but then she realized that this was wrong and apologized hastily, "I'm sorry, I lost my composure." There was also something strange on Brother Hu's face. What kind of question was Wang Heng asking? What about the zombie being hungry for a long time? Should he let him in to have some food? Li Bing looked thoughtful. "Ha ha ha, I'm dying of laughter. What kind of question is this, Brother Heng? Is this a brain teaser? The answer is definitely not that simple. Anyone with a discerning eye would know that it cannot be allowed in, so I chose to let it in and let the zombies have a taste of meat/doge. This wave is a single move of 6. Haha, the Kyushu contestant is crazy, what kind of question is this? Beautiful country." Yang Chao and Yang Meir looked a little strange when they heard this question. Obviously, everyone knew that such a stupid question should not be asked. However, Yang Chao felt that the problem would not be that simple. Wang Heng was the savior, so did the zombies need to be saved as well? Yang Meir felt that this might be a brain teaser, or it might be a normal question. Isn't the first question very simple? Yang Meir was a little confused for a moment. 1987. Wang Heng began to count down. Obviously there is a time limit for answering questions. Yang Meir gritted her teeth, and then shouted out her choice, "No." Then he looked at Wang Heng nervously. Wang Heng smiled and said, "Congratulations, you got the first question right." Only then did Yang Chao and Yang Meir breathe a sigh of relief. Question 2. It's still a shelter. There's a man outside the door asking for help. Do you want to open the door for him? Yes or no? Wang Heng asked the second question, which was still about whether to open the door. This is, Yang Shui seemed to have noticed some pattern. Li Bing understood something. Stinky man, I definitely won't let him in. I won't let it in even if you ask me to. We can't let a strange man into the shelter. This question is easier than the previous one. Yang Chao looked thoughtful when he heard the question, but he couldn't discuss it with his sister. Yang Meir was stunned for a moment. Is this a test of whether I have love? No, if Wang Heng was really a caring person, he would not have set up these questions, but would have taken us in directly. Yang Meir thought about it, and considering that her brother Yang Chao had told her to be ruthless and be wary of everyone, she would definitely not open the door to the person Yang Mir brought into Wang Heng's problem. No. Yang Mir gave her answer. Yang Chao breathed a sigh of relief after hearing this, as Yang Mir had the same idea as he did. Wang Heng nodded, that's right. The third question. It's still a shelter, and you're still the gatekeeper. There's a weak girl outside the door asking for help. Do you want to let her in? Yes, or no? This is Wang Heng testing human nature. Yang Shui said with some confusion. Yes, to be precise, Wang Heng is excluding something called the Virgin Mary. Li Bing said. This made some people furious. Virgin Mary? Why is it mother? Is it discriminatory against women? Why not the Holy Lord? Why did Wang Heng test the girls alone and not the men? What's wrong with the girl? She's kind-hearted, isn't she? I won't watch it anymore. I won't be a fan of Wang Heng anymore. I didn't expect that our national representative would be such a person. If it were me, I would definitely let the girl in. What danger could a girl bring? Then change your nationality. Who needs your attention? Before you do, spit out that 1 month of your life. This time, Yang Mir was stunned and brought herself in. There was a girl outside the door, and she was also a girl, so she knew how difficult it was for girls in Doomsday. But then Yang Mir remembered what Yang Chao had told her, that she should not trust anyone except herself and should not be deceived by appearances. Yang Mir made up her mind, no. Then Wang Heng nodded and said, correct. Congratulations. One last question. Wang Heng spoke. When Yang Mir and Yang Chao heard Wang Heng say that this was the last question, they became nervous. You are driving a train and you come to a fork in the road. Your brother is tied to one track and 100 people are tied to the other track. Which way will you go? 666, the classic train problem. Can I choose not to open it, /Doge/? Wang Heng agreed and buried you in his back garden. Of course we have to save 100 people. We can't give up 100 people just for the life of one person. Upstairs, if you go in there, Brother Heng will definitely bury you in the back garden as fertilizer. Yang Chao, the one upstairs, you are so great, so noble, let me die by myself. Yang Mir didn't hesitate about this question and answered directly and decisively, save my brother, and crush 100 people to death. Wang Heng immediately realized that there was something imperfect about this question, because Yang Chao was Yang Mir's family member, so he would definitely save his family first. Most people would not be able to sacrifice their relatives for the sake of justice, but the problem had already been pointed out and it was difficult for Wang Heng to change it. Congratulations, you got the answer right and passed the test. Wang Heng could only speak helplessly, and then decided to change the last question in the future and replace that person with a passerby. However, these questions were just Wang Heng's sudden thoughts. Whether he could remember them in the future was another matter. Yet, Yang Mir jumped up happily, and then hugged Yang Chao fiercely, brother, I passed, we are saved. Yang Chao also breathed a sigh of relief. This time the bet was right, and both his life and his sister's life were saved. Yang Chao's face turned serious, and then he pulled Yang Mir, who was still excited about passing the test, and knelt heavily towards Wang Heng. What are you doing? Wang Heng stepped aside to avoid the two men's greeting and did not accept their greeting. Thank you, brother Wang, for taking me in. From now on, my brother and I's lives belong to you. Yang Chao was a fan of the Three Kingdoms before the Doomsday broke out, so the only way he could think of to show the greatest respect to his future elder brother was to kneel down. Wang Heng looked at the two of them with a bit of a smile on his face. Get up, you can still be considered my saviors. Besides, this opportunity was fought for by your sister herself. Follow me and do a good job, ah. After hearing Wang Heng say this, Yang Chao pulled Yang Mir and stood up. Yang Chao was about to say something when he found Wang Heng standing there in a daze. Congratulations to Kyushu player Wang Heng for being the first to have his own power. The announcement of the National Destiny game sounded. Please name your force. The mechanical voice sounded again, but this time it only sounded in Wang Heng's ears. Does this count as having my own power? I only have 2 younger brothers. Wang Heng was a little confused, but he reacted quickly. We need to give the force a name. What's a good name? Hey, contestant Wang Heng has his own power now. Yang Shui exclaimed. And you have to give your faction a name. Hu Jie continued, this is a bit like an online game. Zhuzhu Alliance, shout with me, Zhuzhu Alliance. Mickey Mouse Clubhouse. Garden Babies. Netizens started a wildly imaginative naming contest. G Mimicry Beauty. Chicken Soup is here, Alliance. Wang Heng was in distress. Just call it, it's hard to pick a name. Wang Heng wanted to give up. Wang Heng used to have difficulty choosing names when playing games. Wait. Wang Heng suddenly thought of something. Aren't there 2 people in front of him? Why not ask for their advice? Then Wang Heng looked at the Yang Chao brothers and sisters who were looking at him and asked, Chao. Brother Heng, go ahead. If I want to set up a faction, what name should I give it? Yang Chao thought about what Wang Heng said and said, the name of the faction. Yes, yes. Then it must include your name, Brother Heng. After all, it is you who established the power. That makes sense. Go on. Heng, Eternity, let's call it the Eternal Kingdom. Yang Chao's eyes lit up and he thought of a nice name, the Eternal Kingdom, which sounded very classy and elegant. The Eternal Kingdom. Wang Heng muttered while holding the frame of his glasses. The Eternal Kingdom sounds like the name of a country. Let's call it the Eternal Home. Chapter 15. Congratulations to Kyushu's contestant Wang Heng for taking the lead in establishing his own power, the Eternal Home. Reward, King Heng of Kyushu's homeland area x 10 grids, and 150 energy points. Reward Kyushu with 10 square kilometers of land. After Wang Heng decided on the name of the faction, the reward announcement of the National Destiny game sounded again. All the people who were selected to participate in the National Destiny game and people from all over the world who were paying attention to the National Destiny game were stunned. It was the people from Kyushu who won the reward again. This time the reward is still land area. How can we award 10 square kilometers of land? Are we assigning land from other countries to our country? 10 square kilometers is a bit small. The building upstairs is not small. 10 square kilometers is about the size of 1,400 football fields. Is this all right? Why did the people of Kyushu get the reward again? I suspect Kyushu cheated. Beautiful country. If you can't beat them, then just hang up. Soon a video revealed how the rewards were distributed. The video shows a water blue planet, accompanied by a voice explanation. First of all, this is our blue planet. Let's make it bigger. As the explanation sounded, the location of Kyushu in the video was zoomed in, and then zoomed in again on the border between Kyushu and Asan. Then suddenly a piece of land appeared here, just like a hemorrhoid growing on a chicken's butt. It also moved the original Indian continental plate a little bit southward. We used satellite measurements to find that India's land area has not changed, so this piece of land is simply an extra piece. The explanation of the video ends here, and the comments are all filled with wow. Divine means. It's not even as good as moving mountains and filling the sea, this is creating something out of nothing. India naturally did not want to admit that this piece of land was extra, and insisted that this was India's land and Kyushu had no right to use it. Prepare for war, send the 1st Brigade to the border and protect our homeland, can you do it? An order was issued. Yes, the land is there when people are alive, and the land is still there when people die. If you want to step on this land, you have to crush our bodies into the soil. At this time, a team of more than 100 Indians and a tank were heading towards the border of the extra land. Looking closely, the destination ahead of them was exactly where the Peashooter had grown before. Report to the captain, there is a situation ahead, the enemy is coming, there are about 100 people and a tank. The patrolling soldier discovered the enemy situation and reported to his captain. Hold on. We have to raise troops for 1,000 days but only use them for a moment. Now is the time to test us. Yes. The patrolling soldier looked at the enemy in front of him with a firm face, and even felt a little excited in his heart. Leave your name in history, open a family tree, and get a chance to be the center of the ancestral hall. Excitedly, he patted the Peashooter beside him. Wait, the soldier glanced at the Peashooter beside him. My superiors said these are giant peas. How can we use them? He soon found out. The Indian soldiers saw an incredible scene. There were actually a few tall plants on the snowfield. Ignore it and keep going. They soon paid the price for it. After these people entered the shooting range of the Peashooter spit out green peas from its huge mouthparts. It shot straight into the team of 100 men. That's scene. Hey! In the words of Captain Lee, Tanny, one hit will kill a large area. Even the Indian tanks could not withstand the attack of the Peashooters. It was soon smashed into a pile of scrap metal. The patrolling soldiers of Kyushu Kingdom were so shocked by the scene that their mouths opened wide. Hiss, is this the plant weapon from Kyushu? This is too. Soon, the 100-man team of Asan was blown to pieces. Only a few defeated soldiers were left, crawling back to their own country. This battle also made people around the world who were paying attention to this place gasp. So terrifying. These plants are horrible. Tell me about the situation in this world. The zombies above his head should not have completely dispersed, and Wang Heng wanted to take advantage of this time to learn about the Earth. The National Destiny game only told everyone the name and population of the planet at the beginning. The population is 10 billion, and 90% of them have turned into zombies, which means there are still 1 billion living people. However, Wang Heng estimated that it would be good if there were 100 million left, as most people should have died from zombies, hunger, or the hands of other survivors. Yang Chao was silent for a moment, not knowing where to start. He was not surprised that Wang Heng asked this question. After all, a savior must be different from ordinary people. Then Yang Chao spoke slowly, starting from his own country and then talking about other more powerful countries in the world. Through Yang Chao's description, Wang Heng also had a general understanding. This is a parallel planet similar to Wang Heng's hometown. It's similar to Blue Star. According to one of the time traveler theorems, there is no Plants vs Zombies, a game that is very popular in Wang Heng's hometown. But Yang Chao and Yang Mir are very pitiful. No, everyone on Earth is pitiful in the Doomsday. Yang Chao and Yang Mir are just two of the poor creatures who survived the Doomsday. Okay, I almost understand. Wang Heng pushed his glasses. Then, Brother Heng, what should we do next? Yang Chao stared at Wang Heng with fiery eyes. He was the savior. He and his sister had already bet their lives on Wang Heng, just like an insurgent army in troubled times. Naturally, he wanted to follow Wang Heng and build a huge family business. Wang Heng thought for a moment and said, "First target, food from the convenience store." Wang Heng pointed above his head. "You are more familiar with these zombies. Estimate when the zombies above your heads will disperse." Wang Heng knew very well that some things should be left to professionals and he should not just save face and show off. Wang Heng was a newcomer and had no idea about the habits of these zombies. But it's different for Yang Chao and his sister, who have lived in the apocalypse for a month. If they don't understand the habits of zombies, it's impossible for them to survive for a month in a city full of zombies. Yang Chao thought about it and estimated the time. It has been about 10 minutes since he hid in the well. The zombies above his head should have dispersed. Brother Heng, there shouldn't be many zombies above our heads. Yang Chao looked at Wang Heng and said, "But I'm not sure how many zombies there are up there." Yang Chao paused for a moment, then said, "Well, I'll go up and take a look." After saying that, Yang Chao turned around and was about to climb the ladder to the sewer. Yang Mir behind him looked at Yang Chao worriedly, but did not say anything to stop him. "Wait." Wang Heng stopped Yang Chao. Yang Chao turned around and asked, "What's wrong, Brother Heng? Are you worried about being discovered by the zombies?" Wang Heng nodded. After all, when he climbed to the wellhead, he should have been close to the zombies' alert range. If the zombies rush down, Wang Heng can only start his escape into the sewer. "It's okay, Brother Heng. Zombies won't get into the sewer. We just need to close the lid when the time comes." Yang Chao explained. "Oh, so that's how it is." Wang Heng felt relieved after hearing Yang Chao's words. But think about it, with the speed and behavior patterns of ordinary zombies, there is no way they can open the manhole cover and get into the sewer. Then go ahead and be careful. Okay. Yang Chao responded and then crawled towards the wellhead. After Yang Chao climbed to the wellhead, he did not open the cover directly. Instead, he tried to use force carefully first. Only after the cover loosened a little did he breathe a sigh of relief and continue pushing it. There is a reason for doing this, because once there was an unlucky guy in the sewer who happened to step on a zombie when he was pushing the manhole cover. Then he got into trouble. He used too much force and knocked the zombie on the manhole cover to the ground. Because the manhole cover was opened to one side, the zombie slid to the side and his head came into close contact with the head of the unlucky guy sticking out of the manhole cover. The zombie hugged the confused unlucky guy affectionately and started biting his face. Yang Chao carefully opened the manhole cover a crack, and there were not many feet around, which proved that the area around the manhole cover was safe and there were no zombies. Looking further ahead, there were a dozen zombies scattered throughout the alley. Yang Chao knew what was going on, so he closed the manhole cover and went down the ladder. Wang Heng breathed a sigh of relief when he saw Yang Chao coming down. Although he heard Yang Chao say that zombies would not enter the sewers, Wang Heng was still a little uneasy about facing the unknown. How about it? There are no zombies around the manhole cover. There are more than a dozen zombies in the alley. The rest of the zombies should have wandered to other places. Yang Chao replied. Wang Heng's eyes lit up when he heard Yang Chao's words. He could finally go to the convenience store. Wang Heng didn't take the dozen or so zombies seriously. Let's go upstairs. Wang Heng waved his hand and led the two of them towards the convenience store. Chapter 16. 3 people came out of the sewer one after another. Naturally, Yang Chao was the first one to come out, patting his chest and leading the way, while Yang Meyer, a girl, was in the middle. Most afraid of death, the strongest man Wang Heng is responsible for the last one. The 3 people coming out did not attract the attention of the zombies because the zombies were all deep in the alley. After coming out, Yang Chao and Yang Meyer both looked at Wang Heng, obviously waiting for Wang Heng's next instruction. A phantom of a green building appeared in front of Wang Heng. This was Wang Heng's home. This alley is neither wide nor narrow, and it is wide enough for Wang Heng to build his home. Wang Heng's original home area was 17 square meters. After receiving the reward from the National Destiny game, plus the land area Wang Heng purchased with his extra energy points. Now Wang Heng's home has a total of 30 grids. Overall, it is a rectangle, 20 grids long and 2 grids wide. There are 14 Peashooters planted on it, and 3 tombstones, in front of which stand 3 dull-looking zombies. Don't make any sound when you see anything. Wang Heng warned Yang Chao and Yang Meyer who were looking at him. He was afraid that they would be surprised when they saw the zombies, and the sound they made would attract more zombies. As for whether it would be inappropriate to demonstrate this method in front of them, that was not the case. The National Destiny game had already reminded the players that he was the savior, and Yang Chao also told Wang Heng about the voice related to the savior he heard in his mind. Yang Chao nodded seriously, and covered the mouth of Yang Meyer who was about to nod. Yang Chao looked at Wang Heng with fiery eyes, knowing that his elder brother was going to show his skills as a savior. Although Yang Chao had seen it before, he had never seen it at such a close distance. Wang Heng found a suitable angle to place his home. 14 green pea shooters and 3 stupid zombies appeared in front of the 3 people. Although he was prepared, Yang Chao still took a breath. I was immediately astonished. This was my savior, this was my elder brother. Yang Meyer's mouth was covered and she made a humming sound. Her eyes were full of disbelief. However, Yang Meyer thought the pea shooter was very cute and wanted to touch it. As for those zombies, they were too ugly. This is the eternal home. Wang Heng pointed at the plants and zombies. This, Brother Heng, can I get closer? Yang Chao was a little excited, and even his voice was trembling. Wang Heng nodded, okay. Hearing Wang Heng's agreement, Yang Chao showed his joy, and then took Yang Meyer and walked slowly to the pea shooter. Looking at the pea shooter in front of him who was shaking his head and blinking his black eyes, Yang Chao stretched out his trembling hand and touched the silly hair on the Peashooter's head. Feeling the somewhat cold touch, Yang Chao felt as if he was dreaming. Yang Mir saw that her brother had touched it and nothing happened, so she reached out and touched the Peashooter. Wang Heng smiled at the excitement of the brother and sister. Let them touch it. Wang Heng used the remaining sunlight on the remaining 13 vacant lots to plant 2 sunflowers. Yang Mir glanced at the cuter sunflower that suddenly appeared, and her eyes changed immediately. Flowers are still very cute to women. This one seems cuter, I want to touch it. Yang Mir couldn't help but walk towards the sunflower, and passed by 3 ordinary zombies who were in a daze on the way. One of the zombies let out a low roar. Yang Mir was frightened by the zombies, but did not make any sound. She just looked at the 3 zombies with horror. People who scream when they encounter danger basically die. Only after discovering that the zombie was motionless did Yang Mir pat the slightly raised bun. Wang Heng stood in front of the sunflower waiting for the sun to come out. Brother Heng, is there anything I can help you with? After touching the Peashooter, Yang Chao excitedly ran to Wang Heng, leaving Yang Mir behind in a mess. Looking at Yang Chao who was so enthusiastic, Wang Heng thought for a while. It's a bit slow to wait for the sunflowers to produce sunlight here. There are just over a dozen zombies deep in the alley. Killing the zombies can also provide sunlight. Just then, Yang Chao showed up and wanted to help. I have a task for you. Wang Heng pointed at the zombies wandering deep in the alley. Go and attract those zombies here. Yang Chao looked in the direction Wang Heng pointed and saw a dozen ordinary zombies wandering in the alley. I don't know if this counts as employing child labor. Yang Shuer joked. From the voices of the brother and sister, one could tell they were not very old. Brother Hu smiled and said, it shouldn't be a big deal. Judging from the sound of Yang Chao, he should be an adult now. Is there anyone who wants to bet with me whether Yang Mir will have an affair with Brother Heng in the future? What a punishment! What a punishment! That's impossible. Yang Mir is too young. What's wrong with being small? Brother Heng can wait for a few years. 666, I'm not afraid of perverts, I'm just afraid of their patience. Wang Heng didn't know that netizens had already started discussing it before he even said a word to Yang Mir. Yang Chao knew that these ordinary zombies were not dangerous, so he was naturally full of confidence. Seducing the enemy, I'm familiar with this, Brother Heng, just watch. Yang Chao knew what Wang Heng meant, because that was what Wang Heng did when he was hiding in the dark and observing. He had also done this kind of thing when playing games in peacetime, where he played a mean hero and stood in front of the bushes to seduce. Teammates were lying in ambush in the bushes. Go ahead, and be careful. Looking at Yang Chao who was very enthusiastic in front of him, Wang Heng was somewhat relieved. It seemed that he would not have to seduce the zombies himself in the future. Brother, be careful. Yang Mir, who was touching the sunflower, said crisply. Now that he had joined Wang Heng's faction and had someone to protect him, he no longer had to pretend to have a hoarse voice. Okay. Yang Chao nodded and ran into the alley. Wang Heng used the 100 sun rays he had just saved to plant a Peashooter. Here, Yang Chao has already approached the zombies' alert range. A dozen zombies roared and walked towards Yang Chao. Come on! Yang Chao looked at these zombies. If he and his sister were the only ones here, they would have no choice but to run away when faced with such a large number of zombies. But now there is Wang Heng, a dozen magical plants and 3 strange zombies. Yang Chao is naturally not afraid of these zombies. There is even a sense of excitement. Seeing a dozen zombies approaching, Yang Chao hurriedly retreated, but he didn't dare to go too far away, as the zombies would not chase him if he was too far away. The alley was not long, and Yang Chao soon attracted the zombies into the range of the Peashooter. All the Peashooter's eyes lit up. Yang Chao ran to Wang Heng, Brother Heng. Well done. Wang Heng nodded with a smile. Hee. Yang Chao touched his head embarrassedly. In front of this person on whom he had placed all his hopes, Yang Chao had already let down his guard. People in Doomsday are always desperate. When desperate people encounter a little light, they naturally look forward to it and hold on to it tightly. Wang Heng looked at the zombies and gave the Peashooters an order, free shooting. Chapter 17. Da-da-da. The Peashooters puffed up their cheeks and spit out peas one by one. The barrage of peas was spreading towards a dozen zombies like a violent storm. Wang Heng stared at the situation of the zombies and the attack of the Peashooter. Yang Chao and Yang Mir observed the attack of the Peashooter up close for the first time. Seeing the originally ferocious zombies becoming extremely fragile in front of the Peashooter, the brother and sister's faces turned red, but it was not visible on their faces covered with dirt unless you looked closely. The zombies fell one by one. When there were only 1 or 2 zombies left, Wang Heng quickly reached out and said, "Stop, stop, stop." Some of the Peashooters had their cheeks puffed up, and they blinked in confusion when they heard Wang Heng's words. Some of them just spit out peas, but the force was not enough, and they flew out and fell to the ground. Also looking at Wang Heng. But he stopped shooting obediently. Because Wang Heng wanted to test the strength of the 3 zombies. Yang Chao was also a little excited because he had never seen these zombies take action before. Yang Mir thinks zombies are ugly, but they are still better looking than zombies. Zombies have big eyes like Caroline, although they look a bit scary. Wang Heng didn't know how to control these zombies specifically. It should be mind control or something like that. Wang Heng looked at the 3 zombies. With a thought, he tried to command a zombie. Sure enough, under Wang Heng's control, a zombie took a step towards the 2 approaching zombies. Under the expectant gazes of the 3 people, or rather, under the gazes of all those who were paying attention to the live broadcast room of Zhou Kingdom. The battle between zombies and undead has begun. It's open, I bet 5 bags of spicy snacks that the zombies will win. What a joke! The zombie will definitely win because he is Brother Heng's subordinate. You should bet on how many zombies one zombie can kill. I bet 2 bags of spicy noodles, 1 zombie equals 2 zombies. I came from 1 minute later. The prophet upstairs has a knife. The fight between zombies was nothing spectacular and very primitive. Wang Heng's zombie stretched out its arms to tear off the flesh from the zombies and ate it bite by bite. The zombie then lay on top of the zombie and opened his mouth to bite. Wang Heng stared with wide eyes at the primitive confrontation between these 2 different species. In the end, the battle ended with the zombie narrowly winning, with only 1 arm left. Wang Heng knew that this was a sign that the zombie was about to die. However, what Wang Heng did not expect was that after eating the first zombie, this zombie was controlled by Wang Heng to kill another zombie. It seems that 1 zombie is worth 2 zombies. Wang Heng finally came to this conclusion. But think about it, if there is only 1 tombstone, 1 zombie will cost 100 sunlight. Sunlight plus tombstones, the more tombstones there are, the cheaper the zombie will be. Energy plus 1. Sunshine plus 5. Experience plus 1. The zombies killed by the zombies also gave experience, sunlight, and energy. Wang Heng was about to move the corpses and recycle the energy points. Suddenly I remembered that there were still 2 zombies. Wang Heng tried to control 2 zombies to carry the zombie bodies for him. Although the zombies' movements were a bit stiff, they were still able to carry heavy objects. The zombies carried the corpses one by one to the lawn of their home to digest them. Yang Chao and Yang Mir on the side looked at Wang Heng with even more admiration in their eyes. Is this the method used by a savior or god? It's too ridiculous. Wang Heng used the sunlight he had saved from the battle to plant 4 more Peashooters, but it would take some time to fill up his home. Looking at Yang Chao and Yang Mir, both of them were standing there in a daze. Isn't this a pure waste of labor? Wang Heng looked at the 2 people in a daze. Chao, come here. Wang Heng waved at Yang Chao. Yang Chao quickly walked up to Wang Heng and asked, "What's wrong, Brother Heng? Go check out the situation in front of the convenience store. If there aren't many zombies, lure them over here. Be careful. If there are any fast zombies among them, don't get close." Wang Heng was talking about the speed-type evolved zombies. Seeing Yang Chao's puzzled look, Wang Heng knew that Yang Chao had never seen an evolved zombie, but thinking about it, it would be very dangerous for an ordinary person to see an evolved zombie. Zombies will evolve. Some evolve towards speed, some evolve towards strength. Their senses are sharper than ordinary zombies. Wang Heng explained. Yang Chao took a deep breath after hearing this. If the zombies have evolved, what will happen to humans? Is there any way to survive? But then he thought again, if zombies can evolve, doesn't humanity still have a savior? At present, the zombie leader is not as powerful as the human leader. If you see any weird-looking zombies, just run back. Wang Heng reminded him again. This was Wang Heng's first little brother, and he couldn't die in less than an hour. Yang Chao knew that Wang Heng was doing this for his own good, so he nodded with emotion, "Okay, Brother Heng. Go ahead." Wang Heng waved his hand and continued to collect the sunlight. Yang Chao gave Yang Mi a reassuring look and ran towards the entrance of the alley. "Dave, can these two guys help me pick up some sunshine or something?" Wang Heng suddenly thought of this and communicated with Dave in his mind. Dave shook the pot above his head. "Okay, but you have to buy me a taco first." Corn rolls. Wang Heng was stunned. Isn't this the reward given at the end of a level in Plants vs Zombies? Where should Wang Heng find the corn rolls? As if he saw what Wang Heng was thinking, Dave spoke again, 4,000 energy for a corn roll, you can unlock more functions and upgrade your system. Wang Heng's eyes widened when he heard Dave's words. 4,000 energy points and 4,000 zombies. This was going to cost him his life. Forget it. I'll just pick up the sunshine myself for now. Wait, system upgrade has more than just this one function, wow! Dave said excitedly. Wang Heng became interested after hearing this. Although Wang Heng cannot afford to upgrade the system at present, he believes that there will be enough energy points in the future. After all, there are more than 9 billion zombies in this world. Tell me about it. For example, you can unlock the faction button to add other functions. You can check people's loyalty to you. Hi! Wang Heng was surprised when he heard this. The effect was so great that Wang Heng would use it even if it was 40,000 energy points just for this effect. It was well worth the money. This shows loyalty. As Wang Heng survives longer in the National Destiny game, his power will surely grow, and there will be more and more people of all kinds around him. By then, if there is a traitor, Wang Heng will be able to see it at a glance. This is an extremely buggy ability. Wang Heng suddenly regretted letting Dave continue, because it was really a painful thing to see good things but not be able to buy them. Okay, stop talking. Wang Heng interrupted Dave directly. Now Wang Heng has only one goal, zombies. Energy points. Lots of energy points are waiting for Wang Heng to take in every corner of this city. What is Heng doing? Why are his eyes shining as he looks at Yang Mi? Could it be that Brother Heng couldn't help himself and wanted to do such a thing in broad daylight? Is this something I can watch without paying? Yang Mi was originally looking at Yang Chao's disappearing figure with worry, when she suddenly felt a burning gaze coming from behind. When he turned around, he saw Wang Heng staring at him with fiery eyes. How could she know that Wang Heng was visualizing endless energy points? I just couldn't help but think about it. Brother Wang, this is... Deng deng. The sound of footsteps interrupted Yang Mi's thoughts. It also brought Wang Heng back from his fantasy of countless energy points to the reality that he only had dozens of energy points in his body. It was Yang Chao who came back. Standing at the entrance of the alley, Yang Chao looked back every few steps, as if he was checking whether any zombies had fallen behind. Soon Yang Chao came in front of Wang Heng, followed by a group of zombies. At a glance there were about 30 or 40 of them. But now Wang Heng already has 22 Peashooters. 30 or 40 are not enough. This time, Wang Heng directly let the Peashooter fire at full power. There was no need to test the power of the zombies anymore. It would be better to keep them two to carry the zombie bodies. Flakes of pea rain fell towards the zombies. All of a sudden, the zombies' arms were smashed and fell to the ground one after another, and the road where the zombies walked was littered with broken limbs. After several waves of pea rain, none of the dozens of zombies were left standing intact. All are killed by the Peashooter and converted into sunshine experience and energy. Chapter 18. The energy saved was just enough to buy another grid, but this time Wang Heng was struggling over whether to keep it to unlock other plants or buy a grid to plant peas. Unlocking other plants can get new members, but this is unstable because the energy points need to be unlocked one by one. The third plant seems to be a cherry bomb. However, given that the plant can only be grown on home lawns, cherry bomb is a bit useless. No, no, no. When Wang Heng thought of the cherry bomb, Dave suddenly jumped out. Wang Heng was a little puzzled. No, what do you mean by no? Isn't it? Dave shook his head. Of course, ordinary cherry bombs have to be planted on the lawn, but if it is combined with grenades, unexpected things may happen. Don't ask me why I know, because I'm crazy, ruarua. Cherry bomb and grenade. Wang Heng was stunned when he heard Dave's words. How could these two unrelated things be combined? This world is so crazy that even mice have to be bridesmaids for cats. But after all, he was a person with a more mysterious system, so Wang Heng quickly calmed down and asked, how do we combine them? Dave tilted his eyes and looked in the direction where Wang Heng could see the word building. There are plant labs inside the building where you can transform plants. After hearing this, Wang Heng understood. But Wang Heng didn't open it to look now, because Wang Heng knew without looking that with the number of energy points Wang Heng had now, he might not even be able to afford a toilet, let alone a plant laboratory. However, Wang Heng felt that the energy point mechanism was already very fair. At least it gave people a goal to strive for, and they could build a house by killing more zombies. Unlike the room I have now, I couldn't even afford a toilet in Shanghai even if I worked hard all my life. In the end, Wang Heng decided to prioritize converting the limited energy points into combat power. Buying one more grid would allow him to plant one more Peashooter. Wang Heng asked two zombies to carry the corpse to the lawn of his home. The sunlight obtained by exchanging the corpses summoned 2 batches of 6 zombies from the tombstone again. Wait! Wang Heng turned his head and looked at the tombstone. How could he have forgotten about this? Oh my god, we can station troops here. 100 sunshine can summon 3 zombies from 3 existing tombstones. One zombie only costs 33.33333 sunlights. It's really a huge profit. Then Wang Heng only needs to accumulate more sunlight for a while to summon a legion of zombies. The zombie army is killing zombies, and the zombies are converted into energy points and sunlight. The energy points are used to buy land, and sunflowers are planted on the land. The sunflowers are used to buy zombies. It is even more profitable than the chicken and egg, which is a very profitable business. But Dave saw what Wang Heng was thinking, and came out to pour a bucket of cold water on Wang Heng. Oh my god, you are even crazier than me, what are you thinking about? Your level limits the number of zombies you can have. Level 3 can only have 30 zombies. The dream came and went quickly, but Wang Heng quickly adjusted his mood. 30 was not bad. 30 zombies was not a problem of 1 + 1 = 2. If there were too many zombies, 60 zombies would not be able to deal with them. Brother Heng, Brother Heng. A hand was waving in front of Wang Heng. It was Yang Chao. Brother Heng was good in every way except that he loved to be in a daze. When he was in a daze, he loved to look at people with burning eyes, which made Yang Chao's anus tighten. Wang Heng knew that to outsiders he was just daydreaming, so his face suddenly straightened and he said seriously, from now on, when I'm daydreaming, I'm thinking about my future plans. You must not interrupt my thoughts. Yang Chao understood immediately after hearing this. Brother Heng's burning gaze just now must have been because he was thinking of the bright future of eternal home. I actually thought that Brother Heng was in a daze, which was really wrong. I understand, Brother Heng. Yang Chao nodded vigorously. Yang Meyer also had a look of admiration on her face. Let's go to the convenience store. Wang Heng waved his hand and folded up the home. The 31 grids of land had been filled up. Wang Heng did not remove the 2 sunflowers because he found that even when the home was folded up, the sunflowers would still produce sunlight, and the sunlight would not disappear. The 3 of them headed towards the convenience store. Wang Heng was so busy that he was hungry. It was time to go to the convenience store to get some food. This is the first small supply point that Wang Heng captured. There were no zombies in front of the convenience store, but there were a few scattered zombies in the distance. Wang Heng and Yang Chao, brother and sister, came into the convenience store. Because of the bald trio, the originally tidy convenience store looked a little messy. Some unpacked snacks were scattered on the ground, and there was a zombie corpse at the door. Wang Heng didn't think anything of the food, but Yang Chao and Yang Mier were different. Their eyes were as bright as light bulbs. After all, they had lived underground for a month. The first half of the month was fine, with food and drink. But in the second half of the month, they were basically hungry every day. They ate rats and cockroaches. However, because Wang Heng was here, Yang Chao didn't dare to move. If Yang Chao didn't move, Yang Mier would be even more afraid to move. It must be said that Yang Chao was a qualified brother who taught his sister very well. Only such people could survive long in the doomsday. Wang Heng naturally noticed the expressions of the two people. Eat, you are allowed to eat as much as you want this time, there won't be a next time. Currently, Wang Heng's power has just been established and there are not too many rules and regulations. It will be different when there are more people in the future. Wang Heng already has some plans in his mind. Thank you, Brother Heng. The two shouted in unison. Then Yang Chao grabbed a piece of bread nearby, tore it open, and took a vicious bite. Yang Mier also picked up a box of haoli yupai and started eating it, as if she was eating some delicious food. Yang Shui shook her head with emotion when she saw this scene. Only when people are severely hungry can they know the value of food. Brother Hu nodded when he heard this. Yes, when I think of food, I think of Mr. Yuan. Without Mr. Yuan, many people would starve to death, and many people would struggle to make ends meet. The first thing people ask when they meet is, have you eaten? Have you eaten? I didn't understand what this sentence meant before, but after I understood it, I couldn't help but feel sad. Yang Shui said. People in the Central Plains should have a deep understanding of this sentence. There have been many famines in the Central Plains since ancient times. In the past 100 years, there was a major famine that killed millions of people. Mr. Yuan will live forever. The comments were surprisingly consistent this time. While the brother and sister were wreaking havoc on the shelves like starving ghosts, Wang Heng was conducting experiments. How much stuff can Wang Heng's backpack hold? Wang Heng found that the backpack could not hold too much, only about 3 cubic meters of things. Wang Heng estimated that the capacity of the backpack was related to its level. Then it was the home. Wang Heng first ran outside to unfold the home. Then Wang Heng carried a 10-liter bucket of water and placed it under the leaves of the Peashooter. It seems that as much stuff as can be piled up on the lawn of our home can be stored there. Wang Heng understood. The next thing was easy. Wang Heng first moved the big buckets of water under the leaves of the Peashooter. 4 buckets of water could be placed under a Peashooter. Then he put some small things, such as square chocolate boxes. The Peashooter's space was filled with food, leaving no gap behind. It shouldn't affect the Peashooter's attack. Wang Heng took a look and found that the placement of these supplies was not based on the stem of the Peashooter, because Wang Heng was afraid that the supplies would fall all over the place after the Peashooter was shoveled. However, when Wang Heng placed the things on the 3 tombstones and the grave mounds, he always felt a little uncomfortable. Why did it look like a tribute? Especially since the 3 guys were buried here before. Although there might not be even a trace left of these 3 people, Wang Heng always felt a little uncomfortable in his heart. 666. It's not even Qingming festival yet, and Brother Heng is already offering tribute to the enemy. It's good to be Brother Heng's enemy. When you die, someone will dig your grave and erect a tombstone. There are also tributes every day. Is there anyone who would like to fly with me to steal Brother Heng's tribute like crazy? Upstairs, what kind of plane can fly into the National Destiny game? I'll be the first to fly over there. Second. Chapter 19. Brother Heng, is there anything I can help you with? Yang Chao ran to Wang Heng. There is also a sour smell. Wang Heng frowned and looked at Yang Chao, then looked at Yang Mier behind Yang Chao. Are you full? Wang Heng asked. Yang Chao nodded. After eating, go wash up quickly. There are many bottled water over there. As for clothes, we can change them when we find a clothing store. Wang Heng said. Yang Chao looked at himself and then at his sister. Both of them were dirtier than the other. It's not their fault. It's hard to survive in a sewer, so who would care whether to take a shower or not? This. Why are you being so shy as a man? As for your sister, why don't you just block the two shelves together? Wang Heng said. Hearing this, Yang Chao nodded, okay, Brother Heng, I'll go then. Wang Heng waved his hand and said, go ahead. After taking 2 steps, Yang Chao turned around and looked at Wang Heng. What happened again? Brother Heng, water is such a precious thing, wouldn't it be a waste to use it for bathing? Yang Chao asked. Clean water is very precious in the end times. Well, it's okay. You two can't stay smelly. We don't lack water now. Wang Heng said. Yang Chao's previous living environment was a sewer where any available resources were in short supply. But now that he follows Wang Heng, the mineral water in countless supermarkets in City Z is available from reservoirs, so there is naturally no shortage of water. The saying the rich have wine and meat, while the poor freeze to death on the streets is quite appropriate here. But Wang Heng couldn't care less about the frozen corpses on the road, as long as the people around him were living well. Yang Chao felt relieved after hearing Wang Heng say this. Although Yang Chao agreed, netizens were not happy. It's not fair. Why are you blocking it? We're not from the same world anyway. Let me see. I paid, I became a member, isn't that enough? Brother Heng, quickly move the camera over, I want to see it. It's no use asking Brother Heng for help, you have to ask for help from the National Destiny game. A bunch of LSPS. Yang Chao walked up to Yang Meyer who was eating jelly. What's wrong, brother? Yang Meyer looked up at Yang Chao. Yang Chao touched Yang Meyer's tangled hair and said, there's water now, go take a bath. Yang Meyer blushed when she heard Yang Chao's words. It's okay. I'll watch it for you. Brother Heng won't be able to watch it either. Just go get a bucket of water and hide behind the last shelf to wash. There are ready-made shampoo and shower gel in the convenience store. By the way, try to use it sparingly. Yang Chao was a typical person who was afraid of being poor. Although he now had Wang Heng's water use permit, he still didn't dare to be extravagant. Okay. Hearing Yang Chao say this, Yang Meyer nodded, then struggled to pick up 2 2-liter bottles of water and walked towards the back. Soon the sound of splashing water was heard. After his sister started taking a bath, Yang Chao took off his somewhat worn clothes, picked up a bucket of water and poured it on his head. Gulp, gulp. As the bottled water poured down, Yang Chao was stimulated by the water temperature and couldn't help but groan. It had been so long since he had taken a bath. Soon a pool of dirty water formed under Yang Chao's feet. After taking a shower, Yang Chao looked much cleaner, except for his hair that hadn't been cut for a long time and some short beard. It turns out that girls take a much longer time to shower than boys. It took Yang Meyer about 10 minutes to finish washing and come out from behind the shelf. Time and water resources are limited, so Yang Meyer doesn't dare to wash for too long. After washing, the two came to Wang Heng. Wang Heng looked at the 2 siblings, first Yang Chao, he's quite handsome, but not as good as me. Then it was Yang Meyer again, she looks quite innocent, a bit like the quietest girl in the junior high school class. Come and help me when you're done. Put all the remaining things you can take into plastic bags. Wang Heng said. Wang Heng overlooked a problem just now, that is, the 2 zombies will also take up space. If the area next to the tombstone is filled with food, there will be no room for the zombies. So we had to replan the placement of the food. The sunlight produced by the sunflowers during this search is enough to summon 30 zombies. Wang Heng used all of it to produce zombies. Soon, 30 zombies stood in 3 rows in front of the convenience store. Then they stood in front of the convenience store one by one. Brother and sister Yang Chao and Yang Meyer hung plastic bags filled with food and drinks on the zombies' arms. Soon the convenience store was basically emptied out. Today's zombies are just like men shopping with their girlfriends, with bags all over their bodies. Wang Heng couldn't help but feel emotional when he saw this scene. Other people's systems had so much storage space at every turn, but he had to come up with such a method to carry supplies. Put away the home and have 30 zombies stand guard at the door. Wang Heng called Yang Chao and his sister back to the convenience store. Now that we have obtained the supplies for the convenience store, the next step is the issue of development. Wang Heng was brought to Earth as one of the saviors by the National Destiny game, definitely not to live a miserable life, but to develop. And Wang Heng's development requires killing zombies. So we need to find a place where there are many zombies. This place is easy to find because there are zombies almost everywhere in the city. However, attracting zombies to kill in the city is risky. Wang Heng needs to find a place where he can attack and defend as a base to continuously attract zombies to kill. Moreover, this place must be large enough for Wang Heng to expand and build his home. Once the situation is not right, Wang Heng can pack up his home and run away. If he can run away, he can not only take the temple with him, but also take the Buddha in the temple with him, because when he packs up his home, he can take anything in the home with him, including living things. I just don't know how long these creatures can survive in their homes. Wang Heng told Yang Chao what he was thinking, because he was a native of City Z and was familiar with the place. It should be able to attack or defend, and the area should be large enough. Yang Chao muttered, searching his mind for a place that was more in line with Wang Heng's requirements. The only relatively large place in the city is the stadium, which has many gates, so you can attack or defend. The Z City Stadium is located in a relatively prosperous area, close to the city center. Wang Heng thought about what Yang Chao said and thought that it was still a bit dangerous to get close to the city center. After all, City Z has a permanent population of 10 million. If 90% of them are zombies, that means there are 9 million zombies. Even if some of them are trapped in concrete houses in high-rise buildings, there are at least 6 million zombies wandering around the city. The city center is the worst hit by zombies. No, the city center is too dangerous. Is there a place like an island in the middle of a lake? Wang Heng described that there is an island in the middle of a lake in Wang Heng's hometown and on Mercury, which is a university town. When Yang Chao mentioned the lake island, he immediately thought of the LZ Lake. Yes, the LZ Lake University District. There is an island in the middle of the lake, but there may not be a large flat area. However, we can go to a nearby university, which always has plenty of flat areas. Yang Chao said with great joy that he had originally wanted to study there, but the outbreak of the doomsday had put it on hold. Now it would be nice to have the opportunity to go there and experience the university atmosphere. After hearing Yang Chao's description, Wang Heng felt that it was okay. There were definitely zombies in the university town, but not so many. Definitely not as many as in the city center, so the safety was much higher. Moreover, the walls of every university are very high. Although good universities do not have walls, the walls of universities have become higher and higher since the outbreak of the disease, and barbed wire, steel plates, and other things have been put up. Although I can't stop the students, I can still stop the stupid zombies. Okay. Let's go to LZ Lake. Wang Heng immediately decided to go to LZ Lake. But how do we get there? To get to LZ Lake, one has to cross the city, where countless zombies are hiding. Hearing Wang Heng's question, Yang Chao answered without thinking, subway. There are no zombies in the subway tunnels, and even if there are, there must not be many. Given his experience of surviving in the sewer, Yang Chao naturally thought of the subway, which is also a facility in an underground city. City Z, as the main city in Province H, has a very large underground subway network. Almost every place in Z can be reached in the subway tunnel. After hearing Yang Chao's suggestion, Wang Heng thought for a moment, have you ever thought that the people riding the subway have also turned into zombies? Wang Heng expressed his doubts, but then he realized that even if there were zombies in the subway, there would not be many, only a few hundred at most. And the wide and enclosed subway platform would also have enough space to expand Wang Heng's home. Just the subway. Yang Chao wanted to say something but was interrupted by Wang Heng's words. Chapter 20. From a macro perspective, when looking at the contestants from various countries on the blue planet who have descended on the Earth, we can find that they have basically been assigned to their respective countries. Rather than being the saviors of the Earth, it would be more accurate to say that they are the saviors of various countries in the parallel world. This distribution means that the players basically have no chance to meet each other in the early stage. After all, there is a vast sea of corpses between them. However, as they develop and the power of players from various countries expands, they will meet one day. In the early stages, competition between players from different countries basically came from the level rankings. The one who is currently far ahead on the list is Wang Heng from Kyushu Kingdom, ranked first with 40% experience at level 3. The second one is Tom from the United States, with a level 2. In the early stages, no profession could kill large numbers of zombies as easily as Wang Heng's plants. Although Tom from the United States has a gunsmith profession and owns an AK and an M249, his resources are limited in the early stages and firing guns will also attract large-scale zombies, so these factors limit Tom's development. However, Tom's gunsmith is obviously a very buggy profession. It allows it to create excellent thermal weapons using extremely simple materials. Simply put, other people may need a lathe or something to make guns and bullets, but Tom is different. He only needs to prepare specific materials and put them on his workbench to produce a finished gun with stable performance. Ranked third is Sakura Country, Yamamoto Sunjiroku, level 1. Professional warrior. The characteristics of this profession determine that it can only deal with small-scale zombies, or assassinate humans. When the news of Wang Heng's establishment of power spread, all the contestants realized that they could not survive in the doomsday on their own, and they had to build up their power by relying on their identity as savior. Newly established forces are popping up on the land of Earth like mushrooms after rain. Although most of the players are in their own similar countries, there is one exception. The nearest subway station is 2 streets away. Yang Chao said, standing at the door of the convenience store and pointing to the east. Wang Heng narrowed his eyes and looked towards the east. There were 2 streets, and he didn't know how many zombies there were on the road. But for now we can only take one step at a time. Get ready to go, but before that I have to prepare some weapons for you too. Wang Heng said to Yang Chao and his sister. After all, the home cannot be used at all times. Wang Heng already has a shovel as a self-defense weapon, but Yang Chao and Yang Mir are still unarmed. But where can we find weapons in this place? Should we tie a kitchen knife to a broom handle? Yang Chao remembered the kitchen knife and iron fork he saw in the convenience store just now. Wang Heng thought for a moment and maybe Dave could solve this problem. Just wait. After saying that, Wang Heng fell into a daze again. Dave, can you give me 2 more shovels? Sure, 10 energy points for one, fair trade. Dave appeared, but the quality is definitely not as good as the one you have in your hand. It might break at any time, and then the zombies will eat your brain, hi-ya. Then give me 2. Although the quality is not good, there is no other way. There are no other weapons available now. The Shenan Kingdom on Earth has strict management of firearms and controlled knives. This meant that the survivors couldn't even find decent weapons in the apocalypse, but a month had passed, and someone should have found a lot of guns. But Wang Heng naturally didn't know about these things. After buying the 2 shovels, Wang Heng had no energy points left and returned to his previous penniless state. Wang Heng took out 2 shovels from his backpack and looked at them. From the appearance, these 2 low-quality shovels were similar to Wang Heng's own shovel. But think about it. Some fakes are more realistic than the real ones. Yang Chao's eyes lit up when he saw the 2 shovels in Wang Heng's hands. Yang Chao had seen Wang Heng's shovel-shaped weapons before. He could use them to shovel off a zombie's head with one shovel, and the cut was very smooth. It is simply a magical weapon. Here, take them, 1 for each of you. Wang Heng handed 2 shovels to Yang Chao and Yang Mir. Thank you, Brother Heng. Yang Chao and Yang Mir said in unison. Yang Chao couldn't let go of the shovel in his hand, and Yang Mir was very happy to have a weapon for self-defense. 30 zombies carrying supplies were really conspicuous, so it was impossible for Wang Heng to enter the subway station in a low-key manner. It is necessary to obtain some more energy points before entering the subway station to expand the home, and Wang Heng also needs a place to rest at night. Wang Heng opened the building panel. Hardened cement block, price 3 energy points. 1 wooden building block, price 3 energy points. Advanced steel building block X1, price 20 energy points. 15 times 15 wooden hut, 1500 energy points. Simmons bed x1, 1000 energy points. Old wooden bed x1, 10 energy points. This is too expensive. Wang Heng took a look at the prices of items in the building. Now I really can't even afford a toilet. Dave, can I build a house by myself? Wang Heng thought about it. Anyway, there are building materials outside, and he only needs to find construction workers when the time comes. As for furniture, there are furniture malls outside, or you can just find it in any community and search around. No fool would use energy points to buy furniture. Dave's figure appeared. Oh, of course, this is your own home, you can do whatever you want. That's good. Wang Heng was afraid that Kuyun Game was a black market and wanted to monopolize the market so as not to let Wang Heng build his own house. Wang Heng felt relieved after hearing what Dave said. As for the construction store, he could buy some building facilities that could not be built by manpower, such as the Botanical Research Institute. Have you two ever killed zombies? After finishing the conversation with Dave, Wang Heng suddenly turned around and asked. Yang Chao, who was playing with a shovel, was stunned. I have killed him, Brother Heng. Yang Chao gestured with a shovel and said, I used a kitchen knife to kill my neighbor. Wang Heng nodded after listening to this. A man who had never killed a zombie would probably not be alive today. Then Wang Heng turned and looked at Yang Mir. Yang Chao's expression tensed. His sister had always been protected by him, and the zombies had never killed her. When Yang Mir saw that both of them were looking at her, she couldn't help but bite her lower lip nervously. Looking at this, Wang Heng knew the answer. No. Never killed anyone. Yang Mir stammered out this sentence. Yang Chao looked at Wang Heng nervously, not knowing why Wang Heng asked this. It's okay if I haven't killed anyone before. Wang Heng's words made Yang Chao and Yang Mir feel relieved, but Yang Chao keenly grasped those two words, before. Sure enough, Wang Heng's words came. You can kill him now. Yang Chao fell silent after hearing this. He had already guessed Wang Heng's intention, which was to let Yang Mir learn how to kill zombies. Yang Chao had thought about it before, but he didn't have the conditions to implement it. If Yang Mir was allowed to kill zombies, she would be scratched and infected by the zombies if she was not careful. When Yang Mir heard Wang Heng's words, she was stunned at first, then turned to look at her brother. Seeing Yang Chao remain silent, Yang Mir made up her mind, then turned her head and stared at Wang Heng and said, Brother Heng, I will kill, you teach me. Seeing Yang Mir's look, Wang Heng smiled and nodded. Come with me. Wang Heng turned and walked towards the intersection. There were basically no zombies on this street. Although there were zombies on the west side, they were not on his way. The subway station was on the east side. Going to the intersection was just right for him to train Yang Mir while continuing his journey. Looking at Wang Heng's back, Yang Mir pulled Yang Chao, and then the brother and sister followed Wang Heng's footsteps and walked towards the street intersection. In the city of ZZ, in the urban area of Valdho University, in the living area of the Agricultural University, 7 people were crowded in the male dormitory, looking down at a man with a samurai sword on his back. These 7 people were obviously students of the Agricultural University, 5 of them were boys and 2 were girls. On the day of the zombie outbreak, the Agricultural University was holding a school celebration. One of the 5 boys was playing a game in the dormitory and found an excuse not to go. The dormitory manager thought that there was no one in the dormitory and just closed the door. This also saved 5 lives. The 5 people who were addicted to the game at the back heard the screams coming from outside, so they leaned over the window and looked out. It was like hell on earth outside. Among the 5 people, there was a fan of zombie movies and novels, so he naturally knew what was happening. The zombie virus broke out and the end of the world is coming. The 5 people survived for a while by relying on the vending machines placed on each floor, and then went from room to room in the dormitory to look for food. It must be said that there were quite a lot of snacks in the boys' dormitory. They relied on these foods to survive in the dormitory, and later they also rescued 2 girls from the same school. Wu Nan from the Sakura language department and Yang Zia from the Chinese department. Chapter 21. This guy is so powerful. Wu Nan said as he looked at the man downstairs carrying a samurai sword. Just now, the man took the samurai sword and killed 2 zombies that rushed towards him at the same time with one blow. He drew the sword so fast that the 7 people upstairs couldn't see clearly. Samurai swords are usually used by people in the Sakura country. Xiejun looked at the man and said. In his impression, only people in the Sakura country knew how to use samurai swords. However, there is also a Sakura language department in the Agricultural University. Could he be an international student from the country of Sakura? Wu Nan looked at Xiejun uncertainly and said. He looks very powerful. Why don't we go and join him? There is not much food left in the dormitory. Wu Nan said, biting his lip. Food has been getting less and less during this period, and the bad news is that there has been no water in the dormitory for many days, and the most important thing is that there is no water. People can survive for a long time without food, but can only survive for 3 days without water. What if he is not a good person? He looks a bit creepy. I feel like he is a Sakura Chinese from his appearance. Li Feng said with some disgust. He is a student of history and has the deepest understanding of modern history. Naturally, he does not have a good impression of the Sakura Chinese. Li Feng, you're going too far. Wu Nan retorted angrily after hearing Li Feng's words. She was a student of the Sakura language department and had always loved Sakura culture. She had originally planned to go to Sakura country to develop after graduation, but the doomsday outbreak shattered her idea. I don't care about you guys anymore. I'm going to go down and find him myself, Wu Nan said as he looked at the man with a samurai sword on his back walking away. Then he turned to look at the man with glasses who was holding a pillow with cartoon characters printed on it in the dormitory and said, Ren Yang, will you come with me? Ren Yang is a member of Xiejun's dormitory. He likes Sakura comics very much and is a two-dimensional otaku. He also has a certain liking for Sakura country. In addition, he has recently developed a liking for Wu Nan, who can speak Sakura language. Ren Yang opened his mouth and wanted to say something, looked at the other 4 men and then at Wu Nan. Although it is not common for a person to be isolated in a college boys' dormitory, Ren Yang just happened to encounter this situation. Isn't it just that he doesn't like to change his bed sheets, take a shower or change his socks on weekdays? Isn't it just that his hair is a little messy? Why don't the other 3 like him very much? Later, when the doomsday broke out, Ren Yang also fantasized about having supernatural powers like the male protagonist in the anime, but the reality was cruel, and he could only stay in the dormitory in constant fear. Later, Wu Nan came and Ren Yang fell in love with this woman at first sight. He liked her even more because she could speak the language of cherry blossoms. Now Wu Nan is about to leave, but there is a powerful man downstairs with great strength and special weapons. He is definitely the male protagonist of a 2D anime. We will definitely survive if we follow him. I'll go with you. After some thought, Ren Yang made a decision. The other 5 people all looked at the 2 men coldly. Okay, I was right about you. Let's go. Wu Nan smiled after hearing Ren Yang's words. Ren Yang felt a little excited when he heard Wu Nan's affirmative words. It seemed that his choice was right. Wu Nan had never spoken so much to him before. What a show! Wu Nan leaned on the window and shouted to Yamamoto Sunjiroku downstairs. Yamamoto Sunjiroku, who was walking aimlessly downstairs, suddenly heard someone calling in Sakura language from behind. He turned around and looked in the direction of the voice, and found a sweet-looking girl. And since she could speak Sakura language, Yamamoto Sunjiroku was naturally very happy and waved to the sister. Let's go. Wu Nan was naturally delighted to see the man downstairs responding to him in a friendly manner. He immediately called Ren Yang and walked out of the dormitory. Before leaving, Wu Nan did not forget to mock the 5 people who were looking at him coldly. You just stay in this dormitory. Walk. After saying that, Wu Nan pulled Ren Yang out of the dormitory. At this moment, Ren Yang was still immersed in the fact that Wu Nan was holding his hand. This woman is so disgusting. Li Feng said with disgust. Xiejun patted Li Feng on the shoulder and said, don't think about her anymore. Think about what we should do. There is not much food left in the dormitory. Brother Junior, didn't they say this morning that a savior was coming? We can go find the savior. Wang Heng interrupted and talked about what happened in the morning. Xiejun shook his head, we still don't know where the savior is. The world is so big, and there are so many zombies. Where can we find him? That's right, Xiao Ganger, you think that in CF, the savior has 3 words on his head. Li Feng joked. Yeah, little Leo, you're itching for trouble. Wang Heng raised his fist and threatened. Xiejun didn't know whether to laugh or cry, it's already this hour and you two are still joking around. The most urgent thing is to find food. There is not much food in the dormitory, and the same goes for water. Water can only last for 2 days at most. We must find a water source within 2 days. Yang Ziyu, who had been silent, suddenly spoke up, it must be in the big supermarket, the one next to the bathhouse in the East District. Ziyu is right. The supermarket not only has water but also a lot of food. Xiejun nodded. But how do we get there? There are so many zombies outside. Although the zombies downstairs in the dormitory building were killed by that man, the place with the largest number of zombies is right at the East District playground, so close to the supermarket. Wang Heng said. The school anniversary was held on the playground, next to which was a bathhouse and a supermarket. Weapons, we must have weapons, at least something to protect ourselves, said Li Feng. Everyone else nodded, saying that weapons were definitely needed to kill the zombies. We're tired of hiding in this dormitory. Let's find some weapons quickly. In the past, the 3 of us formed a team to take on challenges, and now we team up to kill zombies. Wang Heng patted Li Feng on the shoulder and said with a smile. MD, you said that you were the first one to die in the game, and you just wasted my resurrection coins. Li Feng said with a sad face. Seeing that the 2 were about to run away again, Xiejun interrupted them and said, okay, hurry up and find weapons. Go to other dormitories to see if there are any fruit knives or something. If not, just dismantle the bed and use steel pipes. Ziyu, just stay here. Xiejun turned his head and said to Yang Ziyu who was looking out the window. Ah, no need. I'll go and help too. Yang Ziyu was staring out the window to the west in a daze, but when she heard Xiejun's words, she reacted and quickly spoke. Okay then, just search this floor and bring here all the sharp objects. Xiejun said. Controlled knives are rare, so anything sharp must be used. Okay. Yang Ziyu nodded. Let's go. Xiejun said to them. Good. Hello. Mr. Samurai. Wu Nan and Ren Yang quickly ran to Yamamoto Sunjiroku and bowed to him. Seeing this, Ren Yang beside him also bowed. Yamamoto Sanzanroku looked at the whiteness in front of him and a hint of darkness flashed in his eyes. Along the way, Yamamoto Sanzanroku had already made it clear that this was a place similar to Kyushu. Looking at the appearance of the woman in front of him, Yamamoto Sanzanroku concluded that she was a local. The earth is full of zombies and laws no longer exist. As long as you are powerful enough, you can do whatever you want on this land, just like your ancestors did decades ago. But for now, there is still some use for keeping this woman who can speak Sakura language. Sir! Wu Nan called out with a smile on his face. Interrupting Yamamoto Sanjiroku's thoughts, Yamamoto Sunjiroku said with a smile on his face, Oh, hello, my name is Yamamoto Sunjiroku. Senior Yamamoto. Wu Nan's smile became even brighter when he heard what Yamamoto Sunjiroku said. Wailawa Wu Nan, I am from Shenan country, studying in the Sakura language department. I also have a Sakura language name, Jingbian Due. Oh, Miss Due I. Yamamoto Sunjiroku nodded kindly. Senior Yamamoto, are you also a survivor of the Agricultural University? Wu Nan asked. Although he didn't know what Agricultural University was, since Wu Nan had said so, Yamamoto Sunjiroku could just follow Wu Nan's words and say, yes, you are students here, right? When Wu Nan heard Yamamoto Sunjiroku say that he was from the Agricultural University, the smile on his face became even wider and he even changed his address. Yes, Mr. Yamamoto. Are there any other students still alive here? Yamamoto Sunjiroku asked this question. He now also needed to build a force, not just kill zombies. Wu Nan was stunned when he heard what Yamamoto Sunjiroku said. No, I can't tell him that there are other people in the dormitory. Wu Nan thought to himself. The more people there are, the less safe it will be. Besides, there are women in the dormitory. If Yamamoto Sunjiroku finds out, there will be one more person competing with him. Thinking of this, Wu Nan's eyes turned red, and he shook his head, and gave Ren Yang a threatening look. Teacher Yamamoto, I don't know either. Since the zombie outbreak, there have been only 2 of us in the dormitory. The other students should be. Seeing Wu Nan's eyes, Ren Yang lowered his head. Yamamoto Sunjiroku didn't think much about what Wu Nan said. Okay then, let's go and talk somewhere else. This is not the place to talk. Yamamoto Sunjiroku said. Wu Nan was delighted when he heard this, as it meant he was getting on the good side of Yamamoto Sunjiroku. Good. Chapter 22. There are so many zombies. Wang Heng stood in front of the intersection and looked at the scene on the north-south main road. Countless zombies were moving around in the wreckage of countless cars, and in the mutton soup restaurant behind, there was a zombie weakly slapping on the glass door. This is the main road of the GC area, so there are naturally more zombies. Yang Chao followed and stood beside Wang Heng. There were also a lot of car wreckage piled up at the intersection. Wang Heng and others were standing in front of a shop at the intersection, out of the zombies' alert range. There were no evolved zombies at the crossroads, otherwise Wang Heng would not dare to stand so close. The number is wrong. Wang Heng looked at the situation at the intersection. There is something wrong with the number of evolved zombies. Logically speaking, there should be evolved zombies among so many zombies, but there is not a single evolved zombie at the crossroads. No matter what, just kill them all first. Wang Heng stood in the middle of the road with his home facing the intersection. The 10-meter-long home almost covers the entire intersection. Go and take everything off the zombies. Wang Heng said. Yang Chao and his sister nodded and then ran to the zombies standing in military posture and took away the supplies one by one. Wang Heng didn't want to lure monsters in batches as that would be too troublesome. Wang Heng wanted to kill hundreds of zombies at the intersection at once. So Wang Heng brought his own zombie squad onto the battlefield. Wang Heng tested that the Peashooter's attacks could not hurt zombies and the zombies' bodies could not block the bullets fired by the Peashooter. Although Wang Heng didn't know the principle, it didn't affect his ability to utilize it. There are now 27 Peashooter trees and 3 tombstones in Wang Heng's home. The Peashooters in the first row can attack up to 10 meters away. So Wang Heng needs to place the zombies within 10 meters in front of the Peashooter. In this way, the Peashooter's firepower can support the zombies. Brother Heng, it's okay. Yang Chao walked to Wang Heng and said. Okay. Wang Heng nodded, and Wang Heng commanded his zombie squad to stand in groups of 3 within the shooting range of the Peashooter. This is a typical 3-person combat team. Li Bing was a little surprised when he saw the positions of the 3 zombies on the screen. Oh? Teacher Li, please explain it to us in detail. Yang Shui stood up and asked at the right time. That's right. During an operation, 3 soldiers form a combat group, with 2 soldiers in front and the group leader in the back, forming a triangle formation. 3 combat groups form a combat squad, and 3 combat squads form a combat group. During an operation, they deploy in a skirmish line formation. This tactic has both offensive and defensive capabilities, with a clear division of labor. Soldiers in the group do their best, and the effective and reasonable combination enables the army to exert its maximum combat effectiveness. This is how the zombies are positioned. This will allow the 3 zombies to attack and retreat together. It seems that these zombies are easier to control than I thought. Li Bing said. 666, I want to go up there too. The zombies upstairs have to fight each other in close combat. A zombie won't turn into a zombie if it's tickled by a zombie, but it will be different if you go up there. If you're tickled, you'll turn into a zombie directly, and then you'll cause trouble for Brother Heng. After arranging the formation, the next thing to do is to attract the attention of the zombies. Chow, can you sing? Wang Heng turned and asked Yang Chao, who was looking at the zombies' positions. Ah, what? Yang Chao didn't react for a moment. I said, can you sing? Wang Heng repeated. Yang Chao finally understood, yes, a little bit. Wang Heng nodded after hearing this, and then pointed to the position in front of the Peashooter, stand there and sing a song called Where is the Way? Yang Chao was confused for a moment. Aren't they going to fight the zombies? Why was he singing? However, Yang Chao realized that the noise made by singing could attract the zombies. And there will be no danger if you stay far away. Okay, I understand, Brother Heng. Yang Chao nodded and ran towards the Peashooter. 666, Brother Heng has started to make some moves. Singing to attract zombies, great. It's a place for leisure and entertainment while killing zombies. I want to go too. Why would an earthling dare to ask where the road is? It should be a parallel world of Blue Star. It's normal. Yang Chao cleared his throat and began to sing, you carry the load, and I lead the horse. Welcome the sunrise and say goodbye to the sunset. The Peashooter behind Yang Chao swayed left and right and seemed to be just on point. I have to say Yang Chao sings pretty well, at least much better than Wang Heng, especially in terms of tune. Yang Meyer couldn't help but cover her mouth and laugh. The zombies at the intersection started to get anxious when they heard the singing. Then, they all walked slowly towards the direction where the sound came from. Stop, keep your voice down. Wang Heng thought that the number of zombies attracted was enough. It would be bad if he continued singing and attracted zombies from far away. Yang Chao made an okay gesture to indicate to Wang Heng that he understood. Flatten out the bumps and make a great path. Yang Chao continued to sing. The zombie walking in front has entered the range of the Peashooter, and came to the front of the three zombie groups in the middle. The zombie trio stands in a triangle. There are two zombies in front and one zombie in the back. The zombie walked into the circle of zombies, and three zombies stretched out their arms at the same time to attack the zombie. The Peashooter's peas followed one after another. This zombie fell to the ground and died without even touching any other zombies. Then one zombie after another approached. The scattered zombies in front posed no threat to the zombies and were defeated one by one. But when the small group of zombies appeared behind, zombies began to suffer casualties. One corner of the triangular tactical formation was destroyed and the remaining two would not be able to hold out for long, killed by the continuous influx of zombies. But the price the zombies pay is terrible. It often takes 8 or 9 zombies to kill one. Soon the zombie corpses filled the space in front of the front row of zombies. The number of zombies in front is also decreasing, until the zombies enter the range of the last row of Peashooters, about 7 meters away from the first row of Peashooters. At this time, the firepower of Wang Heng's home reached its peak. Because at this distance, there are zombies within the range of the 3 rows of 27 Peashooters. 27 Peashooters shot at the first row of zombies at the same time. At the same time, there are zombie attacks. When the first row of zombies fell, the subsequent Ps still hit the zombies in the second row with the same power. Although the Peashooter's range is only 10 meters, this 10 meters means that the Peashooter will only attack if a zombie appears within its attack range. This does not mean that the Ps spit out by the Peashooter only have a flying distance of 10 meters. As for how far the Ps spit out by the Peashooter can fly, Wang Heng has not tested this, so naturally he doesn't know the answer. Vomit, vomit, vomit. Rows of Ps flew towards the zombies pouring in from 3 directions at the intersection. There were broken limbs, body parts, and zombie corpses everywhere. You have been upgraded and have 3 attribute points at your disposal. After the zombies were killed one after another, Wang Heng's level finally reached level 4. According to the usual practice, Wang Heng evenly distributed the 3 attribute points. Name, Wang Heng. Level, LV4. Experience, 3/500. Occupation, farmer. Strength, 12, normal adult strength is 10. Physical strength, 12, normal adult physical strength is 10. Speed, 12, normal adult speed is 10. Health, 120, 10 times of physical strength. Natural recovery is 1 point per hour. When health drops below 10 points, it will no longer recover naturally, and energy can be used to recover injuries. Energy, 136 points. Congratulations to Kyushu player Wang Heng for being the first to reach level 4. I will reward him with a bottle of strength potion. Congratulations to Kyushu's player Wang Heng for being the first to reach level 4. I will reward Kyushu with a 5% increase in national strength. Wow, brother Heng is awesome. He's leading the world again. We are number 1, we are still number 1, we are always number 1. I felt like my hands that were carrying bricks suddenly had strength, and I was one step closer to my dream of carrying bricks and buying a house. I regret going abroad. Beautiful country. Yeah, I thought the United States would have an advantage, but I didn't expect that. United States. Is it too late to change nationality now? American country. What do you think? Originally, Kyushu citizenship was the most difficult to obtain. Now that this has happened, there is gossip that Kyushu no longer issues green cards. The players on Earth were also stunned when they heard the news. It was only the first day, and Wang Heng had already won 3 rewards and reached level 4. How did he kill the zombies? He must have cheated. Yamamoto Sanjiroku, who was walking, suddenly stopped. What's wrong, teacher Yamamoto? Wu Nan, who was standing by, asked in confusion. It's okay. Yamamoto Sanjiroku shook his head. It seemed that he had to speed up killing the zombies. However, this idea disappeared when Yamamoto Sanzenroku saw the level ranking list. The gap between him and Wang Heng was too big, and perhaps he had to build a force to catch up. Wang Heng, it's Wang Heng again. Tom almost broke his back teeth. Just now, Tom's level reached level 3, but the bullets he brought with him were all used up. Fortunately, the gunsmith skill allowed him to exchange energy points for guns, ammunition, and weapons. He originally thought that he could catch up with Wang Heng soon, but who knew that Wang Heng's level would increase so rapidly again? Power. I also want to find survivors and build a power. Tom knew that he might not be able to catch up with Wang Heng with his own strength. Chapter 23. The number of zombies at the intersection decreased visibly. Wang Heng used 50 energy points to purchase 1 square of land, plus 2 squares of land as a reward for upgrading the level to level 4. Now the cross-section of Wang Heng's home is a rectangle of 3 meters wide and 11 meters long. Yang Chao's singing continued. Go and give him a bottle of water. Wang Heng said to Yang Mir. Yang Mir nodded, then took out a bottle of Yulabao from the pile of supplies and ran towards Yang Chao. Yubo was handed to Yang Chao, who took a sip of water to moisten his throat and dry lips. Then start singing again from the beginning. According to Wang Heng's request, the volume of Yang Chao's singing gradually increased, so that the zombies in the distance would be continuously attracted. This intersection became the place where Wang Heng killed monsters and gained experience. It's just like the challenge mode that came out later in CF. You only need 1 person to guard a cave entrance, and as long as you stand there, there will be endless monsters coming to die. Zombies were killed one after another, and soon the 50 energy points consumed by Wang Heng were replenished. Just when Wang Heng thought that he only needed to happily kill monsters until all the zombies at the intersection were killed, the zombies to the east suddenly became chaotic. What's going on? Wang Heng felt something was wrong. He looked into the pile of zombies and saw the source of the zombie chaos at a glance. Roar, roar, roar. Dave also stood beside Wang Heng and looked towards the east with Wang Heng. An extremely tall figure appeared behind the pile of zombies. The zombie was 2 meters and 5 meters tall, a head taller than Yao Ming. What caught the eye was the reflective head. As expected, the stronger he was, the balder he was. The exaggerated bulge of the trapezius muscle connected the shoulders and head together. The neck had formed an inverted triangle, and the arms were as thick as an adult's waist. The zombie's shirt had disappeared, revealing his granite-like pectoral muscles and abdominal muscles that looked like stacked bricks. He was wearing a pair of shorts, but this zombie's shorts were not like Hulk's that could automatically expand or shrink without being torn. The zombie shorts were almost left with only an elastic band with 2 pieces of cloth hanging on it. A DN disc placed in a bare place makes boys jealous and girls cry. The two legs are as thick as an elephant's limbs. The zombies blocking the front fled in panic, as if they were avoiding the king of the zombie group, and a passage was cleared. I don't have that ability, so what's the point of growing up like this? Wang Heng thought with some resentment, but it was definitely not out of envy. Wang Heng had already recognized this zombie, it was definitely a Type 2 power zombie. Wang Heng had also seen Type 1 zombies, they were not so powerful, and Type 3 zombies would not appear in the first month. Wow, this guy reminds me of my old friend Gargantor. He's also similarly sized. I can feel earthquake-like vibrations in the house every time he comes. But he doesn't have his son on his back. Dave said crazily. Wang Heng doesn't care about this. What Wang Heng cares about is how to deal with this guy. Wait, you mean he is similar to Gargantua, with similar health and defense? Wang Heng suddenly thought of something and turned to ask Dave. If the health and defense of the Type 2 power zombie are similar to those of Gargantua, then Wang Heng is absolutely confident that he can kill him, because there are as many as 27 Peashooters in Wang Heng's home, and the concentrated fire of these Peashooters can definitely kill a Gargantua. Weibi, I don't know about that. Maybe you can kill him and let me study his body. Dave's eyes were cross-eyed. Wang Heng was speechless. If I could kill him, would I still ask you this? What kind of zombie is this? It's beyond the scope of human beings. Yang Shui looked at the extremely tall zombie in the group of corpses. When Yang Shui saw what was hanging underneath, her earlobes turned red. PTCK. Yang Shui couldn't help but spit. But he continued to stare at the zombies on the screen out of professionalism, definitely not out of curiosity. This should be a higher level mutant among the zombies. Li Bing said seriously. I feel like with this level of mutation, a normal small caliber pistol can no longer hurt him. Li Bing came to this conclusion after taking a look at the zombie's appearance. Contestant Wang Heng might be in danger. Brother Hu said. Li Bing nodded and said, perhaps the best strategy is to run away. Oh my god, it's so big. Are you talking about zombies or little zombies upstairs? Wow, if my boyfriend was like this, would I break up with him? It feels like a needle PK every time. Are you trying to get to your stomach in one step upstairs? Such a powerful zombie must be a big boss. Brother Heng should just run away. That's right, a wise man never suffers a loss in front of him. Only a coward would run away. If I were your Wang Heng, I would definitely fight him bravely. Little Day Country / Sakura Country. Silly. Yang Chao. Come back. Wang Heng shouted to Yang Chao, it would be very dangerous to stay in front any longer. You may not be able to deal with the Peashooter, so you have to be prepared for the backup plan. The backup plan here does not mean to pack up your home and run away if you can't win. Type 2 power zombies are rare. Killing it will definitely give you a lot of energy points, and perhaps other rewards. Wang Heng is reluctant to just run away like this. So it is necessary to unlock new powerful plants. Cherry Bomb. As the third plant that needs to be unlocked, its power is undoubtedly enormous. Wang Heng used the cherries bought in the supermarket to unlock part of it, but it still requires 150 energy points to completely unlock the cherry bomb. Now is not the time to save energy points, Wang Heng unlocked it directly. Wang Heng still has 1035 sun rays in his hand, which he obtained by killing zombies at the crossroads, so he doesn't need to plant sunflowers. With the cherry bomb, Wang Heng felt more confident. Yang Chao ran to Wang Heng with a nervous look on his face, obviously having seen the power Type 2 zombie striding towards him at the intersection. This was the first time Yang Chao had seen such a terrifying zombie. It was simply a titan giant in the game. This size of zombie made it impossible for anyone to feel the slightest desire to resist when standing in front of it. Yang Mir grabbed the corner of Yang Chao's clothes and looked back at the terrifying zombie from time to time. Brother Heng, what should I do? Wang Heng waved his hand calmly, it's okay. Then let the remaining 21 zombies in front of the Peashooter stand in groups of 3 again. The strength Type 2 zombie strode towards Wang Heng's home. Wang Heng felt as if the earth was shaking with the strength Type 2 zombie's footsteps. All the zombies standing in front of the Strength Type 2 zombie were thrown away by him or stepped on to death. The Strength Type 2 zombie is the king of this zombie area. Any zombie will flee and surrender when they see him. Now it heard the sounds of food again and smelled the smell of food, but mixed in with these smells was the smell of something else, a smell it had never tasted before, and it should be delicious. This thought prompted the Power Type 2 zombie to walk towards Wang Heng's home. Wang Heng shrank the line to 7 meters in front of the first row of Peashooters. In this way, 3 rows of Peashooters can attack the huge Type 2 power zombies at the same time. Under the gaze of the 3 people, the huge Type 2 power zombie stepped into the attack range of the first row of Peashooters. Spit. The 9 Peashooters in the first row spit peas at the power type zombies at the same time. The reason why the Peashooters on the far sides did not launch an attack was because the Power Type 2 zombies stepped into the middle of the line, so they did not enter the attack range of the Peashooters on the farthest sides. The Strength Type 2 zombie did not feel threatened by the flying peas, and he would not dodge even if he did. As long as he did not hit the vital parts such as the eyes and the open mouth, the Strength Type 2 zombie was confident that these green things would not be able to break the defenses in other parts. However, when the peas hit the Strength Type 2 zombie, the Strength Type 2 zombie actually felt the long-lost pain. How long has it been? How long has it been? It has been a long time since it last felt pain since it evolved into a Power Type 2 zombie, and this feeling made it extremely angry. Roar! The Power Type 2 zombie let out a huge roar towards the front. The sound made Wang Heng and Yang Chao, brother and sister, cover their ears. FK, the earphone gang is dead. This thing is really loud. Wang Heng was also speechless. Why are you yelling so loudly? One difference between power zombies and ordinary zombies is that they can make sounds and their voices are loud. This time, the loud voice of the Power Type 2 zombie made Wang Heng realize this point even more. But it hurts, it proves that the Peashooter is already capable of threatening the Power Type 2 zombies. The Power Type 2 zombie actually started running after feeling the pain, which scared Wang Heng. The momentum of this thing when it ran was so intimidating, like a charging rhinoceros. Chapter 24. After being enraged by the Peashooter, the Power Type 2 zombie took a step forward and rushed forward. The size of a Power Type 2 zombie is huge to begin with, and one step of it is about the same distance as 2 steps of an ordinary person. There is no need to worry about taking too big a step and getting caught. This really scared Wang Heng. This thing actually has a berserk mode. Is it too expensive to play it? Barbarian King charges. Awesome. This zombie can run. If I go up there, I'll definitely die. Stop talking. I'm going to go for a run today. Otherwise, I won't be able to fight or run in Doomsday. Why are you running? If you get some zombie blood during the apocalypse, you might even be able to become an elite monster if you turn into a zombie early. This zombie punched me and I didn't make a sound. Wang Heng quickly controlled the zombies to surround them. The Strength Type 2 zombie looked at these strange creatures with some surprise. It could feel that these creatures were not strong and were somewhat similar to ordinary zombies. However, they smelled edible. Although they did not smell as good as humans, these creatures smelled like snacks. But why are these creatures not afraid of him and even surround him? Now is not the time to eat snacks. Those green things will hurt me. Under Wang Heng's control, the zombies surrounded them one by one. The Power Type 2 zombie became angry when he saw this scene. Okay, I won't kill you but you come up here to die. The Strength Type 2 zombie grabbed a zombie in front of him that was scratching him and tore it in half. However, the remaining 20 zombies surrounded them. But in the face of absolute power, numbers are useless, unless the number is even more absolute, but these 20 zombies in front of us are obviously not that. The Strength Type 2 zombie used his 2 big hands like a palm leaf fan to sweep down the zombies around him, and soon the zombies around the Strength Type 2 zombie were knocked to the ground. Row after row of peas hit the Power Type 2 zombie who was fighting with zombies, making it feel more impatient and angry. These annoying little snacks and the green flies in the distance are so annoying. The Strength Type 2 zombie grabbed a zombie's foot and smashed it to the side. The zombie was instantly flattened by the Strength Type 2 zombie in his hand. When the Strength Type 2 zombie was about to retract the zombie it was holding, the force it used to retract knocked down 2 zombies on both sides. The Strength Type 2 zombie noticed this and felt like he had discovered some new continent. He held a zombie tightly in his hand and let out an excited roar. Looking at the Power Type 2 zombies in the pile of zombies, Wang Heng suddenly felt something was wrong. The expression of the Power Type 2 zombie now is exactly the same as when the ape discovered that sharp stones could be used as weapons. The Strength Type 2 zombie held the zombie in his hand as if it were a spear, and swung it violently, sweeping down the surrounding zombies. With the huge power bonus of the Strength Type 2 zombie, the zombies swept by the zombie in his hand suddenly had their bones broken, and some were directly beaten into 2 pieces and died. Oh shit! Wang Heng almost dropped his jaw when he saw this scene. The zombies that he had coded became weapons of the Power Type 2 zombies. It's just like the villain who wants to kill the protagonist time and time again but fails to do so and instead teaches the protagonist powerful skills. The zombies did not threaten the range of the Strength Type 2 zombies, which gave them a handy weapon. Veruo, now this zombie looks more like our old friend Gargantua. Dave obviously noticed this scene. The Gargantua in the game also holds various weapons, street lights, and even ordinary zombies. This is. Zombies can use weapons. Li Bing was so surprised when he saw this scene that he almost stood up. I originally thought that zombies were mindless walking flesh, but now the Strength Type 2 zombies can actually grab other things and use them as weapons. This is no less than discovering that a monkey can use a stick as a weapon. Awesome! Brother Heng, run away! The way this zombie is grabbing zombies and swinging them around so hard, even Lu Buletin would have to admit defeat. I feel that the game of National Destiny is very difficult, and there are dangers everywhere. I may have died several times by now. This has something to do with luck. Why didn't our country's athletes encounter any danger? It's because your athletes were just unlucky. They must have done something bad. Xiao Riziguo. The Power Type 2 zombie on the screen was becoming more and more skilled at using zombies as weapons. He was like a bulldozer, blasting away all the zombies in his way. Zombies were thrown into the sky one by one. However, many zombies did not die. Under Wang Heng's control, they surrounded the Power Type 2 zombies again. The Strength Type 2 zombie felt that catching zombies with one hand was not enough, so he saw that his other hand was empty. So he simply grabbed the legs of another zombie and held it in his hand. The zombie's head was used as a hammer by the Strength Type 2 zombie. The Strength Type 2 zombie howled with excitement because he had 2 weapons. With his 2 arms swung up and the zombies on his arms being used as weapons, the whole thing looked like a big windmill. The surrounding zombies were like being swept by a tornado and could no longer stop the Power Type 2 zombies in the slightest. The Strength Type 2 zombie rushed towards the first row of Peashooters. Without the obstruction of the zombies, the Strength Type 2 zombie reached the first row of Peashooters in just 2 steps. Brother Heng, the front line is about to be breached. Yang Chao anxiously stared at the Strength Type 2 zombie not far away. The 3 of them were only less than 5 meters away from the Strength Type 2 zombie. The huge sense of oppression made Yang Chao a little breathless. Should we fight him? Yang Chao clenched the shovel in his hand. Don't panic. Wang Heng frowned and stared at the Power Type 2 zombie. Looking at the Peashooter in front of it, the Strength Type 2 zombie knew that this thing was the one that launched the green flies that caused it pain. The Power Type 2 zombie roared, raised the zombie in his hand and smashed it heavily towards the Peashooter in front of him. The Peashooter looked very small in front of the Strength Type 2 zombie, but the Peashooter was not afraid. He still swayed left and right and spit out the last pea. The next second, he was flattened by the Power Type 2 zombie cats. Roar! The revenged Power Type 2 zombie roared excitedly. Just as the Strength Type 2 zombie was about to smash the remaining Peashooters to death, he discovered a red thing suddenly appeared in front of him. What is this? Li Bing opened his eyes wide and saw 2 red plants like cherries in front of the Power zombie. Yang Chao also noticed the abnormality here, and then became excited. This must be Brother Heng's new weapon. The 2 red cherries suddenly swelled violently, and the next second, a huge explosion sounded. Bang! The strength type 2 zombie was blown directly to the ground, and one of its thick arms was missing, obviously broken by the explosion. What is this? What happened? What is that red plant? Why did it explode? Yang Shui looked at the screen in surprise. This should be a plant bomb. It looks like a cherry. Could it be a cherry bomb? Brother Who guessed? I bet 5 bags of spicy noodles that Brother Who guessed right. The last time it was the Peashooter. The names of these plants should be related to their appearance and characteristics. This one looks like a cherry and a bomb. Brother Who probably guessed it right. You have a lot of words, I believe you. The strength type 2 zombie was obviously stunned by the explosion, and it took him a while to react. The pain from his arm made the strength type 2 zombie let out the loudest roar in history, so that Wang Heng and the other two had to cover their ears and open their mouths. However, it is obvious that this is the last gasp of the power type 2 zombie. The strength type 2 zombie staggered to his feet. Dragging his huge body, he tried to move forward. But the zombies that had not been killed just now surrounded them again, and this time the strength type 2 zombies were no longer able to drive away these little snacks. The Peashooter continued to spit out peas and hit the power type 2 zombies. The power type 2 zombie smelled the scent of death. This smell terrified it. It felt that if it stayed here any longer, it would probably really die. Thinking of this, the power type 2 zombie actually turned around and tried to escape. Want to run? Wang Heng was stunned. Zombies actually ran away. But there was no way Wang Heng could let it run away. He had finally found a type 2 zombie and paid the price of killing so many zombies. If he let it run away, where would he go to cry? Chapter 25. Wang Heng immediately controlled several zombies to surround them. The Peashooter behind continued to shoot peas at the power type 2 zombie. The strength type 2 zombie felt increasingly bad, as if his head was about to fall off. I am a little overwhelmed to deal with the snacks in front of me. Finally, with the last roar, the huge head of the power type 2 zombie fell off the trapezius muscle. The huge body of the power type 2 zombie fell to the ground with a loud bang. Nice! Yang Chao's face flushed with excitement. Such a powerful zombie was killed. Wang Heng also showed a satisfied smile. A type 2 strength zombie actually gave Wang Heng 50 energy points, 50 experience points, and 250 sunlight, which is 50 times that of an ordinary zombie and 25 times that of a first-level zombie. It also increased Wang Heng's strength attribute by 0.5. King Heng of Zhuzhou killed a second-level zombie for the first time. This was the first time a second-level zombie was killed by a human. It was a big step forward for humans to fight back against zombies. Reward King Heng of Zhuzhou with a special skill, Boost Morale. Boost Morale leave 150 energy points to upgrade. A strong person will always bring hope to others in the end times. The units around Wang Heng will be inspired by his aura and their attack speed will increase by 10%. King Heng of Zhuzhou killed a second-level zombie for the first time. As a reward, the cohesion of the people of Zhuzhou will be increased by 5%, and 5% of the pseudo-citizens, foreign spies, sheepdogs, will be evaporated. In just one day, Wang Heng had no idea how many times he had triggered the rewards of the National Destiny game. This time the reward is quite interesting. 666, I suddenly feel more patriotic. What's going on? I didn't realize how important the country is before, but now I understand and I regret my previous thoughts. Good fellow, 5% of the shepherd dog's foreign spies evaporated. That's really cruel. But please reward 100% next time. I have been annoyed with those sheepdogs for a long time, and now they are finally getting their comeuppance. As soon as this reward was given, many people in Kyushu died mysteriously, such as some school teachers, some cleaners, supermarket owners, and even some people in high positions. In short, spies are omnipresent and can be found everywhere. Even those selling pancakes on the roadside may be foreign spies. This allowed Kyushu's special departments to track down many people. It seems that Kyushu has quite a few spies from other countries hidden. But it's true, there are too many people who regard Kyushu as a thorn in their side, and they can't defeat them, so they can only plant spies. Other countries are envious and jealous of the fact that King Heng of Kyushu has received many awards. I wish I could join the National Destiny game and make my country's players perform better. What? Tom's face darkened when he heard the reward announcement. What is a second-level zombie? Do zombies have levels like saviors? Tom has already positioned himself as the savior. But since Wang Heng can kill it, so can I. Tom clenched his fists. As a hawk in the United States, he hated Kyushu very much. Naturally, he was unwilling to fall behind Kyushu, even in the game of National Destiny. Wang Heng originally planned to use the newly acquired 50 energy points to purchase a grid of lawn for his home, but then he thought that if he only bought one grid, Wang Heng's home would look like an extra rectangle, which would be too unsightly. So Wang Heng waited until he had accumulated 150 energy points again, and then bought 3 grids at a time before purchasing the land. After dealing with the energy points, Wang Heng's sight fell on the huge corpse of the power type 2 zombie. Wang Heng walked over, and Yang Chao followed with his sister Yang Mir. Only when you get closer can you intuitively feel how powerful the power type 2 zombie is, and how big it is. It's really big. The arms were as thick as Wang Heng's waist, and Wang Heng had to use both hands to hug those legs. But this thing really stinks, it stinks my eyes and throat, it smells even worse than the toilet Wang Heng went to in junior high school. Wang Heng was so choked that he covered his nose and squinted his eyes. Dave, is this body useful or should we just leave it at home and decompose it? Wang Heng communicated with Dave. Dave's shadow appeared beside Wang Heng. No, decomposition would be a waste. Do you want to meet my old friend Gargantua? Dave asked Wang Heng. The image of Gargantua flashed through Wang Heng's mind. The giant zombie could even be thrown at his son. The killing power was probably enough to kill one small zombie with one hammer. Of course. Wang Heng nodded. If this thing could be summoned in the early stage, let alone 30, even 3 would be basically invincible. With high health and attack power, it can enter and exit small-scale sea of corpses unimpeded. Then give it to me. The corpse of a Strength Type 2 zombie can unlock the Gargantua card to a small extent. Dave said. Then he stretched out his hand towards Wang Heng. Wang Heng nodded without thinking. There was no point for Wang Heng to keep the body of the Power Type 2 zombie. He probably wouldn't get many energy points by decomposing it. It would be better to unlock the body of Gargantua for Dave. Wait. Wang Heng suddenly thought of something, because Dave said before that zombie cards can only be unlocked by killing people and burying them in the home. How come it can now be unlocked using the corpse of a Strength Type 2 zombie? Wang Heng spoke out his inner thoughts. Why can I unlock some of Gargantua's cards by using the corpses of Strength Type 2 zombies? Isn't it possible to unlock them only by killing people? Dave's eyes moved around, and then he answered, that's just one of the methods. Killing people is one of them. Some special zombies can also unlock some cards if you find special items and give them to me. For example, that roadblock. Dave pointed to the dented roadblock lying on the ground by the road. After Dave said this, Wang Heng understood that the unlocking method of zombie cards is similar to the unlocking method of plant cards. Unlocking plant cards requires not only energy but also related items. For example, cherries can unlock some cherry bomb cards. The roadblock that Dave mentioned is the roadblock worn on the head of the roadblock zombie, which means that the Iron Bucket zombie can also unlock some of the Iron Bucket zombie's cards by handing the Iron Bucket to Dave. I understand, Wang Heng nodded. Can you hand over the body of the Type 2 power zombie to me now? Dave asked. Wang Heng nodded. Dave's shadow stretched out his hand towards the Strength Type 2 zombie lying on the ground, and Wang Heng followed suit and pressed it. In this way, if the Strength Type 2 zombie suddenly disappeared, others would only think that Wang Heng took it away. Then the body of the Strength Type 2 zombie suddenly disappeared. Yang Chao and his sister did not find this scene strange. They thought it was Wang Heng's work, because the zombies before were the same. They disappeared after being thrown into their homes. After dealing with the body of the Power Type 2 zombie, Wang Heng looked up and saw Yang Chao and his sister standing there looking at him. There are not many zombies at the intersection now. Many of them were killed by Wang Heng before, and many were killed by 2-star zombies. Now most of the zombies are deep in the streets. However, Wang Heng did not plan to waste time here. The remaining zombies at the intersection could be used to train Yang Mir. Yang Chao. Hey, Heng, what's the matter? Go pick up the roadblock at the intersection over there, and then follow the zombies to move the bodies, and move all the zombie bodies to the lawn of the home. Wang Heng said. The corpses of the zombies killed previously were scattered all over the ground and had not been dealt with yet. Wang Heng used sunlight to increase the number of zombies to 40. Okay. Yang Chao nodded. Then he ran towards the roadblock on the side of the road near the convenience store. Yang Mir watched Yang Chao run away, then turned around and saw Wang Heng looking at her. Brother Heng. Come on, it's time to teach you how to kill zombies, Wang Heng said to Yang Mir. Yang Mir's expression condensed, she clenched the shovel in her hand and nodded. What is coming will eventually come. Wang Heng turned and walked towards the intersection, and Yang Mir followed behind him. There were almost no zombies on the west side, as they had all been killed by Wang Heng. Without the attraction of the singing, the remaining zombies wandered aimlessly on the east side of the intersection. The alert range of ordinary zombies is 20 meters. While walking on the road, Wang Heng gave Yang Mir some knowledge about ordinary zombies. The huge zombie just now is called a strength type 2 zombie. I don't know its alert range, but if you see it, you'd better run away from it. There are type 2 zombies and type 1 zombies. You and your brother may be able to defeat a type 1 zombie together. Yang Mir nodded after hearing what Wang Heng said. Brother Heng, if there are strength zombies, are there speed zombies? Then are there intelligent zombies? After all, strength, speed and wisdom are 3 basic things. If there is one kind of mutation, there will be other kinds of mutations. Yang Mir thought of this and asked Wang Heng. Wang Heng smiled and nodded. Smart, you can draw inferences from one instance. Speed zombies look like monkeys. If you are alone and see this kind of zombie, you don't have to run. You definitely can't run as fast as it. Either you kill it or it eats you. Speed type 1 zombies can run at a speed almost as fast as an adult. As for the speed type 2 zombies, although Wang Heng had never seen a speed type 2 zombie, judging from the huge gap between a strength type 1 zombie and a strength type 2 zombie, a speed type 2 zombie must be countless times faster than a normal person, and probably comparable to a leopard. A girl naturally cannot outrun this type of fast-moving zombie, but she might have a chance if she fights head-on. Yang Mir nodded silently, but what she was thinking in her heart was that if she was left alone, her brother would definitely be dead, and Wang Heng would also be in danger, so what would be the point of her living? 666, little sister is so smart, much better than me. I think so too. It makes me wonder if there would be other types of evolved zombies. Seeing that Yang Mir behind him was silent, Wang Heng just thought that she was digesting the information he had said. We're here. Looking at the zombies in front of him, Wang Heng stopped. The zombies also discovered the food that had entered their alert range and staggered towards Wang Heng and Yang Mir. Chapter 26. Yang Mir looked at Wang Heng, then looked at the zombies that were constantly walking towards her. Then he gripped the shovel in his hand and took 2 steps forward. Yang Mir had seen Yang Chao kill zombies before, so she knew that the head was the weak point of these ugly zombies. But even though my brain knew it, my hands were still very nervous when I did it. Yang Mir felt her arms trembling. Wang Heng silently stepped back a few steps, took the shovel in his hand, and then said expressionlessly, "Go ahead. The head is their weak spot. If you are scratched by a zombie, you will be infected. I will send you off then." Hearing Wang Heng's words, Yang Mir's heart trembled, knowing that what Wang Heng said was true and he would really do such a thing. FK, Brother Heng is so cold-blooded, can he really do it when the time comes? It feels like Brother Heng is just trying to scare Yang Mir. He will still rescue her if she's in danger, right? Do you think Brother Heng is Superman? Didn't you see that Brother Heng has already distanced himself? He is going to fight the zombies in close combat. If we rescue them when they are in danger, it will definitely be too late. Why does a girl have to kill zombies? Is she a man? And she said such nonsense. Isn't it disgusting? That's right, we girls just need to look good and cheer for them. Why do we have to kill zombies? Why didn't you get killed during the last punishment upstairs? They just have poor brains, not unpatriotic. Yang Chao, who was carrying the zombie corpse after picking up the roadblock on the side, was silent when he saw this scene. This was a hurdle that Yang Mir had to pass, and if she couldn't pass it, she would die. Yang Chao moved the corpse silently, and kept praying for his sister in his heart. The zombies were already not far from Yang Mir. Yang Mir could clearly see the zombie's face, a rotten and ugly face. She had seen this kind of creature countless times, but this was the first time she faced it alone. In the past, her brother always stayed by her side or stood in front of her. I can't be a burden to my brother. Thinking of this, Yang Mir's trembling body calmed down a little, but her arms were still shaking slightly. Courage can only be of some help. It's not like cheating. You can't be nervous when you say you won't be nervous, or explode when you say you will. Yang Mir walked towards the zombies step by step with a shovel in her hand. The zombies became excited when they smelled the approaching food and walked towards Yang Mir with their hands outstretched. The distance between Yang Mir and the zombies was rapidly narrowing. Feeling that food was approaching, the zombie pounced towards Yang Mir, but the zombie's movements were not fast. However, Yang Mir was also frightened and screamed to avoid the attack of the zombie's arms. This is a good opportunity to attack the zombies. The zombies are in the post-attack stage, with their old strength not yet exhausted and their new strength not yet generated. But Yang Mir obviously didn't know this and missed a great opportunity to kill the zombies. The zombie waved its arms again and attacked Yang Mir. Yang Mir gritted her teeth and hit the zombie's arm with a shovel. Although she knew that the zombie's weakness was the head, she forgot it when she really faced the zombie. Wang Heng held his forehead with his hand and said, "How can a shovel be used to hit someone? That is only used by strong people. People can be hit to death with a shovel. But Yang Mir is obviously not one of them. The correct way to use a shovel is to use it." Yang Chao stopped what he was doing and looked nervously towards the battle circle between Yang Mir and the zombies. Bang! The shovel hit the zombie's arm, and the zombie was knocked crooked. Yang Mir was not in a good situation either. She was numb from the recoil force of the zombie's arm. Yang Mir gritted her teeth, looked at the shovel in her hand, then looked at the zombie's head, and finally remembered that the zombie's head was its weakness, and that the shovel was used for shoveling. After dodging the zombie's attacks again and again, Yang Mir found the right opportunity and shoveled towards the zombie's most vulnerable neck. With a whoosh sound, the shovel sank into the zombie's neck and broke it. I have to say that the shovel that Dave gave Wang Heng was very sharp. If it was an ordinary shovel, it would probably have been stuck by the zombie's bones. Pa. Wang Heng clapped from behind. Yang Chao also breathed a sigh of relief. Yang Mir looked at the zombie corpse lying powerlessly on the ground in front of her and couldn't believe that she had killed it. She thought she could kill zombies. Then Yang Mir excitedly turned around to look at Wang Heng, and then looked in the direction of Yang Chao. She waved her fist at Yang Chao with one hand, but her other hand couldn't hold the shovel because she had used too much force just now, and it fell to the ground and hit Yang Mir's foot. Ah! Yang Mir cried out in pain. Then he quickly picked up the shovel on the ground. Wang Heng looked at this scene and smiled. Today's goal has been achieved. At least Yang Mir dared to face ordinary zombies and kill them. Wang Heng did not force Yang Mir to kill many zombies, as long as she did not cause any burden. Moreover, these two people are a little malnourished, so it is definitely not possible to let them fight zombies continuously. Just wait until you can catch up with the exercise and nutrition later. The training is over, you passed. Wang Heng walked towards Yang Mir. Yang Mir nodded, her face flushed. She didn't know if it was because she had exerted too much force just now or because she was excited. Let's go. Wang Heng turned around and walked towards his home. Yang Mir quickly followed. With the help of 30 zombies, the body was quickly carried to the homeland to be decomposed. Wang Heng gave the roadblock that Yang Chao brought to Dave, and then opened the zombie card in the career panel. Both Roadblock Zombie and Gargantuar have been partially unlocked. Then Wang Heng opened the plant interface again, wanting to see the cooling time of the cherry bomb. Cherry bomb requires 150 sun rays, and has a cooldown of 30 seconds. It will explode immediately after being planted. The explosion range, zombies within a 9 square range centered on itself, so please plant them next to the zombies. The cherry bomb is made up of 2 cherries, cherry brother and cherry brother. They used to quarrel all the time. The elder brother liked to say, "Look, we are going to explode." But the younger brother retorted, "Yes, look, we are going to explode." After a long quarrel, they finally agreed to say, "Look, we are going to explode." 1 minute, 1 cherry bomb every 30 seconds, that's not bad. Wang Heng put away the panel. It's a cherry bomb indeed. Brother Hu is really smart. Yang Shui said with a smile, he is indeed a man of both wisdom and handsomeness. Woo woo, whose husband is so handsome? Brother Hu belongs to our boy, you are not allowed to look at it. The training for Yang Meyer is also completed, and it's time to go to the subway station. Wang Heng piled the supplies on the 3 newly acquired lawns so that the zombies wouldn't have to carry them. Let the 40 zombies follow Wang Heng outside. Lead the way, let's go to the subway station. Wang Heng said to Yang Chao. Okay. Yang Chao nodded and was finally ready to set off. The subway station is 2 blocks away, walk east along the intersection. After crossing an intersection, the next intersection is the subway entrance. A lot of zombies at the intersection in front of Wang Heng had been cleared out just now. Wang Heng and his sister Yang Chao walked towards the east side of the intersection. There were a few zombies scattered on the road, and Wang Heng didn't plan to summon his home again. Now Wang Heng's strength, speed, and physical strength were all 12 points, which were slightly higher than those of a normal adult. Wang Heng smashed the head of a zombie that was walking towards him with a shovel. Wang Heng looked at his hand in disbelief. If Wang Heng had just arrived on Earth, he would definitely not be able to smash the zombie's head with a shovel. The increase in strength is clearly reflected at this moment. Brother Heng is awesome, his strength is incredible. It was like hitting a watermelon. It smashed the grass into pieces. No way, you're blowing too? Isn't this a basic exercise? You guys are just like grandmas eating lollipops, you can only lick them. You have the ability to go upstairs by yourself. Can't you see that Brother Heng's strength point is 12? He is not stronger than you. You also call this basic operation? It's really Cao Pai's father-in-law. Zhenji's father is speechless. By the way, are you guys so good at using allegorical sayings? Yang Chao was also eager to try after seeing Wang Heng's operation, but Wang Heng naturally would not give him this opportunity. If the zombie was killed by himself, there would still be 1 energy point, but if they were killed by the 2 of them, there would be nothing. As for the zombie corpses, it would be too troublesome for Wang Heng to carry them back and forth on the road, so he just gave up 0.1 energy. I looked at the position of the sun and it was probably noon now. I had no idea what time it was outside. There is a time difference between the outside world and the earth. The night in the outside world is exactly the day in the earth world, and the night in the earth world is the day in the outside world. Basically everyone has nothing to do at night, so they all pay attention to the live broadcast room of the National Fortune game, but this is not necessarily the case during the day. Everyone still has to go to work. Although the National Destiny game concerns everyone's fate, going to work is more directly related to everyone's life. LZ Lake is 20 kilometers away from where Wang Heng is. It is impossible to reach it today by walking alone, so Wang Heng is not in a hurry. He led Yang Chao and his sister and moved slowly towards the east. Denise's supermarket. Wang Heng crossed the intersection and saw a large supermarket in front of him. However, this supermarket seemed to have been visited by someone. The shelves inside were crooked and there was basically no trace of supplies. There were only a few zombies scattered at the door of the supermarket, and white bones scattered on the ground. These zombies were still dealt with by Wang Heng. After walking a few dozen meters forward, there were more zombies, but Wang Heng had a large army of zombies behind him. Of course I'm not afraid of these zombies. Arrange the zombies in groups of 3 and move forward directly. Previously, Wang Heng deliberately used a shovel to kill zombies in order to test his strength. Now that his strength has been tested, Wang Heng directly chooses to use the zombies to push forward. Ordinary zombies are basically no match for the zombie trio. Even ordinary first-level evolved zombies can fall to zombies that outnumber them several times. The gap between the first-level evolved zombies and the second-level evolved zombies is too big. It's hard to imagine what a third-level zombie looks like. Wang Heng and his sister Yang Chao walked behind the zombies, looking quite relaxed. Others are trying to survive the apocalypse, but Wang Heng is a zombie corpse carrier. Once there are too many zombie corpses, Wang Heng is reluctant to waste them, so he summons his home, kills the zombies in front, and Wang Heng carries the corpses behind. Chapter 27. There are not many zombies on this street, perhaps because this street is a residential area, and when the zombie virus broke out, people were at work, so naturally no one was at home. Even some people who do not go to work and are idle at home are trapped in reinforced concrete buildings. These zombies may not be able to break through the door and get out until they rot in the house. Unless they can evolve into high-level evolved zombies, but this is even more impossible. How can they evolve into high-level zombies if they are all stuck at home? Unless all the family members are at home, and then one of them becomes a zombie and is eaten by the others. Another possibility of seeing the light of day again is that the city is recaptured and the army searches house to house for zombies. But that hope is even slimmer. The 3 of them moved forward all the way. It took them almost an hour to walk the more than 1,000 meters between the 2 intersections. Most of the time they spent on the road was spent clearing zombies and carrying their bodies. A lot of zombies died during this period, but with the replenishment of sunlight, the number of zombies remained at 40. Line 1, Jiahe Station, Exit C. We're here. Yang Chao pointed to the subway entrance in front. There are 3 subway entrances around the intersection, namely exits A, B, C. The closest one to the 3 people is Exit C of Jiahe Station. Wang Heng nodded, and then commanded the zombies to clear out the more than 30 zombies gathered at the subway entrance. The bodies were then moved to the home lawn to decompose. Wang Heng finally accumulated 150 energy points. He directly used 150 energy points to buy 3 squares of lawn. Now the area of Wang Heng's home has reached 36 square meters and 36 grids. There is still a long way to go before we can build a home that can shelter us from the wind and rain. Wang Heng planted sunflowers on all 3 newly acquired lands because he wanted more sunlight. As the amount of land increased, both plants and zombies would consume a lot of sunlight. Moreover, it would be a waste to keep these 3 squares of land. It would be better to plant sunflowers there. Sunflowers will still generate sunlight when the home is closed. Moreover, Wang Heng wanted to see if there was an upper limit to the accumulated sunlight. Wang Heng remembered that the upper limit of sunlight in Plants vs Zombies was 9,999. Let's go into the subway station. Wang Heng said as he looked at the subway entrance that had been cleaned up, and then led Yang Chao and his sister towards the subway station. The elevator to the subway station had already stopped. There were a lot of blood stains on it, and there were a lot of hair-like things stuck to the elevator steps. There were rags of clothes everywhere. Wang Heng let the zombies walk in front to clear the way. Fortunately, the zombies in Plants vs. Zombies were not the traditional zombies of Kyushu, which could only jump. Otherwise, it would be troublesome to go down the stairs. The zombies lined up in 3 teams and walked down. There are obviously still many zombies in the subway station. The zombies went down and directly entangled with these zombies. But how can zombies without brains be a match for zombies under human command? Soon there was no movement in the subway station. Let's go down. Wang Heng estimated that the zombies below had been cleared, and took Yang Chao and Yang Mia towards the subway entrance. We arrived at the basement level after the afternoon. There were zombie corpses all along the way, about a dozen of them. The subway station aisle is 6 meters wide, which is enough for Wang Heng to unfold the home horizontally. After unfolding, the bodies of the zombies will be decomposed by the home. Wang Heng continued to walk forward with Yang Chao and his sister. The self-service ticket machines in the subway station are still intact, but occasionally some black bloodstains tell newcomers what happened here. After turning a corner, you will arrive at the subway gate. The turnstile has been completely damaged and there is a subway service station next to it. What's strange is that all the zombies are distributed near subway service stations and gates. After the zombies cleared out the zombies near the gate and service station, Wang Heng and the other two walked towards the turnstile. "Brother!" Yang Mir suddenly called out to Yang Chao. Wang Heng also looked at Yang Mir in confusion and commanded the zombies to continue clearing the way. "You, look!" Yang Mir's voice was a little low, and her finger pointed at the glass window of the subway station. Wang Heng and Yang Chao looked inside the subway station service station at the same time. On the transparent window of the service station, a pale hand was pressing on the transparent glass of the service station. The key point was that the fingers of that hand were still twitching slightly. Just now I saw a hand suddenly reach out and press on the window. Yang Mir calmed down and said to Wang Heng and Yang Chao, "It's probably a living person." Wang Heng looked at the hand in the service station. It was a little dirty, but not shriveled. A zombie's hand couldn't be like this. It wouldn't stretch out one hand and slap it on the window of the service station in this position. "Brother Heng, can I go take a look?" Yang Chao looked at the window and then at Wang Heng, and volunteered. Wang Heng shook his head. "No need. Just arrange for the zombies to go there. Sometimes zombies can do much more than living people. For example, when exploring the road now, the only one who is in danger and loses is a zombie." The zombie walked towards the service station door. I banged on the door of the service station with both arms but found that it wouldn't open. Wang Heng guessed that the door was locked from the inside. "Let's go and take a look." The zombie couldn't be opened, so the three of them had to go and see for themselves. The three people passed through the gate and came to the service station. Wang Heng stood on tiptoe and looked inside following the hand. What caught his eye was a disheveled person whose face was indistinguishable as a man or a woman. It was his hand that was placed on the transparent window of the service station. Next to this man lay a skeleton. A faint stench wafted over, and Wang Heng frowned and saw the source of the smell. The small subway service station was almost full of feces, and packaging bags of various snacks were scattered all over the ground, as well as 5 or 6 bottles. Some of the bottles were obviously mineral water bottles but the inside was a little yellow. Wang Heng estimated that there should have been urine in the bottles before. There were black bloodstains in some places. "Wow, this is gross in here. Stop talking. It's good enough that he's alive. Didn't you see that person's hands were still moving? Is that iced black tea in the mineral water bottle? The color looks a bit hot. Are you kidding? May Buddha bless you. Come on, Chao, let's break the door open together." Wang Heng looked at the service station and spoke. The man's fingers were still twitching, so he was probably still alive. However, looking at the situation in the service station, Wang Heng always felt a little disgusted. It was not because of the environment, but because he had an idea, a not so good idea. How did this man survive? "Okay." Yang Chao nodded. He was used to the stench in the sewer, so he didn't feel disgusted when he saw the scene inside. Ding, ding. In the empty underground station basement, Wang Heng and Yang Chao shoveled hard at the door of the service station. Wang Heng's shovel was still sharper than Yang Chao's, and he quickly dug out a gap. On the other side, Yang Chao finally opened a gap. The two men worked hard to widen the 2 slits. Finally a big hole was dug. At the same time, a pungent smell came out. Ugh, ugh. Wang Heng's stomach was churning from the smoke. Yang Chao was not feeling well either, his face turned pale. He had just eaten a lot today and almost vomited out everything in his stomach. Fortunately, he suppressed it. Yang Mir endured the discomfort and stood behind the 2 men. Wang Heng pointed to the door of the service station and said, "Open, open it." "Okay," Yang Chao nodded, covering his nose, then carefully reached out his hand into the hole, fumbled inside and opened the locked service station door. This time Wang Heng was well prepared. He pinched his nose without leaving any gap, and narrowed his eyes slightly so that his eyes would not be irritated. The person inside was wearing a white long-sleeved shirt, but now it has turned into a variety of colors, black, yellow, red, and grey. If it could be dyed this way, it can only be based on white. He was wearing a pair of ripped jeans. I didn't know if they had holes when he bought them or if they got torn because he had been wearing them for too long. Wang Heng looked at his chest and roughly identified his gender. The man's eyelids were trembling, and he was still breathing. Brother Heng. Yang Chao looked at the man and then at Wang Heng. Feed him some water. If he can survive, bury him. If not, bury him. Wang Heng took out a bottle of glucose rehydration solution from his backpack and threw it to Yang Chao. This is one of the drinks found in the convenience store. It is very suitable for people who have not eaten for a long time to replenish energy. As for whether this person is dead or alive, it depends on his luck. It's just right that he's dead. Burying him in his home also gives him a home, and maybe he can even unlock a new species of zombie. Yang Chao took the glucose rehydration solution and tiptoed to the man's side, mainly because there were all kinds of things on the ground and he would easily step on something if he was not careful. Yang Chao opened the glucose rehydrating solution, pried open the man's mouth, and poured the glucose rehydrating solution into the man's mouth little by little. The man was obviously still conscious. He felt a wet sensation in his mouth, and his instinct for survival prompted him to swallow the liquid into his stomach. Don't feed too much, half a bottle will be enough. Wang Heng said from behind, covering his nose. Yang Chao nodded and continued to drink water. After drinking half the bottle, Yang Chao retreated. Okay, wait and see if he can survive. 3 people stood at the door of the subway service station with shovels in their hands, looking at the man and a skeleton lying inside. This scene is really strange. After a while, the man's eyelids trembled and his mouth opened to let out a groan. Then he opened his eyes and looked around awkwardly, and saw 3 creatures holding shovels standing at the door. The corners of his mouth couldn't help but twitch, he must have been scared. But after I came to my senses, I realized that I was saved by the 3 people in front of me. Awake? Can you speak? Wang Heng asked when he saw the man wake up. The man opened his mouth as if he wanted to say something, but then pointed to his stomach. Wang Heng guessed that he didn't have the energy to speak, so he took out a chocolate from his backpack, tore it open, and asked Yang Chao to give it to him. The man took the chocolate from Yang Chao and put it in his mouth like a monkey snatching food in the zoo. Then he closed his eyes and started chewing, with a look of enjoyment on his face. After eating a piece, the man opened his eyes, as if a little unsatisfied, but he spoke only after seeing the obvious impatience on Wang Heng's face. Thanks. Wang Heng stretched out his hand to interrupt him and said solemnly, How did you survive? Chapter 28. How did you survive? Wang Heng's somewhat cold words rang out. Hearing Wang Heng's question, the man trembled slightly and glanced at the skeleton beside him vaguely. Seeing this scene, Wang Heng became more certain of his thoughts, and his expression changed from solemn to disgusted. The man opened his mouth, wanting to say something, then turned his eyes and pointed at the bag of snacks on the ground. Eat these, those who survived, and drink urine. Yang Chao and Yang Mier looked at Wang Heng with some confusion, but didn't say anything. Brother Heng, what are you doing? You look so ugly. Obviously he survived by eating snacks and drinking urine. Why don't you let him eat something and wash himself quickly? Why are you still interrogating him? Yang Mier didn't even try to stop Wang Heng. You are really embarrassing us kind girls. 6. This is the difference between you and Yang Mier. Wang Heng was silent for a while, and pointed at the skeleton, whose body is this? There was a hint of sadness in the man's eyes, and there was a hint of ambiguity, this is my girlfriend. How did she die? Wang Heng pressed the question, with a last bit of hope in his tone, hoping that this man could give an explanation to convince him. The man was stunned for a moment, he was bitten to death by zombies. Wang Heng shook his head after hearing the man's words. The last bit of hope in his heart was shattered. Even if he said that he died of starvation, Wang Heng might still believe it a little. Wang Heng was too lazy to say anything more to him. She told him bluntly, you ate her. Yang Chao and Yang Mier held hands. This kind of thing had also happened in the sewer. Hearing Wang Heng's words, the man's body trembled like a sieve, and he was a little bit unbelieving. However, seeing Wang Heng's confident look, the man suddenly smiled. The tense string in his heart that had reminded him of fear every day for the past month finally broke. The man spoke to himself as if he had accepted his fate. I ate her. After saying this, the man covered his face and sobbed, but I just want to survive. There is not enough food, really not enough. What else can I do? The man looked like a madman, crying and laughing at the same time. The live broadcast room was also a little quiet. The conversation between the two was too shocking. Eating people, there were actually people eating people. For people living in peacetime, this only existed in novels. Wang Heng no longer wanted to hear what he had to say. He walked directly out of the service station and directed the zombies to go in. The man went crazy and kept repeating I ate her until his death. Wang Heng built his home on the open space behind the gate. Commanding the zombies to move the man's body to the home, Wang Heng dug up a sunflower and then commanded the zombies to move the body up. At this time, Dave's figure appeared. Dave took out the roadblock that Wang Heng had given him from somewhere, and then placed it on the soil. The roadblock disappeared along with the body. Then a grave mound appeared, along with a tombstone. The gravestone of the roadblock zombie. Wang Heng picked up the sunlight produced by the sunflower during this period, and then summoned a roadblock zombie. A hand emerged from the grave, and then a zombie that looked like an ordinary zombie but had an orange roadblock on its head appeared in front of Wang Heng. Wang Heng opened the career panel. The roadblock zombie card has been unlocked. Roadblock zombies. Price, 150 sunlight. Cooling time, 10 seconds. The roadblock on his head gives him twice the health of an ordinary zombie. Like other zombies, the roadblock zombie was originally just an ordinary zombie, pursuing brains. But one day, he suddenly picked up a roadblock on the ground and put it on his head, fixing it on his forehead. From then on, he was sublimated and became a roadblock zombie. Although he unlocked a new zombie, Wang Heng was still obviously in a low mood. Then Wang Heng sat directly on the leaves of the Peashooter. The Peashooter tilted its head and rubbed Wang Heng with the muzzle of the gun. Seeing that Wang Heng was in a low mood, Yang Chao and Yang Mir slowly walked over to Wang Heng. This was the first time that Wang Heng truly felt the cruelty of the end of the world. Killing was nothing to Wang Heng. Choosing people to eat and cannibalism, these things that existed in history books or novels actually appeared in front of a modern person, and the impact on Wang Heng was huge. Why aren't you surprised? Wang Heng turned and looked at Yang Chao and Yang Mir. Just now, Wang Heng noticed the expressions of the two people. After hearing that the man ate human flesh, they were a little surprised but not shocked. Yang Chao heard Wang Heng's words and said sullenly, there are people like this in the sewers, too. You too. Hearing Wang Heng's words, Yang Chao quickly waved his hands and said, we definitely haven't eaten it. Wang Heng calmed down a little after hearing Yang Chao's words. Then he fell silent again. Wang Heng just wanted to digest the situation by himself. This period of time was also a good opportunity to collect roadblock zombies. Wang Heng arranged for the zombies to go out and die. With roadblock zombies, there is no need for regular zombies. Wang Heng couldn't deal with the 3 tombstones for the time being, but he could still deal with these 30 ordinary zombies. Wang Heng is now at level 4 and can have up to 40 roadblock zombies. However, the roadblock zombies are indeed a bit expensive. Wang Heng used up all the sunlight he had accumulated, and only 20 more appeared behind him. Wang Heng is in a low mood now and is too lazy to hurry. Plus, there may be other dangers in the subway tunnel and Wang Heng cannot expand his home inside, so Wang Heng decides to wait here until the number of roadblock zombies reaches 40 before leaving. Later, Wang Heng found that he had to stand up to pick up the sunlight, so he simply sat under 2 sunflowers. In this way, the sunlight dropped by the 2 sunflowers would fall on Wang Heng's head, saving Wang Heng the need to run around to pick up the sunlight. The 3 commentators in the live broadcast room looked at each other in confusion, not knowing what to say. In the end, it was Yang Shui who spoke first, is contestant Wang Heng, emo. Brother who smiled bitterly and nodded, it should be. Not to mention Wang Heng, even I, an old actor who has seen many scripts, felt a little emo when I saw the conversation between the two just now. It is unimaginable how shocking it would be if something like this, which only exists in history books and novels, appeared before a person who has received modern education. Li Bing said with a serious expression. I hope Wang Heng can adjust his mood. Brother Heng is emo, but he doesn't forget his work. He is still emo sitting under a sunflower. He is really a role model for our generation. As an emo, I just want to play badly and don't want to move. Brother Heng is much better than me. After a while, Wang Heng finally gathered 40 roadblock zombies, which also proved that all the zombies sent out by Wang Heng to die were dead. Wang Heng took out a bottle of Fat House Happy Water from his backpack, then opened the bottle cap and started drinking it. Wang Heng made a satisfied sound after taking a sip. Unfortunately, the storage space of the backpack cannot be frozen. Wang Heng has seen refrigerators in buildings, but unfortunately he cannot afford them. The first sip of Happy Water, which costs $3, is worth $2.50. A sip of Happy Water diluted the haze. The National Destiny game had to continue, and Wang Heng stood up. Brother Heng, are you okay? Seeing Wang Heng get up, Yang Chao pulled Yang Mir over and asked with concern. Wang Heng waved his hand, it's okay, let's go. Good. After putting away the home, Wang Heng asked the roadblock zombies to clear the way and walked towards the second underground floor. There are basically no zombies on the stairs going down, because zombies wandering on the stairs will always fall down. However, there are quite a few zombies on the subway platforms on the underground second floor. But they are no match for the roadblock zombies. The health of the roadblock zombie is twice that of an ordinary zombie. 3 roadblock zombies can almost defeat an ordinary zombie that has several times their number. In a one-on-one fight, only the first level evolved zombies can fight against the roadblock zombies. However, Wang Heng discovered that a first level speed zombie was stronger than a single roadblock zombie, probably because the roadblock zombie could not keep up with the speed. However, in front of the trio, the first level speed zombies without tactics are still not enough. Soon the zombies on the subway platform were cleared. Wang Heng and the other 2 arrived at the underground second floor of the subway. Wang Heng and the other 2 are now on the platform corresponding to carriage 6-1, which is the very end of the platform. Looking forward, there is still a long space, and there are quite a few zombies there, but they are basically ordinary zombies. Wang Heng naturally would not let go of these energy points that came for free, and commanded the roadblock zombies to clear out these zombies. I have to say that the Zhuzhou subway station is really large. Wang Heng found a 3x30 long open space, but there were chairs on it. Wang Heng and Yang Chao destroyed the chairs before their home could be opened. Wang Heng then commanded the zombies to clean up the corpses, and then used Hua Yang Wang to replenish some dead roadblock zombies. The entire subway station became clean in an instant. Apart from the occasional black bloodstains and useless bones on the ground, there was no trace of a zombie. Wang Heng's energy points exceeded 100 again, and his level was about to reach level 5. After observing the general shape of the home, Wang Heng decided to develop the home horizontally when its length was 15 meters. Make it wider. LZ Lake University Station. Wang Heng looked up at the station information, and Yang Chao and Yang Mir came over. Jiahe Station is at the westernmost end of this subway line, almost 20 stops away from LZ Lake University Station. How long will it take to walk this far? Wang Heng said. Well, it's probably more than 20 kilometers. The book says that an adult can walk 5,400 meters in an hour. If you don't rest for more than 20 kilometers, it will take at least 4 hours. Yang Chao counted on his fingers and came to a conclusion. More than 4 hours. Wang Heng was speechless, and that was without any rest. But how can people not rest? People get tired, they are not zombies. Wait, zombies. Wang Heng looked at the roadblock zombies standing in 4 rows behind him with shining eyes. Chapter 29. In the dark subway tunnel. Burp. Wang Heng burped after drinking the Fat House Happy Water. A closer look revealed that Wang Heng was now floating in the air and lying flat. Looking down again, I saw 8 hands holding Wang Heng. Looking more carefully, I realized that this was a roadblock zombie. 4 roadblock zombies lifted Wang Heng above their heads. Wang Heng held a coke in one hand and a holy oil pie in the other. Wang Heng was originally worried about how to travel the 4-hour journey of more than 20 kilometers, when he suddenly saw the roadblock zombie staring at Kazilan with big eyes behind him. Isn't this ready-made labor? Moreover, it is a perpetual motion machine that does not require eating, drinking water, or resting. So Wang Heng let the 12 zombies carry himself and Yang Chao and his sister into the subway tunnel. Fortunately, the platform door of the subway station was open, so Wang Heng was able to easily enter the subway tunnel with the zombies and Yang Mir and his sister. Otherwise, Wang Heng would have to follow the other 2 to smash the safety glass of the subway tunnel. Wang Heng didn't want to experience how strong the glass made in Zhuzhu was. A group of 12 zombies carried Wang Heng and Yang Mir and walked on the subway tunnel track. Although it's a bit bumpy, it's better than walking. Wang Heng had nothing to do during this period, so he could check the plant cards in his career panel. The first one is the Peashooter. The Peashooter. This is your first line of defense, and it can fire peas at zombies. Price, 100 sunlight. Cooldown time, 5 seconds. How can a plant grow so fast and shoot out so many peas with uniform particle size and even shooting speed? The Peashooter gave the answer. Work hard and devote yourself to your work. Just give me sunlight, high fiber, and carbon dioxide in a balanced combination, and countless possibilities will emerge. Sunflower. Cooldown time, 3 seconds. Please plant as many plants as possible to produce sunlight for you. Price, 50 sun. The sunflower can't help but sway to the beat, so that it can keep producing sunshine forever. I am always so sunny, the sunflower said. Wang Heng had already looked at the cherry bomb and the other 2 zombie cards, so he didn't open them. There are still many plants and zombies waiting to be unlocked. Wang Heng took a look and found that the nut wall required 300 energy to unlock. 300 zombies. However, Wang Heng estimated that if he could find some nuts, he might be able to save some energy. As for the third zombie, the barrel zombie, he probably needs to find a bucket outside. However, Wang Heng discovered that there was another zombie between the roadblock zombies and the barrel zombies. Wang Heng suddenly remembered that it was the ordinary zombie holding a flag that appeared when each wave of zombies was about to appear in large numbers. That thing's health points were the same as those of an ordinary zombie. Apart from holding a flag with a brain painted on it, Wang Heng couldn't think of any benefits it had. Oh, friend, you are wrong. Dave heard what Wang Heng was thinking. Wang Heng looked at Dave with some confusion. Am I wrong? This is the impression I have of flag zombies, they are not very fast and have low health levels. Roar, the flag zombies here are different. Dave shook his head twice, and the pot on his head shook. Wang Heng felt like he was about to fall off. Wang Heng looked at Dave and waited for his next words to see what was different about the flag zombie. Flag zombies can increase the overall attributes of other zombies by 10%. Dave spoke, and his words surprised Wang Heng. 10% comprehensive attributes, which means that the attack power, health, defense, and speed are all increased by 10%. That's incredible. If it were on an ordinary zombie, you might not see anything. But if it is placed on a football zombie or a gargantuar zombie, which have very high basic attributes, then 10% of the attributes will be considerable. As for the most powerful Dr. Zombie King, the bonus is 10%. Tisk tisk tisk. Wang Heng couldn't help but make a clicking sound when he thought of this. What's wrong, Brother Heng? Yang Chao, who was following Yang Mir and adapting to the service of the roadblock zombies, heard Wang Heng's voice and asked. It's okay, Wang Heng replied. What does it take to unlock the flag zombie? Wang Heng asked Dave. Does he just need to find a random flag? Dave took out a red flag with a card-like brain on it and said, all we need is this and a body. Then can you just give it to me? Wang Heng was a little confused when he saw Dave directly take out a flag with a picture of a brain. Wow, you have this thing in your hand. 100 energy points. Dave extended his middle finger. Wang Heng felt insulted. We are a family. You are the incarnation of my system. We are just like each other. Wang Heng smiled flatteringly. What is Heng thinking about? Why is he laughing so lewdly? I don't know, maybe Brother Heng is fantasizing about our class beauty. P.S. Brother Heng is my classmate. Excuse me for a moment, I need first-hand information. Is our child stupid? Wang Heng's mother looked at the silly grinning Wang Heng on the screen with a worried look on her face. What are you thinking about? Our child is old enough and wants a woman. Wang Heng's father said with the look of an experienced person. Little did she know that Wang Heng's mother's smile had turned dangerous. Hey, old Wang, tell me who you were thinking about when you were young. There is murderous intent. Wang Heng's father felt cold sweat dripping from his forehead. Wang Heng didn't know that his fawning smile was seen as a YY performance by many netizens who were watching the live broadcast. Now Wang Heng is only trying to get close to Dave. Because I'm crazy, don't get close to me. A rope suddenly appeared beside Dave, and then Dave pulled it, and then Dave whooshed into the sky. Disappeared. Wait. Is it okay if I ask someone to draw a flag like this and then make one? Wang Heng saw that he couldn't get close to him and had to think of other ways. This is fine, Weibi, you have to draw it more realistically. Dave's voice came. Wang Heng came back to his senses and turned to look at Yang Meyer beside him. Xiaomi, can you draw? Yang Meyer, who was observing the roadblock zombie under her butt, obviously didn't react to who Xiaomi was. Xiaomi. When Wang Heng called out for the second time, Yang Meyer finally responded, Brother Heng, I know a little bit. Shening State wanted their children to be successful, so naturally they wanted to cultivate their children's special skills, and various tutoring classes were naturally indispensable. When she was in early junior high school, Yang Meyer also attended painting classes for a period of time. Wang Heng laughed when he heard Yang Meyer say that she could draw. Well, he saved a lot of energy points. Okay, it's good to be able to draw. Wang Heng clapped his hands. It's okay, just have fun by yourself. Oh okay. Wang Heng looked around. The subway tunnel was pitch black. He didn't know how long he had been walking, but it became bright when he reached the next stop. Then we can clean out the zombies in each station. Wang Heng thought about it. There were quite a few zombies in the subway station, but not many, and the sound of fighting would not attract the zombies on the ground. It's simply a treasure trove of monsters. But not being able to tell the time is a problem. Wang Heng felt that he needed a watch. Otherwise, it would be bad if you don't know the time. Wang Heng was lifted up by the zombies. The roadblock zombies were shaking as they walked, and Wang Heng almost fell asleep. Just when Wang Heng was squinting his eyes and about to close them, he suddenly stood up. FK, I got scared. Brother Heng suddenly sat up. The dying shock arises from the illness. What's going on? What's going on? Wang Heng suddenly felt that the zombie roadblock had encountered something, but he didn't know what it was. However, it seemed that the guy was quite powerful and was good at using knives. Wang Heng commanded the roadblock zombies to see if he could catch them. Even though that person is powerful, he seems to be a burden. Ordinary zombies definitely cannot threaten that person, and even an evolved zombie probably won't be able to do so either. However, Wang Heng's roadblock zombies are different. They are not only strong, but also have tactical skills. Even so, Wang Heng was killed by 6 roadblock zombies. This made Wang Heng very distressed. He couldn't expand his home in the subway tunnel, and couldn't summon zombies. Fortunately, the roadblock zombie subdued the man, and Wang Heng took the opportunity to manipulate the other roadblock zombies to be caught by the burden. However, the man still wanted to resist, but when he saw the burden was in the hands of the zombies, he dared not move. Wang Heng ordered the zombies to bring the person to him. Chapter 30. Fei, here are today's food and water. Tang Long, carrying a knife, presented the spoils he had harvested today. The woman called Fei by Tang Long is called Lu Fei. Tang Long is the 28th generation descendant of a declining martial arts family, the Tang family. The Tang family has been playing with swords for generations, and the one behind Tang Long is one of them. The type of sword is a horizontal sword among the Tang swords, which originated in the Sui dynasty. It is a straight sword without a ring, about 2 feet long and 2 fingers wide. The handle is green, the blade is made of fine steel, the scabbard is green as a whole, the same color as the handle, and there are golden dragon rings engraved at intervals. Although Tang Long is stubborn, he is recommended as a coach for the Z City Wushu Association because of his good sword skills. Lu Fei is the vice president of the Wushu Association. It stands to reason that people who practice martial arts should not be interested in women, but Tang Long is simply crazy about Lu Fei and stubbornly believes that Lu Fei is his soulmate. Some people say that it was Lu Fei who recommended Tang Long, and because Lu Fei's father is the president of the Z City Martial Arts Association, Tang Long's kindness to Lu Fei turned into love, and finally into what we call a suck-up in modern parlance. Besides, Lu Fei is really good-looking, with willow-shaped eyebrows and a small cherry mouth, but the slightly thin and tightly pursed lips make her look a little unruly and mean. She also comes from a good family. Her father Lu Fan is the president of the Wushu Association, and is actually a boss who funded the establishment of this association. Lu Fei was also helpless about Tang Long's pursuit. She felt sorry for him performing on the street and thought that Tang Long was good with a sword. She happened to be the vice president of the Wushu Association, so she recruited Tang Long. Later, Tang Long depended on Lu Fei like a mangy dog. Lu Fei was also disgusted with this man who was so attentive to her every day. I was even prepared to find an excuse to kick him out. Who knew that zombies would break out later? Lu Fan turned into a zombie directly, and so did many members of the Martial Arts Association. Tang Long, wielding the Tang sword in his hand, killed Lu Fei out of the Martial Arts Association, and then they went to a subway station where there were fewer zombies to settle down. Later, Lu Fei saw the current situation clearly and knew that the zombies in the movie really appeared in the real world. He had to rely on Tang Long to survive, and Tang Long was his bootlicker. Lu Fei felt that he should make good use of this. If you are a bootlicker, you just need to continue to maintain a superior attitude and give him a kind smile occasionally so that he won't give up. Tang Long is good at kung fu and can snatch food from the zombies' mouths, so the two of them survived in the subway tunnel. Well, thank you for your hard work. Remember to bring back more water next time. I haven't taken a shower for several days. Lu Fei took the food from Tang Long's hand and nodded. Hearing Lu Fei say that she was tired, Tang Long smiled and scratched his head. Fei, I'm not tired. After that, Tang Long's face flashed with embarrassment, but, water and food are a little hard to get. The zombies outside are not getting fewer and fewer, but more and more. In addition, I have almost found all the food nearby. When Lu Fei heard Tang Long's words, his face darkened. Seeing Lu Fei's expression, Tang Long smiled awkwardly and didn't dare to say anything. Just as Tang Long was about to speak, he heard a lot of footsteps coming from the empty subway tunnel. There are zombies. Tang Long said softly. When Lu Fei heard about the zombies, his face changed and he quickly retreated behind Tang Long. Tang Long took the opportunity to stand in front of Lu Fei, pulled out the Tang sword from behind him, and picked up a high-power flashlight on the ground with his other hand and turned it on. This was something Tang Long found when he was in the Martial Arts Association and it was very useful in the dark subway tunnel. Tang Long looked in the direction where the footsteps came from and pointed the light there. The footsteps gradually became louder, and it seemed that the zombies were approaching here. Tang Long estimated that he and Lu Fei had been discovered, but what puzzled Tang Long was why zombies were attracted here out of the blue, and the footsteps of these zombies were a little different. In the past, when there were a lot of zombies, the footsteps were messy, but this time it sounded like there were quite a few of them but the footsteps were somewhat orderly. As the two men watched, zombies walked out from the bend of the tunnel. But these zombies look a bit strange, with blue bodies and hats on their heads. They are wearing suits and trousers, and leather shoes. The key is that their eyeballs are too big. Lu Fei felt that even her eyes, which had been opened, were not as big as those of the zombies. The key is that these zombies are not shriveled and they look exactly the same. Don't be afraid, Fei. I'm here and these zombies can't hurt you. Tang Long said to Lu Fei behind him. Lu Fei's voice was a little trembling, of course 3/10 of it was fake. This kind of tremor is very lethal to bootlickers. Sure enough, when Tang Long heard Lu Fei's trembling he felt like he had been given a buff. The zombies were getting closer, and in order not to hurt Lu Fei, Tang Long went straight to meet them. Although Tang Long was a brainless bootlicker in terms of feelings, he was still impeccable in fighting. Tang Long approached the zombie group from the side. Because the light is coming from behind, if Tang Long faces the zombies head-on with his back to the light, he will block the light and won't be able to see the zombies' movements clearly. The impact of lighting is reduced as much as possible from the side. Tang Long, holding a Tang sword, gradually approached the zombies. Tang Long looked at the number of zombies and saw that there were more than 20 of them. They all looked like ordinary zombies, none of them were fast or powerful, which made Tang Long breathe a sigh of relief. Ordinary zombies are easy to deal with. However, Tang Long always felt that the positions of these zombies were a little strange and clever. Unlike the zombies he had seen before, who had messy formations and would rush forward all at once when they sensed the scent of food. Tang Long's eyes narrowed as he saw clearly the positions of the zombies. They were arranged in groups of 3, forming an inverted triangle, and some of the zombies seemed to want to attack from the side. Tang Long finally met the zombie, ha! Tang Long shouted softly, and with the 2-foot-length advantage of the Tang sword, he chopped the zombie's neck when the zombie could not attack him. Tang Long drew his sword confidently. If it was an ordinary zombie, its head would have flown off directly. But when Tang Long looked closely, he found that there was not a single wound on the zombie's neck, but the hat on its head that looked like a roadblock was crooked. What? Tang Long's eyes almost popped out of his head at the strange scene before him. He clearly chopped off the neck, so why was the hat crooked? But there was no time to think about this now, as the 2 zombies next to him had already attacked. Tang Long took 2 steps back to avoid the zombies' attack, then looked to the left, and found that the zombies were actually showing signs of surrounding him. There's something weird, Tang Long thought to himself, but Tang Long was skilled and brave, and he didn't believe these zombies could kill him. He drew his knife and chopped at the zombie again, targeting the same zombie as before. Tang Long wanted to get some breaker, so he killed a zombie first to find out. Tang Long slashed the zombie's neck with his knife, then shook his wrist to dissipate the recoil of the knife, and then slashed again. This time the zombie changed, and the hat on its head fell directly to the ground. Tang Long could feel that his attack was effective. The Tang sword bounced up again with the recoil force, then turned from a chopping motion in the air and chopped directly at the zombie's head. The zombie's head fell directly to the ground. The 3 slashes happened in the blink of an eye. Tang Long dodged the attack of a zombie by turning sideways, and then kicked the zombie on the other side to the ground. The zombies on the left have already circled around. This was faster than Tang Long had imagined. Moreover, the zombies' ability to withstand attacks was beyond Tang Long's imagination. Ordinary zombies could be killed with just 1 sword from him, but these zombies actually had to withstand 4 swords from him before they died. Moreover, Tang Long felt that he was under siege and was constrained everywhere. Tang Long retreated instead of advancing and came to the zombie that was kicked down. He stepped on it and stabbed it downwards 4 times with the blade of his knife, directly stabbing the zombie to death. The claws around grabbed towards Tang Long, but he dodged them by jumping back. As he maneuvered, Tang Long found that the space he had to hide was getting smaller and smaller. Ah! A scream was heard. Tang Long recognized the owner of the voice, it was Lu Fei. Fei-er, Tang Long's eyes suddenly widened, and he gasped, looking in the direction of Lu Fei. The 3 zombies actually bypassed Tang Long and moved towards the back. This made Tang Long angry and the strange feeling in his heart became stronger and stronger. These zombies seemed to be intelligent. No, they were controlled by someone. Tang Long swung his ring blade and chopped down the zombie in front of him on the left. If it was an ordinary zombie, its head would have been blown off, but now he only chopped the hats of 3 zombies. Just as he was about to rush forward, the zombies behind him filled the gap. This made Tang Long angry, damn it, these are definitely not zombies. Tang Long, come and save me. Lu Fei's scream came from behind. Tang Long gritted his teeth and decided to take a gamble, exchanging injuries for injuries to break out. Tang Long felt that this was not a zombie, absolutely not, so he would not be infected after being caught. Thinking of this, Tang Long stopped defending and attacked blindly, wielding his 2-foot Tang sword vigorously, killing the 3 zombies that had been crippled earlier. However, Tang Long was also scratched by the zombies, leaving several bloody marks on his back. There was only one zombie standing in Tang Long's way, and the others were left behind. Tang Long drew his sword and killed the zombie. Just as he breathed a sigh of relief, he saw a scene that made him burst into tears. Lu Fei had been captured by 3 zombies, and one of the zombies had its hand pointed at Lu Fei's neck. Lu Fei was crying with tears in her eyes and a look of fear on her face. However, Tang Long keenly noticed that the zombies had no intention of killing him, but instead seemed to be threatening him. The other zombies behind him took advantage of Tang Long's daze and surrounded him. "Tang Long, what are you doing? Why don't you save me?" Lu Fei didn't understand the situation and yelled at Tang Long. A bitter smile appeared on Tang Long's lips. He put the knife into the scabbard. The zombies behind him just surrounded him without attacking. At this time, Tang Long's thoughts had been confirmed. These were not zombies, but controlled zombies. Tang Long remembered the story his grandfather told him. Mission has the secret art of raising corpses, and there are also people who drive corpses in Xiangzi. The zombie in front of us must be one of them. There must be someone behind this. I just hope that person won't hurt Fei's life. Tang Long let the zombie carry him up, and walked towards the depths of the tunnel with Lu Fei, who kept questioning him. Chapter 31. A guest is coming. Wang Heng stood up and said. Yang Chao and Yang Mir were both stunned. They wondered where the guests came from in the tunnel. But then they realized that it might be a living person. Yang Chao clenched the shovel in his hand, and Yang Mir stared at the dark tunnel vigilantly. The netizens in the live broadcast room were also confused as to why there were guests out of nowhere. It was Li Bing who told everyone that this was an indication that someone was coming. Everyone shouted 666. Soon the zombies carried 2 people and walked towards them along the tunnel. However, it was too dark and Wang Heng couldn't see the details clearly. He just kept the zombies about 3 meters away from him so that he wouldn't be afraid that the man would suddenly attack and hurt him. It was too dark and Wang Heng didn't know the specific situation of the 2 people. He only knew that one was a woman, because he heard her voice before seeing her, and the woman kept muttering in a mysterious way. Tang Long, who was lifted up by the zombie, closed his eyes and felt the zombie stop. He knew that he had arrived in front of the master, but the other party didn't speak. Tang Long had no choice but to ask loudly, "May I ask who you are, senior? My girlfriend and I have no ill will, so please show some mercy." In Tang Long's eyes, only a senior could do such things. Wang Heng heard a man's voice coming from the darkness in front of him, and what he said was strange, something like senior and master. He was stunned for a moment before he realized that this was the title used between martial arts sects. It seemed that the other party had mistaken him for a master. Wang Heng was a little surprised for a moment. It seemed that martial arts sects really existed. The man in front of him who was playing with a knife might be from some sword sect. But the tunnel was too dark, and it wasn't the place to talk. "This isn't the place to talk." Tang Long was startled when he heard Wang Heng's voice, because Wang Heng's voice was too young, and he sounded younger than himself, only about 20 years old. As for not being a place to talk, Tang Long realized that it was indeed not easy to talk here, and it was too dark to see anything. Thinking of this, Tang Long quickly said, "Senior, there is a high-power flashlight I pulled down in front." Wang Heng's face looked strange when he heard Tang Long's words. He was also very smart. Wang Heng controlled the zombies to take back all the things in front of them. Because the zombies did not recognize flashlights, Wang Heng could only let them take everything they could. After Tang Long called out "Senior," he felt a little nervous when he saw that there was no response. Lu Fei, who was standing by, knew that there was no danger for the time being, and when Tang Long called him "Senior," Lu Fei also reacted. These zombies have not torn themselves and Tang Long to pieces yet, so there must be someone controlling them. Soon the cave gradually became brighter, and it was the zombie that came back with a high-power flashlight. Tang Long looked up and squinted his eyes, knowing that the senior had taken his words to heart and controlled the zombie to bring back the flashlight. Tang Long was even more in awe of this senior. He was able to make the zombie he controlled recognize the flashlight and take it back. It was so cool. Wang Heng let two zombies stack up, and then one of them held a flashlight and shone it towards where everyone was. This way the lighting can play the greatest role. Let's go and meet these two people. Wang Heng asked the zombie to put himself and Yang Chao's siblings down, and took the shovel in his hand. Yang Chao and Yang Mir nodded, and they stood on either side of Wang Heng. Wang Heng saw clearly the people carried by the zombies, a man and a woman. The man was estimated to be about 30 years old, and the woman looked like a young woman, about 27 or 28 years old. She had a good figure and was quite clean. It seemed that the doomsday outbreak did not cause them much suffering. Wang Heng thought that the man was a knife player, and sure enough, he saw a knife on his back. Wang Heng controlled the zombies to remove his weapon. Tang Long did not resist, knowing that the senior was standing in front of him and watching. As the saying goes, those who play with knives should not fight with those who play with magic, let alone such a senior with unfathomable strength. Tang Long did not dare to move. The zombie handed the knife to Wang Heng. Wang Heng took a look at the knife. It was 2 feet long, but Wang Heng couldn't recognize what kind of knife it was. He just thought it was very cool. Wang Heng put the knife into his backpack. He then ordered the zombies to escort Tang Long and Lu Fei to him. After the zombie put Tang Long down, Tang Long saw the 3 people in front of him. The 3 of them were vaguely led by Wang Heng. What surprised Tang Long was that the 3 of them looked younger than each other. Tang Long couldn't help but make a sound from his throat. This world is crazy, it's so deep at such a young age. Lu Fei also saw Wang Heng's appearance. He turned out to be a pretty boy with no hair even grown. Lu Fei immediately became angry and screamed, "Let me go, kid! What are you doing?" Wang Heng was stunned. This woman looked pretty, but why did she speak like a shrew? She had big breasts and no brains. Couldn't she see the current situation clearly? Tang Long was also stunned, and cold sweat broke out on his body. Lu Fei was used to being spoiled, but at least she had some sense. Why was she throwing a tant now? Tang Long was as anxious as an ant on a hot pan, fearing that Wang Heng would kill Lu Fei in a fit of rage. Senior, my girlfriend didn't mean it, please be merciful." Tang Long spoke quickly. "Tang Long, who is your girlfriend? Why do you, a grown man, have to bow down to a little brat?" Before Lu Fei could finish her words, the zombie controlled by Wang Heng covered her mouth, and she could only make a humming sound. "Wow, this girl is so beautiful and looks very attractive." Beauty and the zombie. "Young lady, this is my favorite young lady. I was young and didn't know the good of young ladies. I mistakenly regarded Loli as a treasure." The netizens in the live broadcast room were very happy about the appearance of beautiful women, and some even opened a trade. "Open the betting, bet on who will be pushed down by Brother Heng between Yang Meyer and this woman. I bet it's not that. Brother Heng doesn't look like that person. He looks more like a boy. Please introduce yourself." Wang Heng looked at Tang Long and said, "This man was obviously a master, but he was a bootlicker, because this kind of person basically has a money-killing woman around him to hold them back, otherwise Wang Heng would not have been able to catch him so easily." My name is Tang Long, her name is Lu Fei, we are both from the Z City Martial Arts Association, we are both native to Z City. After the zombie outbreak, we hid in the subway tunnel, and then today we were captured by the puppets sent by our seniors." Tang Long said. Wang Heng took the knife out of his backpack and held it in his hand. This move surprised Tang Long even more. "Where did this come from? You are using a knife, what kind of knife is this?" Wang Heng asked. "To answer your question, this is a Tang sword, which originated in the Sui dynasty. I am the 28th generation heir of the Tang family and am good at using the Tang sword horizontally." After hearing what Tang Long said, Wang Heng remembered that there was indeed such a knife. Moreover, he was able to kill 6 roadblock zombies in a row. Wang Heng felt that if it weren't for this woman, Tang Long would not be able to stop him if he wanted to run away. Even a hero can hardly resist the temptation of a beautiful woman. "Senior, can you please let us go? The two of us are just taking shelter in the subway station and have no intention of blocking your way." Tang Long called Wang Heng senior all the time and did not change his words just because Wang Heng was young. The one who is more capable comes first. This is the rule in the eyes of warriors. After hearing what Tang Long said, Wang Heng thought for a while. This guy was quite powerful, and it would be a pity to let him go. Wang Heng's power, the eternal home, had already been established, and it was time for development. It is obvious that Tang Long in front of him is a good free man. But the woman next to Tang Long. Wang Heng thought of this and glanced at Lu Fei. This woman doesn't look like a good person. Wang Heng didn't want Lu Fei to stay here. Just because she was tied up by zombies and still yelled at Wang Heng felt that this person would definitely be a disaster if he kept her here. But it seems that Tang Long is Lu Fei's bootlicker. This gave Wang Heng a headache. A skilled player may not be able to lead the entire team, but a spendthrift woman can bring harm to the entire team. After thinking about it, Wang Heng decided not to recruit this person into his own forces. But it would be a pity to let it go like this. We can make use of it. Wang Heng cannot expand his home in the underground tunnel as his strength is limited. More powerful people will provide more protection. If you help me do one thing, I will let you go. Wang Heng said. Tang Long was stunned. In his opinion, Wang Heng was extremely capable and he actually needed help. Seeing Tang Long's expression, Wang Heng said, "Don't worry, this is not a matter of suicide. We are going to the LZ Lake University City subway station. You two just need to come with us. We will let you go after we get there." LZ Lake University Town, Tang Long knew this and immediately nodded in agreement. "Okay, please keep your word, senior." Tang Long nodded at Wang Heng. "Of course." Wang Heng also nodded with a smile on his face. Then he threw the Tang sword in his hand to Tang Long and asked Tang Long to let the zombies go. With Lu Fei as a handle and so many zombies around him, Wang Heng was not afraid of what would happen to Tang Long. Tang Long was also a little surprised, but in his opinion, this was because Wang Heng was skilled and courageous, and he was not afraid of what he might do. He then showed even more respect to Wang Heng and bowed to him with both hands clasped together. Wang Heng nodded slightly as a return gesture. This Tang Long looks like a martial arts master from a TV show. The way he speaks and acts is very similar. Yang Shui said. "Yeah, this reminds me of the fairy sword." Brother Hu said with a smile. "That's really one of your classic works." Yang Shui blinked at Brother Hu and used the title Yu. Why doesn't Brother Heng just accept him as his younger brother? Yeah, it's so cool to play with a knife. Brother Heng has his own considerations. It would be embarrassing to speak directly. Brother Heng is the savior. He must want to conquer him with his charm. 6. I also want to be conquered by Brother Heng. Brother Heng, boy, get out of here male sign. Tang Long glanced at Wang Heng and then at Lu Fei. Wang Heng saw him like this and said, "Don't look at it. The journey is long. It's good to have a zombie holding her up. This is good for both you and her." After hearing what Wang Heng said, Tang Long had nothing to say and could only walk in front of the troops. With an expert in front, there is naturally no need for zombies to lead the way. Wang Heng gathered all his personal guards around him. He lifted up Yang Chao and his sister, Lu Fei, and himself. However, Wang Heng still sent out a zombie holding a lantern to walk in front of Tang Long. Provide lighting for Tang Long. Chapter 32. After walking for a while, a group of people and a group of corpses finally arrived at the next stop. However, the glass door of this site is still intact. It was estimated that there weren't many people here when the zombie outbreak occurred, and the few scattered zombies were probably transformed from people waiting for the subway. The glass door was still intact, and there were not many zombies inside, so Wang Heng had no interest in killing them. Just lead the team forward. Are you tired? If you are, come up and sit for a while. Wang Heng asked Tang Long, who was walking in front. Having passed several stations, Wang Heng estimated that he had walked about 4 or 5 kilometers. Not tired, thank you for your kindness, senior. Tang Long turned around and responded. If a martial artist feels tired after walking 5 kilometers, he might as well find a piece of tofu and hit his head against it to death. Tang Long estimated that this senior had poor physical fitness and only relied on magic. But having strength is awesome, and Tang Long has no right to say anything just because he is not as skilled as others. The group continued to move forward, and there were almost no zombies at any of the stops along the way. This made Wang Heng a little annoyed. What a great place to gain experience, but there are no zombies. Don't these people know to come to the subway station after a zombie outbreak? But naturally no one answered this question, and Wang Heng could only complain in his heart. After walking for a while, we finally saw something happening ahead. A subway train stopped in front of us. The subway looks very good. Wang Heng estimated that this happened because the subway arrived at the station when the zombie outbreak occurred, and the zombie virus broke out when the subway door opened. The subway was naturally intact, and there were no zombies in the subway tunnels. All the zombies are on the subway platform. Looking at those zombies, Wang Heng seemed to have seen countless experiences and the level 5 rewards waving at him. The people on the leaderboard were catching up pretty closely. Wang Heng took some time to take a look, especially Tom from the beautiful country, who was always nipping at his heels. But it's good this way, pressure brings motivation. Unlike the little devil in third place, the gap was so big that Wang Heng didn't even bother to look at him. Stop at the front and kill all the zombies in front of us before moving on. Wang Heng suddenly spoke. This surprised Tang Long a little. He originally thought that Wang Heng's destination was LZ Lake University Town and he would not stop on the way. Although there are quite a few zombies, they are obviously not in the subway tunnel and do not affect their progress. Why should Wang Heng take the risk to deal with the zombies? But Tang Long couldn't say anything. After all, he had to bow his head when he was under someone's roof. His life and Lu Fei's life were in Wang Heng's hands. We can only do what Wang Heng says. Wang Heng and his group came to the glass door at the platform. Wang Heng remembered that this side door could be opened. Because Wang Heng had seen the conductor open the door here and enter the subway tunnel when he was waiting for the subway before. But now I don't have the key, so I can only break it in violently. Can you open this door? Wang Heng asked Tang Long. Tang Long looked at the glass door and then the door lock. Let me try. Tang Long tried to insert the Tang sword into the gap of the glass door. The Tang sword was not thick, but it went in directly. When Wang Heng saw this scene, he knew there was something going on. Sure enough, Tang Long exerted force with both arms and pressed down hard, and the connection between the glass door and the door frame was cut off. The zombies behind the door heard the noise here, smelled the breath of living people, and walked slowly towards the group. Tang Long was about to go forward to kill the zombies, but was stopped by Wang Heng. You don't have to go up, just let the zombies take care of it. What a joke! These are Wang Heng's internally determined experience points. How could he let others touch them? Tang Long was happy and relaxed without having to do anything. He took 2 steps back and opened the glass door. The glass door was opened, and Wang Heng commanded the 18 roadblock zombies to walk out in groups of 3. The remaining 16 zombies protected themselves and continued to look at Lu Fei. The roadblock zombies soon met the zombies in front. When the two sides come into contact, the ordinary zombies collapse at the first touch and are no match for the roadblock zombies. Tang Long was watching from behind and was amazed. Looking at Wang Heng's relaxed expression behind him, this is much easier than chopping with a knife. I really regret why the Tang family is not a family of corpse drivers. No, I can't think like that. It will ruin my Taoist heart. Tang Long shook his head. Soon the platform of the last carriage was filled with zombie corpses, and the zombies in the 6-3 subway car were also cleared out. Wang Heng only paid the price of 3 roadblock zombies. Wang Heng looked at his experience points. He still had more than 50 experience points to advance to level 5. By then, he would have enough energy points to buy 3 grids of land. Let's go. Wang Heng waved his hand. Everyone walked towards the subway station platform. Wang Heng needs to use the wide space in the subway station to expand his home and replenish the number of roadblock zombies. After arriving at the platform, Wang Heng and Yang Chao removed the chairs in the middle of the subway platform so that Wang Heng could set up his home in the open space between the four pillars. As for the corpse on the ground, Wang Heng found that it did not have much impact. Instead, building a home directly on top of it would absorb the corpse into energy points, saving Wang Heng the trouble of moving the corpse. Wang Heng asked several people and the zombies to stand aside in the carriage. Tang Long's eyes were fiery, and he felt that Wang Heng was about to cast some magic. This is a chance to feast your eyes. There was no earth-shattering movement. Wang Heng just waved his hand, and suddenly a row of tall green plants appeared in front of Tang Long and Lu Fei. Tang Long and Lu Fei suddenly opened their eyes and mouths wide. What a heaven-reaching method this is! What are these green things? And those two, are they sunflowers? Why are there 4 tombstones? Whose tomb is that? Could it be that of Wang Heng's ancestors? Tang Long was stunned, and Lu Fei was also stunned. This ugly kid in front of me is actually so amazing. It seems that this kid is much more reliable than Tang Long. In the Doomsday, powerful men always attract the opposite S**X, and this guy looks so young. Lu Fei looked Wang Heng up and down, and now Lu Fei's mentality had some subtle changes. Obviously Wang Heng is a better tool than Tang Long. Lu Fei looked at her own firm breasts and realized that it was easy for her to control a small man. Tang Long already felt that Wang Heng was probably not from the Mission or Xiangzi sect. No matter how powerful those people are, they don't have such a powerful ability to create something out of nothing. Tang Long suddenly remembered the same voice that sounded in Lu Fei's mind in the morning. When the savior comes, they will have special powers. Don't these strange-looking plants in front of us just fit this characteristic? Tang Long also believed in the savior. The more martial arts a person practices, the more he believes in this. In troubled times, there will always be a person with great luck and special skills who can save the world and step forward to save the place. Thinking of this, Tang Long's expression suddenly became a little strange. Is he so lucky that in such a big world, he just happened to meet the so-called savior? Maybe I can hang out with him. This thought flashed through Tang Long's mind. He would not be able to survive for long with Lu Fei in this place where zombies are rampant. Although now Tang Long can easily deal with small groups of zombies. But Tang Long has discovered that the zombies are evolving. Some zombies are becoming stronger, and some are becoming faster. Tang Long can now deal with these evolved zombies, but what if he encounters more powerful zombies? When it comes to swordsmanship, Tang Long feels that it is difficult to improve his strength, but it is different with zombies. So now it seems that relying on the savior in front of us is obviously the best choice. While Tang Long was thinking, Wang Heng had already replenished the number of roadblock zombies to 40. Wang Heng arranged a few zombies to watch over Lu Fei and placed the rest of the zombies at the front line. Chao, attract the remaining zombies here. Wang Heng said, looking at Yang Chao as if he knew what was going on. There were still many zombies in the subway station, so Wang Heng naturally would not let go of these experience energy points. Yang Chao scratched his head embarrassedly. He felt a little socially anxious about having strangers here. However, Yang Chao dared not disobey Wang Heng's words. Standing directly in front of the Peashooter, behind the roadblock zombie, he cleared his throat. Tang Long and Lu Fei looked at them in confusion, not knowing what Wang Heng was up to. You carry the load, and I lead the horse. Yang Chao's singing voice rang out. Tang Long then realized that Wang Heng wanted to attract the zombies. Thinking of this, Tang Long's face showed some excitement again. He could see these green plants taking action. What Wang Heng didn't know was that a zombie at the front of the subway station suddenly opened its eyes, and judging by its size, it could be no other than a strength type 2 zombie. At the same time, a blurry shadow flashed in carriage 1-to-1 at a speed so fast that it was simply terrifying. Chapter 33. The zombies in the first 2 carriages of the 6th stage and on the platform of the 5th stage were attracted here. There were also zombies in the places behind where the flashlight could not reach and were rushing towards the direction where the singing came from. Wang Heng home is still spread out horizontally. Fortunately, the Sheneng subway station platform is built wide enough. The roadblock zombie was still standing about 7 meters away from the Peashooter in the front row. As the zombies approached, the mouths of the rows of Peashooters bulged, and then a string of peas flew towards the zombie in front. Seeing this scene, Tang Long was surprised again. It turned out that the black hole was not the mouth of those plants, but the muzzle of a cannon. Under the attack of the pea and roadblock zombies, the zombies fell to the ground in rows. The scene looks spectacular. Tang Long has completely confirmed Wang Heng's identity. He is the savior mentioned by the mysterious voice. Lu Fei's eyes were full of surprise. Wang Heng's move was almost like a row of soldiers holding guns. These are all capital in the end times. Dong, dong. The sound of low footsteps was heard. Wang Heng's face changed when he heard this. The only zombies that can make this kind of noise when walking are power type 2 zombies. Wang Heng looked towards the front of the subway platform. A blurry and tall figure was walking towards this side. Sure enough, it was another strength type 2 zombie. Wang Heng guessed that when the zombies broke out in the subway station, there were more people than zombies, and all these people became nutrients for the evolution of the zombies. But Wang Heng was not afraid. When he was on the ground, Wang Heng killed the strength type 2 zombies with 30 ordinary zombies and Peashooters. Now Wang Heng has more powerful and larger number of roadblock zombies, making it easier to deal with them. Chow, come back! Wang Heng shouted to Yang Chao, who was singing in front. Yang Chao also noticed the movement in front, and when Wang Heng called him back, he turned around and ran back. Tang Long heard the movement of the power type 2 zombie and saw the blurry tall figure. This is a higher level zombie. The huge zombie in front has been exposed under the light. With a tall figure and bulging muscles, he looks like a little giant. A bitter smile appeared on Tang Long's lips. If Tang Long faced this thing alone, he would have no choice but to run away. Lu Fei also saw this huge monster. A look of fear flashed in his eyes, and his body twisted restlessly, but he was caught by the roadblock zombie and couldn't move too much, otherwise Lu Fei might have turned around and ran away. Tang Long did not see any surprise on Wang Heng's face. Could it be that he has seen this kind of zombie before? Tang Long guessed. Senior, do you need help? Tang Long shouted to Wang Heng. Wang Heng turned his head and looked at Tang Long. After thinking for a while, he decided to let him stand behind the right side of the Peashooter in case of emergency. Tang Long stood behind the Peashooter, who was about 1.5 or 1.6 meters tall, with a flash of excitement in his eyes. Is this the way of the savior? What kind of plant is this? There was also the excitement of facing a powerful opponent, and this excitement made Tang Long's body tremble uncontrollably. It's time to fight the boss again. Wow, this is this guy, the power type 2 zombie. I remember what this thing is called. Manufacturer. Quick link, I want the same model. The strength type 2 zombies pushed away the zombies one by one. The zombies that did not have time to dodge were all stepped on by the strength type 2 zombies. It was inevitable that they would have broken bones and tendons, and some might even die. After getting closer, Wang Heng discovered that the body of this power type 2 zombie was taller than the one he saw on the ground. This made Wang Heng a little surprised. Why could such an evolved zombie be supported in the underground tunnel? Although he didn't know how the zombie evolved, Wang Heng could probably guess that it had something to do with flesh and blood. But now is not the time to think about this, because the strength type 2 zombie has already walked to the front roadblock zombie. This power type 2 zombie was as arrogant as the one killed by Wang Heng on the ground. It disdained to run or sprint, but just walked slowly, or to be more precise, strolled leisurely. Wang Heng and his men were like lambs to be slaughtered in front of the power type 2 zombie. You will pay the price for your arrogance, Wang Heng muttered. These two power type 2 zombies were both strong in limbs but simple in mind. The strength type 2 zombie soon became entangled with the roadblock zombie. The strength type 2 zombie punched the roadblock zombie on the head, but only made a gap in the roadblock above the roadblock zombie's head. This surprised the strength type 2 zombie. He originally thought that these things were the same as ordinary zombies and food. After one punch from him, the zombie would lie on the ground and be unable to get up. I didn't expect that this strange creature in front of me would be such a tough nut to crack. Seeing this scene, the smile on Wang Heng's face became even wider. Sure enough, the roadblock zombie not only has twice the health of ordinary zombies, but also has higher defense than ordinary zombies. Originally, according to Wang Heng's calculations, he thought that Garganta was not as good as the strength type 2 zombie, but judging from the situation of the roadblock zombie, Garganta is likely to have similar attributes to the strength type 2 zombie in all aspects. Wang Heng is now even more looking forward to Gargantuar's appearance. When Wang Heng was observing the battlefield, he suddenly felt uncomfortable, as if someone was spying on him. This feeling made Wang Heng very uneasy. Is this considered a sixth sense? But where does this feeling of being spied on come from? Wang Heng looked towards the darkness behind the power type 2 zombie. You felt it too? Dave's figure suddenly appeared. Yeah. Wang Heng nodded, with a hint of uneasiness in his eyes. Oh my god, it feels like there's a picture of a target with a bow and arrow stuck on it, you know, like being targeted by a bungee jumping zombie, Dave rambled on. Wang Heng also thought of that strange zombie, the bungee zombie. After aiming at a target, he would first insert a target, then fall from the sky and grab the plant. And now Wang Heng felt that he was being stared at, and not just himself. The gaze was vague and it was obvious that it was wandering around everyone. As an expert in knife use, Tang Long also felt the vague murderous intent all around him. This sense of danger was even stronger than that of the giant-like power type 2 zombie in front of him. The fight between the power type 2 zombies and the roadblock zombies in front is still going on. The strength type 2 zombie is already getting a little impatient. Grab a roadblock zombie in your hand and smash it to the ground. Could it be that he is going to use that trick? Wang Heng was stunned watching the scene. Sure enough, the strength type 2 zombie seemed to have discovered a new world when it grabbed the roadblock zombie and smashed it down. This thing seemed to be more convenient to smash than using its fists. So the power type 2 zombie roared excitedly. Wang Heng was speechless. It turned out that the path of evolution was inevitable. Just like the two strength type 2 zombies discovered that weapons were more useful than fists, all the subsequent strength type 2 zombies would follow this path. Wang Heng has already seen a group of strength type 2 zombies holding various weapons. If the strength type 2 zombies are like this, what about the strength type 3 zombies? Will it be a giant 3 or 4 meters tall, holding a telephone pole? Thinking of this scene, Wang Heng's face couldn't help but look a little strange. By then, the tank would probably be smashed into scrap metal. Wang Heng pushed his glasses and stopped thinking about it, but the secretly prying eyes were still there. Wang Heng felt that this thing was like a ferocious beast, no, a cunning wolf, although Wang Heng had never been targeted by a wolf. But Wang Heng just had this feeling. The owner of the gaze is looking for the most suitable opportunity to attack. As soon as the person on this side reveals a flaw, the owner of the gaze will show his ferocious fangs. But who will reveal the flaw first? Wang Heng looked around at the people around him vaguely. Tang Long, who was at the front, was closest to the zombies, but Wang Heng felt that it couldn't be him. Tang Long exuded a sharp aura like a knife. If Wang Heng was the owner of that gaze, he would never look for him first. Yang Mir. Wang Heng moved his eyes over. Yang Mir and Yang Chao were standing together, in front of Wang Heng's right, in the same direction as Tang Long, but a little further back, which was obviously not a good choice either. Then there is only Lu Fei. Wang Heng thought of Lu Fei behind him. She was the only one unarmed and looked as weak as a little lamb. However, Wang Heng didn't know who the real target of that gaze was, so he naturally wouldn't make a decision and told Lu Fei to be careful. Wang Heng clenched the shovel in his hand and moved towards Yang Chao and Yang Mir with vague steps. It is safer to stick together. Although Wang Heng's strength and speed are higher than those of normal adults, they are at most equivalent to those who exercise more, not much higher. This makes Wang Heng feel that he will need to spend energy points to improve his own strength later. Plants and the like are external. Imagine a scene like this, the enemy finally broke through the army of plants and zombies, thinking that Wang Heng was a mage, and they would rush to Wang Heng to kill the fragile Wang Heng. However, after getting closer, they found that this was not a mage, but a melee fighter with strong strength. The expression on their faces at that time should have been quite exciting. As Wang Heng was thinking, the battle ahead became more and more intense. Although the strength type 2 zombies have learned to use weapons, the roadblock zombies, which have higher health and defense than ordinary zombies, are obviously a tough nut to crack. A strength type 2 zombie basically can't kill a roadblock zombie with one hit. It takes 3 hits to kill the roadblock zombie. Even though the strength type 2 zombie knocked the roadblock zombie away, the space on the subway platform was limited. After being knocked away, the roadblock zombie stood up again and continued to block the strength type 2 zombie. At this moment, the strength type 2 zombie had only managed to kill 7 or 8 roadblock zombies, and there were still about 30 roadblock zombies surrounding the strength type 2 zombie, blocking the strength type 2 zombie's progress. The Ps hit the strength type 2 zombie one after another. At first, the strength type 2 zombie didn't think it was a big deal and didn't feel anything at all, even worse than a scratch from an ordinary zombie. However, the type 2 zombie with accumulated strength felt the long-lost pain, and this feeling of pain made it uneasy. How long has it been since he, as the underground overlord, felt any pain from anyone other than the monkey who provoked him? Roar! The power type 2 zombie roared angrily. Here we go again! Wang Heng covered his ears. The power type 2 zombies had loud voices to begin with, and the echo in the empty subway platform made them even noisier. Ah! When Wang Heng covered his ears, he heard a woman's scream from behind. Wang Heng suddenly felt stars in his eyes. Who could bear this? Why was this woman screaming for no reason? Wang Heng looked back and there was nothing wrong. It was just that the woman was screaming with her eyes closed. She was probably frightened by the roar of the power type 2 zombie. Tang Long also heard the familiar scream and thought that Lu Fei was in danger. He quickly turned around and looked back, but he didn't find anything. There were only 2 roadblock zombies arranged by Wang Heng to guard Lu Fei beside Lu Fei. Tang Long immediately smiled bitterly. Lu Fei was scared again. Everyone's eyes were briefly focused on Lu Fei, which undoubtedly gave the guy who was secretly watching an opportunity. A dark shadow suddenly rushed across the glass of the subway platform on the right side of Wang Heng's home, so fast that even the Peashooter couldn't react. After receiving the information from the Peashooter's reaction, Wang Heng turned around and saw a figure rushing out. The figure actually pounced straight towards Tang Long. At this moment, Tang Long's gaze was still on Lu Fei and he couldn't take it away in time. Be careful! Wang Heng shouted. At the same time, Tang Long also felt the strong wind coming from the right front and the painful sense of crisis. Tang Long directly held the blade of his sword in front of him on the right. If the black shadow continued to attack, he would definitely be injured by the sword. Dang! The black shadow's appearance was exposed under the light. It was a monkey-like zombie. Its body was no longer shriveled, but not as strong as the strength type 2 zombie. To be precise, the strength type 2 zombie was like a bodybuilding enthusiast who pursued big muscles. But the zombie in front of him was more like an athlete. Although his muscles were not exaggeratedly bulging, they looked very well proportioned and tight, especially his 2 hind legs, whose muscles were so tight that they were almost drawn. This allows it to have amazing speeds. The sharp claws flashed with green light and were 20 centimeters long. The sound of metal clashing was the sound of the monster's claws colliding with Tang Long's Tang sword. There was even a spark where the claws and the blade collided. Speed type 2 zombie. Wang Heng groaned. I recognized the identity of this zombie. That's right, only a speed type 2 zombie can have such a fast speed, which is many times faster than a speed type 1 zombie, and the same is true of its sharp claws. Moreover, the speed type 2 zombie is more like a ferocious and patient hunter, and will only take the initiative to attack when everyone reveals a flaw. He broke through 2 lines of defense at an astonishing speed and went straight to the back row. The target of the speed type 2 zombie was obviously not Tang Long, because after a brief contact with Tang Long, it quickly used its force to pounce towards Tang Long's right rear. Tang Long originally thought that the monster's target was his predecessor, the savior Wang Heng, but just when he breathed a sigh of relief he found that this was not the case. The monster was rushing towards Lu Fei, who was on the left rear. Chapter 34. Wang Heng saw the speed type 2 zombie bypass the 3 people led by him who were holding shovels, and then went straight to Lu Fei at the back from the open space on the right. Lu Fei, be careful. Tang Long noticed the monster's target and suddenly his eyes became bloodshot and he shouted. After hearing this, Wang Heng controlled the zombies to stand in front of Lu Fei. Although Wang Heng wished Lu Fei would die, he couldn't let Lu Fei die like that, otherwise Wang Heng would be hated by Tang Long as well, and that would be a loss. That's why Wang Heng commanded the roadblock zombies to block Lu Fei. The roadblock zombie that was holding Lu Fei let go of Lu Fei and stood in front of Lu Fei. A hint of gratitude flashed in Tang Long's eyes, knowing that it was his senior Wang Heng who took action. He immediately quickened his pace and rushed back. Lu Fei hadn't reacted yet when she heard Tang Long's roar. Then he saw the 2 zombies that were holding him let go of him and walked in front of him. When he looked closely, he saw an extremely ugly monster encountering the roadblock zombie. The sharp claws grabbed the roadblock zombie's neck directly. The roadblock zombie's hat was riddled with holes and was about to fall apart. Wang Heng's eyes narrowed when he saw this scene. It was obvious that the attack power of the speed type 2 zombie was greater than that of the strength type 2 zombie. No, Wang Heng reacted. It's not that the attack power of the speed type 2 zombie is greater than that of the strength type 2 zombie, but that the attack of the speed type 2 zombie can penetrate armor. It is most appropriate to describe it as armor piercing. Although the strength type 2 zombies are powerful, their attacks are heavy, and the defense of the roadblock zombies can reduce a lot of damage. The speed type 2 zombie is obviously not as strong as the strength type 2 zombie, but the speed type 2 zombie is more like an assassin with armor-piercing weapons, and the actual damage it inflicts is higher than that of the strength type 2 zombie. Ah! Lu Fei screamed, Tang Long, protect me quickly. Lu Fei collapsed to the ground, kicking his legs and gradually moving backwards. When Tang Long heard the voice, he gasped, roared, and rushed over quickly with a Tang sword in his hand. There is no way that a speed type 2 zombie can be entangled by a bulky roadblock zombie. If it fails to kill the roadblock zombie in one blow, it will simply bypass the roadblock zombie. Lu Fei then stepped backwards and exposed herself to the speed type 2 zombie. The speed type 2 zombie pounced directly at Lu Fei. Lu Fei subconsciously put his arms in front of his face and tilted his head to one side. At the critical moment, Tang Long's attack arrived. Tang Long swung his sword and actually cut off one of the arms of the speed type 2 zombie. The speed type 2 zombie hissed in pain. It seems that all type 2 zombies can make sounds, but the sounds are different. Fei, are you okay? Tang Long turned his back to Lu Fei and blocked Lu Fei behind him. Lu Fei behind him was obviously frightened. She didn't make a sound and just opened her mouth silently. The speed type 2 zombie retreated to the side and lay on the ground, staring at everyone hungrily. Brother, this is a speed zombie. Yang Mir pulled Yang Chao's corner. How could I not know your brother? This thing is so fast. Yang Chao said as he looked at the zombie lying on the ground like a monkey. But this is too fast. Now the speed type 2 zombie has had one arm chopped off, but out of zombie instinct the speed type 2 zombie is still drooling over the food in front of him, making it impossible to let him retreat. The speed type 2 zombie and Tang Long were confronting each other like a duet, both of them were looking for each other's flaws. In the end, the speed type 2 zombie couldn't bear it anymore and pounced on Tang Long. Tang Long couldn't dodge the attack of the speed type 2 zombie because Lu Fei was behind him. Tang Long chopped directly at the neck of the speed type 2 zombie. An inch longer, an inch stronger. The Tang Dao in Tang Long's hand was longer than the claws of the speed type 2 zombie. Tang Long would definitely be able to cut off its head before its attack arrived. The speed type 2 zombie felt the deadly threat coming from Tang Long. It twisted at an incredible angle in the air and stopped abruptly, but the forward momentum was still there. The speed type 2 zombie still paid a price and its kneecap was cut off by Tang Long. The speed type 2 zombies were clearly at a disadvantage, the main reason being that the space in the subway station was not wide enough and the height was limited. The speed type 2 zombie can only attack from 3 directions or even 2 directions because Wang Heng is behind it. Although it is impossible for Wang Heng to take action, what a joke. Now Wang Heng is still a mage and not very strong in close combat. What if he gets scratched by a zombie? However, Wang Heng couldn't just sit there and watch, so he sent out 2 roadblock zombies to block the speed type 2 zombies' retreat on the left and right, preventing it from attacking comfortably. Tang Long has gained confidence and has seen the weakness of the speed type 2 zombie in front of him. Under certain circumstances, a speed type 2 zombie is obviously weaker than a strength type 2 zombie. This is roughly the same saying as 1 force can defeat 10 skills. If Tang Long faced a strength type 2 zombie, there would only be one possible outcome, which is to escape. It is impossible to fight back and forth with the speed type 2 zombies like we are doing now. Lu Fei behind him had recovered from the shock, and then he felt a burning pain in his arm. He looked down at his arm and saw a wound on his forearm, which had turned blue and black. Lu Fei covered her mouth and said nothing. Infected by zombies. A thought flashed through Lu Fei's mind, no, how could I be infected? Lu Fei covered the wound in horror, as if the wound would not exist if she couldn't see it. Then Lu Fei looked at everyone and said, we can't let them see the wound. We can't. If you are scratched by a zombie, you will be infected, but if it happens to you, you will always have a lucky mentality. Lu Fei doesn't believe that he is infected. What if he has antibodies? The most urgent thing is not to let other people discover the wound, right? Lu Fei thought about it, took off her coat, and then put it on backwards so that the right sleeve with the scratch on her right arm would be on the other side, thus covering the wound. Lu Fei's brain is working very fast now, even a little bit like a pig brain overloaded. If Lu Fei was so smart at that time, he would not have been scratched by the speed type 2 zombie. Tang Long, who was standing in front of Lu Fei, did not notice Lu Fei's abnormality. Wang Heng, who was looking over here, saw Lu Fei, but he didn't know what this woman Lu Fei was doing. Then Wang Heng withdrew his gaze and looked towards the battle circle between Tang Long and the speed type 2 zombie. As for the one behind him, Wang Heng could feel that the roadblock zombies could steadily block the strength type 2 zombies, and it was only a matter of time before they were killed. Tang Long confronts the speed type 2 zombie. This time Tang Long took the initiative to attack. He had already figured out the strength of the speed type 2 zombie, and this attack would be accompanied by a killing move. Tang Long held the knife with both hands and placed it in front of his right side, so that he could maintain a fast enough reaction speed and enough strength when rushing forward, but the attack distance would be limited to a certain extent. But the short claws are enough to deal with speed type 2 zombies. When the speed type 2 zombie saw the food rushing towards him, he felt provoked and immediately pounced towards Tang Long, but his speed was still affected because his kneecap was cut off. Although zombies cannot feel pain, the human body structure is there. If a zombie's legs are chopped off, or even if they are chopped below the waist, the zombie will not die, but its movements will definitely be affected. The same is true for the speed type 2 zombie in front of him. His forward speed is not as fast, and his body is a little staggering. It is obvious that the speed type 2 zombie is not used to the situation of having his kneecap cut off. This is also a disadvantage of zombies. When a person knows that his leg is injured, he will definitely feel the impact and choose to rest. But zombies won't. Although the speed type 2 zombie feels pain, it doesn't think it has any effect on itself. As long as its head is not chopped off, the speed type 2 zombie will continue to attack. This gave Tang Long an opportunity and became the weakness of the speed type 2 zombie. Because Tang Long took the initiative to attack, the battlefield was opened up, and Lu Fei was no longer behind him, so Tang Long had more room to maneuver. In addition, the speed of the speed type 2 zombies was affected, although slightly, it was enough to be fatal. Tang Long's sword hit the claw of the speed type 2 zombie, and the force from it made Tang Long's palm numb. The speed type 2 zombie was also affected. He retracted his claw and wanted to retreat, but he staggered. Opportunity. Tang Long took the opportunity to draw his sword and chopped at the speed type 2 zombie repeatedly. The speed type 2 zombie could only passively resist. Every strike of the sword is powerful and heavy. Wang Heng's eyes were full of stars. Men all have a unique interest in weapons. What a sharp knife! Wang Heng couldn't help but praise. The comments from people watching the live broadcast were all awesome. This is the real swordsmanship. Those now are just dancing techniques. Oh, Kung Fu, Kyushu Kung Fu. Beautiful country. Tang Long's sword continuously chopped on the same blocking claw of the speed type 2 zombie, and the last blow directly cut off the claw of the speed type 2 zombie. The power of Tang Long's sword did not decrease as he chopped down directly, and the head of the speed type 2 zombie was directly cut off, and a piece of skull flew out. Good knife. Wang Heng couldn't help but cheer. He didn't feel sorry for losing 50 energy points. Wang Heng still had some points. His plant formation could deal with bulky units, but it was not enough to deal with such fast zombies. The speed type 2 zombie can obviously jump over the plants and get in front of Wang Heng, directly cutting the back row. However, this is also the reason why some of Wang Heng's zombies are not with Wang Heng. If the zombies surrounded Wang Heng, the speed type 2 zombie would not be able to do anything to Wang Heng, but it would also be difficult for Wang Heng to kill it. Tang Long took a step forward and cut off the head of the speed type 2 zombie, then he breathed a sigh of relief. After he exhaled this breath, Tang Long suddenly felt numbness in his palms and soreness in his arms. These few strikes have unleashed all of Tang Long's strength. Hearing Wang Heng's praise, Tang Long responded with a grateful smile. Fortunately, the senior took action to stop the speed type 2 zombie, otherwise Fei would be in great danger. Tang Long could still see clearly. If Wang Heng hadn't stopped it, Tang Long would definitely be too late. Now, naturally, I feel a bit more gratitude towards Wang Heng in addition to my awe. Oh, Fei. Tang Long suddenly thought of it and hurriedly turned around and walked to Lu Fei. Fei, are you okay? Tang Long asked Lu Fei, whose face was a little pale. Lu Fei covered her arm awkwardly, then remembered that she had covered it with clothes, then put her hand down and said, "No. It's okay." Tang Long didn't think much about it, he just thought Lu Fei was scared. "It's good that you're okay, it's good that you're okay," Tang Long murmured. Lu Fei almost died. After the speed type 2 zombie was killed, Wang Heng turned his head to look at the situation in front. The strength type 2 zombie was troubled by the roadblock zombies. After killing a few of them, Wang Heng summoned a roadblock zombie and other ordinary zombies to surround them again. Roar! The power type 2 zombie let out a roar. But Wang Heng had gotten used to it. This thing would just bark, each time louder than the last, but it would never explode. The power type 2 zombies do want to explode, but damn, these things seemed to be endless to kill. There was a green thing behind him that he spit out and hid himself. The strength type 2 zombie felt himself growing weaker and weaker. He could only roar helplessly. But the voice became smaller and smaller, weaker and weaker. Wang Heng knew that this was a power type 2 zombie that was about to be killed. I immediately asked the zombies to surround me more tightly for fear that it would run away. Not long after the last roar, the head of the power type 2 zombie fell directly to the ground. Tang Long looked at this scene with a hint of admiration in his eyes, and just like that he killed this big monster. If it were him, Tang Long asked himself honestly that he would definitely not be able to kill this monster. No one noticed that Lu Fei's face behind him was getting paler, and cold sweat was dripping down his forehead. If someone lifted up her clothes, they would see that Lu Fei's right arm had begun to rot, and black blood was spreading along the blood vessels toward her limbs. Chapter 35. At this point, the two powerful evolved zombies in the subway station were all killed. Wang Heng's level finally reached level 5. Congratulations to King Heng of Zhuzhou for being the first to reach level 5 and gaining 3 disposable attribute points. I am also rewarded with an additional 3 strength exclusive attribute points. Congratulations to King Heng of Zhuzhou for being the first to reach level 5. I will reward you with a 5% increase in the strength attribute of the people of Zhuzhou. Wang Heng's upgrade triggered the voice broadcast again. In response to this, netizens from Kyushu said that they have gotten used to it and said to stay calm, as getting the first place is not challenging at all. Netizens from other countries were almost biting their back teeth off. Why is it Kyushu again? Why is it always Kyushu? What are the players from our own country doing? Are they enjoying themselves? Can you please learn from King Heng of Juzhu and kill the zombies quickly to level up? However, there are some countries that are very Buddhist. As long as the level of their country's players is not in the bottom 3, they will not be punished. As for killing zombies, it is too dangerous. If they die while killing zombies, won't they be punished anyway? It is better to kill a few occasionally and not be at the bottom of the list. The minimum is 4th from the bottom, and the goal is 5th from the bottom. After this reward, Wang Heng's strength attribute points increased to 17 points, which also included 1 point of strength attribute brought by 2 strength type 2 zombies. The other attribute points were a very even 13 points. This made Wang Heng feel a little uncomfortable, and he immediately used up all his energy points and raised all his attributes to 16 points. It feels comfortable. Wang Heng sighed as he looked at the neatly arranged energy points. Brother Heng has obsessive-compulsive disorder, I discovered it. Good news for obsessive-compulsive disorder. All attributes are balanced, and moral, intellectual, physical, aesthetic and labor development is all rounded. After allocating the attribute points, Wang Heng called Dave out. Dave, the corpse of the strength type 2 zombie is of no use this time. Oh, of course, not. Dave changed the subject, making Wang Heng's face turn black. What's the use of this? Haven't we already used the corpse of a power type 2 zombie? Wang Heng asked. To unlock the Gargantuar card, you need zombies and human corpses. The zombies are these power type 2 zombies. The more zombie corpses there are, the less of the other half of the materials you need. You can understand that, right? Dave said. So that's how it is. Wang Heng understood. To unlock the Gargantuar card, 10 corpses of type 2 strength zombies and 10 human corpses are required. The more corpses of type 2 strength zombies there are, the fewer human corpses are needed. So if there are enough type 2 power zombies, they can completely unlock Gargantuar's card, and there will be no need for human corpses. Wang Heng asked. Of course not. Dave shook his head. Human corpses are the raw materials for tombstones. The Gargantuar tombstone requires at least 20 human corpses. Dave said. 20 bodies, that's 20 people. Wang Heng was speechless, but there was nothing he could do. Okay, take it. Wang Heng said. Little brother, has the senior always been like this? Tang Long pointed at Wang Heng and asked Yang Chao. Yang Chao looked at Wang Heng who was in a daze again and nodded, yes, brother Wang Heng always likes this. Okay. Tang Long said. He thought that the senior might be in a wandering state. He heard that all the masters were like this. After a while, Wang Heng moved and walked towards the body of the type 2 power zombie, and the body of the type 2 power zombie suddenly disappeared. Yang Chao and the other two were not surprised by this, as this was all Wang Heng's magic. Wang Heng then controlled the roadblock zombies and ordinary zombies to go to the front to clean up the zombies deep in the subway station, and by the way, consume all the ordinary zombies. Wang Heng still wanted to maintain the small force consisting of roadblock zombies. Wang Heng turned around and looked at the body of the type 2 speed zombie on the ground. Dave, is this body useful? Dave's figure reappeared. Roar, of course. Wang Heng was stunned for a moment. He really couldn't think of which zombie could match the speed type 2 zombie. Bungee zombie? Pole vaulting zombie? Wang Heng asked. No, maybe the Zombie Research Institute can use this body later. Dave said. Okay. Wang Heng guessed that the Zombie Research Institute had the same function as the Plant Research Institute. As for what exactly was in it, Wang Heng didn't know, but he still gave it to Dave. However, the speed type 2 zombie was killed by Tang Long, so naturally he had to ask for his opinion. Wang Heng looked up at Tang Long, then walked towards him. Your swordsmanship is amazing. Wang Heng gave him a thumbs up. Tang Long laughed loudly, haha, senior, you have embarrassed me. Your magic makes me amazed and speechless. Wang Heng smiled and decided not to be polite anymore. He was going to ask Tang Long if he was willing to give him the corpse of a speed type 2 zombie. He would have to give it to him even if he didn't want to, but he still had to ask for the sake of face. Just as Wang Heng was about to speak, he suddenly glanced at Lu Fei behind him. At this time, Lu Fei's face had turned a little black, her body was still twitching, and there was even white foam at the corners of her mouth. Wang Heng didn't react for a moment and asked Tang Long, "Is your girlfriend having an epileptic seizure?" Wang Heng pointed at Lu Fei behind him. Tang Long was stunned for a moment. He didn't remember that Lu Fei had epilepsy. When he turned around and saw Lu Fei's appearance, he was shocked. "Fei Fei, what's wrong with you?" Tang Long rushed to Lu Fei. At this time, Lu Fei was already a little unconscious, and only felt numbness in his right arm. He took off his coat, and his rotten and blackened right arm and the wound in the middle were revealed. Tang Long then realized that Lu Fei was injured. Due to the special nature of the zombie scratches, not much blood flowed out, and the blood almost stuck to his arm and clothes. "This is..." Tang Long's eyes suddenly shrank. "Fei Fei, you were injured by a zombie. Only zombies can inflict such wounds." Tang Long suddenly felt his breathing stagnate. The consequence of being scratched by a zombie was obvious, and that was to turn into a zombie. Wang Heng and the other two behind him also heard Tang Long's exclamation. Wang Heng then reacted and realized that Lu Fei was probably scratched by a speed type 2 zombie just now. Tang Long picked up Lu Fei and came to Wang Heng. Wang Heng was startled, but as a master, he remained calm on the surface. He cursed in his heart, "No way, buddy, this woman is obviously going to turn into a zombie. Why are you holding her in front of me? Are you trying to kill me?" Tang Long hugged Lu Fei and knelt on the ground. "Senior, you are the savior, please save her." Wang Heng was somewhat speechless, but he still said patiently, "I am not a god, I can't save her, she is about to turn into a corpse. Brother Tang, please accept my condolences." Hearing Wang Heng's words, Tang Long's breathing stagnated. He also knew that what Wang Heng said was true. The return of the dead to life and the turning of bones into flesh were only things in legends. It was obvious that Lu Fei could not be saved. "If you don't want her to die ugly and turn into a zombie, I can help bury her in my home," Wang Heng said. After hearing this, Tang Long looked up at Wang Heng, and then looked at Lu Fei whose body was gradually falling. "Let me make it clear first. After she is buried, she may not be herself anymore. She will become the place where the zombies are born. Those are the tombstones. I believe you have seen them. You should make a decision quickly, she doesn't have much time left," Wang Heng said. Tang Long knew what Wang Heng was talking about. He had seen zombies crawling out of tombstones, but being buried in the soil was much better than becoming a zombie and being exposed in the wilderness. Tang Long was not a man who would waste time, so he made a decision right away. "Please help me, senior." Wang Heng looked at Tang Long and nodded. This man was still very rational when it came to major issues. "Come with me." Wang Heng waved his hand. Turning around and walking towards home, Tang Long followed with Lu Fei in his arms. Yang Chao and Yang Mier were silent. Another living person was gone. "Dave, can you preserve this body first?" Wang Heng asked Dave. "If they bury it now, an ordinary zombie's tombstone will only grow out." "Of course," Dave said, "you just need to place the body on the ground and leave nothing on the tombstone." Wang Heng understood, and then removed a Peashooter, revealing a piece of open space. "Put her here," Wang Heng said, pointing to the open space. Tang Long nodded and put Lu Fei on the ground. Then, under the gaze of Tang Long and Wang Heng, Lu Fei's body gradually disappeared. Then a mound of earth rose up and a tombstone grew out. However, it did not have the words "tombstone of an ordinary zombie" engraved on it like other tombstones. Wang Heng guessed that this was the method Dave was talking about. Seeing Lu Fei being buried, Tang Long knelt down in front of the tombstone and hugged it tightly. After wiping away his tears, he said, "Fei Fei, don't worry. I will definitely kill more zombies and use their corpses to commemorate you." As he said that, Tang Long walked up to the Type 2 speed zombie and placed the head and corpse in front of the tombstone. "Senior, can you lend me your shovel?" I want to bury the body near Fei to pay tribute to her. Tang Long spoke earnestly to Wang Heng. Wang Heng looked a little strange, as if he was sleepy and someone offered him a pillow. Don't bother me so much. I'll help you. Wang Heng and Dave approached together. With his hand on the zombie's body, Tang Long moved aside and looked at Wang Heng. Then the zombie body disappeared. Okay, that's enough. Tang Long nodded, thank you, senior. Then he kowtowed to the tombstone and said, Lu Fei, I, Tang Long, swear to kill more zombies to commemorate you. Rest in peace. Wang Heng patted Tang Long on the shoulder and said, don't be sad. I'm sure she would be very pleased to hear you do this in her grave. Kill more zombies to avenge her. Kill more, those are energy points. Wang Heng thought about this and looked sad. Chapter 36. Tang Long nodded when he heard Wang Heng's words, and then, as if he had made up his mind, he turned to Wang Heng, clasped his fists and said, Senior, I know you are the savior, please let me follow you. Tang Long is willing to be your vanguard, just to kill the zombies. After saying that, Tang Long placed the Tang sword horizontally on the ground in front of him and lowered his head towards Wang Heng. Wang Heng dodged Tang Long's bow by moving sideways. Being bowed to by an older person would shorten one's lifespan. Okay, I promise you. Wang Heng accepted Tang Long's request. Wang Heng had always liked Tang Long as a person, but he just didn't like Lu Fei. Now that Lu Fei is gone, Tang Long also asked to join, so Wang Heng naturally agreed. Thank you, senior. Tang Long saluted again. Wang Heng helped him up. Okay, get up. Tang Long nodded heavily. Lu Fei died just like that, and Tang Long was also a man who valued friendship and loyalty. Brother Hu said. Yeah, it almost made me cry. Yang Shui adjusted her mood. Congratulations, Brother Heng, for getting a powerful general. Why do I feel like Wang Heng is taking advantage of someone's misfortune? His girlfriend is dead, but Wang Heng is still using her body, and he even tricked Tang Long away. Is there something wrong with the person above? Isn't it that Brother Heng Lu Fei has already turned into a zombie and his body parts may have been separated? How can his body be intact? Zhou Hu emphasizes being buried in peace. Lu Fei has obviously been buried properly. That's right. Wasn't it Wang Heng who asked them to come to this subway station? If it wasn't Wang Heng, Lu Fei wouldn't have died. Haha, this is the end of the world, and Brother Heng just killed 2 people and no one said anything. Do you have a conscience? We are still in modern society. Shut up, people with conscience should go to the National Destiny game. We will be defeated sooner or later. There is no point in complaining here. After the roadblock zombies cleared the zombies in the subway station and collected the bodies, Wang Heng packed up the house. Tang Long reluctantly withdrew his gaze. Let's go. Let's continue. Wang Heng spoke. We still have to hurry. It's not a good idea to stay in the subway tunnel all the time. We should get to LZ Lake University Town as early as possible so that we can feel at ease. Okay. The other 3 nodded. Wang Heng took a look at the subway station and the subway cars parked inside. I don't know how many people were killed by zombies here before 2 second-level evolved zombies appeared in a subway station. Wang Heng estimated that there were more than 100 people, and they were all killed by zombies, not turned into zombies during the first wave of outbreak. The conditions for the appearance of evolved zombies are still relatively harsh. At present, Wang Heng speculates that it is related to food. As for whether there are other conditions, Wang Heng does not know. Looking at Tang Long walking in front, Wang Heng suddenly had an urge to learn how to use a knife, but Wang Heng looked at the shovel in his hand and said, Dave, can this thing be turned into a knife? Wang Heng asked Dave. Dave's shadow appeared beside Wang Heng. Of course. No, how can a small courtyard owner use a knife? You must use a shovel. Otherwise, how can you dig up the plants? Or you can use my pot. Dave said, squeezing the pot above his head. Wang Heng took a look and said, forget it. Just use this shovel like this. The shovel and the knife have the same functions. The shovel can also be used for chopping. When the time comes, you can still ask Tang Long to teach you some basic martial arts. It would be very beneficial for Wang Heng to learn from him. Although there were quite a few zombies in some subway stations along the way, there were no traces of Type 2 evolved zombies. At most, there were zombies that were level 1 or slightly stronger than level 1. Wang Heng made a rough estimate and found that the probability of encountering a second stage evolved zombie was pitifully low. It was estimated that there would be only 1 or 2 among thousands of zombies. This was because Wang Heng was unlucky and happened to encounter 3 of them, 2 of which were together. If he was outside, it would take an unknown amount of time to see a second stage zombie. Wang Heng estimated that there was a probability of 5 or 6 out of 10,000, but when he thought of the population base of Shenan Kingdom, Wang Heng felt nervous. The permanent population of City Z alone is 10 million. There are 5 or 6,000 level 2 zombies inside. What about the level 3 zombies? Wang Heng imagined the third level zombie that was like a devil, and couldn't help but shudder. We still need to improve our strength. We only have dozens of Peashooters now. Hurry up and go to the university town to kill monsters, gain energy points and experience. Wang Heng decided what to do in the near future. Chow, do you know which universities there are in the university town? Wang Heng asked Yang Chao on the side. Yang Chao thought for a moment, then answered, Agricultural University, University of Science and Technology, Huazhong University of Science and Technology. Wang Heng heard the keyword agriculture. An agricultural university should have an agricultural department, so there should be seeds and large open experimental fields. Thinking of this, Wang Heng decided on the destination. Okay, let's go to Agricultural University. Wang Heng interrupted Yang Chao and made the decision. There was basically no road ahead, and Wang Heng was almost falling asleep as he was being held up by the zombies and swayed. The commentators were also a bit bored and were chatting with the audience in the live broadcast room. Finally, Wang Heng arrived at the end of the subway tunnel, Ltu University Town Station. Is this it? Wang Heng looked at the densely packed zombies in the University Town Station. A rough glance revealed that there were more than 200 of them. I guess they were all waiting for the subway, and then the zombie outbreak happened. Yes, LZ Lake University Town Station is the end point of this line. Tang Long is also a native of Z City, so he naturally knows something about it. He turned around and said to Wang Heng. Okay. Wang Heng's eyes were filled with excitement. With the help of the flashlight, Tang Long opened the glass door in the same way, and then stepped back to make room for the roadblock zombies. Tang Long also wanted to rush up and fight, but was stopped by Wang Heng. Brother Tang, using your force on these ordinary zombies is like using a butcher knife to crack a nut. The Type 2 zombies that evolve later will be your match. This is what Wang Heng said. Although Tang Long felt that what Wang Heng said made sense, he always felt that something was wrong, but he didn't think much about it. How could Wang Heng let Tang Long carry a knife and kill ordinary zombies? Ordinary zombies are the biggest source of Wang Heng's energy points and experience points. Every time Tang Long kills one, Wang Heng loses a little energy and experience points. There are roadblock zombies clearing the way. Wang Heng and 3 others walked into the subway station. Seeing how happily he killed the roadblock zombies, Wang Heng also wanted to go up and try out the attribute point upgrade he had just obtained. Wang Heng went up with a shovel. Tang Long, who was watching from behind, was stunned. Using a knife to kill someone was like using a butcher knife to kill a chicken. Why did the senior do it himself? Wasn't that like using a cannon to kill a mosquito? But of course no one answered him. Wang Heng found that he was very fast and could probably run 100 meters in less than 10 seconds. The strength was also amazing. Wang Heng swung the shovel horizontally at the zombies like a knife, and directly lifted up the skulls of the 2 zombies in front of him. Tang Long looked at Wang Heng's speed and strength and couldn't help but praise him. I originally thought that senior only knew magic, but now it seems that physical skills are also good. Although he is not as good as Tang Long is a swordsman and his physical skills are naturally good. Wang Heng is so strong in magic and his physical skills are also pretty good. Is this the son of destiny and the savior? He is truly a genius. Tang Long exclaimed. Chapter 37. Awesome. Wang Heng felt the power surging in his body, making him feel that he would not feel tired even if he gave counseling 10 times a day. The shovel in Wang Heng's hand flew up and down, and every time he shoveled out and retracted it, a zombie skull would be removed and fall to the ground. Wang Heng knew that he couldn't kill all the more than 200 zombies, so he came out just to have some fun and familiarize himself with their strength. Arrange roadblock zombies to clear the way in front. The power of 50 roadblock zombies is amazing. The more than 200 zombies in the subway platform are scattered, so they are no match for the roadblock zombies at all. Wang Heng ordered the roadblock zombies to push forward from the platform corresponding to car number 6 to the platform corresponding to car number 1. In the end, all the zombies on the second underground floor of the subway station were cleared out at the cost of losing a few roadblock zombies. Another 200 energy points gained. Wang Heng nodded with satisfaction, unfolded his home, and then asked the roadblock zombies to recycle the zombie corpses. At the rate Wang Heng earns energy points, he will be able to have a home of more than 100 square meters within a week. When the home is bigger, Wang Heng will be able to run around with his home on his back like a snail. After the roadblock zombies cleaned up the zombie corpses, Wang Heng sent out another roadblock zombie to explore the underground floor of the subway and clean up the zombies outside. After a while, there was no more sound from above. "Let's go up." Wang Heng waved to the 3 people behind him. The 3 nodded and followed Wang Heng to the underground floor of the subway platform. There weren't many zombies on the underground floor. No wonder the roadblock zombies could be dealt with so quickly. There were only a dozen or so corpses scattered on the ground. The recycling only takes a little bit of energy points, so Wang Heng doesn't want to waste time on this. Agricultural University, Exit E. Wang Heng looked at the map hanging on the wall of the subway station. Exit E was closest to the Agricultural University. It could even be said to be right in the backyard of the Agricultural University. After climbing over the fence, he would probably be at the Agricultural University. "Has any of you been here before?" Wang Heng asked while looking at the map. The 3 people behind said no in unison. "Okay, let's go straight up. It doesn't matter if you have never been here, you can just go up and take a look." Wang Heng controlled the roadblock zombies to continue clearing the way ahead. Wang Heng and the other 3 walked behind, Tang Long. Wang Heng suddenly shouted while walking on the road. "What's wrong, senior?" Tang Long was stunned for a moment. Why did Wang Heng suddenly call his name? "Don't call me senior. I'm only 19 years old, a college student." Wang Heng felt helpless when Tang Long kept calling him senior. "Then, what should I call you?" Although Tang Long knew that Wang Heng was not very old, he did not expect that he was not even 20 years old. Moreover, Tang Long did not know what to call him other than senior. Wang Heng was stunned by the question, but then he waved his hand and said, "Don't dwell on this. Let me ask you something." "Senior, just ask." When Tang Long spoke, he still habitually wanted to use the word senior. "Your weapon is a knife, and my weapon is a shovel. Do you think I can use your moves?" Wang Heng turned his head and stared at Tang Long and asked. Tang Long understood that Wang Heng wanted to learn his swordsmanship. Tang Long also saw this when Wang Heng rushed out to kill the zombies. Although Wang Heng was very powerful and fast, his shoveling method was chaotic, with a shovel here and there. He must not have practiced any moves. If Wang Heng had practiced moves with any kind of weapon, he would not be so chaotic when killing the zombies. "All weapons in the world have something in common," Tang Long said. Wang Heng nodded. What he said did make sense. "I don't recommend you to learn my swordsmanship," Tang Long said, but he was afraid that Wang Heng would misunderstand him, so he quickly added, "It's not that I don't want to teach you, but our weapons are different after all. If I teach you my swordsmanship, all your subsequent moves will inevitably be affected if you want to innovate. So if you want to learn, I can teach you the basics. Once you have a solid foundation, you will naturally develop your own way of using the shovel." "Okay, it's settled. Once our residence is temporarily stable, I'll trouble you to teach me." Wang Heng agreed immediately. "I don't deserve any trouble from you, senior." "Okay, don't call me senior. How about this, just call me in front of others. After thinking about it, Wang Heng felt that no matter what name he addressed me, it was a little wrong. Hey, just call me Captain. It's really troublesome to come up with a crappy name. Okay, Captain. Tang Long nodded. This title was indeed good. Wang Heng felt that the roadblock zombie encountered quite a few zombies on the ground, but there were only about 100 of them. It was only a matter of time to deal with the roadblock zombie. After the roadblock zombies had cleared the subway entrance, Wang Heng led his men outside. As he walked out of the subway station, Wang Heng subconsciously narrowed his eyes. Looking at the sky, it was estimated to be around 5 in the afternoon. The sun was hanging in the west and was about to fall into the horizon. Exit E is at the southeast corner of the intersection, facing the sidewalk. There were corpses of zombies lying all over the ground at the subway entrance, but there was no space to spread out here and it would be a waste of time to move the corpses. Looking at the map just now, the agricultural university should be on the right side of Wang Heng. Wang Heng turned around and was shocked by the scene in front of him. When I turned around, I saw it was indeed the agricultural university and its fence. At this moment, the wall was crowded with zombies. Some zombies that were squeezed on the edge noticed the people coming out of the subway entrance. They stretched out their shriveled hands and opened and closed their mouths, trying to get out, but were blocked by the fence. Fortunately, the university reinforced the wall, otherwise Wang Heng felt that these zombies would have been squeezed crooked by the wall. Wang Heng looked behind the zombies and saw countless zombies again, with their black, bald heads shaking there. Turning his sight, Wang Heng saw a platform covered with zombies, and then he realized that this was a playground. Wang Heng saw a yellowed and rotten banner hanging on the podium in the center of the platform. Celebrate, school. Wang Heng read out the words above. It's the school anniversary. Wang Heng understood. No wonder the playground is filled with zombies. It looks like almost everyone in the school is here. There are so many zombies, and it is a fixed number, and there will be no reinforcements. Isn't this just like a monster dungeon? Wang Heng felt a little jealous when he saw the zombies on the playground. With so many zombies, how many energy points would it take? Wang Heng estimated that it was enough for the system to complete an upgrade, and Wang Heng felt that there would be some left over. But it seems that it is no longer possible to enter the agricultural university campus from here. If you flip in from here, you will fall directly into the zombie den. Tang Long and the other two saw Wang Heng staring at the zombies in the fence in a daze. They guessed that Wang Heng was thinking about something and did not interrupt him. Let's go around and find a place with fewer zombies, and then climb in. Wang Heng decided to enter the campus now. After entering, we found a suitable place to rest. It was almost dark. When there was a power outage, the night was no longer the home of humans. The darkness of the night will devour those who wander outside. There weren't many zombies on the sidewalks outside the university campus, and there weren't many damaged vehicles on the road. Wang Heng guessed that this was because this was a university campus and all of them were closed. When I think about it, all the zombies are on campus. How many universities are there in the Lake University District and how many students are there? And now 90% of these students have turned into zombies. These universities are like monster spawning dungeons. Thinking of this, Wang Heng felt a little excited and happy. No matter how long it takes, Wang Heng will take over this university town. After swallowing up this university town, Wang Heng's home will expand to a large enough size. By then, Wang Heng will have established a small business. Ha! Yang Mier used a shovel to shovel off the head of the zombie that was kicked to the ground by Yang Chao. The brother and sister worked together to kill a zombie. In fact, Yang Chao could fight a zombie alone, but in order to train Yang Mier's method of killing zombies, the two of them worked together to kill a zombie. Most of the zombies on the road were killed by Wang Heng and his sister Yang Chao because there were not many of them. In addition, Wang Heng's attention was now focused on the zombies in various universities and he didn't care about this energy point. This time, Tang Long was a little puzzled why Wang Heng didn't say that the good steel should be used on the blade. Wang Heng didn't stop him when killing the zombies this time. Among the four people, Tang Long was the best at killing zombies cleanly and efficiently. He just drew his sword and the zombie's head fell to the ground without any delay. We walked and killed for about 20 minutes. The 4 people finally found a place to climb over. Through the fence you can see a teaching building and a green pond downstairs. Perhaps due to the irrigation of some unknown fertilizer, the vegetation in the pond grew exceptionally lush and bright green. The roadblock zombies couldn't climb over the wall, so Wang Heng found a slightly flat place, spread out his home, and put it in for the roadblock zombies. Because the area of his home was too small, Wang Heng had to spend all the 250 energy points he had just saved to buy 5 squares of land. Now Wang Heng owns 41 squares of land, plus 26 energy points. Wang Heng placed these roadblock zombies in an area of 5 square meters, next to the tombstones and on the graves, and was able to put them down. "Captain, let me climb in first," Tang Long said. Wang Heng nodded. There was no need for anyone to explore the way. This was originally a fence. The scene inside could be seen. There were only a few wandering zombies. Tang Long stood next to the fence. With a height of 1.75 meters, he held the stone piers between the fence with his arms, jumped onto the piers, then jumped down and entered the agricultural university. With just a few slashes, the zombies attracted by the sound of the ground falling were killed. Wang Heng looked at Tang Long's neat and nimble figure and couldn't help but sigh, "If I had this skill, I wouldn't have been locked up in the school and couldn't get out." Then Yang Chao helped Yang Mir climb over the fence. Seeing Yang Chao turning his head, Wang Heng knew what he wanted to say. There was no danger, so there was no need to do that. "Just go in," Wang Heng said. Yang Chao nodded, then climbed in. This height was a piece of cake for a high school student. Wang Heng finally followed and climbed in. The advantage of balanced development in morality, intelligence, physical fitness, aesthetics, and labor is that when Wang Heng climbed over the wall, he no longer flipped over like an old turtle as before, but just pushed himself up and jumped over it very quickly. Chapter 38. After landing, Tang Long had already cleared out all the zombies in this area. "Where to go next?" Tang Long asked. Wang Heng thought about it and saw that it was getting late. Without lights, the time for human activities would be compressed. Clean up the dormitory first and spend the night there. The most important thing in the world is sleep. Without sleep, how can you have the energy to develop the next day? Okay. Everyone nodded. But where to find the dormitory is a problem. According to the layout of Wang Heng School, you should walk to the back of the teaching building. Wang Heng took the lead and walked towards the back of the teaching building. Hope to find a female dormitory to stay for one night. "Wu Nan, why did you come back?" Li Feng looked at Wu Nan standing at the door with some disgust. This woman is a Western worshipper, and the key point is that the foreigner is Xiao Yinghua. Other people in the dormitory also stared at Wu Nan with unfriendly eyes, thinking that something bad would happen when this woman came back. "Do you think I want to come back?" Wu Nan looked at the 4 people in the dormitory with some contempt. "I was thinking of leaving you guys to fend for yourself here, but Mr. Yamamoto said he needed help." At this point, Wu Nan sighed, "Hey, who made me soft-hearted? I'll give you a chance to survive and follow Teacher Yamamoto. Have you any shame?" Li Feng interrupted Wu Nan and was about to start cursing when he was stopped by Xie Jun. "Wu Nan, please go. Thank you for your kindness, but we don't need it." Xie Jun looked at Wu Nan with a frown. Wu Nan smiled and said, "I knew you would do this, but it is not up to you. Teacher Yamamoto is here. No one can leave this door today unless you agree." After saying that, footsteps were heard behind Wu Nan. Ren Yang and Wu Nan made way for him, and a plain-looking man of 1.68 meters tall appeared outside the dormitory door. Who else could it be but Yamamoto Sunjiroku? The faces of several people in the dormitory changed when they saw Yamamoto Sunjiroku, and their eyes looked towards the hilt of the knife in Yamamoto Sunjiroku's hand. They had all seen Yamamoto Sunjiroku killing zombies, and his knife skills were as fast as those of a swordsman in a game. Li Feng was sure that he was not as good as him in playing CF with a knife. Thinking of these people slowly picking up the weapons they had just prepared, they were all made up of some basic supplies. For example, a fruit knife can be tied to a broom handle to become a spear. Scissors can be wrapped around a steel pipe removed from the bed, and then the handles of the scissors can be wrapped around it to form a weapon with a pointed tip. Yamamoto Sunjiroku smiled contemptuously when he saw the actions of several people. He is the chosen one with the warrior profession. When she was little Sakura, she was also a judo master. How could he be afraid of these people? In his eyes, they were just like children waving sticks. Chilakala chilakala. Yamamoto Sunjiroku suddenly spoke. What is this little BD talking about? Li Feng asked Wang Gang quietly. I don't know. Why are you asking me? I don't know the language of cherry blossoms. Wang Gang replied. Bullshit, you just watch too many Sakura movies. Then I only know these few words. Wu Nan acted as the translator at this time. Teacher Yamamoto said that a man who knows the current situation is a hero. I hope you can join Teacher Yamamoto's team. Well, go to hell with you. I've wanted to scold you for a long time. What's the difference between you and Han Jay's running dogs here? Just tell your dwarf teacher to give up on this idea. Li Feng couldn't stand this kind of people the most. What's the difference between Wu Nan's current behavior and that of Han Jay during the anti-cherry blossom period? Tell him, isn't his name Mr. Yamamoto? Tell him he is a damn immortal. Li Feng pointed at Wu Nan's nose and cursed. Yamamoto Sunjiroku frowned. Ms. Du Ai, what is he talking about? Wu Nan was speechless for a moment, and after thinking for a while, he replied, Teacher Yamamoto, he said he doesn't want to follow you, how about? They don't want to. Humph, they just haven't seen how powerful I am. Aren't all the people of Shenan country like this? A bunch of spineless people. Yamamoto Sunjiroku said contemptuously, tell them that they can leave if they want. Just defeat me. Use the weapons in their hands. Defeat me and let them leave. Yamamoto Sunjiroku believed that these people would surrender after they realized the gap between themselves and others. Teacher Yamamoto said, I'll give you one chance. If you defeat Teacher Yamamoto, you can leave. Wu Nan translated Yamamoto Sunjiroku's words. You'd better just follow Teacher Yamamoto to avoid any more physical pain. Wu Nan had a disgusting look of contempt on his face. Wu Nan thought that these people who had followed him by the window had seen Yamamoto Sunjiroku take action before, and how could a group of college students possibly beat Yamamoto Sunjiroku who was holding a samurai sword? It would be better to surrender directly and save yourself the trouble. You. Li Feng was about to curse back but was stopped by Xie Jun. Brother Jun, just fight him. Is there any other way now? Li Feng said directly to Xie Jun. Xie Jun looked at Li Feng, then at Wang Gang, and then asked, do you both think so? The two nodded together. Xie Jun turned around and looked at the silent Yang Ziu, Ziu, you. I'll listen to you. Yang Ziu looked at Li Jun and said. Okay, then let's fight him. A hint of determination flashed in Xie Jun's eyes. At this time, the three of them had imagined various scenes of heroic sacrifice in their minds. As the nominal leader of the three, Xie Jun turned to Wu Nan and said, we'll take it. Ask your Yamamoto how to fight. Wu Nan didn't expect that these people would really dare to compete with Yamamoto Sunjiroku. Are you crazy? Haha, have you stayed in the dormitory for too long and become stupid? Wu Nan laughed. He then translated the words of Xie Jun and the other two to Yamamoto Sunjiroku. Miss Du Ai, tell them to fight downstairs and let the three of them come together. Yamamoto Sunjiroku said, holding the hilt of the knife, with even more contempt in his eyes. Shenan once said that a good man never suffers a loss in front of him. These people are obviously not good men. Teacher Yamamoto said that you three should come together and fight in the open space downstairs. Wu Nan translated Yamamoto Sunjiroku's words. Damn it, this little Japanese really looks down on people. Li Feng said angrily. Let's go together. Xie Jun decided to follow Wu Nan and then turned to look at Li Feng and Wang Gang. The three of us might still have a chance. Although Li Feng was a little depressed, he had to admit that what Xie Jun said was true. They would definitely not be able to defeat the dwarf in front of them if they fought alone. Maybe the three of them still have a chance. What are we waiting for? Let's go. Yamamoto Sunjiroku laughed, then turned around and walked downstairs first. Wu Nan and Ren Yang followed closely behind. Xiejun and the other three looked at each other and walked downstairs with their weapons in hand. This should be the dormitory, Wang Heng said as he looked at the building in front of him. There were rows of windows, balconies, and air conditioners, which was obviously the layout of a dormitory. These air conditioners really made Wang Heng envious. Wang Heng's previous school didn't have such things, and there was no heating either. He relied on fans in the summer and quilts in the winter. Brother Heng, why are there no zombies here? Yang Chao looked at the empty surroundings and felt a little uncomfortable. In the past, there were almost always 1 or 2 zombies wherever he went. They are all in the playground, and there should still be students alive here. Look over there. Wang Heng pointed to the zombie corpses lying in the green belt on the road below the dormitory building. Tang Long took 2 steps forward and kicked a corpse over with his foot. It was just recently dead. With the speed at which zombies decay, if it had died yesterday, it would have turned into black water today. Tang Long has lived among zombies for so long that he is very familiar with the characteristics of zombies. He killed zombies when he went out to look for food before, and when he came back the next day, there were only bones on the ground and almost dried up black water. Tang Long's eyes narrowed when he saw the wounds on the corpse. The wound was very neat, and he was killed with 1 blow. He was an expert with a knife. Captain, there's a situation. Tang Long walked quickly to Wang Heng's side. Wang Heng was still observing which dormitory was the girls' dormitory. After hearing Tang Long's words, he turned his head and asked, "What's wrong?" Tang Long repeated what he had just said. A master of knife handling, Wang Heng pondered, do you think he could be a university teacher? There was a reason why Wang Heng said this. There was an elective course on swordsmanship in college before, but Wang Heng rejected it immediately. No. What he learned at that time was just some fancy stuff, and it seemed that the teacher didn't seem to be very knowledgeable. But think about it, these zombies are quite easy to deal with, I guess anyone with a knife can kill them. Just as Wang Heng was thinking, the dormitory door behind everyone opened. The 4 of them turned around and took a few steps back at the same time. Wang Heng frowned and retreated behind the 3 of them. Tang Long pulled out the knife directly. The 4 people discovered that the person who came out was not a zombie, but a dwarf holding a strangely shaped knife in his hand. Samurai sword? Sakura countryman. Tang Long said with a frown. When Wang Heng heard it, he also recognized the knife. It was a samurai sword, the favorite knife of the Japanese devils. Wang Heng's face was also unfriendly. He was very disgusted with this country. He was already thinking about whether he should bury it directly in his homeland. Yamamoto Sunjiroku was stunned. When he opened the door, he saw 4 people standing outside. One of them was holding a knife, and the other 3 were holding shovels. When Wu Nan and Ren Yang saw Yamamoto Sunjiroku stop, they hurriedly took 2 steps forward and stood behind Yamamoto Sunjiroku. At the same time, they also saw 4 people with unique shapes outside the door. Xiejun and others who followed behind were also stunned when they saw this scene, and the atmosphere became a little weird. What kind of work do you do? Yamamoto Sunjiroku said with a frown. What is this little BD chattering about? Wang Heng frowned. Seeing this, Yamamoto Sunjiroku glanced at Wu Nan. Wu Nan hurriedly took 2 steps forward. Teacher Yamamoto asked who you are. Wang Heng was stunned after hearing this. Isn't this the one who was careless and lost his ancestors? And what's wrong with this woman? Is she a lackey? Chapter 39. Are you from Sakura country? Wang Heng did not answer Wu Nan's question, but asked back. Wu Nan's expression froze. No, but I. If you are not a Sakura person, then are you an interpreter? An idiot? Hanjie? Wang Heng asked 3 questions directly. My goodness, as soon as the troubled times came, idiots started to appear. Wang Heng and his group all looked at Wu Nan with disgust. This was the hatred engraved in the blood of most Sheneng people. Hanjie, brother Heng, kill this BCH right away. This girl doesn't look like a good person. I was just about to place a bet on whether or not brother Heng would take her down. Ugh! Ha ha ha, in which world are the people of Kyushu so cowardly? Sakura country. QNMLGB. You are so arrogant. Later, our contestant Yamamoto will kill you, Wang Heng. You will not be so arrogant anymore. Sakura country. Haha, wait and see, you think Brother Heng's plants are vegetarians, and your contestants may not be able to beat Brother Heng's little brothers. When Wu Nan saw these people scolding so bluntly, his face turned red. Yamamoto Sunjiroku noticed Wu Nan's abnormality and turned to ask, Miss Du Ai, what's wrong? What did they say? Teacher Yamamoto, they insulted you as a dog, and these people are just like those behind them, they all hate the culture of your country. Wu Nan whispered beside Yamamoto Sunjiroku. Yamamoto Sunjiroku shook his head after hearing this. These people are like this. They will not surrender until they have witnessed the absolute gap in strength. Xiejun and others behind him felt very satisfied when they saw Wang Heng scolding Wu Nan like that. At the same time, they also understood that Wang Heng and others were also compatriots who hated the Sakura people. Yamamoto Sunjiroku pulled the knife out of the handle, then held the knife with both hands and placed it in the middle of his body, with the blade facing upwards, and shouted loudly, well, Miss Du Ai, tell them that they must either surrender to me or defeat me, but the price of failure is death. In Yamamoto Sanjiroku's opinion, these people in front of him still posed a certain threat, at least stronger than the college students behind him, especially the man with the sword in front of him. As for the other three people with shovels, except that the sharp shovels had some deterrent effect, the people with shovels were not even in Yamamoto Sanjiroku's eyes. Seeing Yamamoto Sanjiroku showing his weapon, Wang Heng frowned and took a step back. He was ready to summon his home, but after seeing Tang Long's actions beside him, Wang Heng temporarily gave up this idea. They are all people who use knives. When Tang Long saw Yamamoto Sunjiroku draw his sword, Tang Long also put his hand on the hilt of the knife, ready to meet the enemy at any time. I don't know what this guy is chattering about, but judging from his arrogant look, it's obviously not something good. Teacher Yamamoto said that we must either surrender or defeat him, but the price of failure is death. Wu Nan said to Wang Heng and others. Wang Heng got furious when he heard this. How could this kid be so arrogant? This was the territory of Shenan Kingdom. Tang Long and Yang Chao, brother and sister, all looked unhappy. Brother Jun, these people are obviously our brothers. Let's go over and stand with them. Then we can deal with this guy together. Li Feng said to Xiejun. It was obvious that Yamamoto Sanzanroku wanted to keep all the Shenan people present here. Okay. Xiejun nodded. The four of them looked at each other and then walked outside together. Yamamoto Sunjiroku stood at the edge of the dormitory gate steps, and Wu Nan and Ren Yang stood up on both sides behind him. Xiejun and his four companions walked down the stairs directly from the side. Then he went straight to Wang Heng. In order to prevent Wang Heng from misunderstanding, Li Feng shouted, Brother, we are students from the Agricultural University. We are here to help you deal with this guy. Yamamoto Sunjiroku naturally noticed the four people walking out from behind him, but he did not stop them because he had absolute confidence. This was the confidence given to him by the title of Savior and the Judo Master. Wang Heng also noticed the three men and one woman who ran out of the dormitory. He originally thought that they were also Xioxian's lackeys, but now he saw that they were probably college students who were coerced. Wang Heng nodded to the four people, and Xiejun and the other four stood beside Wang Heng. Brother, this kid is a master with a knife, be careful. Xiejun said to Wang Heng. Wang Heng nodded, thank you. Then he said to Wu Nan, tell Xiao Rizai to draw a line and try it out. Ask him whether he wants to compete in a one-on-one or group duel. The duel is naturally between Yamamoto Sanjiroku and Wang Heng, Tang Long, Yang Chao, plus 40 roadblock zombies and 35 Peashooters. Teacher Yamamoto, they agreed to the competition and asked you how you would like to fight against them. Wu Nan whispered to Yamamoto Sanjiroku. Yoshi. Yamamoto Sunjiroku nodded. In that case, Yamamoto Sunjiroku pointed to the open space in front of the dormitory building, then we'll use this as the arena for the duel. You two can come together. Yamamoto Sunjiroku waved his hand and then slowly walked to the open space in front of the dormitory building. Teacher Yamamoto said that you all should go together. After saying this, Wu Nan quickly retreated to a safe place. Ren Yang, who was standing by, saw Wu Nan retreating and hurriedly followed him. Wang Heng was stunned when he heard this. This was the first time he had seen such a strange request. They actually wanted to challenge us. Good boy, you have guts and ambition. Wang Heng was ready to open his home to recruit people, so he would naturally satisfy his humble request. As for challenging the villain to a duel for the sake of fairness, how could Wang Heng do that? Wouldn't it be stupid to fight alone when he could just fight in a group? Captain, wait, we don't need so many people to deal with this guy. Let me fight him. Tang Long suddenly spoke and asked for a duel with Yamamoto Sunjiroku. Both of them are good at using knives, and with the national hatred at stake, Tang Long naturally wanted to kill this man with his own hands. Wang Heng saw what Tang Long was thinking, so he didn't say anything more and said, "Okay, then you go ahead, but be careful." Tang Long nodded, "Don't worry, Captain, when it comes to playing with knives, the Sheneng people are the ancestors of Xiaoying Hua. Go ahead." Everyone stepped back to provide space for the two men to fight. Tang Long took a few steps forward and stood opposite Yamamoto Sunjiroku. Although Tang Long looked down on the Japanese, he would never underestimate his enemies. He could feel a hint of danger from the dwarf in front of him. Yamamoto Sunjiroku also narrowed his eyes. There is no need for courtesy when enemies confront each other. Tang Long pulled out the horizontal sword from behind him. He slightly separated his feet, with his right foot in front and his left foot behind, and held the sword in one hand while observing Yamamoto Sunjiroku in front of him. Yamamoto Sunjiroku held the sword with both hands and placed it in front of the right side of his body, with the blade pointing diagonally towards the sky. The two men stood 3 meters apart, each holding a knife and observing each other's flaws. Yamamoto Sanzenroku moved his feet and observed the flaws on Tang Long's body. Although Yamamoto Sanzenroku was not very good at using a knife before, after choosing the samurai profession, Yamamoto Sanzenroku gradually absorbed a lot of knife-related knowledge. Yamamoto Sunjiroku feels that as his level increases, his understanding of swordsmanship will become deeper. With the magical weapons and skills given by this profession, you will be invincible in this world. But for now, let's deal with the man in front of me who also uses a knife. Tang Long moved in the opposite direction as Yamamoto Sanjiroku moved, while Tang Long's eyes were fixed on Yamamoto Sanjiroku's waist and steps. When it comes to using a knife, Tang Long has been wielding a knife for more than 20 years, so his understanding of the knife in the early stages must be deeper than that of Yamamoto Sunjiroku, who is just at level 2. Anyone who has used a knife knows that when drawing a knife, the breath should sink, the chest should be tucked in and the back should be straightened, the abdomen should be contracted and the buttocks should be retracted. The waist should exert force to drive the blade, the body should urge the blade forward, the blade should move with the waist, and the eyes should follow the momentum of the knife. That's why Tang Long stared at Yamamoto Sanzenroku's waist and footsteps. At the same time, he noticed from the corner of his eye that Yamamoto Sanzenroku's eyes were not fixed on the position where he exerted force. Tang Long knew that Yamamoto Sanzenroku's attainment in swordsmanship must not be as good as his. He immediately revealed a flaw and stumbled, as if he had hit a stumbling block on flat ground, and his steps were interrupted. Yamamoto Sunjiroku suddenly felt that the opportunity had come, and stepped forward to follow. Within the 3-meter distance between the two forwards, he was within the reach of the samurai sword. After getting close, Yamamoto Sunjiroku chopped down diagonally with the knife in both hands. When Yamamoto Sunjiroku moved his feet, Tang Long had already recovered his pace, moving his left and right feet back and forth, just in time to step back and avoid the diagonal chop down by Yamamoto Sanjiroku's knife. Then Tang Long raised the blade of his single-handed sword and swung it to the left. If Yamamoto Sunjiroku was hit in the stomach and upper body by this sword, a bone-piercing wound would appear and he would lose his ability to fight on the spot. But Yamamoto Sanjiroku's reaction was not slow either. He moved his waist slightly and swung his upper body to the other side, bringing his two-handed sword back to meet Tang Long's diagonal slash. The katana and the horizontal sword collided, sparks flying. Yamamoto Sunjiroku held the sword with both hands, and Yamamoto Sunjiroku used all his energy points and upgraded attribute points to improve his strength, and now his strength has reached an astonishing 23. This time Tang Long suffered a loss, and his palms were numb from the shock. This little guy is so strong. After Yamamoto Sunjiroku deflected Tang Long's sword, the momentum of his sword changed from a slash to the upper right to a horizontal slash to the left. However, Tang Long was an experienced swordsman and had a lot of combat experience. He took advantage of the recoil force and leaped backwards, just avoiding the knife. Then, taking advantage of the momentum of falling, he held the knife in both hands and chopped down at Yamamoto Sunjiroku with all his strength. Yamamoto Sunjiroku held the sword with both hands and held it across his head to block Tang Long's sword. The two swords collided with each other, making a sound of metal clashing. Yamamoto Sunjiroku suffered a loss this time. Tang Long not only held the knife with both hands, but also carried the potential energy of his own weight when falling, so the knife was powerful and heavy. Tang Long pressed down hard, and Yamamoto Sanshiraku gritted his teeth and used his samurai sword to support Tang Long's horizontal sword to prevent it from falling. Wang Heng and others who were watching the fight were enjoying it very much. The sword techniques of these people changed extremely quickly, and even a layman like Wang Heng could see how exciting it was. Seeing the two men in a stalemate, Wang Heng wondered whether he should deploy his home base and let the Peashooter fire a few shots at Yamamoto Sunjiroku. But after thinking about it, Wang Heng decided to forget it. If Tang Long had not agreed to it at the beginning, it would be understandable for Wang Heng to take action. But after all, it was Tang Long who requested the duel, so this was not a good idea. Netizens who were watching the game outside were also excited. What a sharp knife! See, this is called professionalism. My eyes can no longer keep up with their knives. Cool! This is real kung fu. Much better than those fancy tricks. Open the market, bet on who will win. I'll bet on Tang Long to win even if I lose everything. I'll bet 10 bags of spicy noodles. I bet Hung will win /doge/. Chapter 40. Although the two are in a stalemate now, Yamamoto Sunjiroku is stronger than Tang Long after all. After Yamamoto Sunjiroku stabilized himself, the samurai sword in his hand was slowly raised. When the point where the two blades collided and rose to a certain extent, Yamamoto Sunjiroku roared and exerted force suddenly. Push Tang Long's knife away. Yamamoto Sanzanroku was about to stand up and fight back when Tang Long retreated and kicked him in the chest with his right foot. The heavy kick made Yamamoto Sanzanroku fall backward. Tang Long took a step forward with his left foot, leaned forward with a knife in his right hand, swung his waist left and then turned right, causing the blade to pass by. Yamamoto Sunjiroku hurriedly did a somersault on the spot but was still a step too slow, and a piece of bloody flesh was cut off from his buttocks through his clothes. Good! Wang Heng couldn't help cheering. The people behind him also had stars in their eyes. Men may not get stars in their eyes when they see a beautiful woman, but they will do so when they see someone with good kung fu. Now Yamamoto Sunjiroku was in the period of just doing a somersault and his old strength had not yet been exhausted and his new strength had not yet been generated. Tang Long naturally would not miss such a good opportunity. He took 2 steps forward and was about to draw his sword. Unexpectedly, Yamamoto Sunjiroku took a stance that did not conform to the laws of physics and suddenly drew his sword, draw the sword and slash. Yamamoto Sunjiroku shouted angrily. This is exactly the first skill of Yamamoto Sanjiroku's samurai profession, draw the sword and slash. Yamamoto Sunjiroku leaned forward and suddenly drew the sword. The slash was so fast that only a flash of the sword could be seen. There was a flash of the blade, and the samurai sword was sheathed. Before it was sheathed, a closer look revealed a hint of crimson on the blade. Yamamoto Sunjiroku was very confident in his sword. But he still underestimated Tang Long. The moment Tang Long realized that the situation was not right, he stopped abruptly and placed the blade vertically downward in front of his chest, slightly blocking the force of Yamamoto Sanjiroku's sword move, leaving only a bloody mark on Tang Long's chest. If Tang Long hadn't stopped the attack, his chest would have been cut open by the knife. Wang Heng's eyes narrowed. This posture, which was obviously not in line with human ergonomics, could not be explained by common sense. Combined with Yamamoto Sanjiroku's nationality, the answer was obvious. Tang Long, come back. He is not someone you can deal with. He is also a savior. Wang Heng shouted. Yamamoto Sanjiroku, who was standing by, put away his sword and was attracted by a pop-up prompt, use energy points to repair injuries. Do you want to spend 10 energy points to heal the wound? The burning pain from his butt made Yamamoto Sanjiroku choose yes without hesitation, and then the wound on Yamamoto Sanjiroku's butt healed at an incredible speed. However, energy points can heal wounds but cannot mend clothes. A piece of Yamamoto Sanjiroku's buttocks was exposed, and the cool wind made Yamamoto Sanjiroku's little bird shiver. This made Yamamoto Sanjiroku feel humiliated and his face blushed. He raised his eyes and saw that Tang Long was not dead, but only had a minor injury on his chest with a scratch. Just as Yamamoto Sanjiroku was about to draw his sword to kill Tang Long, he heard someone shouting something from behind. 50 energy points can be exchanged for the language translation function. The pop-up prompt was ignored by Yamamoto Sanjiroku, and now Yamamoto Sanjiroku can't get out any energy points. Ms. Du Ai, what did that man say? Yamamoto Sanjiroku turned around and asked Wu Nan, who was hiding on the steps. After hearing what Yamamoto Sanjiroku said, Wu Nan reacted and shouted loudly, Teacher Yamamoto, he recognized your identity as the savior. Wu Nan ignored the word also in Wang Heng's words. After dodging Yamamoto Sanjiroku's knife, Tang Long felt a burning pain in his chest, with blood flowing down his chest. Just as Tang Long was about to fight again while he was still exhausted, he heard Wang Heng's words from behind, saying that Yamamoto Sanjiroku was also a savior. Tang Long's heart tightened. No wonder the knife just now was so strange. It turned out that it was the same person as Wang Heng. Thinking of this, Tang Long knew that this man was not someone he could deal with, so he stepped back. After making sure that Yamamoto Sanjiroku had suddenly attacked, Tang Long turned around. When Tang Long turned around, Yamamoto Sanjiroku had already realized that Tang Long wanted to escape after knowing his identity. He immediately drew his sword and chased after Tang Long. Tang Long took 2 steps at a time and ran to Wang Heng. Yamamoto Sanjiroku was some distance away from Tang Long, but he was also ready to rush towards the crowd. Xiejun and others behind Wang Heng became nervous when they saw this scene. The duel between Tang Long and Yamamoto Sanjiroku just now made them more intuitively feel the gap between themselves and the little Sakura in front of them. Li Feng suddenly felt his throat dry and stammered, brother, we have more people, let's fight him. A lot of people? You're right. Wang Heng turned his head and looked at them with a weird smile on his face. Then he waved his hand, and 3 rows of plants and a group of roadblock zombies appeared in front of them. The originally empty dormitory building suddenly became crowded. Xiejun and 4 others, 0.0? What the hell is this? Wu Nan was stunned. Why did so many things that looked like plants and zombies appear downstairs of the dormitory building? Ren Yang was also stunned. These cartoon-like plants and zombies almost made Ren Yang think that he had broken through the dimensional wall. What? Yamamoto Sanjiroku, who was rushing forward, was also confused. What were these sudden groups of Tima? Why did they look like zombies? But why do these zombies of Tima have roadblocks on their heads, wearing suits, and those big Kazilan eyes? Am I crazy or is this world crazy? And what are those green things behind the zombies? Attack! Wang Heng gave the order. The pea-shooters puffed up their cheeks and then spit out peas. Thump, thump, thump. Peas and the roadblock zombies rushed towards Yamamoto Sanjiroku. Yamamoto Sanjiroku swung his sword horizontally to split a row of flying peas in half. Then he swung the samurai sword again to chop down the flying peas. Although I don't know what these things are, I just need to prevent the enemies from hitting me. At the beginning, Yamamoto Sanjiroku was able to handle it with ease, but later on, he found that he could no longer catch the peas. There were so many peas, more than 30 of them flying at once. Who could bear it? Yamamoto Sanzanroku was hit by the peas one by one. Although nothing seemed to happen on the surface, Yamamoto Sanzanroku was horrified to find that his health was rapidly decreasing. At this rate, he could not even take the damage from 20 peas. Moreover, the strange zombies behind were still approaching. When those zombies surrounded him, Yamamoto Sanjiroku felt that he would die here today. Run! Yamamoto Sanjiroku made the decision in a flash. If you stay here any longer you will definitely die. There is a saying in Shenan country that goes, as long as the Green Mountains remain, there will be no shortage of firewood. Yamamoto Sanjiroku fought and retreated at the same time. Wang Heng noticed Yamamoto Sanjiroku's thoughts and a smile appeared on his face. He had known that this kid was going to run away. Yamamoto Sanjiroku suddenly felt a movement behind him. When I turned my head to look sideways, I saw 6 or 7 zombies similar to the ones in front of me appearing behind me. When summoning the home, Wang Heng let several roadblock zombies go around the green belts on both sides. Because the two sides of the home just happened to connect with the green belts after being unfolded, Yamamoto Sanjiroku did not notice anything wrong. Not good. Yamamoto Sanjiroku said secretly. However, the retreat route has been blocked, and Yamamoto Sanjiroku knows that this time he is likely to be in great danger. He might be the first player to be killed in the National Destiny game. What Yamamoto Sanjiroku should consider now is how to maximize his benefits before his death. Yamamoto Sanjiroku glanced at Wu Nan and Ren Yang who were squatting in front of the dormitory door. These two people could still be useful. Thinking of this, Yamamoto Sanjiroku stopped retreating and rushed forward. After reaching a sufficient distance, Yamamoto Sanjiroku unfolded his homeland at the feet of Wu Nan and Ren Yang. Fortunately, Yamamoto Sanjiroku has not increased the area of his home, and it is still the basic 10 grids. In addition, Yamamoto Sanjiroku's home is a 2x5 rectangle, which is just the same size as the concrete platform in front of the dormitory, so it can be unfolded under the feet of Wu Nan and Ren Yang. Wu Nan and Ren Yang, who were completely confused, had their homes taken back by Yamamoto Sanjiroku. Wang Heng also saw this scene, but he had no way to stop it. There were only 2 people, so he just took them away. Then Yamamoto Sanjiroku put the sword back into the scabbard and laughed, "I will remember your appearance. Next time I see you, I will cut you into pieces." Yamamoto Sanzanroku pointed at Wang Heng and said that he already knew Wang Heng's identity. As a savior, only the savior had such strange abilities. Yamamoto Sanjiroku knew that he was no match for his opponent, so after saying the threats, he closed his eyes and let the peas hit him. Although Wang Heng didn't know what Yamamoto Sanjiroku was talking about, he knew that it was almost the same as drawing a circle and cursing himself. However, Yamamoto Sanjiroku was quite self-aware. He knew that he could not win or escape, so he just waited to die on the spot. The roadblock zombie behind him had grabbed Yamamoto Sanjiroku and started to bite him. Ah! Yamamoto Sanjiroku screamed in pain. Although you don't feel much when the Peashooter's bullets hit your body, the bite of the roadblock zombie is really painful. Fortunately, a few flying peas killed Yamamoto Sanjiroku and saved him from physical pain. Yamamoto Sanjiroku's head fell to the ground, and then the headless body fell heavily to the ground. Wang Heng was delighted when he saw this scene, another dead body. But the next second, Yamamoto Sanjiroku's headless body and head all disappeared. It's all in vain. Wang Heng was speechless. But soon Wang Heng was happy because the reward announcement for the National Destiny game sounded. Chapter 41. Congratulations to Wang Heng from Kyushu for being the first to kill the Sakura country player Yamamoto Sanjiroku. As the first person to kill a player from another country, Wang Heng is awarded the title I am the protagonist LV1, the reward for killing zombies is increased by 10%. Congratulations to King Heng of Juzhou for being the first to kill a player from another country. I will reward the people of Juzhou with the title of We Are the Protagonists. Each reward will be increased by 10%, and each punishment will be reduced by 10%. This reward is good. Wang Heng grinned. An extra reward of 10% may not be much for killing 10 zombies, but the reward will be much for killing 1,000 or 10,000 zombies. Moreover, this title can obviously be upgraded. Now the reward is already 10% at level 1. So if you upgrade further, it will be even higher. And what man can resist the temptation of a title, and the name is I am the protagonist. We are the protagonists. We are the protagonists. Brother Hung Lu, this title is enough, the reward doesn't matter. Ha ha ha, I suddenly became the protagonist while sitting at home. Kyushu netizens were also very satisfied with the reward Wang Heng received this time. We are the protagonists, this title looks very high-end at first glance. When Wang Heng was looking at the title I am the protagonist behind his name, Dave suddenly appeared. Don't you understand what that person said just now? Dave looked at Wang Heng with cross eyes. Wang Heng nodded, of course he didn't understand the nonsense. What's wrong? Wang Heng didn't understand why Dave asked him this question. I have a language translation function here. Dave suddenly said something that made Wang Heng stunned. Language translation function, then why didn't you say it just now? Wang Heng was speechless. You didn't say anything when the little devil was here, and now that the little devil has been shot, you jump out again. Because I'm crazy. Dave said as a matter of course. Okay, Wang Heng stopped dwelling on this question, how much energy does the language translation function require? Wang Heng directly asked about the price of the language translation function. There is no free lunch in the world, and this thing must be purchased with a certain amount of money. 50 energy points? Dave said. I have no money, so go and have fun. Wang Heng told Dave directly. The energy points Wang Heng had now were the 20 energy points given by killing Yamamoto Sunjiroku just now. There is also a little energy from the scattered zombies on the road. Yamamoto Sunjiroku of Sakura Country has died. Sakura Country has been punished by death. The life expectancy of citizens of Sakura Country has been reduced by 1 month. After the reward, there was the punishment of Yamamoto Sanjiroku's death. Upon hearing the news, the people of Sakura Country were furious and angrily condemned why Kyushu Country wanted to kill Yamamoto Sanroku. In response to Sakura Country's doubts, Kyushu Country simply said, I will not offend others unless they offend me. Yamamoto Sunjiroku was the first to provoke. Wang Heng came to his senses and saw that those people who also looked like college students were looking at him excitedly. Big brother, Li Feng looked at Wang Heng with admiration. Are you the savior of Shenan Country? Li Feng asked. Wang Heng's series of magical performances just now were exactly like the savior in the movie. Although he was a little different from the savior holding a grenade launcher in CF, based on the voice that inexplicably echoed in everyone's mind this morning, it can be seen that Wang Heng might be the savior. Just like that little devil, but that guy should be the savior of Xiaxi, while the Wang Heng in front of him may very well be the savior of Shenan Kingdom. That's why Li Feng was so excited. Wang Heng thought about it and felt that Zhuzhu Kingdom should be equivalent to Shenan Kingdom. In addition, he guessed that the representative players of each country were the saviors of the corresponding countries in the parallel world, so Wang Heng should be the savior of Shenan Kingdom in this world. In addition, revealing one's identity is conducive to the cohesion and development of power. These college students can obviously provide fresh blood for Wang Heng's new power, so Wang Heng smiled and nodded, yes. Cool, then bro, do you have a howitzer gun? Li Feng's eyes were full of stars when he heard Wang Heng's answer. This question made Wang Heng stunned. What is a grenade launcher? But Wang Heng quickly realized, I don't have one. That's pretty cool. Li Feng said anxiously. Li Feng was about to say something else but was stopped by Xie Jun. Tang Long, are you okay? Wang Heng said to Tang Long who was covering his chest. Tang Long nodded, fortunately, the bones are not injured, and I have almost stopped the bleeding. Tang Long shook the small bottle in his hand. What is this? Medicine for injuries and sprains. Wang Heng asked puzzledly. It seemed that Tang Long's injuries were not light, yet he was able to stop the bleeding so quickly. This is a medicine passed down from my ancestors. It's very effective for sword and knife wounds. Tang Long replied, but I only have this small bottle on me. This is the last of my medicine. After saying that, Tang Long handed the medicine to Wang Heng. because Tang Long felt that Wang Heng was very interested in this thing. Hey, no need to give it to me, I don't need it. Wang Heng waved his hand. How could Wang Heng be injured easily? He had so many men under his command, and Wang Heng was not on the front line, so he would naturally not be harmed. Okay. Seeing that Wang Heng didn't want it, Tang Long put it away. Brother Jun, this is our savior, let's follow him. Li Feng whispered to Xie Jun, while looking at Wang Gang and Yang Ziyu, his meaning was obviously that we should hug this big thigh together. Xie Jun couldn't make up his mind either, so he could only choose the voting system, vote, vote. However, when Xie Jun saw the fiery eyes of Li Feng and Wang Gang, he already knew the result was obvious. As expected, Xie Jun and Wang Gang raised their hands directly, and Yang Ziyu naturally followed the majority. Okay. Seeing this scene, Xie Jun nodded. Plop. A figure suddenly appeared on the surface of the West Lake. The next second, he fell directly into the water. Cough cough cough. Yamamoto Sunjiroku climbed ashore with difficulty. If he couldn't swim, he would have drowned right after being resurrected. Damn Kyushu players! Yamamoto Sunjiroku clenched his fists. He actually killed himself, and before his death, he let himself suffer the pain of being bitten by zombies. The feeling of pain makes Yamamoto Sunjiroku tremble when he thinks about it now. But what kind of ability is that? Yamamoto Sunjiroku remembered those strange zombies and plants. Yamamoto Sunjiroku had never seen zombies and plants that looked like this. It was too strange. Moreover, those plants could even shoot green bullets. Yamamoto Sunjiroku raised his hand and killed the zombie that heard the noise and walked over to the lake. Then he looked around and suddenly remembered that there should be 2 people in the house. Sunjiroku Yamamoto found an empty space to expand his home, and this is the advantage of a good home. You can unfold it anywhere. Yamamoto Sunjiroku has completely regarded his home as a storage space that can be deployed at any time. Wu Nan and Ren Yang were still in a state of confusion. Just now, the surroundings suddenly became dark. Now the light has finally returned. Where is this place? Yamamoto Sunjiroku looked at Wu Nan and asked. Wu Nan finally reacted after hearing what Yamamoto Sunjiroku said. The surrounding environment is no longer the familiar agricultural university dormitory building. But looking at the lake in front of him, Wu Nan thought about it and remembered, isn't this the Lover's Lake of Engineering? What? Since Wu Nan's subconscious words were in the language of Shenan Kingdom, Yamamoto Sanzenroku didn't understand and asked with a frown. Oh, this is the West Lake of the Engineering University, about 10 kilometers away from the Agricultural University. Wu Nan hurriedly translated. After hearing what Wu Nan said, Yamamoto Sanzenroku understood that his current location was not far from the Kyushu player who killed him, so Yamamoto Sanzenroku still had a chance to take revenge. Yoshi, Chu. Yamamoto Sunjiroku was about to say something but he sneezed instead. Now Yamamoto Sanjiroku's whole body is still wet. The most urgent thing seems to be to find a change of clothes. Do you want to follow me? Wang Heng said to the 4 people in front of him. Just now, Xie Jun expressed their intentions to Wang Heng. They thanked Wang Heng for saving them from the Japanese devils. They said they could never repay Wang Heng's great kindness and wanted to follow Wang Heng. Wang Heng was naturally very happy about this. As a college student, Wang Heng knew that college students were actually very easy to shape. If there were 4 old hands here, Wang Heng might even consider it. Okay, but she has to pass a test before entering. Wang Heng pointed at Yang Ziyu, who was sitting further back among the 4 people. The 4 of them were very happy to hear the first half of Wang Heng's words, but after hearing the second half, Xie Jun and the other 2 looked at Yang Ziyu with some concern. It's not difficult, just a questionnaire. Wang Heng said. The 4 of them breathed a sigh of relief after hearing Wang Heng's words, but they were still nervous, especially Yang Ziyu. Ahem, let's begin. Wang Heng cleared his throat. After hearing this, Xie Jun and the other 2 took 2 steps back and revealed themselves to Yang Ziyu alone. Yang Ziyu looked at Wang Heng nervously. Then Wang Heng asked the same questions to test Yang Mir again, but the last question was slightly changed and it was no longer about Yang Ziyu's relatives. Yang Ziyu still passed Wang Heng's test. When Xiejun and the other two and Tang Long heard these questions for the first time, their faces turned strange. Why did they feel that these questions were a bit frivolous? No, they were a bit strange. It was as if they were testing whether this person was a saint. No, the person answering the questions was a woman. It's the Virgin Mary. In fact, these questions can easily screen out some saints with low IQs, and these are the people Wang Heng wants to screen out. They have low IQ and are very saintly. They want to save everyone and feel pity for everyone. These people often cannot see the strangeness of these problems, nor can they see their own problems. As for those saints with high IQs, no, having a high IQ is not a saint, that is called having a compassionate heart, but they will not do compassionate things that are detrimental to themselves and their team. Congratulations, you passed. Wang Heng looked at Yang Ziyu and nodded. Yang Ziyu looked a little excited when she heard Wang Heng's words. Xiejun and the other two behind him were also very happy. Bullshit. Li Feng couldn't help but wave his fist. Okay, from now on you will be a member of the Eternal Homeland. Wang Heng looked at the four people and said, my name is Wang Heng. Brother Heng. Li Feng shouted directly. The other three also followed suit. Chapter 42. Is there anyone else in the dormitory? Wang Heng said, pointing to the dormitory building behind. Xiejun shook his head. We are probably the only ones in this dormitory area. As for whether there are any other places in the school, I don't know. Hearing Xiejun's words, Wang Heng nodded and said, let's rest in this dormitory tonight. Wang Heng glanced at the sky. It was getting late and it would be dark in a while. Okay. The others nodded after hearing Wang Heng's words. Wang Heng packed up the home, but left some roadblock zombies outside, and then took the lead into the dormitory. After the dormitory door was closed, the outside world fell into silence again. Everyone, follow me to this dormitory first. Wang Heng said to the people behind him while standing at the door of dormitory 101 on the first floor. Then Wang Heng pushed the door and walked in. The dorm seemed tidy except for some things being moldy. Wang Heng picked a clean bed and sat down. Then Tang Long, Xiejun, and others came in one after another. Please sit down, Wang Heng said when he saw everyone coming in. Then the seven of them sat on the beds on both sides of the dormitory. Tang Long sat next to Wang Heng. Xiejun and two other people squeezed onto one bed, and Yang Ziyu sat next to them. This. Wang Heng looked at Xiejun. Brother Heng, my name is Xiejun. Xiejun spoke quickly. Xiejun, how many people are there in your school? Wang Heng asked, wanting to know the number of students in the school so that he could have an idea of the number of zombies in the school. Xiejun thought for a moment and said, I remember seeing the school's information when I was looking up information before. The total number of teachers and students is about 20,000. After hearing what Xiejun said, Wang Heng nodded. 20,000 people, based on a 90% probability, means there are 18,000 zombies. This is roughly the number of zombies, but the number of survivors is definitely not 2,000. In a densely populated place like the school, coupled with the sudden outbreak of the zombie virus, it would be good if the school had 200 survivors. However, Wang Heng felt jealous when he thought of the number of zombies. That was more than 20,000 energy points. Not only could he upgrade the system, but he could also buy 400 square meters of land. However, Wang Heng definitely cannot eliminate the 180,000 or 20,000 zombies in a short period of time. These zombies are like discovered gold mines, which Wang Heng has to mine slowly. And they have to be careful when mining. There are nearly 20,000 zombies. Even if the probability of a second-level zombie appearing is very small, the number of second-level zombies will be terrifying with a base of more than 20,000. By the way, have you ever killed zombies? Wang Heng asked the four people in front of him. The four of them looked at each other, and then Xiejun spoke up, no, the four of us have been staying in the dormitory since the zombie virus broke out. We have survived until now by relying on food from the dormitory vending machine and snacks from various dormitories. After hearing what they said, Wang Heng understood that there would be 1 or 2 vending machines on each floor of the university dormitory. In addition, there would definitely be some food in each dormitory, so it was not difficult to survive until now. Are these weapons made by yourselves? Wang Heng pointed to the weapons that were assembled from various things they placed aside. Xiejun nodded. There wasn't much food left in the dormitory, so we thought about going out to find food, and then made some weapons with common items in the dormitory. Okay, have a good rest today. Tomorrow I will train you to kill zombies. Since you have decided to follow me, you must know how to kill zombies. Wang Heng said. The 4 were not surprised to hear Wang Heng's words. They had already prepared themselves for this, because no matter where they were, they would definitely not want people who eat for free. As for weapons, Wang Heng thought for a moment, gritted his teeth, spent the last 40 points of energy in his backpack, and exchanged them for 4 shovels from Dave. Wang Heng took out 4 shovels like magic. Seeing this scene, Xiejun and the other 3 opened their mouths wide. FK, that's bullshit. Li Feng couldn't help but call out the national quintessence. Give 1 to each of you. Wang Heng placed 4 shovels on the ground. Xiejun and the other 2 couldn't help but reach out and take it in their hands, and Xiejun did not forget to give Yang Ziyu another one. Looking at the silver-white shovel in his hand, Li Feng couldn't help but reach out and touch it. Wang Gang standing beside him felt a chill, just like the touch between gaze. Okay, each of you choose a dormitory to rest in, and then gather in the dormitory lobby at dawn tomorrow to kill zombies. Wang Heng said. It's getting dark outside, it's time to rest. But so many people certainly can't squeeze into this small room to rest. After hearing Wang Heng's words, the others nodded. Tang Long stood up first. Captain, I'm going to rest next door. If you need anything, just give me a call. Okay. Wang Heng nodded. Brother Heng, we're going out too. Yang Chao and his sister stood up. Good. Brother Heng, we're leaving too. Xiejun pulled Li Feng, who still wanted to talk to Wang Heng, up. And Wang Gang followed Yang Ziyu. Let's go. Wang Heng waved his hand. After everyone left the dormitory, Wang Heng lay on the bed and looked at the bedboard above him. Hey, why are they all gone? Those 2 pretty girls are gone too. What am I looking at? Why did Brother Heng chase away the little beauty? I want to see Brother Heng play with 2 women. Is that something we can watch without paying, /doge/? Please open the recharge entrance, thank you /doge/. You only want to see beautiful women, but I want to see Brother Heng. I hope Brother Heng has the habit of sleeping /doge/. At this moment, what Wang Heng was thinking was, the National Destiny game seems to be broadcast live. If I lie on the bed like this and take off my clothes to sleep, will people see me naked? Wang Heng was stunned when he thought of this. But how could Wang Heng not think of the National Destiny game? Dave came out and said, go to sleep peacefully. I will mosaic your video. Wang Heng was speechless. He couldn't imagine the mosaic scene. Forget it, let's go to sleep. Wang Heng was indeed sleepy after a busy day. Wang Heng controlled some of the roadblock zombies to stand guard in the dormitory hall. One stood at his door. Then Wang Heng closed his eyes and went to sleep. Roar, hum, roar, hum. The snoring sound soon sounded. Just fell asleep like that. I haven't seen enough. We agreed to sleep together, I took off my pants and you show me this. I'm going to sleep too. I can't hold on any longer. At this time, it was already 12 o'clock in Kyushu Kingdom. Okay, contestant Wang Heng has gone to bed, and it's time for us to get off work. Yang Shui said, looking at the screen. Yeah, the day went by so fast. Brother Hu said with a smile. Goodbye, everyone. Li Bing waved at the screen, then stood up and left first. We are leaving too. See you everyone tomorrow. Brother Hu and Yang Shui waved to the camera. Then they walked together towards a place beyond the camera range. My husband is leaving now. My wife is gone too. However, the live broadcast room is still open, and the country will certainly not leave it empty. Considering that the national game live broadcast is carried out all day, there will definitely be night owls watching the live broadcast at night, but the commentator cannot stay awake all the time. So the country arranged 6 anchors to work in 2 shifts. Then a middle-aged man in a suit and glasses walked in. "Hello everyone, I'm Mr. Woohoo Ma." The live commentator who entered the live broadcast room for the night show was the well-known game anchor Mr. Ma, but now he should be called Director Ma. "Woohoo, Teacher Ma is here too. How can you talk like that, young comrade? Call me Ma Ting. Director Ma has great connections. Even a national-level live broadcast room has come. Teacher Ma is here, and the other 2 commentators are here. Hello, young bosses, please stop watching. I will be the commentator tonight." As if he could see what the netizens were thinking, Teacher Ma spoke directly without even looking at the comments. Considering that Wang Heng sleeps most of the time at night, there is only 1 anchor every night. Teacher Ma didn't explain anything most of the time. After all, Wang Heng was sleeping, so there was no need for any explanation. Instead, he chatted with netizens who were still awake in the live broadcast room. "Teacher Ma, will you be on the night shift from now on?" a netizen asked. "Oh, that's not the case. The night shift commentary is random and many people have the opportunity to come to this stage," Teacher Ma replied. After that, Teacher Ma basically chatted with netizens until 12 o'clock at night. The first day of the National Destiny game is over. Ranking list calculation in progress. The top-ranked player is Wang Heng, and his country is Jiahu. Reward player Wang Heng with 100 energy points and 1 attribute point. Reward the citizens of Kyushu with a 1% increase in their physical strength. The last-ranked contestant is Neil, and his country is Tanzania. The punishment is to turn 10% of the population into zombies. When the rewards came out, no one was surprised. The netizens in Kyushu country were not surprised because Wang Heng had received too many rewards before, and this reward was not very generous, so they were not too surprised. But when everyone saw the punishment, they were shocked. "FK it, 10%. Did I see it wrong? Did I type an extra 0? Where is the 0 in the cross? Wow, 1/10 of the population was destroyed in one go. If that's the case, the country will be destroyed in the 10th time. No, maybe this time the country will be destroyed. That's 10% of the population turning into zombies. This country doesn't sound like a strong country. 1/10 of the population suddenly turning into zombies is enough to cause the destruction of a small country. The punishment for being ranked last in the daily ranking list is quite harsh, which makes more people realize the cruelty of the game of National Destiny, which is indeed closely related to everyone's destiny. Just as one of the netizens said, 10% of the population turning into zombies would undoubtedly be a devastating blow to a weak country. Unfortunately, Tanzania belongs to this country in the early hours of the next morning. Tanzania declared its country extinct, and the Tanzanian athlete Neil also lost the chance of resurrection, which means that he only has this one life, and if he dies, it will be gone. Chapter 43. The reward in the middle of the night was naturally to wake Wang Heng up. Wang Heng added 1 attribute point to physical strength, and 100 energy points were stored by Wang Heng. Then he fell into a deep sleep again. In the early morning, a ray of sunlight hit Wang Heng's face. Wang Heng blocked it with his hand and narrowed his eyes slightly. Open your eyes fully only after you have adjusted to the light. Put on the glasses that are on the table. It's daybreak so soon, and I haven't gotten enough sleep. Wang Heng stretched his waist. What Wang Heng didn't know was that someone else had gotten up earlier. In dormitory 103. Xiejun and the other 2 were lying on a cleaner bed on the side. Out of fear, Yang Ziyu also lay in a dormitory with the 3 of them. Li Feng jumped out of bed as soon as it was dawn. Brother Jun, Gangzi, Sister Yu, get up, get up, get up quickly. Li Feng called the 3 one by one. FK, you lunatic, are you crazy? It's only what time now and why are you getting up before dawn? Wang Gang was a little confused. Li Feng used to get up the latest, especially after the doomsday outbreak. Every day he could only sleep to kill time. Li Feng would not get up until noon. What's going on this time? What's wrong with me? Damn it, cement paralysis, get up and have fun. We're going to play the real person challenge mode today, and I can't wait. Li Feng picked up the shovel on an empty bed and gestured twice in his hand. Get up, everyone. Today is not only the first day of our new life, but also the first day of joining Brother Heng's power. We have to leave a good impression on Brother Heng. Xiejun also sat up from the bed. Okay. Wang Gang also stood up from the bed. Since the outbreak of the doomsday, I rarely sleep without clothes. I get up very quickly, just sitting up from the bed. I don't even need to brush my teeth or wash my face. It's a joke. Water resources are so precious. Yang Ziyu, who was standing aside, had already put on her clothes and stood silently at the dormitory door. Soon the 4 people packed up and filed out of the dormitory and into the hall. The 4 of them were startled when they passed by 2 zombies standing guard at Wang Heng's door, but they quickly realized that it was Wang Heng's work. Li Feng even wanted to touch the roadblock above the roadblock zombie's head. After arriving, the 4 found that someone had gotten up earlier than them. It was Tang Long and Yang Chao, brother and sister. At this time, Yang Chao and his sister were following Tang Long in horse stance. However, Yang Chao and Yang Meir had no foundation after all, and they were wobbling in horse stance, their faces flushed red. After a while, he couldn't hold on any longer and sat down on the ground. Brother Long, can I learn from you? Li Feng came to Tang Long's side in a familiar manner. Tang Long nodded. Let's do horse stance first to lay a good foundation. Nowadays, few young people are willing to endure the hardship of practicing martial arts. Tang Long said as he watched Li Feng quickly take a horse stance. Well, wasn't it a peaceful time back then? It's different now. If I had the same skills as you, Brother Long, why would I be afraid of those little devils yesterday? Li Feng continued with Tang Long's words. However, after lying in the dormitory for a month, his body was not even as good as Yang Meir and Yang Chao's. Soon his face turned red and his legs became weak. Hey, madman, you've been counseled too much, and now you're too soft to use it. Wang Gang joked when he saw this scene. Li Feng's pent-up breath was released by Wang Gang's words. He turned around and glared at Wang Gang, try it yourself, you're not much better than me. Oh, you madman, you can't take it anymore. I didn't even feel it so soon. Wang Gang had a rogue expression. Yang Ziyu on the side was already used to the dirty talk between boys. Xiejun looked at these 2 funny guys in silence. Oh, it seems everyone got up early. Wang Heng's voice came from behind. Team leader. Brother Heng. Wang Heng nodded, then walked to Tang Long's side. How is your injury? Tang Long threw a quick punch and replied with a smile, no bones were injured. After applying the medicine, it's almost healed. Wang Heng showed a look of surprise on his face. This recovery speed was much better than going to a big hospital. It was a pity that such a good traditional culture was becoming less and less common. Let's stand in 2 rows from low to high first. Wang Heng said to everyone. Then everyone stood in 2 rows as Wang Heng requested, with 4 of the 8 people in front and 4 in the back. Today we have only one mission, to kill zombies. Wang Heng looked at the 8 people standing in line and nodded with satisfaction. Hearing Wang Heng's words, Xiejun and the other 3 were a little excited, but Yang Chao's siblings and Tang Long naturally had no expression on their faces. They killed zombies along the way, and even powerful zombies like the Strength Type 2 fell into their hands. But before that, there are 2 tasks. Wang Heng said. The 8 people all listened attentively. First, eat. After saying that, Wang Heng waved his hand, and 8 boxes of pure milk and 8 pieces of ham appeared on the ground. Eat. How can you have the energy to kill zombies if you are not full? Wang Heng only has these things now, mainly because convenience stores don't sell staple foods, so he can only drink milk and eat ham. It's pretty good to have this kind of treatment in Doomsday. Naturally, the 8 people had no complaints. Thank you, Brother Heng. Then everyone started to eat breakfast, and after finishing they looked at Wang Heng again. The second thing is to find some solid colored sheets, broomsticks, and pens in the dormitory, preferably markers, Wang Heng said. This is because Wang Heng remembered that there was an empty tombstone, which was the flag zombie. The flag zombie could increase all the attributes of the other zombies by 10%. Wang Heng now has a blank tombstone and only needs to draw a flag. Although they didn't know what Wang Heng wanted these things for, since Wang Heng said so, they just had to do it. The 8 people acted quickly. Xiejun and his 4 companions had searched the dormitory once before because they wanted to make weapons, so they had some understanding of the situation inside the dormitory. Of the 3 items, the broom handle is the easiest to find. All that's left are solid colored sheets and markers or other fountain pens. Although it was a bit difficult to find, the 8 people were still found. Then he placed all these things in front of Wang Heng. The 8 people all looked at Wang Heng intently, not knowing what Wang Heng wanted these things for. Yang Meyer! Wang Heng shouted. Yang Meyer, who was standing in the first row, raised her hand. Brother Heng. Don't you know how to draw? Wang Heng said. Yang Meyer nodded. Then can you draw a cartoon brain on this bed sheet? Wang Heng pointed to the beige bed sheet and the black marker on the ground. Cartoon version of the brain. Yang Meyer was a little confused and didn't know which one Wang Heng was talking about. It's like a walnut kernel. Wang Heng gestured with his hand. Zombies don't have high IQs, so Wang Heng thought it would be fine to just draw one at random. Yang Meyer nodded, already having a general idea in her mind. Come on, Yang Chao encouraged Yang Meyer. Yang Meyer stepped forward, picked up the marker and knelt on the bed sheet. Wang Heng looked at Yang Meyer with some excitement. He didn't know whether his drawing would work. If it did, a new kind of zombie would be born. Brother Heng, how big do you want it to be? Yang Meyer looked up at Wang Heng. Just draw a walnut kernel the size of a head in the middle. Wang Heng gestured and the bed sheet was very large, probably 210 cm times 100 cm. Yang Meyer thought about it and then started writing. 10 minutes later, a black brain appeared on the beige bed sheet. It has to be said that Yang Meyer's painting skills are quite amazing. She used only one color of pen and different strokes of the pen to outline a cartoon brain with lines and shadows. It works. Wang Heng could tell at a glance that this cartoon version of the brain was indeed more like the brain on the flag held in the flag zombie's hand. Dave stood beside Wang Heng without knowing when. Hey, zombies may like black brains, but you can write a brain rightward arrow, and zombies may be more interested. Dave gave Wang Heng a suggestion. Brother Heng, is it okay? Yang Meyer raised her head and looked at Wang Heng. Wang Heng nodded and gave Yang Meyer a thumbs up. Well done. Give me the marker and go back to the team. Wang Heng extended his hand towards Yang Meyer. Yang Meyer handed the marker to Wang Heng and then stepped back into the team. Wang Heng took the marker, squatted down, and quickly wrote 2 words and an arrow. Brain rightward arrow. The 8 people all had strange looks on their faces when they saw this scene. What was going on? Then, under the gaze of everyone, Wang Heng tied the 2 corners of the bed sheet to the front and middle parts of the pole respectively, and a simple flag was made. Dave, is this okay? Wang Heng communicated with Dave. Oh, that's it, it's perfect, give it to me. Dave stretched out his hand and took the flag from Wang Heng. The next second, the flag made of bed sheets and poles disappeared from everyone's view. But everyone was somewhat used to it. This is the method of the savior, the son of destiny of Sheneng Kingdom. Let's go out. Wang Heng took the lead and walked out. With flags and tombstones, you can summon flag zombies. A group of people walked out of the dormitory. Wang Heng unfolded his home. Wang Heng now has a 41 grid home, including 4 tombstones, 2 sunflowers, and 35 peas. Wang Heng discovered that sunflowers stopped producing sunlight at night, so there was not much sunlight in his home. Wang Heng walked into a pile of sunlight, and then all the sunlight disappeared and sank into Wang Heng's body. Look at the tombstone that originally had a blank name. Now it has a name, the tombstone of the flag zombie. Wang Heng opened the zombie column in the career panel. The banner zombie icon has also been unlocked. Banner zombie. Price, 125 suns. The appearance of flag zombies means that a large number of zombies are about to appear behind them. Without a doubt, the flag zombies are probably the most obsessed with the brain among all the zombies. They are madly obsessed with the brain, or rather, the flag with the brain painted on it. This makes them tirelessly chase the flag in their hands, although they will never catch up. This craze also infects the other zombies. When the flag zombie appears, the other zombies will increase their various attributes by 10%. This feature cannot be stacked. The price of banner zombie is cheaper than that of roadblock zombie. And after looking at the introduction, Wang Heng felt that he only needed to summon a flag zombie. Chapter 44. Wang Heng is now at level 5 and can have up to 50 roadblock zombies. One flag zombie, and all the rest are summoned as roadblock zombies. Wang Heng asked the 8 people to stay on standby and then began to summon zombies. When the arm of the first flag zombie emerged from the grave, Xiejun and the other 3 couldn't help but let out a low cry. "Oh shit, undead magic!" Wang Gang exclaimed. Wang Gang usually likes to read novels and comics of this kind, so he is naturally familiar with this method of summoning zombies from graves. Plus, he is the savior, so he is just Electrolux. Wang Gang's thoughts changed. At this time, he, like Li Feng, became a loyal fan of Wang Heng. Although Li Feng didn't know what the undead magic Wang Gang was talking about was, he couldn't help but exclaimed that it was amazing. Xiejun and Yang Ziyu were surprised that these zombies were summoned in this way. Then, under the gaze of everyone, a zombie holding a pole flag appeared in front of the tombstone. This zombie is similar to other zombies, but there is no barrier on its head, revealing a head with few hairs. There was a strange-looking flag in his hand. There is a black brain and a somewhat retarded-looking logo on the flag. It looks like the flag that Wang Heng asked Yang Mir to draw just now. However, this flag is not as big as the previous one. Instead, it looks like a smaller version. It doesn't look out of place at all when held in the hands of a zombie. 50 zombies stood in a square. The frontmost flag zombie stands in the middle. The 49 roadblock zombies at the back stood in 7 rows. There are 7 roadblock zombies in each row. Wow, the young boss is good at training zombies. Teacher Ma began to explain in the live broadcast room. It is only 6 o'clock in the morning and there is still some time before the end of get off work. However, Boss Ma looks a little haggard after working for 6 hours. Fortunately, his superiors have asked him to rest more during the day. 6666, that's more neat than the way the students lined up in formation during my military training. It's a bit familiar. Brother Heng is not going to go the Legion route, is he? It feels like the plants are guarding the house, and the zombie army is attacking and sweeping away everything, an invincible army flow. 666, brothers, please post your expectations on the public screen. Wang Gang and Li Feng both looked at Wang Heng with burning eyes. This made Wang Heng feel 2 burning gazes. He turned around and saw that they were Li Feng and Wang Gang. This made Wang Heng feel a little sick. Could these 2 be gay? It's okay for Yang Ziyu and Yang Mir to like me, but what's going on between you 2? Let's go to the playground. Wang Heng said. Hearing Wang Heng say that he was going to the playground, Xiejun and the other 3 were stunned for a moment. Brother Heng, the playground is dangerous. It was there during the school celebration before the doomsday outbreak, and now it's full of zombies. Xiejun couldn't help but remind him. It's okay, I already know about this. I'm going there just for these zombies. Wang Heng said. When he walked out of the subway station, Wang Heng had already seen countless zombies on the playground. Seeing Wang Heng's confident look, Xiejun knew that his worries were unnecessary. Wang Heng put away his home. Xiejun, the 4 of you follow me and deal with the zombies on the road later. Go and practice your skills. Wang Heng turned around and looked at Xiejun and the other 3. Upon hearing that they were finally going to face the zombies, Xiejun and the other 2 looked excited. As ambitious college students, they got excited just thinking about facing the monsters head-on. Yang Ziyu was a little nervous. Yang Mir saw how she felt and quietly took her hand. Sister Ziyu, don't worry. It was my first time killing a zombie yesterday. It was very easy. Seeing Yang Mir, who was much younger than her, saying this, Yang Ziyu's mood calmed down a little. Well, thank you Mir. I have to say that women build friendships so quickly. Yang Ziyu was no longer so nervous. Since Yang Meyer, who was so much younger than her, could kill zombies, then she, as a college student, must be able to do it too. The dormitory is not far from the playground. There are basically no teaching buildings on the road. It is basically a green garden. It is also a holy place for love. Young couples love to sit on the bench here and be affectionate. After walking for a while, I finally saw a wandering zombie. The soles of this zombie's shoes have been worn out, as have its pants, but you can vaguely see that they look like suit pants, with a yellowed and tattered shirt on the upper body, and the lower end tucked into the pants. Looks like a teacher zombie. Who will come first? Wang Heng stopped and turned to ask after seeing the zombies. Me. Li Feng couldn't wait any longer, holding a shovel in one hand and raising the other hand high. Then you go first. Be careful. The zombies' alert range is 20 meters. If you get close to this distance, you will be discovered. Your head is a weak point. If you are caught by the zombies, you will die. Wang Heng reminded, then turned to look at the other three. You remember this too? Li Feng nodded excitedly. Okay, Brother Heng. The other three also nodded. This was life-saving information. Wang Heng made way. With an excited heart, Li Feng slowly approached the zombie with trembling hands. After entering the range of 20 meters of the zombies discovered Li Feng and walked towards Li Feng silently with their arms raised. Li Feng calmed down and could clearly see the ugly appearance of the zombie. Its face was shriveled, some broken teeth were exposed, its eyes were deeply embedded in its eye sockets, and yellowed bones were exposed in some places. Real person challenge mode, here I come, Li Feng murmured. The shovel in his hand seemed to have turned into a heroic weapon, Skylift. But this time there is no resurrection coin. Wang Heng was speechless when he heard Li Feng's mumbling, the internet-addicted teenager. The distance between Li Feng and the zombies continued to narrow. Then the distance between the two was enough for the zombie to pounce on Li Feng. The zombie stretched out his arms and scratched towards Li Feng. Move. Li Feng turned sideways and muttered. Yo, move, look back and dig. Teacher Ma explained in the live broadcast room. Then Li Feng raised the shovel to his shoulder and slammed it down, Penshai. Li Feng hit the zombie on the head with a shovel, with voiceover. However, lying in the dormitory for a month had caused Li Feng's health to deteriorate a lot. Besides, the shovel was not used in that way. The shovel did not kill the zombie, but it made it stagger. Seeing this, Li Feng quickly made another move, but this time he didn't do anything fancy. Just aim the tip of the shovel at the zombie's fragile neck and shovel hard. Suddenly the zombie's head and body separated, and those disgusting things flowed all over the ground. Although he had seen many disgusting scenes in the dormitory building and had vomited at that time, this was the first time he was so close to them. Li Feng couldn't help but feel nauseous and almost vomited his breakfast. Fortunately, the excitement of killing zombies suppressed the nausea. Brother Heng. Li Feng ran to Wang Heng excitedly. Brother Heng, do you think I'm awesome? Li Feng said. Wang Heng was silent for a moment. Do you have a good pen? Well done, go back. Wang Heng patted Li Feng on the shoulder. Okay. Li Feng returned to the team carrying a shovel. He boasted to Xiejun and Wang Gang again, look at your brother Feng's skills, it's amazing. Seeing Li Feng's look, Xiejun and Wang Gang rolled their eyes. Then everyone continued to move forward. I have to say that the agricultural university is indeed big. During this period, we encountered 3 more zombies. They were dealt with one by Xiejun, Wang Gang, and Yang Ziyu. Xiejun and Wang Gang both used shovels to cleanly scoop off the zombies' heads. If humans with weapons are not afraid of zombies, then zombies will have no advantage over humans at all. So it is not surprising that people like Xiejun can deal with zombies so easily. Although Yang Ziyu was a little nervous, she managed to deal with the zombies without any danger. The 4 of them all gained confidence, thinking that the zombies were nothing special and had no advantages other than their numbers. But I don't know what they will think when they see the Type 2 zombies with the strength like the Titans. Will confidence be hit? After passing through an experimental field, we finally saw the guardrail of the playground. Fortunately, the playground has guardrails and stands as barriers, so most of the zombies did not wander outside the playground. However, even so, some zombies wandered out from the open gate of the playground. There are hundreds of them. It was the first time that Xiejun and his 4 companions saw so many zombies. Their confidence was somewhat shaken. This is one of the biggest advantages of zombies, numbers. In the absence of absolute advantage in thermal weapons, human wave tactics are undoubtedly terrifying. But when he turned around and saw the phalanx of zombies behind him, his confidence increased again. There are more people than us. The wide road leading to the playground provided Wang Heng with the space he needed to develop his home. This is why the road to the agricultural university is built wider, which is convenient for Wang Heng. "Brother Heng, are you going to let me sing this time?" Yang Chao asked. Singing. Xiejun and the other 3 had never seen it before, so they were naturally a little confused. Wang Heng shook his head and said, "No need for that. The sound of singing would easily wake up the zombies in the playground and would be difficult to control. Using people to attract them is undoubtedly the best way, and it can also be a good opportunity to train Xiejun and the others." Thinking of this, Wang Heng looked at Xiejun and the other 3. Wang Heng's eyes gave Xiejun and others a bad feeling. "Li Feng!" Wang Heng shouted. Li Feng was very enthusiastic about killing zombies, and this happened to make him feel involved. Li Feng straightened his chest and said, "Here we are. Go, lure the zombies over here and pull them together." Wang Heng said. Wang Hengji said to pull the monster. Li Feng understood, "Yes. Put down the shovel and go into battle lightly," said Wang Heng. Li Feng nodded, then put down the shovel, walked across to where the plants were, and touched the Peashooter out of curiosity. Chapter 45. If you lift up the leaves of the Peashooter, you can see some snacks and mineral water under it. "Wow, can plants grow this?" Li Feng was stunned. "But it's important to do the right thing." Li Feng walked towards the group of zombies wandering out of the playground. "It was my first time facing so many zombies. It would be a lie to say I wasn't nervous." Li Feng felt his legs were shaking. After walking within 20 meters of the outermost zombies, a dozen zombies at the edge discovered Li Feng and then walked towards him. Li Feng kept his eyes fixed on the movements of the zombies. When he saw the zombies discovered him, he quickly turned around and tried to pull these monsters back. But Li Feng suddenly felt that this was not good. There are too few monsters. Li Feng came to his senses and found that he had not attracted many monsters, only a dozen or so. This won't do. Li Feng was unhappy. It was the first time he helped Brother Heng to lure monsters. How could he lure so few? Obviously there were fewer than the zombies summoned by Brother Heng. "Grandson, here!" Li Feng stopped, turned around and shouted to the zombies behind him. However, Li Feng controlled the volume and it was not that loud. But the effect was unexpectedly good. Hundreds of zombies wandering outside the playground were all attracted. Even some first-level zombies with sensitive hearing in the playground were attracted, pushing forward towards the direction where the sound came from. When Li Feng saw that the effect of attracting monsters had been achieved, he would be caught by the zombies if he stayed there any longer. He quickly ran towards where everyone was. Brother Heng, the monster is brought to you," Li Feng said breathlessly. Just this little bit of exercise made Li Feng feel a burning pain in his lungs. When Wang Heng saw this scene, he thought, these people have stayed in the dormitory for too long. Their physical fitness is too poor. They need to exercise more. "Good job, take a rest." Wang Heng patted Li Feng on the shoulder. Okay, Brother Heng." Li Feng grinned, then stood between Wang Gang and Xiejun. "What do you think? Am I awesome?" Li Feng said to Wang Gang with a wink. "Look at you, you look so weak, yet you're still yelling here." Wang Gang curled his lips. The way Li Feng was out of breath just now was even more chilling than when he finished running 1,000 meters as a freshman. While Li Feng was pulling the monsters, Wang Heng had already arranged the roadblock zombie formation. The flag zombie stands in the center. Wang Heng asked Dave, "As long as the flag zombie appears, the surrounding zombies will be able to enjoy the flag zombies buff. It's really weird. Wang Heng thought that the flag zombie must stand in the front of the position. The flag zombie itself is not meaty, just like ordinary zombies. If that were the case, the flag zombie would be too easy to die. The remaining 49 roadblock zombies are still standing in threes, with the extra one standing in the first row and moving freely. Xiejun and the other three were looking at the plants and zombies expectantly. Although I have seen these zombies and plants deal with the Japanese, I have never seen them deal with zombies. Yang Chao and his sister and Tang Long also stared at the flag zombie standing in the center with some curiosity. This was the first time they had seen this kind of zombie, and they were very curious. 50 zombies and more than 30 plants were on high alert, waiting for the zombies in front to approach. The speed difference between first-level evolved zombies and ordinary zombies is still very obvious. Although hundreds of ordinary zombies started to move forward first, the first-level zombies soon caught up and surpassed the group of ordinary zombies in front. Especially the first-level speed-evolved zombies, which have already created a distance between them and the zombies behind them. Soon the first-level speed zombie came in front of the roadblock zombie and also entered the attack range of the 3 rows of Peashooters. The first-level speed zombie's intuition about danger is far inferior to that of the second-level speed zombie. He was immediately entangled by 3 roadblock zombies. The peas from behind shot out and instantly killed a row of speed-type zombies. "FK, that's awesome!" Li Feng exclaimed. These fast-running zombies were obviously high-level zombies, just like the reptile monsters in CF. I didn't expect it to be so fragile in front of these plants. But soon Li Feng was attracted by the strong zombie behind him who looked like a fitness man. These zombies should be pretty awesome too. However, under the shooting of more than 30 P plants, these power type 1 zombies also seem somewhat vulnerable. After the evolved zombies die, the ordinary zombies that follow become even less threatening. Under the Peashooter's concentrated shooting, these zombies fell down in rows like wheat being cut. 30 or so Peashooters are better than 30 or so rifles. Guns overheat, wear out, and need reloads, but Peashooters don't. As long as the Peashooter is not eliminated or shoveled away by Wang Heng, it can keep shooting. With the support of the flag zombies, the improvement of the roadblock zombies was better than Wang Heng had imagined. In this battle against the enemy, not a single roadblock zombie died. Xiejun and the other 3 behind him were stunned. There are so many zombies, more than 100 of them. Just gone like that. This is faster than when I go back to my hometown and pick corn in the fields. It takes me so long and I can't pick more than 100 corns. Li Feng said stutteringly. And, the casualty ratio is 0:100. Xiejun was also stunned. He also usually watches military channels. In his memory, there had never been a battle with such an exaggerated casualty ratio. Our side suffered no losses at all, but all the enemies were wiped out. It seems that it is right to hold on to someone powerful. Wang Gang sighed. I have never been as confident about my future as I am today. Wang Gang's words made the two nodded. Yang Zio looked at Wang Heng with a strange look in her eyes. After killing all the zombies, Wang Heng commanded the roadblock zombies to bring back the zombie corpses for digestion. The energy in Wang Heng's hands now exceeded 200 again and was almost approaching 300. This is just the beginning. Wang Heng raised his eyes and looked towards the playground. There are more than 20,000 energy points and experience waiting for me there. Today Wang Heng decided to stay in the playground and not leave. Wang Heng's plan is to devour the zombies bit by bit. Lure the zombies out of the playground little by little and then kill them. Wang Heng found that the zombies here were still very stupid. He discovered this at the intersection. Even if zombies gather in groups, there will be no communication between them. The zombies in front being attracted had no effect at all on the zombies behind them who continued to stroll around freely. It's not like the zombies in the movies, where the protagonist makes a little noise to wake up the zombies. All the zombies will move and chase the protagonist together. Fortunately, the zombies on Earth are not like this, otherwise Wang Heng would have to consider the consequences of awakening about 20,000 zombies. Chapter 46. Like the Agricultural University, the engineering university is one of the top universities in Province H. They are all located in the university town of LZ Lake. However, the two universities are far apart, almost at the two farthest ends of Lake LZ. Engineering Restaurant. There are two pine and cypress trees planted in front of the gate, one is a pine and cypress and the other is also a pine and cypress. The first floor was a bit empty, with many places filled with the dead bones of zombies. On the stairs leading to the second floor stood two students who looked somewhat malnourished, holding steel pipes removed from cafeteria chairs as weapons. It seems that there is already a small force here. There must be more survivors from the engineering university than from the agricultural university. The agricultural university is special because when the zombie outbreak occurred, everyone gathered in the playground, so it was a tragedy. Few people could escape from the chaotic swarm of zombies and the crowd. But the engineering university is different. The 20,000 teachers and students are distributed in every corner of the university. Some people play basketball on the playground, some eat in the cafeteria, and some study in the library. Some were playing King of Glory in the dormitory, while others were kissing each other in the woods. This distribution allowed many people to survive when the zombie outbreak occurred. Now, the small force on the second floor of the restaurant is composed of a large number of surviving students from the project. We looked inside the second floor. The environment on the second floor is not that bad. Because there is a toilet in the restaurant. Daily household garbage can also be thrown out through the windows. About 30 students gathered on the second floor. The leader turned out to be a middle-aged man in his 30s wearing a police uniform with a small black pistol on his waist. His name is Qin Shaoren, and he is the squad leader of the Lhe Street Police Station. On the day the zombies broke out, he came to the engineering university to investigate several cases of missing mobile phones, computers and cash in dormitories involving large amounts of money. As a middle-aged man, with the authority of a team leader, and considering that he would be facing young female students on this engineering trip, he brought his service pistol. In his opinion, female college students would be very admiring when seeing the uniforms and guns, but he knew that these people didn't buy it. This made him a little annoyed, and he felt that carrying a gun was useless. When Qin Shaoren was taking a break and eating in the engineering cafeteria, the zombie virus suddenly broke out. Fortunately, it was not dinner time and there were not too many people around, so the mutated zombies were killed directly. The rest of the students also seemed to have found their backbone. It was natural for him to become the leader of this small force. Qin Shaoren took the brave male college students to clean up the zombies on the second floor. It then served as a temporary gathering place. There are supermarkets on the first and second floors of the engineering restaurant. Qin Shaoren and his students relied on supplies in the supermarket to survive the most chaotic early stages of the zombie outbreak. And wait for rescue from above. At first, everyone thought that this was just a short-term, small-scale virus outbreak. As time went by, there was no hope of rescue. Only then did these people realize that a zombie virus had broken out throughout Shenan country and even the entire world. The scenes in the movie appeared so realistically in front of everyone. As time went on, Qin Shaoren's mentality kept changing with a gun in his hand. From the beginning, he was a diligent police officer who gathered students to kill zombies, and later on his power became more and more powerful. Just because he had a gun. However, at the beginning Qin Shaoren was still bound by the moral order. Until the food in the supermarket on the second floor was eaten up. All survivors have to face a reality, that is the food crisis. At this time, someone said there was a supermarket on the first floor. But there is not only a supermarket on the first floor, but also zombies. But in the face of the temptation of food, Qin Shaoren didn't care that there were zombies on the first floor. But he didn't dare go down by himself, nor did he want to waste his precious bullets. If you have guns and bullets, you have power and the right to speak. In Qin Shaoren's view, these people's lives are not as precious as a bullet. Qin Shaoren began to drive the students to the first floor to clean up the zombies. You have a gun, why don't you come along? After the student who raised this question was killed with a bullet wrapped around the muzzle of a gun with cloth, the rest of the students fell silent. Qin Shaoren only had 3 bullets left. The supermarket on the first floor was taken down at the cost of 3 students' lives. The food in the supermarket on the first floor kept them going for another 10 days. Until 4 days ago when the food ran out again. This time Qin Shaoren began to threaten the students to go out and find food. Neither of them came back on the first day, and no one knew whether they were dead or had run away. The next day, Qin Shaoren learned his lesson and specifically picked out couples, asking the men to go out and the women to stay. This time the man came back, but he had wounds on his body. Soon he mutated and was killed by Qin Shaoren at gunpoint by 2 students. On the third morning, the news of the savior appeared in everyone's mind. After confirming that this was not an auditory hallucination but real news, everyone started to get agitated. Qin Shaoren's face was gloomy. Now that the savior had appeared, his good days of domineering and bullying might be over. How could Qin Shaoren, who was accustomed to the taste of power, allow such a thing to happen? However, thinking about how big this world is and how small the probability of meeting a savior is, Qin Shaoren felt relieved and the students became desperate. No one knows where the savior is, but Qin Shaoren with a gun is definitely here. On the third day, another man was sent out, but this time he did not come back. This made Qin Shaoren feel very bad. On the fourth day he started letting the girls out. However, the probability of the girl coming back is even lower, and she did not come back this time. Qin Shaoren hasn't seen any food for 2 days. However, Qin Shaoren still secretly hid some food, so at least he would not starve to death for a while. Qin Shaoren would definitely not let these students starve to death. However, only a small amount of food is distributed every day. Early this morning, Qin Shaoren stood in a small cubicle made from a supermarket on the second floor, thinking about who to send out today. Knock knock knock. There was a knock on the door. After hearing this, Qin Shaoren quietly placed his hand on the handle of the gun. Come in. Squeak. The door was pushed open. A female student with a good-looking face and figure walked in. When he saw that it was a female student, the wariness in Qin Shaoren's eyes faded. Qin Shaoren took out a ham. A light flashed in the female student's eyes. 1 ham is almost a day's food for 4 people. If you want to get ham, there must be a price to pay, and of course you have to eat ham. 3 minutes later, Qin Shaoren tied his belt with satisfaction. Throw the sausage to the girl. The girl couldn't wait to tear open the sausage's packaging. He ate the whole ham in 1 bite and then sucked the packaging skin in his mouth. Qin Shaoren shuddered when he saw it. Then the girl stood up and walked out. When the people outside saw the girls walking out of Qin Shaoren's exclusive room, some of them had disgust on their faces, and some had confusion on their faces. There were actually boys inside. I don't know if Qin Shaoren likes this. It's not that some people haven't thought about resisting, but no one dares to be the first to stand up. Anyone who carries firewood for the crowd will surely freeze to death in the snow and wind. This is what everyone thinks in their hearts. You may succeed if you stand out, but you will definitely be beaten to death and will not be able to enjoy the fruits of victory. No one knows how many bullets are left in Qin Shaoren's pistol. They are not Yan Shuangying, so they dare not bet that there are no bullets in Qin Shaoren's gun. Thump, thump, thump. A sound of footsteps was heard. It was one of the students guarding the stairs. Qin Shaoren just walked out of a small room in the supermarket. What's going on? Qin Shaoren smelled it with a frown. The man ran to Qin Shaoren and said, outside. There are 3 people outside, one of them is holding a knife. Chapter 47. What, holding a knife? Qin Shaoren frowned after hearing this. He was not stupid. When the student said that someone was outside with a knife, he thought of many things. Holding a knife and coming from outside. The fact that he can come here amidst the zombies proves that his fighting power must be quite high. 3 people, one of them is holding a knife. Qin Shaoren looked at the small pistol in his hand, which still had 3 bullets. Come on, follow me and take a look. Qin Shaoren said. Then, led by this student, Qin Shaoren walked towards the restaurant stairs. Yamamoto Sunjiroku stood outside and looked at the student holding the pole. This person is obviously just a guard, so there must be a powerful force inside. So Yamamoto Sunjiroku asked Wu Nan to tell them to go inside and report. Yamamoto Sunjiroku wanted to meet the owner of this force directly. He wants to take over this power. Soon, a middle-aged man wearing the Shenan Kingdom's justice uniform came out, and standing next to him was the student who was on guard just now. Yamamoto Sunjiroku saw the exposed handle of Qin Shaoren's gun at a glance. There's a gun. Yamamoto Sunjiroku's eyes narrowed. A gun is still fast within 10 steps. However, if Qin Shaoren walked to 2 meters in front of Yamamoto Sunjiroku would be confident that he could take off his head before Qin Shaoren fired. While Yamamoto Sunjiroku was looking at Qin Shaoren was also looking at the person in front of him. Samurai sword, this guy is from Sakura country. Qin Shaoren recognized the weapon in Yamamoto Sunjiroku's hand. To be on the safe side, Qin Shaoren did not get close to Yamamoto Sunjiroku. What do you do? Qin Shaoren asked with a frown. Wu Nan looked at Qin Shaoren and said with a smile, "This is Mr. Yamamoto, a teacher from the Agricultural University." He then translated Qin Shaoren's words to Yamamoto Sunjiroku. A teacher from the Agricultural University. Qin Shaoren frowned. He knew the Agricultural University. It seemed that the teacher was probably from the Sakura language department. It must be powerful to be able to come here from the Agricultural University. Qin Shaoren looked at Yamamoto Sunjiroku's sword with a hidden gaze. A hand quietly rested on the gun handle. All of this fell into Yamamoto Sunjiroku's eyes. "Sir, don't get excited. I'm here to form an alliance with you," Yamamoto Sunjiroku said. After the last failure, Yamamoto Sunjiroku has realized that his current level is still a bit low, and the unlimited growth potential of the savior has not yet been realized. Therefore, it is better to keep a low profile until your level reaches a certain level. Wu Nan hurriedly translated Yamamoto Sunjiroku's words. Alliance. Qin Shaoren was a little confused about what this person was planning. However, Qin Shaoren estimated that Yamamoto Sunjiroku wanted to form an alliance because he knew he was no match for the gun in his hand. "Why should I form an alliance with you?" Qin Shaoren thought for a while and asked this question. "Let's see what Yamamoto Sunjiroku is capable of." Hearing Qin Shaoren's words, Yamamoto Sunjiroku smiled crookedly and said, "Draw your sword and slash." A flash of knife appeared in Yamamoto Sunjiroku's hand, and before anyone could react, the steel pipe in the hand of the student in front of Qin Shaoren who was closer to Yamamoto Sunjiroku broke into 2 pieces. It was not until the student exclaimed that Qin Shaoren reacted. He took a breath and took 2 steps back. At the same time, he was glad that he did not get so close to Yamamoto Sunjiroku at the beginning. Otherwise, Qin Shaoren would probably be the one cut into 2 pieces. At the same time, he felt a little awe towards the short guy in front of him. "Can we talk now?" Yamamoto Sunjiroku asked as he put away his sword. Wu Nan translated Yamamoto Sunjiroku's words. Qin Shaoren nodded, "Please." However, I still didn't dare to get so close to Yamamoto Sunjiroku. Yamamoto Sunjiroku nodded, then followed Qin Shaoren to the restaurant on the 2nd floor. Congratulations to King Heng of Juzhu for being the first to reach level 6. Reward Kyushu King Heng with a skill fruit, unlocks one of his own professional skills. Congratulations to King Heng of Juzhu for being the first to reach level 6. I will reward the citizens of Juzhu with a 5% increase in their skill learning efficiency. After Wang Heng had spent the whole morning devouring the zombies on the playground, Wang Heng's level finally reached level 6, and his attribute points were naturally evenly distributed. You have been upgraded and have 3 available attribute points. Wow, our contestant Wang Heng has been upgraded again and is already 2 levels ahead of the 2nd place player Tom from the beautiful country. Yang Shui exclaimed. Teacher Ma has gone to rest, and the live broadcast room was replaced by the trio of Yang Shui, Hu Ji, and Li Bing. Yes, the reward this time is also great. The national reward is to increase the learning speed by 5%. Hu Ji said with a smile. I feel like my understanding of bricklaying has deepened. I was still struggling with whether or not to learn painting, but now that I have learned faster and gained confidence, I just started to learn on my own. I have learned how to play jungle and will soon become a king. Wang Heng also understood the reward this time, which meant that he could unlock an extra zombie or plant for himself. No need to think about it. I'll unlock the zombie directly. Wang Heng unlocked the zombie directly, because the conditions for unlocking the zombie were more stringent, unlike plants which only required energy points. But zombies not only need energy points, but also human corpses. Unlock failed. There is not enough open space to grow a tombstone. When Wang Heng wanted to unlock the fourth type of zombie, the barrel zombie, this message popped up. Wang Heng looked at his home and found that there was indeed no vacant space for a tombstone to grow. It seems that every zombie unlocked must have a corresponding tombstone. Wang Heng thought for a moment and dug up a Peashooter. Then unlock the barrel zombie. This time the unlocking was successful. The card where the barrel zombie was located lit up. Barrel zombies. Price, 225 suns. Cooling time, 40s. I am the same as the roadblock zombie, but I am a little luckier than him. This is what the barrel zombie said. He picked up an iron barrel. This iron barrel is his favorite and can protect him from countless injuries in this cold world. Chapter 48. Not bad, but a bit expensive. Wang Heng looked at the card of the iron bucket zombie. The barrel zombie is 75 suns more expensive than the roadblock zombie, but Wang Heng has stored up a lot of sun, so the extra 75 suns is actually not a big deal. It is obviously worth it because the defense and health of the barrel zombie are a level higher than those of the roadblock zombie. Now that he had the card of the iron bucket zombie, Wang Heng naturally began to look at the roadblock zombies, some of whose noses were not noses and whose eyes were not eyes. Quickly manipulate the roadblock zombies to prepare for death in order to complete the replacement of the zombie army. This upgrade did not bring any attribute point rewards, but Wang Heng didn't care. Anyway, Wang Heng still relied on the zombie army and plant positions to survive. Wang Heng's current level is 6, and the number of zombies he possesses has reached 60. Wang Heng directly used 225 suns to summon out an iron barrel zombie. Still crawling out of the grave, the barrel zombie looks the same as ordinary zombies, but with a silver-white iron barrel on its head. The clean silver-white iron barrel looks somewhat reflective. Everyone also noticed the novel-looking zombie summoned by Wang Heng. They stood here this morning and watched Wang Heng kill zombies. They were only responsible for taking turns to attract the zombies. Tang Long and others were itching to kill the zombies themselves. Wang Heng controlled the iron barrel zombie to walk in front of him, and Wang Heng knocked the bucket on the iron barrel zombie's head. Dang dang! Listen to the texture. It sounds solid. After inspecting the iron barrel zombie, Wang Heng looked at the huge sum of 1,200 energy points in his arms. He felt uncomfortable if he didn't spend it. 1,200 energy points. Wang Heng said to himself. The other 7 people just looked at Wang Heng. Gangzi, what do you think happened to Brother Heng? Li Feng saw Wang Heng staring blankly and talking to himself from time to time, so he asked Wang Gang curiously. Wang Gang glanced at Li Feng and said, now you understand that you are also a savior. Hey, you are stacking things. Li Feng cursed softly, turned around and looked at Yang Chao again. This little brother has been with Brother Heng for a long time. Brother Chao, what is Brother Heng doing? Yang Chao glanced at Li Feng, thinking that all college students are so lively and talkative. Then he looked at Xiejun, Wang Gang, and Yang Ziyu, and it seemed that this was an exception. Brother Heng is always like this. Li Feng turned around only after getting the answer. Maybe this is the demeanor of a master. Unlock the plants, balance the attribute points, and use the rest to buy land. Wang Heng thought about it and finally made a decision. Because the current 1,200 energy points cannot be used to upgrade the system, they can only be converted into attribute points, home area, and unlocked plants. Wall of nuts. Wang Heng turned his gaze to the 4th card slot for plant cards in the profession. This is the only defensive plant in the early stage, the nut wall. It takes 300 energy points to unlock the nut wall. But now Wang Heng is already a wealthy man with 1,200 energy points. In addition, Wang Heng had a plan that required the use of defensive plants, so Wang Heng spent the 300 energy points without blinking an eye. The card in the nut wall also lit up. Wall of nuts. Price, 50 sun. Cooldown time, 30 seconds. Someone asked me what it feels like to be gnawed by zombies. Nutwall thought about it and thought that maybe now he doesn't need to be gnawed by zombies anymore, but instead he can ask what it feels like to be gnawed by zombies. My skin is so thick that I don't feel anything, if anything, maybe like a back massage. The defense of the nut wall is very high, but what makes Wang Heng regretful is that most of the plants, including the nut wall, can only be placed on the lawn of his home. It would be nice if you could put it wherever you want. After unlocking nut wall, Wang Heng opened his information panel. After accumulating various rewards during this period, Wang Heng's attributes are still a very even 18 points. Wang Heng discovered that the conversion between energy points and attribute points was somewhat metaphysical. According to Wang Heng's obsessive-compulsive behavior, he needed to purchase 3 energy points at the same time to make the 3 attribute values equal. However, Wang Heng didn't think about it carefully now because he had so many attribute points. The 3 attribute points cost Wang Heng 300 energy points. Now Wang Heng's total attributes have reached 19 points. However, there should be a decimal point after the strength and speed attributes, because Wang Heng's attributes will also increase after the evolved zombies are killed. It is probably because the numbers after the decimal point are not displayed, so Wang Heng cannot see it. When Wang Heng opened his backpack, he saw the strength potion that was a reward for level 4. Increase the strength attribute a little. It's better to put it off and drink it later. Wang Heng thought about it. The higher the strength attribute, the more difficult it is to improve. It would be a bit of a loss to drink it now. Wang Heng used the remaining 600 energy points to buy 12 square meters of land. Now Wang Heng owns 53 square meters of land. It probably looks like a capital L. The first row is like a series of small grooves, with nut walls placed on the raised areas. The rest of the areas are filled with pea-shooters, 6 grids are tombstones, and 2 grids are filled with sunflowers. The others were no longer surprised to see plants growing when Wang Heng raised his hand. Netizens in the live broadcast room noticed this short, round guy with big kawaii eyes and a smiling mouth. I know what this is. A wall of nuts. Haha, we also saw Brother Heng opening the career panel just now. Do you think we are blind? Wow, so cute, short and round, I want one. I am also short and round, but why do you call me fat and ugly /crying /. Let's go forward and take a look at the entrance of the playground. Wang Heng put away the home and said to the people behind him. Wang Heng had a plan in mind, and he wanted to see if he could implement it at the entrance of the playground. Wang Heng put away his home and took the lead to walk towards the entrance of the playground with the mixed army of iron barrel zombies and roadblock zombies. The playground of the Agricultural University is a standard 400-meter plastic track with a lawn and football field in the middle. There are basketball and volleyball courts on both sides. Spectator stands surround these fields. A large playground that can accommodate 20,000 people. But now it accommodates more than 10 or 20,000 zombies. Wang Heng killed all the thousands of zombies in a small circle at the entrance of the playground in the morning. This is where Wang Heng obtained his more than 1,000 energy points. Wang Heng's plan is to open his home at the entrance of the playground. Let the nut wall be the vanguard to attract firepower, the Peashooter as the output, and the barrel zombie interspersed in. The zombies on the playground are limited, but Wang Heng's barrel zombies and pea-shooters are unlimited. One day I will eat all these zombies. Wang Heng said to himself as he looked at the huge playground. Here comes the modern cake pasting daisy. Brother Heng is so cruel, painting a rosy picture for himself. Wang Heng unfolded the home at the entrance of the playground and looked inside. 20 meters away, there were a lot of zombie heads. Zombies wearing all kinds of tattered, white clothes were crowded together. However, Wang Heng's sight suddenly caught sight of a tall figure standing next to the podium. The figure was hiding in the shadow of the rostrum, so Wang Heng did not notice it when he looked inside from the subway entrance. Such a tall figure could only be one type of zombie, a power type 2 zombie. However, Wang Heng was not worried because there was a type 2 evolved zombie within Wang Heng's consideration. It is impossible that among 20,000 people turned into zombies, there would only be this one evolved zombie. Wang Heng has defeated 3 type 2 zombies, 2 of which are the same power evolved zombies as the one now on the playground. However, what Wang Heng did not see was that the zombie had begun to grow armor like toad skin. This is a sign that the type 2 power zombies are transitioning to type 3 power zombies. We're going to fight these zombies today. No, we're going to fight the zombies here for the whole period of time. Wang Heng turned around and said to the 7 people. Okay, Brother Heng will listen to you. Li Feng shook the shovel in his hand. The others also nodded. In their opinion, Wang Heng was preparing to retake Agricultural University. As a savior, he must lead the survivors to survive and recover the lost territories. Perhaps Agricultural University is the first place to be recovered by Shenan Kingdom. As witnesses and participants, they will complete this historic event together with Wang Heng. Thinking of this, the 7 of them became excited. Which man could resist such temptation? Captain, don't you need our help? Tang Long asked. Wang Heng was stunned by this. You only have one life, why are you joining in the fun here? No matter how powerful a zombie is, it is not a human being. These 7 people are Wang Heng's younger brothers who were recruited with great difficulty. No need, Wang Heng waved his hand. There were so many plants and zombies here, how could they possibly need the help of 7 people? However, Wang Heng saw that they were idle anyway, so they might as well exercise, especially the 3 college students, who looked very weak. How about this, Tang Long? Team leader. Take them for some training. The 2 girls also need to train because their physical fitness is a bit poor. Wang Heng assigned a task to Tang Long. For those who have no foundation, they must first build a good physical foundation. It is impossible for them to let Tang Long tell them to do things right away. Practice well, only if you practice well can you help. Wang Heng said to everyone. Okay, don't worry, Captain. Tang Long nodded. Then he turned to look at the 6 people, come on, do horse stance. If you don't practice your legs when practicing martial arts, you will lose your yang wei sooner or later. When the 6 people heard Tang Long's words, they hurriedly assumed horse stance. This is much more brutal than military training. Wang Heng turned around when he saw them practicing. The Peashooter is fully planted. 60 zombie ragtag troops are already in place, including 1 flag zombie with a group buff, 49 roadblock zombies, and 10 barrel zombies. It's still a 3-3 stance. Zombies and plants are shaped like pincers. There are 2 forces of zombies, one on the left and one on the right. The roadblock zombies are naturally at the front. Wang Heng wants to consume them quickly so that he can transform them from a ragtag army into an iron barrel zombie army. Wang Heng stood in the center with his plant position. Now it's time to think about how to attract the zombies. Wang Heng stood at the front of the plant position and pulled an iron barrel zombie over. Knocked the iron bucket on the iron bucket zombie's head. Wang Heng discovered that zombies were not as attractive to other zombies as a sound source. So there is this attention, knock on the iron barrel of the iron barrel zombie here. When the zombies hear the sound, they will come in, and then the barrel zombies on both wings will launch an attack. When the iron barrel zombie attacks zombies, the zombies will wake up from the attraction of the sound and attack the iron barrel zombie. Taking advantage of this, Wang Heng can use a pincer-shaped formation to quickly kill the zombies. However, Wang Heng's way of attracting zombies this time caused complaints from netizens. 666, Brother Heng is not going to sing this time. He will play the gongs and drums instead. Iron barrel zombie, are you polite? Brother Heng, ding, 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 take a look. Iron barrel zombie, what a capitalist. He made my brother a porter and a guard, and let me be the front row plus a tool to attract zombies. Chapter 49. Dang dang dang. Wang Heng knocked on the iron bucket from light to heavy. The zombies closest to the playground gate began to react and became chaotic. A group of zombies were attracted, swarming like startled worker bees. Then the zombies began to move towards where the sound came from. Wang Heng took a rough look at the number of zombies and found that his position was more than enough to handle only a few dozen of them. There are too few. How long will it take to kill all the zombies like this? Wang Heng looked at his zombies and plants. It is fully capable of taking down enemies that are several times larger than itself. So Wang Heng knocked on the iron barrel again, this time a little harder. Sure enough, more zombies were attracted, including some evolved zombies. The total number of zombies is no less than 200. This time Wang Heng stopped BG on the iron barrel, waiting for these zombies to approach. Compared to the entire playground, the startled zombie looked like a small piece of stone that had been knocked down. The evolved zombies squeezed inside were surrounded and unable to move their fists or feet. However, when the zombies were attracted by the sound, their formation began to disperse. The evolved zombies among these zombies gradually had space to move around. They were already faster than ordinary zombies, and now that they had space, this group of attracted zombies gradually began to separate into layers. The fastest dozen or so evolved zombies began to leave the ordinary zombies behind. The fastest speed evolved zombies inside rushed directly into Wang Heng's position. Wang Heng naturally did not let the roadblock zombies and iron barrel zombies on both sides withdraw, because the zombies that were attracted had not yet completely entered the encirclement. When the speed evolved zombies rushed into the range of the Peashooter, rows of peas quickly hit these zombies. Speed type 1 zombies are not as agile as speed type 2 zombies and are not very good at avoiding these flying peas. Soon, the speed evolved zombies were hit by the Peashooter and started losing their arms. But these zombies are still very fast. Wang Heng had already retreated behind all the Peashooters when they rushed over. A speed evolved zombie pounced on the front nut wall. Crunch! The speed zombie took a bite. That was a real crunch. Wang Heng seemed to be able to see the nut crumbs flying out. But zombies seemed to like this thing particularly. The speed zombie took a bite and seemed to have discovered a new world. Speed zombie, Emma, this little guy is so crunchy and delicious. If the speed zombie had a brain, it would definitely think like this. Come to think of it, if the nut wall wasn't delicious, how could it attract zombies to keep chewing on it? However, this speed-type zombie was soon beheaded by a pea flying from behind. One by one, the speed-type zombies fell under the delicious wall of nuts. The power-type zombies that followed repeated the mistakes of the speed-type zombies. After tasting the delicious nut wall, he died in front of the nut wall. This aroused Wang Heng's curiosity. What does the nut wall taste like, and how long can the nut wall withstand the attacks of zombies? Wang Heng looked at the nut wall in the front row with a strange expression. Wow, looking at contestant Wang Heng's expression, he seems to want to go up and take a bite. Yang Shui joked as she looked at Wang Heng's expression on the screen. Don't talk about Wang Heng. I also want to go up and take a few bites to taste the flavor of the nuts. Brother Hu said with a smile. Wang Heng had this thought at the moment, but business was more important. With the fall of the last power-type zombie, the vanguard of the zombies, the evolved zombies, were completely wiped out. There were only about 200 ordinary zombies left. These ordinary zombies have now entered the zombie encirclement. When the leading zombie enters the Peashooter's range, rows of Peashooters began to attack. When the last zombie entered the encirclement, Wang Heng began to order the zombies on both sides to close together. These zombies soon discovered the roadblock zombies and barrel zombies that attacked them. The zombies started the most primitive fight, biting each other. Zombies and zombies, you bite me and I bite you. However, one zombie may have to face 3 zombies at the same time. The zombies were naturally no match for them, as the zombies on both sides were like a pair of scissors that were gradually cutting down. If a zombie can kill a roadblock zombie at the cost of 5, 6, 7, or 8 ordinary zombies, the barrel zombie is their nightmare. The zombies bit the iron barrel zombie, making a clanging sound. Wang Heng estimated that it would take about 10 zombies surrounding an iron barrel zombie at the same time, and these zombies could only kill the iron barrel zombie if they could bite it. But the reality is that there will never be a situation where 10 are fighting one. With the support of the flag zombie, the iron barrel zombie became tougher and dealt more damage. After almost 20 zombies died, cracks and wrinkles began to appear on the iron barrel on top of the iron barrel zombie's head. This means that its iron barrel is about to fall off, and after it falls off, it will be as fragile as an ordinary zombie. More than 200 zombies were quickly wiped out by zombies coming from 3 directions. Only one zombie was left there, gnawing on the nut wall. This is a zombie that Wang Heng left behind on purpose. The battles between plants and zombies and undead are often extremely quiet, with only the sound of small bites and the clanging of iron barrels. So it didn't attract the attention of the zombies on the playground at all. Wang Heng came to the zombie, which was behind the nut wall. Observing the zombie was completely immersed in the delicious wall of nuts and did not react at all to Wang Heng walking in front of him. It seems that the temptation of nut wall to zombies has exceeded flesh and blood. Of course, this is after the zombies have tasted the wall of nuts. Wang Heng wanted to test how durable nut wall could be. So he quickly dug up the nut wall that the zombie was gnawing on, and then planted a new nut wall at lightning speed. The zombie was only confused for a moment, and was soon attracted by the newly appeared nut wall. Start nibbling on the delicious wall of nuts bite by bite. Crunch, crunch. The sound of zombies eating continued to be heard. This scene is not only not scary but also somewhat funny. This made the 3 commentators in the live broadcast room look at each other in bewilderment. Yang Shui was speechless. It's obvious that contestant Wang Heng is testing the new plant's ability to withstand impacts, said teacher Li Bing. It seems that contestant Wang Heng is a very rigorous person. Brother Hu nodded affirmatively. 666. Zombie, Mom, I'm not going home for dinner tonight. If the zombies could go back alive, they would definitely write a story about the peach blossom spring overnight. Zombie, I spent my entire life trying to find something so delicious, but if God could give me another chance, I would definitely want to chew on it for 10,000 years. Wang Heng had already started counting when the zombies began to gnaw on the nut wall. A minute later, cracks began to appear on the nut wall. After 1 minute and 30 seconds, the expression on Nutwal's face was no longer a smile, but instead became dull and solemn. In 2 minutes, almost half of the nut wall was eaten away, and there were small cuts on the other half. Kawai's big eyes have begun to shed tears. Wow, this hurts. Don't bite me or I'll cry. Is this bite 2 words? No way, brother, you're doing this on this broken road. After 2 minutes and 30 seconds, the nut wall finally couldn't hold on and broke into powder. At Wang Heng's command, countless peas killed the zombie. Wang Heng felt that he saw satisfaction on the face of the dying zombie. It must be an illusion. How can an ordinary zombie have emotions? The nut wall undoubtedly gave Wang Heng a huge surprise. The short nut wall could withstand the attacks of ordinary zombies for 2.5 minutes. What if this was a pumpkin head, or a sturdier tall nut? That is probably an extremely terrifying number. And if Wang Heng had the nut repair technique, he wouldn't have to wait for the nut wall to die completely before planting. The nut wall is effective for much longer than its cool-down time. This means that a nut wall is not dead yet, it just needs to cool down, and Wang Heng can repair it with a new nut wall. But, is there such a thing as nut repair technology? Wang Heng was puzzled. Hearing Wang Heng's doubts, Dave popped up on his own. Yes, it just takes a tortilla. Just say how many energy points there are, don't add so much nonsense. Wang Heng was speechless. Energy points are energy points, tacos today and tortillas tomorrow. 2000. Alright. It's really expensive. Including the energy points for system upgrade, it costs a total of 6,000 energy points. The road ahead is long and arduous, Wang Heng sighed. The 6 people who were squatting in horse stance behind their backs had collapsed to the ground, but their eyes were still looking at the nut wall in front of Wang Heng's position. This thing is too resistant. Just now, the 7 of them stared at the poor zombie as he gnawed on the nut wall for 2.5 minutes. 276 to be exact. This was checked by Li Feng counting 1 by 1. Oh my goodness, this is meatier than a dragon turtle. Gangzi, if you go up and let him gnaw on it, it probably won't take so many bites. Li Feng sighed. Wang Gang was speechless. Can you please stop comparing me? Wang Gang felt a chill when he thought of the satisfied expression on the zombie's face when he was chewing on the nut wall. That would be more painful than letting him die directly. If zombies can die from overeating, I guess he will be the first one to be overeated. Xiejun sighed. When the two girls heard this, they covered their mouths and laughed. You're strong now, let's do another set of squats. Tang Long turned his head. The 6 people started the painful leg training process again. Chapter 50. This plant is too strong. Li Bing was a little dumbfounded. A wall of nuts held off the zombies for 2.5 minutes. It seems that we don't have to worry about the defense of Wang Heng's home. Yang Shui said. I really want this. It's a must-have for surviving the apocalypse. Not only can it be used as a tank, but it can also be used as food when you're hungry. Wall of nuts, are you polite? Wow, if our tanks were this strong, I wouldn't be stuck on silver. After testing the strength of the nut wall, Wang Heng was about to continue attracting zombies to kill him when he heard a sound coming from his stomach. Goo! I'm hungry. Wang Heng touched his stomach and felt a surge of hunger. As a native of Kyushu, he was still not used to breakfast made with milk and ham. Look, Wang Heng is hungry now. But there are no grains or vegetables in the convenience store, Wang Heng recalled. The convenience store indeed did not have grains or vegetables, but only various snacks, beverages, and tableware. I wonder if these plants are edible. Wang Heng turned and looked at the Peashooter and sunflower. Wang Heng took 2 steps at a time and came to the sunflower, his eyes fixed on the big face of the sunflower. Master, why are you looking at me? You don't want to eat me, do you? Sunflower looked at Wang Heng staggeringly. Wang Heng really wanted to eat it, so he got so close to see if there were any seeds on Sunflower's face. Don't even think about it. These plants are inedible unless you unlock the Zen garden. Dave appeared next to Wang Heng. Wang Heng knew that the Zen garden was used to grow plants. He could water them and buy plants to get gold coins. There were also snails in it, and he could also play songs for the plants. How much? Wang Heng asked. This thing definitely costs money, so Wang Heng asked the price directly. 10,000. Roll. Okay. Wang Heng's face was full of black lines. It was not worth it to spend 10,000 energy points just to order some food. However, Wang Heng estimated that the Zen garden had other uses, but at present Wang Heng had no idea what this thing was used for. Wang Heng was planning to upgrade the system and expand his home with the energy points provided by the zombies on the playground, but he had no money to buy this. Wang Heng put away the home and let the zombies come back. After this battle, several roadblock zombies died, and Wang Heng was able to replace them with more powerful barrel zombies. The 6 people trained by Tang Long are now all lying on the ground. There is no other way. They are too tired. Leg training is simply torture. Plus, they only ate a little in the morning. It would be a lie to say that they are not hungry. Wang Heng walked over quickly. Captain, their foundation is a bit weak, and our nutrition cannot keep up. It will take a long time to see results if we train like this. Tang Long said as he looked at Wang Heng who was walking over. It's okay, just practice when you have time. Wang Heng didn't expect these people to be trained well by Tang Long. Physical exercise doesn't happen overnight, and these people have poor foundations, so Wang Heng didn't expect anything. But I just want to ask them about nutrition. Wang Heng looked at the people lying on the ground. When these people saw Wang Heng coming, they also perked up a bit. Brother Heng. The 6 people shouted weakly. Wang Heng nodded, then asked, do you know where there is a supermarket here? There is no shortage of supermarkets of all sizes in universities. There are supermarkets in restaurants, on campus, and even in dormitories. I know, Brother Heng. There's a supermarket just around the corner along the road leading to the playground. Li Feng stood up from the ground with difficulty. My legs were trembling a little. It's also a big supermarket. Teachers and students buy all kinds of daily necessities there, Li Feng added. Okay. Wang Heng nodded after hearing this. Since the teacher was also buying there, it proved that they must be selling things like rice, flour, grain, and oil. Brother Heng, are you ready? Li Feng asked. Take over this supermarket. Wang Heng said. Eating snacks every day will kill you sooner or later, so this supermarket must be taken down. With this supermarket, Wang Heng will have enough logistical supplies to support his early development until he recaptures the entire agricultural university. When the others heard Wang Heng's words, they were delighted. Taking over the supermarket would mean a large amount of food. Drinking white rice porridge in the morning is better than milk and ham, which is full of technology and hard work. Let's go to the supermarket. Wang Heng waved his hand and let the zombies walk in front. The 7 people hurried to catch up with Wang Heng. More than 30 people. Yamamoto Sunjiroku looked at the men and women in the restaurant with different expressions. These people will be the cornerstone of the development of his power. In order to better complete his plan, Yamamoto Sunjiroku gritted his teeth and used the energy points obtained from killing zombies on the way to the restaurant to exchange for the language function. In an instant, Yamamoto Sunjiroku felt that he had learned the languages of 297 countries. Yes, 297 was the number of contestants. There were originally 298, but one unlucky guy was eliminated on the first day. Yamamoto Sunjiroku could speak a few words of 297 languages, even some difficult dialects. These 50 energy points, in one word, worth it. Yamamoto Sunjiroku was already beaming with joy. Let me introduce this to you all. This is Mr. Sunjiroku Yamamoto from the Agricultural University. Qin Shaoren pointed at Yamamoto Sunjiroku and said. However, the students below did not react much. Most of them had numbness on their faces because they were too hungry. Hello everyone, my name is Yamamoto Sunjiroku. Yamamoto Sunjiroku. Yamamoto Sunjiroku spoke fluently an authentic Shenan dialect. Wu Nan on the side was ready to translate, but the next second he looked at Yamamoto Sunjiroku with astonishment. When did this guy learn to speak Shenan language? But thinking about Yamamoto Sunjiroku's identity, Wu Nan felt relieved. When the students below heard that Yamamoto Sunjiroku was a little devil but spoke fluent Shenan language, they looked up at Yamamoto Sunjiroku with a fluctuating expression. Qin Shaoren also looked at Yamamoto Sunjiroku in surprise. This man could obviously speak Shenan language, so why did he need to communicate through an interpreter just now? Qin Shaoren was about to say something, but was interrupted by Yamamoto Sunjiroku, who turned around and asked Qin Shaoren, Brother Qin, can I say a few words to the students? Qin Shaoren didn't know what Yamamoto Sunjiroku was up to, but out of respect for Yamamoto Sunjiroku, Qin Shaoren still agreed and nodded. Yamamoto Sunjiroku smiled, then stepped forward and said, Students, judging from your appearance, you must have not eaten for a long time. No one paid any attention to him. What a joke! Isn't this something that can be seen at a glance? Yamamoto Sunjiroku was not annoyed when he saw that no one paid attention to him. He thought it was all within his expectations. Then he waved his hand and a pile of food appeared in front of everyone. Although Kobe, Kuduoduo, Aria, Forget-Me-Not milk, and Fat House Happy Water are all snacks and drinks, they are edible, can fill you up, and can keep you alive, which are more precious than gold in Doomsday. These were taken out from the vending machine by Yamamoto Sunjiroku as he took Wu Nan and Ren Yang towards the restaurant. The group of people suddenly became agitated, and even Qin Shaoren's face changed, but he remained calm, and was more shocked by Yamamoto Sunjiroku's magical methods. Now Qin Shaoren was even more certain of Yamamoto Sunjiroku's identity as the savior. However, Qin Shaoren still held a glimmer of hope in his heart. Although he was the savior, it seemed that he was no match for the gun in his hand. It has been a while since the students have seen so much food. In the past, these things were placed in the corridors of the teaching building and no one even looked at them, but now they are placed in front of them like treasures. Gulp, gulp. The sound of swallowing was somewhat obvious in the quiet second floor of the restaurant. The student closest to the food finally couldn't help himself and reached out to grab the Kuduoduo cookies that were right in front of him. Brush! There was a flash of knife light. The man looked at the ground in front of him in horror. There were smooth knife marks on the cement floor. The boy's bangs, which were a little long and tangled because he hadn't had his hair cut for a long time, were cut off. Combined with the messy hair on the sides and top, the whole person looks a little funny. But no one could laugh as they were all stunned by the sharpness of the knife. The boy was even more frightened as he had never felt death so close to him. "Do you want to eat?" Yamamoto Sunjiroku held the boy's chin with the tip of the knife and lifted his head a little. The boy uttered a word tremblingly, "I want to." Yamamoto Sunjiroku smiled, then looked up at the students behind him with different expressions. "What about you, do you want to eat?" Almost everyone nodded. "I want to eat these foods." Yamamoto Sanshiraku smiled and pointed the tip of his sword at the foods. His footsteps wandered around the food, vaguely approaching Qin Shaoren who was standing beside him. "Okay, but there is a condition." Yamamoto Sunjiroku continued, "Join my forces and follow me." When he said this, Qin Shaoren's face changed. "This little devil is trying to steal my girl." Qin Shaoren was a little angry. This is his territory, his people, especially those female students, are regarded as his forbidden food. As long as he is given some time, let them starve for a while. Thinking of this, Qin Shaoren was ready to take out his pistol and ask him what was going on. However, the sharp feeling in his throat the next second made Qin Shaoren dare not move rashly. Yamamoto Sunjiroku had already placed the tip of the knife against Qin Shaoren's Adam's apple. Qin Shaoren didn't even dare to swallow his saliva, for fear that if his throat moved, he would get hurt. Who said that the gun is faster within 7 steps? Qin Shaoren felt like crying but had no tears. The tip of Yamamoto Sanjiroku's knife slowly slid downwards, and Qin Shaoren's heart sank as well. Finally, Yamamoto Sunjiroku picked out Qin Shaoren's pistol. The pistol fell at Wu Nan's feet. Wu Nan was stunned for a moment. This thing was a hot potato. "Teacher Yamamoto, let me help you pick it up," Wu Nan said flatteringly. Yamamoto Sunjiroku nodded, then Wu Nan picked up the pistol, walked quickly to Yamamoto Sunjiroku and handed the pistol to Yamamoto Sunjiroku with both hands. Yamamoto Sunjiroku put the pistol into his backpack, then turned around and continued to look at the students. Qin Shaoren was a waste without his gun. "Have you made up your mind? Join me and you will have food," Yamamoto Sunjiroku said to the students below. "If you don't join," Yamamoto Sunjiroku shook the knife in his hand. The gleaming tip of the knife hurts people's eyes. The threat is self-evident. Anyone who has made up their mind, please come forward and get the food. Yamamoto Sunjiroku added fuel to the fire. Yamamoto Sanzenroku saw these routines in a TV series about Shenan country that he happened to see. This is called carrot and stick. Although Yamamoto Sanzenroku doesn't understand why something used to relieve loneliness for sakura fruit women can be described here, it doesn't stop Yamamoto Sanzenroku from using it. The student whose bangs were cut off by Yamamoto Sanzenroku took the lead and stepped forward and carefully picked up a pack of Oreos. He felt relieved when he saw that Yamamoto Sanzenroku did not do anything to him. He quickly tore open the package and started eating, not caring that the biscuits were slightly melted. He ate with such relish, as if he was eating some delicious delicacy. When the others saw this scene, they couldn't sit still anymore. One by one they came back towards the food, some even used their hands and feet to crawl towards the food pile. Seeing this scene, Yamamoto Sunjiroku couldn't help laughing. Chapter 51. Senior Daiju. Li Feng exclaimed softly. "What?" Wang Heng was stunned. The big leopard that was besieged by zombies was actually called Daiju? Yes, look at it, it's obviously the big orange cat in the school. We all call him Big Orange Senior. Li Feng said with certainty, pointing at leopard. Just when Wang Heng was commanding his zombie army to clear the way. As soon as the zombie turned a corner and left Wang Heng's sight, Wang Heng felt that the zombie was confronting some creature. Wang Heng hurriedly asked everyone to be careful as there was something going on ahead. Then the 8 people crouched down and hid in the corner, stretching their heads to look towards the supermarket entrance. If you look at the 8 heads stacked together from a distance, it looks a bit weird. "Gangzi, you hit me!" FKU, are you stupid? Don't talk. I am also sure that this is Daiju. Yang Ziyu spoke. Yang Ziyu has always been a talkative person. As soon as she spoke, the others turned their heads and looked at Yang Ziyu. There's a scar on Daiju's butt, look. Yang Ziyu said with a blushing face. Then 7 more heads popped out. There is indeed a scar. Wang Gang said. What red chrysanthemums, said Li Feng. Wang Heng was speechless. But this big orange cat is really awesome. 8 people were watching the battle between the orange cat and the zombies intently. It seems that the zombie virus not only causes humans to mutate, but also animals. Wang Heng thought to himself. But this is normal, after all, many zombie movies and novels are like this. However, when Wang Heng thought about the geographical location of LZ Lake, he became a little worried. The LZ Lake University town is surrounded by lakes and rivers. I don't know if the turtles in the lake have mutated. You're thinking too far ahead. Wang Heng continued to observe the battle in front of him. This cat is obviously highly mutated, and judging from its size, it's almost as big as a lion. Wang Heng watched. And this cat is very fast. Wang Heng's ragtag zombie army had no way to take advantage of their numbers to surround Daiju. But every time Daiju attacks, a roadblock zombie will be knocked down. With 2 claws, a roadblock zombie was killed. Wang Heng's zombies find it difficult to touch the big orange. Because of its speed and response. Cats are known for their quick reaction times. Now that these advantages have mutated, they are even more obvious. Wang Heng felt that the orange cat was a bit like a second-level evolved zombie, but the speed of a second-level evolved zombie was definitely faster than the orange cat. He didn't know which one was more powerful, the second-level speed zombie or the orange cat. The group continued to observe, and as they moved around, the zombies were toyed with by the orange cat. The orange cat was blocking the way of the supermarket, and there was no way to occupy the supermarket unless Wang Heng was captured or driven away. What should I do? Wang Heng looked at the orange cat. It was probably impossible to kill the orange cat. This thing must be smarter than zombies. Even the second-level zombies can't compare to them. If the brain of a second-level zombie is only the size of a small walnut, Wang Heng estimated that the brain of the orange cat is the size of a large walnut. Wang Heng had an idea in his mind. If he couldn't beat them away, he could at least chase them away. After coming up with an idea, Wang Heng began to let the zombies gather together and then slowly retreat. Seeing the zombies closing in, the ginger cat was agile but didn't know where to start. It didn't want to be attacked by these zombies, and its 2 copper bell-sized eyes flashed fiercely at the zombies. The zombies retreated until they were almost approaching the corner where Wang Heng was. Tang Long, come out with me. Wang Heng turned his head and glanced at Tang Long. Tang Long nodded. Then Wang Heng took Tang Long out, and Wang Heng hid behind the zombies and expanded his home. I have to say that the road of Agricultural University is really broad. In addition, Wang Heng's recent expansion of his home is vertical expansion, not horizontal expansion. So Wang Heng's home was developed smoothly. Now we just need to move forward step by step. Wang Heng narrowed his eyes and looked at the orange cat in front of him that was staring at him. The orange cat's instinct made it feel that the rows of green things in front of it were somewhat dangerous. However, there were 2 snacks among those green dangerous things that looked particularly delicious. It had been a long time since it had such snacks. Much more delicious than those smelly zombies. These 2 little snacks are worth the risk for the orange cat. After making up his mind, the orange cat arched his body, squinted his eyes, and made a purring sound in his throat. FK, how did this thing enter a combat stance? Wang Heng was stunned. Wang Heng originally thought that cats would not attack actively due to their caution and prudence. He planned to unfold and fold his home again and then slowly advance forward until he reached the supermarket entrance to scare away the mutant orange cat. Who knew that this mutant orange cat would go straight into combat stance? Tang Long sensed the murderous intent coming from the orange cat. Captain, this beast seems to be targeting us. Tang Long said that he could feel the orange cat's eyes were always on him and Wang Heng. Wang Heng nodded. During this time, Wang Heng continued to summon iron barrel zombies. The orange cat killed a lot of roadblock zombies, and the barrel zombies could not be replenished in a short time. So to be on the safe side, Wang Heng was also summoning roadblock zombies and ordinary zombies at the same time. This way, Wang Heng's army of miscellaneous zombies can always number 60. Meow! The orange cat screamed. Then he rushed towards Wang Heng's position like lightning. Wang Heng quickly ordered the zombies to go forward and stop the orange cat. The orange cat was extremely fast and rushed into the pile of zombies in a few flashes. He raised his claws and knocked down the zombies one by one. The orange cat's defense is actually not low, and ordinary zombies cannot break the orange cat's defense. But now the orange cat doesn't dare to let these zombies attack him. Because the orange cat vaguely felt that if the attacks of these zombies accumulated, they would be fatal. So the orange cat quickly adjusted its position after knocking down the two zombies. Don't let the rest of the zombies surround you. After a few dodged moves, the orange cat had entered the shooting range of the Peashooter. In an instant, dozens of peas flew towards the orange cat. The orange cat's routes of advancement and escape have been blocked. Meow! The orange cat immediately became furious, as it could feel a deadly threat from these peas. Although these peas are inconspicuous individually, the scent contained in them when put together makes the orange cat feel the threat of death. The orange cat stopped abruptly, then turned around and ran away. Damn, these green things are so dangerous. You can't see them from far away. Mr. Meow will never come here again. As fast as the orange cat came, it looks as miserable as it runs away now. He ran away so quickly. Wang Heng was stunned. Tang Long was also stunned. He originally thought there would be a big battle. Who would have thought that this mutant orange cat would turn around and run away when it saw a bunch of peas flying towards it? Such a big cat, such a small courage. Oh my god, this cat has become a spirit. It feels dangerous now. 666, with this size and this keen intuition, it feels like it's almost a cat demon. My cat also has an intuition for danger. Every time I tried to hit him, he ran away. I thought it would be a tough fight, but who knew the orange cat would just run away? Netizens in the live broadcast room were also surprised by the orange cat's intuition about danger. But it was just the right thing to run away. He won without fighting and Wang Heng didn't suffer any loss. Let's go to the supermarket. Wang Heng said, then waved to the people behind him to follow. Since the orange cat has run away, the supermarket naturally belongs to Wang Heng. However, Wang Heng did not dare to be careless along the way, and always let the zombie army surround himself and others. Wang Heng didn't breathe a sigh of relief until he entered the supermarket. Then Wang Heng sent a few zombies into the supermarket to scout the way. There were only 1 or 2 zombies inside. Destroyed by Wang Heng's zombies. After making sure there was no danger, Wang Heng led everyone into the supermarket. It's really not small. Wang Heng looked at the rows of shelves in the supermarket. Although some shelves have fallen to the ground, more are still standing. Wang Heng went directly to the innermost place where grains were sold. Boxes of jobs tears, black rice, and millet are placed in the frames. Wang Heng's eyes lit up when he saw these foods. Finally, I can drink porridge, although this is only the second day that Wang Heng has come to this National Destiny game. But Wang Heng already missed the boiled white porridge. The others who followed Wang Heng also saw so much food. There are not only various kinds of rice, but also white flour, noodles, and so on. The supermarket was not looted by other survivors. Wang Heng estimated that it was because of the orange cat at the door. This cat accidentally became the boss guarding the treasure gate and protected this treasure mountain for Wang Heng. It can be said that with this supermarket, Wang Heng can use it as a base to retake the agricultural university without having to spend any time looking for food. Chapter 52. It took everyone some time to collect the supplies from the supermarket. Except for some spoiled fruits, vegetables, and meat, everything else was put together. Wang Heng looked at the dried mushrooms in front of him. Don't think about it. There's no way to unlock mushroom plants. Dave didn't even bother to show up and directly conveyed the message in Wang Heng's mind. If you want to unlock mushrooms with just a dried shiitake mushroom, you must be dreaming. The supermarket was fully stocked with pots, pans, and utensils, as well as lighters, mineral water, and what surprised Wang Heng was that this supermarket even sold small gas cylinders and charcoal. There are a lot of vacant spaces at the Agricultural University, and sometimes we organize outdoor barbecues. Xiejun told Wang Heng. This made Wang Heng a little envious. In his own university, it was difficult to even go out, let alone have a barbecue. Put the pot on the fire and cook the porridge. Although Wang Heng's cooking skills are not very good, he still knows how to cook porridge. But where should we build the fire? Wang Heng raised this question. Then he turned to look at the barrel zombie standing guard nearby. I don't know if fire can burn the iron bucket zombie to death. Wang Heng wanted the iron bucket zombie to hold the pot and light the fire directly below. Oh my god, do you want the iron barrel zombies to go on strike? You are more cruel than the devil. Dave jumped out to complain about Wang Heng's idea. Unexpectedly, Wang Heng glanced at the pot on Dave's head and said, "Bye." Dave's figure disappeared. I have a solution. Tang Long said, taking 6 steel bowls from the shelf. Then buckle them together and arrange them into a triangle, which can be used as a stand for the pot. Then fill the pot rack with mineral water and stuff the charcoal into the gaps. Tang Long poured cooking oil onto the charcoal and then used toilet paper to ignite it. Okay, just boil the water and add the rice. Tang Long clapped his hands. Wang Heng gave Tang Long a thumbs up. A group of people sat together. After the water boils, put the rice into the pot. Sitting together, the atmosphere was a little awkward. Li Feng finally lost his temper and started a conversation. It is said that the big orange is really awesome after the mutation. It is estimated that many animals will become very powerful after mutation. Wang Heng took over the conversation. The mutant orange cat at the supermarket entrance is really awesome. With its speed, attack power, and keen intuition for danger, it is almost like a monster in fantasy novels. I just don't know if the orange cat mutated by eating humans or something. Ah, that's not all. Many seniors' graduation projects are about animals. Li Feng's eyes widened when he heard Wang Heng's words and he was frightened. What? Wang Heng was also stunned. What graduation project? Brother Heng, this is the Agricultural University. Many of the seniors in the Animal Husbandry Department's graduation projects are about pigs, cattle, sheep, etc. Li Feng hurriedly explained. As the largest school in LZ Lake University Town, the Agricultural University has a large area of experimental fields and breeding fields. If many animals mutate as Wang Heng said, then. However, Wang Heng did not seem to be worried after hearing this. It's okay. Not all animals are mutated. The mutation between animals is definitely a probabilistic thing. Besides, Wang Heng has a large array of plants, so as long as he is not ambushed, he will be fine. In a head-on confrontation, Wang Heng is not afraid of most creatures. After everyone chatted for a while, the rice porridge was finally ready. Smelling the fragrance of porridge, Wang Heng was fine, but the others were almost drooling. It seems like they haven't had porridge since the doomsday broke out, which is a month. The white porridge that was given away for free in the cafeteria without anyone even looking at it before is now regarded as a delicacy. But since Wang Heng didn't move, no one else dared to move. Tang Long poured a bowl of porridge for Wang Heng. Captain, here you go. Wang Heng nodded and said, share the porridge. When you're full, go to the playground. After hearing what Wang Heng said, the others dared to take any action. Let me do it, Brother Long. Li Feng took the spoon from Tang Long's hand and poured a bowl of porridge for Tang Long first. Then he gave it to Yang Chao and his sister, and finally to his 3 friends. Wang Heng nodded secretly when he saw this scene. Although Li Feng was a little eccentric at ordinary times, he still did some things well. After eating and drinking, Wang Heng did not ask anyone to wash the dishes or pots because there was no extra water for them to do so. It would be a waste of time to carry the bowl to the lake to wash it. Wang Heng led everyone directly to the playground. It's more important to continue killing monsters. Along the way, Wang Heng always felt that there were prying eyes behind him. Wang Heng guessed that it was the big orange dog. It seems that he still won't give up. Wang Heng thought. However, it would be difficult for Wang Heng to kill this guy unless he took the initiative to attack. Just let it watch there. Tang Long is next to it anyway, and the orange cat can't be killed instantly by Wang Heng. Wang Heng himself has good speed and strength. Zombies lead the way. Soon Wang Heng and others arrived at the entrance of the playground again. Zombies are roaming around here again. It seems that zombies are still wandering around, unlike in the movies where they just stand there stupidly. Wang Heng opened his panel and looked at the information. The experience points required for upgrading to level 6 have reached 2000, and Wang Heng still needs about 1000 experience points. Wang Heng now has more than 300 energy points. It takes 200 energies to unlock the potato mines. This is because Wang Heng exchanged potatoes sold in the supermarket with Dave and unlocked some of the potato mines, so the energy required to unlock the potato mines is so small. However, potato mines are a bit useless and can only be planted on Homeland. But if used properly, they can also be a powerful weapon. In the 95 version, the potato mine has the same explosion range as the cherry bomb. However, Wang Heng estimated that the potato mine here only had an explosion range of 1 grid. But it's also very impressive. I wonder if the simultaneous explosion of the potato mine and the cherry bomb can kill a Type 2 power zombie. Wang Heng thought to himself and decided to unlock the potato mine first. There must be a Type 2 power zombie on the playground, but Wang Heng hasn't seen it yet. 200 energy points were spent, and the potato mine card lit up. Potato mines. Price, 25 suns. Cooldown, 30. Potato mines can deal a fatal blow to the enemy, but before that, they need to be armed. You should plant them in front of the zombies so that they will explode when they come into contact with them. After the potato mine is unlocked, the next plant is the ice shooter, but this thing requires 500 energy. Wang Heng definitely can't afford it now, and Wang Heng can't find any ice. Maybe ice can offset some of the energy. Wang Heng's zombie army has cleared out the zombies at the entrance of the playground. Wang Heng continued with the tactics from the morning and deployed his home in front of the entrance to the playground, blocking the only exit of the playground. Chapter 53. Tang Long was still training with the other 6 people in the back. Wang Heng attracted the zombies and then killed them. Everything is going according to plan. The Sakura Country's player force Yamamoto group has reached level 2 first, and is rewarded with 100 energy points for Yamamoto Sanroku. The citizens of Sakura Country receive a reward, Unity. When the Sakura Country people gather together, their cohesion increases by 5%. The announcement voice of the National Destiny game sounded again, but this time the player who went out to announce the rewards was not Wang Heng, but Yamamoto Sanroku from Sakura Country. This surprised many contestants and netizens from various countries. Netizens in the country of Sakura felt proud. They all ran to the Shenan Kingdom live broadcast room to show off. Haha, our great Sakura Empire is the best. Sakura Country. Power is king, understand? What's the point of growing so many plants? Sakura Country. As for the reaction of Shenarkuo netizens, I don't know who took the lead and said, Yamamoto, I hate your ancestors. Then the entire screen was filled with this sentence, directly drowning out Xiao Ying's several comments. In order to find out what exactly happened, the Shenan Kingdom live broadcast room also allocated a portion of the screen to Yamamoto Sanjiroku. Gentlemen, do you think the food is not enough? Yamamoto Sanjiroku said to the 35 students in front of him. Just when these people agreed to join his forces Yamamoto group, a voice suddenly sounded in Yamamoto Sanjiroku's mind. The total number of people in the faction has reached 10, the faction panel has been opened, and the faction level has reached level 1. Then Yamamoto Sanjiroku found that his original occupation and backpack information had an additional power. Yamamoto Sanjiroku opened the power panel out of curiosity. Yamamoto Group. Power level, LV1, 39/100. Faction level benefits. When the faction level reaches level 1, faction members will also provide energy experience and other benefits when they kill zombies. The number 39 here, Yamamoto 36, is estimated to be the number of people in the Yamamoto group. If it reaches 100, the power level of the Yamamoto group will reach level 2. Members of the faction will also provide energy by killing zombies. Yamamoto Sanjiroku muttered this sentence, and his eyes suddenly lit up. It turns out that expanding influence is the right thing to do, Yamamoto Sanjiroku thought to himself. As long as the force has enough people, Yamamoto Sanjiroku will obtain energy faster and faster. Yamamoto Sanzenroku will become more and more powerful, and it will not be difficult for him to surpass the first place Wang Heng in level, and he may even dominate the level ranking list. Yamamoto Sanjiroku's eyes were filled with fighting spirit and rage for revenge. Coming out of the imagined scene in his mind, Yamamoto Sanjiroku looked at the people in front of him. These people were the capital for his development and growth. After hearing what Yamamoto Sanjiroku said, some students nodded. Snacks definitely won't fill you up, and who wouldn't want to eat more? Okay, since you want to eat, come with me to kill zombies. Yamamoto Sanjiroku drew out his samurai sword. It's okay to eat, but when they heard that they were going to kill zombies, some people immediately took 2 steps back. They had seen with their own eyes some people who tried to kill zombies but were killed by the zombies in return. When Yamamoto Sanzenroku saw this scene, a hint of ruthlessness flashed in his eyes. Not killing. I will kill anyone who dares to retreat. Yamamoto Sanzenroku shook the samurai sword in his hand. Looking at this short but murderous man, the students knew that he really dared to kill. But, we don't have weapons. Someone said timidly. Yamamoto Sanjiroku had thought about this problem, but he once found a samurai sword of the same model in the career panel, but its sturdiness and sharpness were slightly inferior to the samurai sword in his hand, and each sword required 5 energy points. Yamamoto Sanjiroku used his remaining energy to exchange for 5 samurai swords, and then placed them on the ground. I don't care what method you use. Each of you only needs to kill 5 zombies and I will reward you with a samurai sword. When some people saw the samurai sword thrown by Yamamoto Sanjiroku, a hint of heat flashed in their eyes. They had seen the sharpness of the samurai sword in Yamamoto Sanjiroku's hand, and they thought these samurai swords should not be bad either. Having weapons means an extra level of security. If someone fails to kill 5 zombies before tonight, the end will be. Yamamoto Sanjiroku paused, and the samurai sword in his hand slashed across the ground, leaving a scar, death. Wang Heng was stunned when he heard the report of the National Destiny game. Aren't the players from the Sakura country the ones who were sent to heaven by him? And it was obviously the force that he had built first, so why didn't he know about the first level force? I guess they haven't reached certain conditions. Wang Heng turned his head and glanced at the 7 people training behind him. 1000 energies, or when the total number of people in a faction reaches 10, the faction level can be unlocked. Dave's figure emerged. I'd better wait for 10 more people. Wang Heng naturally didn't want to spend his energy on this. Including himself, Wang Heng's forces now have 8 people, and only 2 more are needed. After a while, Wang Heng had killed 3 waves of zombies step by step, and his zombie ragtag army was also transforming into an iron barrel zombie army. Now half of the zombies have turned into barrel zombies. Wang Heng had basically cleared out the zombies within 30 meters of the playground. The number of energy points in Wang Heng's hands has reached as many as 800, thanks to his persistence in getting the 10% reward from I am the protagonist. Otherwise, Wang Heng estimated that his current energy points were only 700. The zombies near the playground gate were cleared out, but Wang Heng did not dare to place his home inside the playground. He was afraid that the zombies on both sides would rush over and block his retreat, so he could only stay at the door, and the sound of knocking on the iron barrel became louder. Just as Wang Heng was knocking on the iron bucket with a dang 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 sound. What is that? Wang Heng's eyes suddenly saw a strange figure when he swept across the podium. The power type 2 zombie, or to be more precise, a half-step type 3 zombie, who was enjoying the coolness under the shade, suddenly heard a slight noise. The noise annoyed it. This half-step type 3 power zombie stood up from the shadows. Its nose moved, and its sense of smell, which was many times sharper than that of other zombies, allowed it to smell the faint scent of food in the wind. Its sensitive hearing also heard that the direction from which the noise came was the same as the direction from which the smell of food came. So the half-step type 3 power zombie came to the conclusion that the noise was made by the food. It was instantly excited. It had been a long time since it smelled the scent of food. It has been a long time since I heard the dying wail of food. Every day there are only some rustling sounds made by ordinary zombies wandering around, which makes the half-step type 3 power zombie feel a little lonely, although it does not know what loneliness is. The half-step type 3 power zombie stood up and walked towards the direction where the sound came from. Ordinary zombies avoided it wherever it passed, and some ordinary zombies who didn't have time to dodge were directly trampled to death by it. Chapter 54. When the half-step type 3 power zombie walked out of the shadows, Wang Heng recognized this zombie. Power type 2 zombie. Wang Heng narrowed his eyes and observed. As Wang Heng's attributes improved, he found that his eyesight was also getting better, but so far Wang Heng has not taken off his glasses to try. After wearing glasses for a long time, Wang Heng felt uncomfortable when he suddenly took them off, just like taking off all his clothes. It's just right that I'm here. Let me try to see if the potato mine and cherry bomb exploding at the same time can kill this thing. Wang Heng thought for a while. He planned to let the zombies make way so that the power type 2 zombie could rush in, step on the potato mine, and then Wang Heng would place a cherry bomb. However, as the power type 2 zombies gradually approached, Wang Heng discovered something was wrong. Although the height of this strength type 2 zombie is similar to the strength type 2 zombie Wang Heng encountered before, this one is too wide. Damn, his trapezius muscles and shoulders are so wide that he can almost run a horse. The entire corpse almost turned into a square. And what are these toad-like bulges on the body of this power type 2 zombie? Is this thing possessed by the scabby monster? Something's wrong. Something's very wrong. Wang Heng's cold sweat dripped down his forehead. The people who were training behind also noticed the movement in the playground. They all looked towards the playground. Tang Long had seen power type 2 zombies before, so he was not too surprised. But Li Feng and the others were frightened. This. Li Feng pointed at the half-step type 3 zombie with trembling fingers, Mad Titan. Li Feng uttered 4 words from his mouth. Isn't this thing like the Mad Titan? This half-step type 3 power zombie on the playground was like a bulldozer. Ordinary zombies that blocked the road were either trampled to death or knocked away. This zombie runs exactly like the Mad Titan using his charge skill. FK, no way, is this thing something a human can deal with? Li Feng exclaimed. Don't panic, Brother Heng is the savior, there should be a way. Xiejun swallowed and said. Although Xiejun was not sure either. Li Feng had a bitter smile on his face, although Brother Heng is the savior, Brother Heng doesn't have infinite grenades. When Wang Heng saw this thing rushing towards him, the feeling that something was wrong reached its peak. To be on the safe side, Wang Heng used up all his energy points. Unlocked the 6th plant ice shooter. Then 2 more squares of land were unlocked. Wang Heng directly planted an frost shooter on it and a Peashooter in another grid. Remove the nut wall in the first row and plant potato mines. The reason why only 1 ice shooter and potato mine are planted is because these things have a cooling time, and Wang Heng has no way to deal with it. However, 1 ice shooter is enough. Only 1 ice shooter is needed to continuously add a slowing debuff to the zombies. Its power is actually similar to that of the Peashooter, perhaps a little stronger than the Peashooter. An antenna grew out of the soil with a red ball on it. This zombie seems to be different from the previous power type 2 zombie. Li Bing said while looking at the screen. Yang Shui and Brother Hu turned to look at Li Bing. This one is obviously stronger, and it has many protrusions on its body, unlike the strength type 2 zombies that Wang Heng encountered before, whose bodies were all flat. So I guess this should just be a higher level of power. Type of zombie. Li Bing explained. Yang Shui also noticed what Li Bing said. Yes, I wonder how Wang Heng will deal with this zombie. Wang Heng chose to plant an ice blue plant. This plant is so beautiful. Yang Shui exclaimed after seeing Wang Heng planting the ice archer again. Teacher Hu, can you guess what the name of this plant is this time? Yang Shui turned and looked at Brother Hu beside her. Brother Hu smiled and said, "We will know when Wang Heng opens his professional profile, but it is probably related to Han Bing. Wow, this plant is so beautiful, much better looking than the green Peashooter. I decided to become a fan of it. What a scumbag. I am a staunch Edo and will always love the Peashooter. This strength type 2 zombie is so ugly, it looks like a toad. Those bumps can't be its armor, that's disgusting. This thing seems to be getting more and more outrageous as it evolves. I wonder if Brother Heng can handle it this time." When Wang Heng was gathering the zombies and getting ready, this half-step type 3 zombie had already rushed out of the circle of zombies and appeared in front of Wang Heng's zombie. The power type 2 zombie has already smelled the food. It's already here. But what are these people in front of me? Why don't they run away when they see me, and even dare to fight back? The half-step type 3 power zombie was stunned, and then roared as if provoked. Wang Heng quickly covered his ears. The power zombies have really evolved to their vocal cords. Wang Heng cursed inwardly, each of these things was getting louder than the other. Under Wang Heng's control, the iron barrel zombies gathered and surrounded him. The ice shooter and the pea shooter attacked the zombie. Unlike the pea shooter, the frost shooter spits out an ice blue pea with some transparent ice chips hanging on it. Really? Wang Heng looked at this scene, and saw the ice blue pea with a slowing debuff. The ice blue peas hit the half-step type 3 power zombie. The tiny ice pea actually covered the entire body of this huge zombie with a layer of ice blue frost. The half-step type 3 power zombie felt as if his movements were in slow motion. It's even slower than ordinary zombies. Everyone who saw this scene took a breath of cold air. "Dig it out, the ice," Li Feng said, pointing at the zombie with frost on its body. 666, Ice Magic. Shock me for 10,000 years. I declare that I am now Ibing. I want to be a fan of this plant, and no one can stop me. That's amazing. Such a small ice bean can add a debuff to such a big zombie. It's a pity that it can't be frozen directly. If it can be frozen directly, I feel that Brother Heng will be invincible. Maybe a few shots will freeze if they accumulate. Unfortunately, this netizen is not a prophet after all. The ice archer can only continuously maintain the slowing effect, and there is no cumulative effect or freezing effect. Chapter 55. This half-step type 3 power zombie was like being in slow motion, its huge palm slowly slapping towards an iron bucket zombie. Wang Heng could even see the zombie's movements clearly. Bang! The power zombie's slow slap finally landed on the iron barrel zombie. Bang! A huge sound rang out, and the originally smooth and tidy iron bucket on the iron barrel zombie's head suddenly became wrinkled, as if it had been held in the hand and ravaged by a big hand. FK. Wang Heng was shocked when he saw the damage. This zombie could probably be killed by the barrel zombie with just 3 slaps. This thing is definitely not a strength type 2 zombie. Wang Heng's expression was solemn. A strength type 2 zombie did not have such high damage. This half-step type 3 zombie noticed its own slow speed and suddenly became extremely angry. It felt as if its brain was becoming dull. The half-step type 3 power zombie let out a huge roar, but unfortunately even the sound was slowed down. Wang Heng covered his ears. The sound of the half-step type 3 power zombie was already loud, and when it slowed down it added a bit of torture. Rows of peas hit the half-step type 3 power zombie. Looking at the toad-like skin on the half-step type 3 power zombie, Wang Heng felt that this thing might be its armor. However, there should be no situation where the Peashooter cannot break through the defense. After all, judging from the previous battles with strength type 2 zombies, the Peashooter's attack is the power of rules. Every time it hits a zombie, no matter how high the zombie's defense is, the zombie will lose blood. Moreover, Wang Heng estimated that the amount of health reduced by the Peashooter when attacking different zombies was the same. The difference was that the health of the zombies was different. This is terrifying. The power type 2 in front of him is also extremely terrifying, as the king of this playground. It soon realized the limitations of its fists, so it grabbed a barrel zombie that was gnawing on its feet and used it as a weapon. The half-step type 3 power zombie grabbed an iron barrel zombie like a monkey holding a stick, and swept it across, causing a group of zombies to fly out. Although the stick can sweep a large area, the actual damage caused is definitely not as high as the damage caused by using the half-step third-level power of punching alone. The iron barrel on the head of the barrel zombie that was swept down was tilted a little, and the roadblock above the head of the roadblock zombie was already shaking. Roar roar roar! The half-step type 3 power zombie roared excitedly like a child who had discovered a new toy. The roar caused the zombies on the playground behind to become agitated. FK. A tide of zombies. Wang Heng was stunned as he looked at the countless zombies that were making a commotion on the playground behind him. This is the situation that Wang Heng fears the most. Tens of thousands of zombies are all attracted and walk towards the entrance of the playground. Captain, what should we do? Should we retreat first? Seeing this scene, Tang Long hurriedly walked to Wang Heng. The sight of tens of thousands of zombies in front of me was so oppressive. Wang Heng's face was solemn and he quickly made a decision that he could not retreat. The situation has not yet reached its most critical stage, so why withdraw? The time for a wave of sudden wealth is now. How can you become powerful by surviving without dying? The famous shooter Stain once said that when you have the opportunity to operate, you must try to operate. Okay. Tang Long nodded. Wang Heng observed the battle situation in front of him. The zombies in the back half of the playground were still more than 100 meters away from Wang Heng's position. The zombies move at a speed of about 2 meters per 3 seconds, so it would take another 3 or 4 minutes to get here. Evolving zombies might be faster. Wang Heng must eliminate the half-step type 3 power zombie in front of him within 3 minutes. If you rely on Peashooters and zombies to slowly scrape them, you will definitely not be able to kill them in 3 minutes. Wang Heng looked at the front row of his home. The potato mines that had been planted earlier had already emerged, and the red antenna balls above their heads were flashing. Let the half-step type 3 power zombie in. Wang Heng made the decision. Let the zombies make way to block the fast-moving S-shaped zombies that may exist in the zombie tide behind. The half-step type 3 power zombie suddenly found that the annoying thing blocking his side was gone, leaving only the green and yellow thing in front of him. He immediately took a step forward and strode towards Wang Heng's plant position. The slow-motion effect that the Ice Archer adds to the half-step type 3 power, combined with its size and walking posture, is simply very oppressive. FK, this monster, why does it feel like a giant ice beast? The zombies are coming from behind, Brother Heng, run quickly. That's right, don't kill yourself. If you die, we will suffer too. Don't be so selfish. What are you talking about upstairs, Brother Heng? Why don't you say anything when you are enjoying Brother Heng's benefits? While the half-step type 3 power zombies were advancing towards the position, Wang Heng was constantly replacing the Peashooters in his home with ice shooters. At the same time, the 6 tombstones in his home were constantly emitting corresponding types of zombies. In this situation, the combat power must be maximized as much as possible. Tang Long, take them and stand separately on both sides of the position, and pay attention to the playground wall. Wang Heng said to Tang Long with a serious face. There were plants and zombies right in front of the position, and they couldn't help. Wang Heng was afraid that high-level speed-type zombies would crawl out of the playground wall and launch a sneak attack. Hearing Wang Heng's words, Tang Long nodded. Hurry, Yang Chao, Yang Mir, and Xie Jun stand on the left, and the other 3 stand on the right. Call for support when you see speed-type high-level zombies. Tang Long conveyed Wang Heng's order. In the 3-on-3 combat, they all have shovels as weapons, which should be enough to deal with the first type of speed zombies, but at a higher level, it is not something that ordinary people can deal with. So if they encounter high-level zombies, they should shout, and Tang Long himself will go over immediately as a roaming support. If Wang Heng encounters danger, Tang Long can also provide immediate support. At this time, some tiny wounds had appeared on the body of the half-step type 3 power zombie, which was the result of scraping by the Peashooter and the zombie legion. The half-step type 3 force finally arrived in front of the position, and these annoying things had made it feel the long-lost pain. This feeling made it feel very uncomfortable. Looking at the short, khaki-colored thing with a red glow in front of it, the half-step type 3 power zombie stepped on it without hesitation. It wanted to crush all these disgusting flies to death. Wang Heng stared at the scene with wide eyes. Next was the moment to witness the power of the potato mine. The half-step type 3 power stomped fiercely on the blinking potato bomb with an angry kick. Bloody! When a potato mine is stepped on, it makes a loud explosion, but the power of the explosion is confined to an area of 1 meter squared. Ah! The half-step type 3 power zombie jumped up, covering his legs, letting out a loud howl, and then fell straight to the ground. A stout calf had disappeared, the one that had stepped on the potato mine. Awesome! Wang Heng covered his ears and couldn't help but sigh. As for why he covered his ears, look at the voice of that half-step type 3 power zombie. Chapter 56. There is no doubt about the power of potato mines. This landmine is so powerful. Li Bing's eyes widened. The commentary on the National Destiny game in the past 2 days overturned Li Bing's previous understanding of his military career. Awesome, awesome. From now on I will be a fan of potato landmine. Don't be too early to give it a thumbs up. I feel like there will be even more awesome bomb plants later on, the kind that will create mushroom clouds. Let's see if there's a prophet upstairs. The half-step type 3 strength zombie staggered back a step, covering his leg, and then suddenly fell to the ground. One leg finally couldn't support the half-step type 3 strength zombie's body weight. It hurts so much. No, it was 2 legs, and the bird hanging in the middle was gone. The pain made the half-step type 3 power zombie lose his mind. He simply dragged his broken leg and crawled towards Wang Heng's home, roaring continuously. Wang Heng was deeply moved by the half-step type 3 power zombie's strong will despite its disabled body, and he directly rewarded it with a cherry bomb. When the half-step type 3 power zombie half-emerged into the land of Wang Heng's home, the half-step type 3 power's hand pressed against a red object, which was the cherry bomb. The next second it was tragic, boom. An explosion sounded, and the corpse prodigy who had dominated the playground for many days and was expected to step into the 3rd level of strength died tragically under 2 ash plants of the villain Wang Heng. Energy plus 60. EXP plus 60. Sunlight plus 60. Strength plus 0.025. Sure enough. Looking at the reward for killing this zombie, it is obviously higher than that of a strength type 2 zombie, but the increase in reward is small. So Wang Heng concluded that this thing was a half-step type 3. The half-step type 3 was so difficult to deal with that Wang Heng had been fighting it for a long time using plant formations and zombie legions before he used 2 ash plants to blow it up. How terrifying would the power type 3 be? But now is not the time to think about this, as the tide of zombies behind is gradually approaching Wang Heng's position. This will be a battle of unequal strength, as Wang Heng only has 60 zombies, 47 plants, and 8 people. What Wang Heng had to face was a tide of nearly 15,000 zombies on the playground. However, Wang Heng still has confidence. After all, there are endless plants and zombies on Wang Heng's side, and Wang Heng can expand his home while fighting. But there were a limited number of zombies on the playground. If one died, there would be one less zombie. As the strength increased, the strength decreased, and Wang Heng would be the winner as expected. While Wang Heng was thinking, the tug of war had already begun. The netizens from Kyushu and the 3 commentators were all looking at the screen nervously. Some foreign netizens who were lurking in Kyushu's live broadcast room also told netizens from other countries about the impending war. At one time, a large number of people flocked into the live broadcast room of Zhuzhou Kingdom to watch the war between humans, plants, and tens of thousands of zombies. The half-step type 3 power zombie died, and Wang Heng gathered the zombies in the front row. Not far in front of the zombie squadron, the light cavalry speed type zombies among the zombies rushed out first. At a glance, there are at least 100 of them. Wang Heng estimated that the fastest one among them was a Type 2 speed zombie. Relying on its speed and open terrain, it quickly bypassed the zombie squadron in front of the position and wanted to cut directly into Wang Heng's plant position from the side. Corporal P. Sergeant Ice. Fire from the left. Let it taste our power. Wang Heng shouted. In fact, even if Wanda was shouted at, he wouldn't be able to hear it. It mainly depended on Wang Heng's thoughts. However, facing this scene, who could resist shouting out, "Okay, Master Yinner!" 2 rows of pea-shooters and a small row of ice shooters turned around instantly. A barrage of ice peas and ordinary peas shot towards the invincible Speed Type 2 zombie. The Speed Type 2 zombies are indeed very fast, and they can move around in the gaps between the pea rain. However, the peas have the chance to make mistakes, but the Speed Type 2 zombies do not. Look, the next second, Speed Type 2 was hit by an ice blue pea. Although the damage of a pea was not fatal, the frost slowing effect attached to it was fatal. The Speed Type 2 zombie was instantly dyed blue, and its speed was reduced by half. Without the speed that it was proud of, the Speed Type 2 zombie was in tragedy. The rows of peas instantly overwhelmed the Speed Type 2. Energy plus 50. Sunlight plus 50. EXP plus 50. Speed attribute plus 0.025. Wang Heng hurriedly used the energy he gained to buy some land for his home. 2 grids of land grew, and Wang Heng planted a sunflower and a pea shooter. Sunflowers are used to prevent the situation where there is not enough sunlight, but Wang Heng estimates that the probability of this happening is very low. After all, Wang Heng still has 3000 sunlight that he had saved up before, and killing zombies will also provide sunlight. But it's better to be prepared. After the death of the Speed Type 2 zombie, the zombies in the front row had already faced off against 100 Speed Type zombies. The most vulnerable ordinary zombies suffered casualties the moment they came into contact with hundreds of speed zombies. Wang Heng quickly controlled the plants to support the zombies. Wang Heng looked at the front line of the plant position. The net walls used for defense now seemed a bit useless because these net walls were hiding behind Wang Heng's zombies. Due to the special nature of the plants, Wang Heng could not let the zombies hold the net wall as a shield. This has resulted in the current situation where the net wall is doing nothing. Wang Heng frowned and thought, how about letting the zombies in and letting them hide behind the net wall? Wang Heng thought, since it is a waste to use the net wall to hide behind zombies, why not just do it the other way around? However, Wang Heng quickly rejected this idea. No, the zombies are short-handed, and if we let the zombies in, they will easily destroy the defense line. It is necessary to have a distance of 10 meters in front of the zombies and the home as a buffer zone. If the middle door is opened directly to let the zombies in, Wang Heng's position will definitely be destroyed by the zombies. I got it. Wang Heng suddenly thought of a solution. A characteristic of zombies is that as long as zombies do not actively attack other zombies, the other zombies will not attack other zombies. This will allow the zombies to split into 3 teams. 20 on the left, 20 on the right, and 20 interspersed in between. The zombies will not attack these interspersed zombies. A pocket is formed in the middle, with the zombies on the left and right gathering together, and 20 zombies inserted in it to cover the bottom. Ordinary zombies in the corpse tide also have fast and slow speeds. Therefore, there will definitely be a gap in the zombie tide, which will give Wang Heng's plan a chance to be implemented. Just do it. Wang Heng commanded the zombies to do what he had just thought. The 20 zombies that are interspersed are definitely under the greatest pressure, so Wang Heng let all of them, a group of iron barrel zombies, complete this task. The moment Wang Heng's zombies dispersed, the remaining speed-type zombies were no longer blocked and rushed directly towards the position. But soon these zombies were stopped by the net wall in front of them. The taunting feature of the net wall made these speed-type zombies stand still and start gnawing on the net wall. Chapter 57. Rows of peas hit the speed-type zombies who were gnawing on the net wall. You should know that the ice peas of the ice archer can not only slow down the movement speed, but also reduce the attack speed, so the net wall in the first row of defense can be more solid. A row of peas fired by 40 shooters can kill a row of speed zombies. The energy points in Wang Heng's body grew rapidly. Once Wang Heng has accumulated 50 energy points, he will use them to buy land. Due to the special nature of his home, Wang Heng can choose any place to grow the land after purchasing it, as long as one side of the new land is adjacent to the original land. So Wang Heng saved up 100 energy points and placed 2 grids of land directly in front of the net wall in the front row, right under the feet of the speed-type zombies. A cherry bomb instantly appeared under the feet of the speed zombie. The sudden appearance of the cherry bomb naturally attracted the attention of the zombies. A bunch of speed-type zombies hugged the cherry bomb and started to eat it affectionately. Bang! The next second, the cherry bomb exploded, and the speed-type zombies within 9 square meters were instantly cleared out. It turns out that only the strength type 2 zombies can withstand the explosive power of the ash plant. After several rounds of volleys from the peas and the explosion of the cherry bomb, only about 1 in 10 of the 100 speed-type zombies survived. However, the zombies' follow-up troops, support from power-type zombies have arrived. 200 strength-type 1 zombies walked over. However, Wang Heng was waiting for these power-type 1 zombies. Wang Heng estimated that these 300 evolved zombies were all the evolved zombies in the zombie tide on the playground. After dealing with the elite zombies, the remaining zombies have no advantages except their large numbers. Wang Heng controlled the zombies on both sides and began to gather together. When the power type 1 zombies came to a place about 10 meters in front of Wang Heng's position, the iron barrel zombies that were interspersed behind these zombies also began to block the back. Zombies from 3 directions surrounded these zombies. These zombies were trapped in a jar. Wang Heng estimated that all the evolved zombies in the tide of zombies on the playground had been killed, so there was no need to leave anyone to watch over both sides of the position. Tang Long, call them over and go behind the nut wall with me. Wang Heng shouted to Tang Long. The pressure on the front line will definitely increase later. 8 people hiding behind the nut wall and shooting zombies with shovels can also relieve some of the pressure on the position. Moreover, the nut wall has the characteristics of taunting zombies and being insurmountable, so zombies will not attack humans behind the nut wall. In addition, given the characteristics of Wang Heng's plants, there would be no team casualties, so Wang Heng was not afraid that the plants would kill the 7 of them. That's why Wang Heng made this decision. Good. Tang Long nodded. Then he called over the 6 people on both sides of the position, grab your weapons and go to the front line. Li Feng and Wang Gang were shocked to hear Tang Long's words. They were so excited watching from both sides that they wanted to roll up their sleeves and give the zombies 2 shovels. Now I finally have the chance. Although Xiejun and others were not very excited, they would not retreat. They followed Tang Long's steps and walked towards the front of the plant position. Wang Heng has come behind the nut wall. Master, hide well, I will protect you. Although the nut wall could not turn its head, it felt that Wang Heng was standing behind it and conveyed this sentence through brain waves. Good. Wang Heng raised the shovel and shoveled at the power type 1 zombie in front of him through the gap in the nut wall. Captain, we are here. Brother Heng, we are here to help you. Tang Long and Li Feng's voices spread out in no particular order. Countless peas behind them passed through their bodies and then through the nut wall and hit the L-shaped zombies in the front row. This. Li Bing said stutteringly. It would be fine if Wang Heng's plants wouldn't harm Wang Heng, but they wouldn't harm these 7 people either. 666, Teacher Li was stunned. I was stunned too. This is just like Schrödinger's cat. If you don't open it up, you will never know whether the pea can pass through your body. 666, the 5th greatest beast in the academic world, Wang Heng's pea appears. It makes my blood boil. I want to go up and help, too. +1, I want to join the Eternal Home too. After killing many evolved zombies, Wang Heng relied on the increased strength and speed attributes from killing evolved zombies to grow. Now Wang Heng's strength and speed attributes have both reached 19. Killing the strength type 1 zombies seemed easy, and every time the shovel was extended, a strength type 1 zombie would be taken away. Tang Long killed even faster. With a flick of his blade, the head of the power type 1 zombie was chopped off. Tang Long also became excited about killing. It's not like he had never killed this kind of power type zombie before, but it was never as easy as today. These strength type 1 zombies were almost standing still due to the slowing buff of the ice shooter and the attraction of the nut wall. So Tang Long only needs to aim and swing his knife to easily kill these L-shaped zombies. More than 200 type 1 power zombies seemed like a lot, but they were quickly killed by the attacks of Wang Heng and his helpers and the occasional cherry bombs. However, some nut walls were broken during this period, and Wang Heng could only replenish one nut wall at a time, so when there was a vacancy, Wang Heng could only choose to use the sunflower as the front row. You have been upgraded and have 3 available attribute points. King Heng of Jizhu is the first to reach level 7, and is rewarded with 500 energy points and +1 physical attribute. King Heng of Jizhu is the first to reach level 7, and he is rewarding the citizens of Jizhu with a 5% increase in their physical attributes. After killing more than 300 evolved zombies, Wang Heng's level finally reached level 7. After distributing the attribute points evenly, Wang Heng's 3 attributes all reached 20. With the energy points rewarded this time plus the energy gained from killing these L-shaped zombies, Wang Heng's energy reached more than 1,200. Wang Heng lost a lot of zombies, and there was a gap in the nut wall defense line. Xiejun and others who had the worst physical strength were already leaning against the nut wall and gasping for breath. I told you to be less aggressive, but look at you now. You walk along the wall and spit blood. Wang Gang straightened up and complained about Li Feng. Li Feng no longer had the energy to scold him, and sticking out his middle finger was his last act of stubbornness. Except Tang Long, all of you should go down and rest. Don't be stubborn, just go down and rest. Wang Heng said to them. After hearing what Wang Heng said, they did not try to be brave, but supported each other and walked towards the back of the position. The large number of ordinary zombies behind had already approached within 30 meters of Wang Heng's position. Another reason for letting Yang Chao and the others go down is that there is already a row of plants behind the nut wall that are more suitable than the Peashooter. Piranha Plant. Chapter 58. It takes 1000 energy to unlock the Piranha Plant, and the rewards from killing power zombies and upgrading are just enough. Wang Heng unlocked his 7th plant. Big Mouth Flower. Price, 150 sunlight. Cooldown time, 10 seconds. The Big Mouth Flower can eat a whole grid of zombies. The Big Mouth Flower is very fragile when chewing, so please protect it. Don't call me a man-eating plant, I just have a big mouth. The big-mouthed flower said this. People have always misunderstood it, thinking that it will eat people. In fact, the big-mouthed flower is very gentle. If you don't believe it, go to hell. You can eat a whole grid of zombies, sure. Wang Heng nodded in satisfaction after reading the introduction, and then, as if he couldn't believe his eyes, what the hell, a whole grid. Wang Heng hurriedly eradicated a Peashooter hiding behind the nut wall. Plant the big-mouthed flower directly. I saw that the square lawn suddenly split in the middle, and a purple vine suddenly stretched out from it and then suddenly grew longer. The vine has round purple buds at the tip, which then swell from the center. It expanded into a purple ball. The purple spherical bud split open in the middle, revealing a mouth full of fangs. The red tongue trembled in the mouth like a snake's tongue. In the live broadcast room, Yang Shui saw that the plant's mouth had grown into an O shape. Is this the big mouth flower? Yes, I didn't expect that. It didn't look so scary on the card, but it turned out to be so hideous after it grew out. Brother Hu said. I'm scared. This plant is so ugly. Why would Wang Heng plant such an ugly plant? Sunflowers are so cute. Why doesn't he plant more sunflowers? Sunflower, I surrender to you, old man / sweating soybeans / are you going to grow them all to feed the zombies? The big-mouthed flower is so handsome, but I don't know how powerful it is. Wang Heng also had the same question. The gradually approaching tide of zombies from behind just answered Wang Heng's doubts. The tide of corpses spread in a fan shape from the back end of the playground towards the entrance of the playground, but eventually the tide of corpses gathered in front of Wang Heng's position. These are all alumni. Wang Gang sighed as he looked at the approaching tide of zombies. Gangzi, just talk, why are you shaking? Li Feng glanced at Wang Gang with the shovel in his hand. You. Hey, if I hadn't stopped you on the day of the school celebration, you would be one of the zombies having a meeting on the playground now. Li Feng shook the shovel in his hand. Wang Gang felt that what he said did make sense. Fortunately, this guy stopped them from hanging out in the dormitory and not going to the school anniversary to see the beauties. Otherwise, they might have been chased and bitten by the beautiful zombies if they hadn't seen the beauties. As the zombie tide gradually approached, Wang Heng replenished the number of zombies to 60. Then arranged some zombies to divide the battlefield. You must not let the zombies pile up together at once, otherwise the firepower will not be able to withstand it. Wang Heng moved his home forward to absorb the corpses that were originally piled up in front of the position, and then retreated and placed his home there. This way you don't have to go through the trouble of moving the zombie corpses. At the same time, the vacant nut wall was filled. Behind the nut wall was a row of piranha plants, behind the piranha plants were 2 rows of pea shooters mixed with sunflowers, and the last row was ice shooters. The remaining energy was used by Wang Heng to purchase land. Wang Heng now owns a total of 60 square meters of land. Overall, it is roughly a 5x12 rectangle, but it has some uneven areas. If it is not used to grow plants, it can be used to build a 1-bedroom and 1 living room. The interspersed iron barrel zombies cut off about 2,000 zombies from the corpse tide like cutting meat. These 2,000 ordinary zombies moved slowly forward. Finally arrived in front of Wang Heng's position. Thump, thump, thump. Rows of plants puffed up their mouths at the same time, and then peas came out one by one. Ordinary zombies can only withstand 3 peas, but Wang Heng's 1 round of volleys is 3 rows of peas. These big-headed rows of ordinary zombies are often killed and fall to the ground as soon as the freezing buff is applied. However, the zombies behind also took the opportunity to move forward. However, when these zombies approached, Wang Heng noticed that the iron barrel zombies used to divide the battlefield at the back could not hold on any longer, because there was a tide of at least 5,000 zombies piled up together and moving forward behind them. 20 iron barrel zombies facing 200 times more enemies seemed like a lone boat in the ocean, and could easily be overturned and sunk. Wang Heng took a look at the battle situation in front of the position. These pea shooters could easily eat these zombies, and the big-mouthed flowers and cherry bombs had not been used yet. So Wang Heng asked all the zombies to stop the tide of zombies. At the same time, Wang Heng ordered the zombies that had just crawled out of the tombstones to gather behind the position. After all the zombies that blocked the subsequent zombie troops have died, these zombies will go out together to block the zombies. Brother Jun, I feel like we can't help Brother Heng. Li Feng moved his butt towards Xie Jun with a smug look on his face. Hearing Li Feng's words, Yang Chao and others all showed a flash of recognition in their eyes. It was too uncomfortable to be unable to help here. Alas, there is no way. Brother Heng's plants have a very long attack range, and our weapons have a too short attack range. We can only watch. Xie Jun sighed. It would be great if there were weapons that could attack from a long distance. Yang Chao said. Hearing Yang Chao's words, Li Feng slapped his thigh. UBD, why are you taking pictures of me? Wang Gang cursed. Haha, don't pay attention to those details. Chao is right. If I had a golden M249, I would have helped Brother Heng shoot the zombies long ago. Li Feng said. The eyes of the boys present flickered when they heard Li Feng's words. Just as Li Feng said, if they had a gun, they could help Wang Heng. It's not easy to find guns in our Shenan kingdom. Yang Chao said. Yeah, let alone guns, even hunting crossbows, air guns, and anything powerful are hard to get. Wang Gang followed. Shenan country is safe, so naturally some dangerous weapons are strictly controlled. If it is the United States, guns are easy to find. It's not like there's no chance of getting a gun. Even if guns are banned, there will always be some in the army, Li Feng said as he came over. There has to be a gun somewhere. What you said is nonsense, but do you know where the troops are in City Z? Besides, how do we get there? Wang Gang attacked Li Feng mercilessly. Don't think too much. Just exercise your body well. If you can't stand it, you can hide behind the nut wall and use it for close combat in the future. Xie Jun said. For every 50 zombies that die, Wang Heng will immediately exchange 1 grid of Homeland, and then give priority to planting ice shooters. However, Wang Heng felt something was wrong when the zombies approached. He mistakenly overestimated the power of the plants and underestimated the power of the zombie tide. 200 zombies might be easy to deal with, requiring only 20 rounds of volleys in 30 seconds. But 2,000 are different. Now Wang Heng had only killed a few hundred zombies. These zombies piled up into small hills in front of Wang Heng's position. The remaining zombies had already stepped on the corpses of the zombies in front and approached the nut wall. If it doesn't work, just run and fight guerrilla warfare. Wang Heng felt a little heavy in his heart. Chapter 59. The power of the zombie tide is greater than expected, but the evolved zombie army has been completely wiped out. These slow-moving zombies can't keep up with the highly mobile Wang Heng. Wang Heng's advantage is that he can take his position with him at any time and fight guerrilla warfare with these zombies. The front row of zombies have already stepped within 1 meter of the nut wall. There are 12 nut walls, and in front of them there are 12 square meters of land where zombies are standing. Wang Heng didn't know how many dry zombies could be squeezed into 12 square meters of land. The next second, the big-mouthed flower exerted its tremendous power. The purple stems of the 12 big-mouthed flowers suddenly stretched out, and 12 bloody mouths appeared. In an instant, all the zombies crowded on the 12 square meters of land disappeared. Looking more closely, the retracted big-mouthed flower was bulging, and some of the zombies' skinny arms and legs were exposed and trembling. FK, FK, FK. Wang Heng blurted out a string of fucks. The zombies on the land in front of the nut wall were wiped clean as if they had been erased by an eraser, without even a single hair left. Wang Heng couldn't recycle the corpses of these zombies either. Standing next to the big-mouthed flower, Tang Long, who was behind the nut wall, was so scared that he dared not move. He was originally prepared to help, but who knew that these ugly flowers would be so powerful? Tang Long's tense muscles relaxed only after he saw that big-mouth flower ignored him. Wow, it smells so good, Master Yunner. These are much more delicious than zombies. So crunchy, Master Yunner. Big Mouth Flower chewed the zombies with his body shaking with satisfaction. The crunching sound of chewing was particularly terrifying in the quiet position. In the live broadcast room, Yang Shui, oh. Hu Ji, dot. Li Bing, _, _, FK, this is FG stupid. I've decided that I'm going to be a big-mouthed pollen from now on. Clear the screen, it explodes instantly, so cool. I'm so humbled. You can't judge a plant by its appearance. Figures, hurry up and make figures, the kind that are life-size and can move. Wang Heng didn't expect that this big-mouthed flower was so awesome. The next second, Wang Heng directly shoveled a big-mouthed flower that was chewing, and then planted a new big-mouthed flower with its mouth open. Master, you are killing the flower after it has done its work. The voice of the big-mouth flower's original body sounded in Wang Heng's mind. Wang Heng also felt a little guilty. I'm sorry. I was negligent. Next time I should buy some land and put it in front of the nut wall, and then plant it for you. This way, you will be eaten by zombies after you eat them, and you won't blame me. Big-mouth flower, Master, it's best for you to have both eyes on guard in turn when you sleep. Based on the energy obtained, a row of big-mouthed flowers killed 70 zombies at once. Wang Heng couldn't help but sigh that these zombies were so thin and could really squeeze in. After the zombies in front died, the zombies behind quickly filled the gap, but the next second a grid of grass appeared under their feet. Then red cherry bombs swelled among them. Bump! 9 square meters of zombies were cleared out. Wang Heng took this opportunity to plant a potato mine. The subsequent zombies filled the gap for about 15 seconds, which was enough time for the potato mine to come out. The 60 zombies in the face of the subsequent zombie tide have been wiped out, and it is difficult for Wang Heng to replenish a large number of high-level zombies during this period. However, ordinary zombies can still be pulled out to make up the numbers. Wang Heng ordered 60 zombies to continue to infiltrate and block the tide of zombies. Every second you can block is a second. However, although Wang Heng's idea was good, the reality was cruel. In the face of the tide of zombies, the fragile ordinary zombies only lasted for a second before being overwhelmed by the tide of zombies in the next second. The tide of corpses continued to advance. Wang Heng has almost eliminated 2,000 zombies. Wang Heng looked at the tide of zombies, then looked at the zombies in front of him. A decision was made to switch from positional warfare to guerrilla warfare. Wang Heng obtained energy from killing zombies and converted it into land area. Now Wang Heng's home is 8 meters wide and 12 meters long. However, the first row of newly grown land was in the front, and Wang Heng planted it with potato mines. The other 2 newly added rows were in the back, planted with pea shooters and ice shooters. The reason for doing this is that Wang Heng no longer intends to fight a positional battle with the zombie tied on the spot. Wang Heng plans to run for a while to create some distance between himself and the zombies, and then give his home some time to prepare the potato mines. Tang Long, come back, run! Wang Heng shouted to Tang Long behind the nut wall. After hearing this, Tang Long quickly turned around and ran away. Wang Heng packed up his house and turned to see the 6 people standing behind him. Have a good rest. Stop standing there and run together. After saying that, Wang Heng took the lead in fleeing, a tactical retreat. Then Tang Long quickly caught up with Wang Heng. The 6 people finally reacted and turned around to see a large number of zombies rushing out of the playground. The 6 people followed Wang Heng and Tang Long's footsteps with loud shouts. 666, you are indeed Brother Heng. Even your running posture is so handsome. Show me it's wet. You are really like old ladies who only know how to lick a lollipop. The road in front of the playground is a wide straight road. In addition, the zombies on the road were cleared when Wang Heng and others arrived, so Wang Heng had enough strategic depth to deal with the tide of zombies. Wang Heng believed that no matter how many zombies there were, they would be defeated by guerrilla tactics. While running, Wang Heng was also sighing. Fortunately, the zombies had no tactics, so the light cavalry speed zombies among the zombies rushed out first to die, leaving only a group of slow-moving ordinary zombies, who were kited to death by Wang Heng. If the zombies were smarter and understood some tactics, but that was impossible, then humans would have no way to survive. In Wang Heng's opinion, the appearance of a zombie who could gather the zombies and make them attack together was a blessing for the zombies. But there shouldn't be such a thing. Wang Heng muttered as he ran. He was planning to use the splitting trick until he died, but he hoped that this kind of zombie would not appear. It turns out that Murphy's Law does exist, the things you don't want to happen are more likely to happen. District J of Z City is some distance away from LZ Lake University Town and is the most prosperous place in the entire Z City. The zombies here are also the most densely populated, and zombies are wandering everywhere in the streets and alleys. These zombies covered the area like a dragnet, but even the densest net still had meshes. Although there were many zombies, there was still a distance between them. These zombies were originally wandering aimlessly, but suddenly some of them began to gather towards a specific place. Look inside the tall buildings in the city. There are many zombies trapped in these concrete buildings and wandering around aimlessly. They were originally office workers, white-collar workers, but now they have become zombies trapped in high-rise buildings. Originally they would have been wandering around here, but suddenly, a strange sound wave passed by, and they all walked outside. Some zombies kept hitting the glass until it broke, and then they jumped down from the tall building one by one. If there were any survivors, they would have seen this extremely shocking scene. Suddenly, a zombie rain began to fall in the city. Zombies fell from great heights to the ground like dumplings. Most of the zombies were killed by the fall, and the advancing zombies on the ground were also killed. Only a small number of zombies stood up and joined the advancing zombies. They are like falling raindrops that flow into rivers and follow these rivers toward a specific place. Chapter 60. After running for a distance, Wang Heng stopped, opened his home again, let the potato mines charge, and let the big-mouthed flower continue chewing. Various zombies began to crawl out of the tombstones. This time there was plenty of time, so Wang Heng prepared as many iron barrel zombies as possible. Tang Long bypassed the plant position and came to Wang Heng, followed by the panting Xiejun and others. Young men, you lack exercise. Go to the back and rest. You will have to continue running later. Wang Heng joked, pointing to the back. Tang Long, clean up the zombies wandering along this road. Wang Heng said to Tang Long beside him. Although the zombies on the road were cleared when we came, there might still be zombies wandering around and blocking the way. Okay. Tang Long nodded, then continued walking along the road with the knife in his hand. Wang Heng turned his head and looked at the zombies spreading out from the playground in front of the position. Wang Heng didn't run far, and he let another zombie hang on him on the way to prevent the zombie from escaping from the hatred range. A row of potato mines with red lights flashing overhead have emerged from the soil. The big mouth flower also finished chewing and swallowed the zombie it had eaten. Then it shook its head, licked its teeth with its red tongue, and waited for the next wave of food to arrive. The first zombies to arrive were still a part of the 2,000 zombies. But there are only a few hundred of them. He was soon killed by the ice archer. The zombies haven't even reached the potato mines yet. Wang Heng then pushed his home forward to digest the corpse. The added energy continued to transform into a row of land, planting potato mines one by one. Just after Wang Heng used the 600 or so energies he had just obtained to buy land, the announcement of the National Destiny game sounded. King Heng of Zhuzhou has taken the lead in reaching 100 square meters, or 100 grids, and his home level has been upgraded to level 2. He has unlocked a cozy cabin X1, which has been stored in his backpack, and he is awarded 2,000 energy points. King Heng of Zhuzhou has reached level 2 first, and he will reward the citizens of Zhuzhou with a lifespan of 100 days. When the area of Wang Heng's home exceeded 100 squares, the broadcast of the National Destiny game was suddenly triggered. This surprised many players. It turned out that some people would use the energy points that could improve their attributes to buy Homeland that they thought was useless. In the eyes of other players, personal strength is always the most important, and personal heroism is rooted in their hearts, so as soon as they obtain energy points, they use them to purchase attribute points and improve their various attributes. The representative one is Tom. Tom's attributes are basically all at 25. Most of his energy points are used to buy bullets and attribute values. Only a small part is used by him to buy a workbench to make AK-47s for the people in his power. Yamamoto Sunjiroku, who was supervising students killing zombies in the engineering department, looked gloomy when he heard the news. Others didn't know why. Yamamoto Sunjiroku had been killed by Wang Heng once, and they vaguely guessed that Wang Heng's strength might be related to the size of his home. Wang Heng now has a home of 100 square meters, so how powerful should he be? Kyushu netizens were delighted to hear the news. 100 days, 100 days, 100 days. Haha, I didn't do anything, but with the previous reward, I now have an extra half year of life. I'm going to jump off the building to see if I can live another 100 days. 6. That means you can live longer, not that you will definitely live longer. If you seek death, you will die on the spot. If you don't believe me, you will die. Stop talking. I will be a loyal fan of Brother Heng from now on. I will not get along with anyone who slanders my brother Heng. The reward this time is very good, a full 2,000 energy points, which is a huge sum of money. Wang Heng is struggling whether to use it to buy land or unlock plants. However, as the area of his home expanded, Wang Heng soon discovered a problem. During the initial test, the attack distance of the Peashooter was 10 meters. As Wang Heng's home expanded, the distance between the last row of Peashooters and the first row was close to 10 meters, which made the Peashooters in the back useless. Oh, maybe upgrading the system can solve this problem. Dave heard what Wang Heng was thinking and stood up. Hearing Dave's words, Wang Heng looked at Dave with some surprise. He didn't expect that upgrading the system would have such benefits. Wang Heng was just worrying about what to buy with the energy points. Now Wang Heng has made a decision to save them and use them to upgrade the system. Looking at the zombies walking out of the playground behind, Wang Heng noticed that these zombies showed signs of being pulled apart. Wang Heng suddenly became anxious. If these zombies were pulled apart, they would start wandering aimlessly or standing still and causing trouble. Wang Heng controlled an iron barrel zombie to walk to his side, and then hit the iron barrel zombie's head hard with dang dang dang. The zombies, who originally had no purpose, were attracted by the noise and began to gather again. I feel so miserable for this barrel zombie. +1. There will be more zombies in the next batch. Wang Heng took a look at the sky and estimated that he could only eat this batch of zombies before dark. Too careless. Wang Heng originally thought that he could kill all the tens of thousands of zombies on the playground today. This battle completely shattered Wang Heng's dream of destroying the zombies on the playground in one day. Dragging Wang Heng into the quagmire of the zombie war was impossible. As the area of Wang Heng's home increases, the balance of war will gradually tilt towards Wang Heng. Take the current situation for example. Wang Heng already has nearly twice as many plants as when he first arrived at the playground. Wang Heng now owns 108 grids of land. After eating nearly 5,000 zombies today, the area of Wang Heng's home will double. By then, Wang Heng's speed in killing zombies will undergo a qualitative change. While he was thinking, the zombies had already entered the range of the Peashooter. Chapter 61. The zombies entered the shooting range of the Peashooters in the front row. Due to the shooting range, the Peashooters in the back row could only wait until the zombies came within 1 meter of their home before they could attack. So they can only blink their eyes and shake their heads as they watch other plants attack them. Since there are no buildings on both sides of the campus road where Wang Heng's position is located, the zombies can bypass the side of Wang Heng's home position. So Wang Heng must always keep an eye on the zombies on both sides and evacuate before the zombies on both sides gather together. In order to slow down the spread of zombies on both wings, Wang Heng used the old method to send zombies to intercept them. The zombies in front advanced little by little under the firepower of 5 rows of pea plants. However, Wang Heng observed something strange, that is, many zombies died in stampedes, because the bodies of the killed zombies would not disappear, but fell to the ground and became a small obstacle. This caused many zombies to be tripped and then trampled to death by the zombies moving forward from behind. This resulted in a lot of Wang Heng's energy and experience being wasted. But Wang Heng had no other options in this situation. He couldn't just use a loudspeaker to tell the zombies to line up, all of you, come one by one. Brother Heng, do you need help? Li Feng came over. Wang Heng glanced at him and said, what can I do for you? How about I plant you in the soil and grow a zombie? Li Feng smiled awkwardly when he heard Wang Heng's words. Okay, go to the back and prepare to run away. We can't stay in this position for long. You can't help us now, but there will always be a time for you to help us in the future. Wang Heng pointed to the back. Although Wang Heng's army does not seem to need manpower in the early stages, the presence of humans becomes very useful later on. Okay, Brother Heng. Li Feng was cheered up when he heard Wang Heng's words. It seemed that he and others were not as useless as he had imagined. Li Feng turned around and ran to the back. But he found that Wang Gang glanced at him strangely. What's going on, Xiao Gang, what are you looking at? Li Feng rolled up his torn sleeves. Crazy man, let Brother Heng tell you. I've told you that Brother Heng will definitely have arrangements. Wang Gang saw Li Feng's embarrassed smile, and of course he had to say something back to him as brothers. Unexpectedly, this time Li Feng did not fight back. Instead, he just said, what do you know, and started stretching and rubbing his legs. The zombies on the front line have advanced to the potato mines. Suddenly a series of explosions sounded. However, the explosion effect this time was average, because the explosion range of the potato mine was limited and could only reach a range of about 1.5 blocks. However, the explosion of a row of potato mines still caused the zombies to lose a lot of vanguards. The zombies have entered the home area and are also within the shooting range of all the pea shooters and ice shooters. There is another row of potato mines in the front grid, but with such a short distance of 1 meter, if the zombies want to advance, they will have to pay the price of dozens of zombies. Just when they finally moved forward 1 space, another row of potato mines exploded. However, the sound of the explosion also attracted all the zombies that were originally wandering around loosely. Let the big-mouthed flower eat another row and then run away. We shouldn't stay here for long. Wang Heng looked around and saw that there were quite a few zombies on both wings. The zombies could only delay us for a short while. The main reason was that Wang Heng's level was too low now, only level 7, and there were only 70 zombies. He could not stop the zombies on both sides at all and could only slightly slow down their pace. Rows of zombies finally reached the third nut wall of Wang Heng's home camp. The big-mouthed flower behind them was ready to move. It licked its sharp teeth with its bright red tongue, then poked its head out and said, "Time to eat." Wait! Wang Heng stopped these big-mouthed people. The big-mouth flower froze stiffly and then shrank back. "What's wrong, master?" Wang Heng stopped big-mouth flower because there were not many zombies gathered in front of the row of nut walls, and their positions were not dense enough, so it would be a waste to bite them now. A few seconds later, when the zombies were already stuck together and squeezed like sardines in a can in front of the nut wall, Wang Heng gave the order, "Eat it, big-mouth flower." "Okay, here they come." After receiving Wang Heng's order, a row of big-mouth flowers ate the zombies in front of a row of nut walls in an orderly manner and at the same time. When each big-mouthed flower was retracted, its mouth was filled with zombies. "I understand. Master, this is to make me eat more. I feel like I'm going to grow a brain." Big Mouth Flower communicated with Wang Heng while chewing. "You really have a big mouth." Wang Heng was speechless. The chatterbox Hua deserves the title. The nut wall planted in the third grid has all cracked and can't withstand the next wave of zombies' attack. Wang Heng dropped a cherry bomb and killed the last zombie before running away. He didn't even have time to pick up the zombie's body. "The wind is blowing hard," Wang Heng shouted to the 6 people watching the battle behind. Li Feng, who was stretching and rubbing his legs, immediately got on his horse and rushed out with amazing reaction when he heard Wang Heng's words. Wang Heng's words made Li Feng understand that their role now was to try not to hold Wang Heng back, and to run when they should and not show off. "Oh my god, you're crazy!" Wang Gang was shocked and hurriedly followed him. The 5 people followed Li Feng, who rushed out with a confused look on their faces. Wang Heng was the fastest and quickly surpassed Li Feng. "Good boy, you have capability," Wang Heng gave Li Feng a thumbs up. It seemed that Li Feng understood what Wang Heng meant. These people should stop dragging him down. Hee, Li Feng smiled, revealing his big yellow teeth that hadn't been brushed for more than a month. Praise from Brother Heng. This wave of sniping killed 600 or 700 zombies. If it continued at this rate, 7 more times would almost kill all the 5,000 zombies overflowing from the playground. At that time, energy points can not only be used to upgrade the system but also to purchase plants or other things. Wang Heng couldn't wait to know what functions would be available after the system upgrade. The agricultural university is indeed large. The playground is in a corner of the university, and a road extends from the playground, providing Wang Heng with sufficient strategic depth. Allow Wang Heng to pull these zombies. If we can avoid taking back our homeland, we can just run away with it. Wang Heng sighed. The home must be folded up when running. Wang Heng thought that if it was not necessary to fold it up, it would be like a tractor. Wang Heng would run in front, and the home could be hung on the back as the tractor's cargo box, and then the Peashooter could kite these zombies. These zombies kept chasing Wang Heng like a donkey with a carrot hanging on its head. As he ran, he found that all his teammates were dead. Unfortunately, this is just Wang Heng's beautiful fantasy. Before the sun set and the sky filled with sunset glow, Wang Heng finally killed all the zombies that overflowed from the playground. Even with Wang Heng's physical strength, he couldn't help but bend over, support his legs, and breathe heavily. As for Yang Chao and others who had even weaker physical strength, they were thrown into Wang Heng's home during the 6th strategic retreat and were taken with him to run. The novel experience of being taken in by the family also made Yang Chao, Li Feng, and others exclaim wow. As for Tang Long, he drove all the way to the wall at the end of the road, leaving only a dozen or so zombie corpses on the road. Chapter 62. King Heng of Zhuzhou is the first to reach level 8, and is awarded 2 attribute points and 1 skill fruit. King Heng of Zhuzhou has reached level 8 first, so he is rewarding the citizens of Zhuzhou with a 7-day unlimited live streaming carnival card. Rules: you can only watch the live broadcast at home. From now on, you can watch the live broadcast as much as you want within 7 days. You will not die suddenly, and you don't have to go to work. The power of rules will replace you in performing your respective duties, such as studying and working, except for eating, drinking, defecating, and urinating. Capitalists cannot use this as an excuse to deduct 7 days' wages, otherwise they will be punished by death. Please start your carnival. This is the National Destiny game reward when Wang Heng's level is upgraded to level 8. With these attribute points, Wang Heng's attributes were finally balanced again, all at 22. However, this time the national rewards are very buggy. Carnival, so cool. Oh yeah, no need to work 996 for a week-long holiday, start watching live broadcasts 007. Brother Heng, I want to change my S*X and give birth to a baby for you. You are not a transgender, you are a mutant. This is not fair, we also want a holiday. United States. We will apply to the alliance to have Wang Heng belong to our country. Kimchi country. This time, we gained a lot of benefits from killing the zombies, such as the so-called cozy cabin. Wang Heng couldn't wait to unfold it to his home. The cozy cabin was inside the backpack. Wang Heng took a look and saw that it said the cozy cabin covered an area of 30 square meters. Wang Heng roughly estimated that it was about the size of a room. Wang Heng cleared some Peashooters, revealing a 5x6 open space. Tang Long and his 7 companions also noticed Wang Heng's actions. The netizens who were excited in the live broadcast room also quieted down, as they all wanted to see what the cozy cabin looked like. Show yourself, baby. Wang Heng placed the cabin. A building with a 4-meter-high brown wooden exterior wall. Wang Heng really didn't want to say that this thing was a cabin. It was clearly a matchbox. Your cabin has a flat roof. And it has no windows. The key point is, where is the door? Where is the door? Wang Heng turned around and found that there were no windows or doors, only a doorway that was 1 meter wide and 2 meters high. Ah, it's really cozy. Living in Timo's house is like lying down and dying, how can it not be cozy? Wang Heng cursed as he looked at the cabin in front of him. Tang Long and the others were also stunned. Is this the house where Brother Heng lives? Are you sure it's not a coffin? With the tombstones of the zombies behind it, it really feels like a cemetery. This. Yang Shui looked at the matchbox on the screen. This wooden house can actually be lived in after some renovation. Ha! Brother Hu smiled awkwardly. Even with Brother Hu's temper, he wanted to complain a few words about the room. Li Bing remained silent with a grim look on his face, but he seemed to be trying not to laugh. 666 warm matchbox. A cozy little cemetery. Haha, look at Brother Heng's expression, he's a master at changing his face. Netizens were also happy to see the so-called cozy cabin. It was detected that a player insulted the National Destiny game, and Wang Heng was punished by reducing his energy points. 20 more deductions. Let me get 20 scoldings in advance. If you do this again, I will deduct all your current energy points. Thank you for the cozy cabin, brother. You go about your business. Everyone watched Wang Heng's expression changing constantly and dared not breathe. Wang Heng ended this face-changing performance with a flattering look on his face. Looking at the small wooden house in front of him, Wang Heng put it into his backpack. It was not bad enough to leave it there. Fortunately, this thing could be taken back, otherwise Wang Heng would have been unable to resist smashing it. Dave, the upgrade system won't be so deceptive, right? Wang Heng spoke to Dave with a gloomy face. No, no, no. I always get what I pay for. Besides, we are one family. How could I cheat you? Dave's figure emerged. That's good. Take the 4,000 energy points. I want to upgrade the system. Wang Heng said. I hope upgrading the system can give me some surprises to wash away the bad luck. Wang Heng's energy points were reduced by 4,000, and he still had 2,500. There was an extra taco in Dave's hand, which he ate in 3 or 2 bites. Burp. Dave burped. Alright. Okay, take a look at it yourself. Don't be too happy and go crazy, Verwaru. Dave's dazed look disappeared. Wang Heng first turned around and looked at Tang Long and others, because Wang Heng remembered that he could see the loyalty after upgrading. Sure enough, in Wang Heng's eyes, loyalty appeared above the heads of Tang Long and the other 7. What surprised Wang Heng was that the person with the highest loyalty among them was Li Feng, which was 87, fanaticism, but what is this fanaticism? Wang Heng shuddered as he looked at Li Feng. It couldn't be a man on top of another man. Dave's figure appeared and answered Wang Heng's doubts. Negative numbers mean mortal enemies, below 30 means hostility, between 30 and 60 means neutrality, above 60 means dependent loyalty, above 70 means awe/reverence loyalty, 80 means fanatical loyalty, and the loyalty attribute is difficult to reduce, above 90 means absolute loyalty, and the loyalty attribute will never reduce, and 100 means die-hard loyalty. Dave muttered a few words. This was the first time Wang Heng heard Dave speak so many words in one breath without any strange language like Weibabob in between. Wang Heng also understood the loyalty levels. Let's look back at the loyalty of Wang Heng's current subordinates. The first two people I met, Yang Chao and Yang Mir, had loyalty levels of 81 and 85 respectively. Tang Long came next with a score of 80, followed by Wang Gang with a score of 83 and Xie Jun with a score of 82. What surprised Wang Heng was that Yang Ziyu, who looked like she had autism and was not talkative, was second only to Li Feng in loyalty, with a score of 86. This made Wang Heng look a little strange. Even though his brother was handsome, she wouldn't like him after just a few words. Besides, Wang Heng and these people were not from the same world. Wang Heng just hoped that Yang Ziyu could see clearly sooner. Crazy, why do I feel that the way Brother Heng looks at us is a little strange, as if he had stripped us naked and was looking at us. Wang Gang noticed Wang Heng's eyes. What are you afraid of? Are you afraid that Brother Heng has some idea about you? Besides, if it weren't for Brother Heng, we would be dogs and lackeys now, or we would be reincarnated. Hey, I didn't say anything, you BD. Wang Gang cursed. Yang Chao, Yang Mir, and Tang Long have become accustomed to Wang Heng's condition. Yang Ziyu was a little uncomfortable, gritted her teeth and lowered her head. Wang Heng withdrew his gaze from these people and then glanced at the plants in his home. They all have 100 loyalty, as do the zombies that crawl out of the graveyard. This is my capital. Wang Heng opened his arms and made a hugging gesture, as if he was hugging these plants. Then Wang Heng looked at an additional option that appeared after the system upgrade, power. Didn't it say that a faction can only be unlocked after there are 10 people? It seems that the system is still above the National Destiny game. Wang Heng opened the faction. Eternal Home. Power level, LV1. Number of forces, 8/100. Faction members, Li Feng, Yang Chao, Tang Long. Faction level bonus. The rewards obtained from killing by faction members will be directly fed back to the faction leader. Finally, Wang Heng sighed when he saw the information from the force. These people will finally reward Wang Heng for killing the zombies, which will also reduce the waste of some energy points. Chapter 63. Finally, there is the plant panel. Wang Heng asked questions about the range of plants. Dave said that the problem could be solved by upgrading the system. Wang Heng opened the plant panel. Just click on a plant with long-range attack, the Peashooter. There is a new range column in the Peashooter profile. Range. When the system is upgraded, the plants will be fed back and their range will be increased. The range of all plants is the host's current level times 6. Dig it out, it's a big improvement. Wang Heng was delighted when he saw the plant's range. This improvement was indeed huge. Then Wang Heng opened the introduction of the Ice Shooter. The range was the same as that of the Peashooter, which was level times 6. This means that the plant's range is now 48 meters, comparable to some ordinary bows and arrows. Okay. Wang Heng closed the profile of the Ice Shooter with satisfaction. The last is the home. Wang Heng has not seen it since the level of his home was upgraded to level 2. Now home no longer just means the placement of a home, but has become a place to display home information. The home of contestant Wang Heng. Level, LV2. Home area, 108 square meters. Home level benefits. The energy points consumed when purchasing items in the building are reduced by 5%, and the terrain requirements for home expansion are reduced. Homes can be placed as long as there is no terrain difference of more than 1 meter within the range, and the terrain error does not include creatures, plants, and low buildings. In general, I don't know whether it is due to the system upgrade or the home upgrade, the conditions for deploying the home have been lowered. Before, Wang Heng had to move the 2 chairs to deploy the home in the subway station, but now he doesn't need to. As for the zombies, Wang Heng could originally deploy the home under the feet of the zombies, but not under the feet of players from other countries, otherwise Wang Heng would have deployed the home under the feet of the small life players. Now Wang Heng estimated that this was possible. Thinking of the expressions of the players from other countries who suddenly found themselves in the enemy camp, Wang Heng felt happy, but he still needed to try it out specifically. Moreover, Wang Heng felt that the probability of encountering players from other countries was not high. After all, the world is so big and full of zombies. As for another benefit of the home, the energy points required to purchase the building are reduced by 5%. This is not a lot, but it is estimated that there is growth potential and it can save a lot of energy points, which is not bad. Next is the use of 2,500 energy points and a skill fruit. For these 2 things, Wang Heng plans to use 2,000 energy points to unlock the dual shooters. Then use the skill fruit to unlock zombies. Because the conditions for unlocking zombies are somewhat harsh, requiring energy points or key items and the most important corpses. Mainly because Wang Heng encountered too few people who could be killed in a natural way, and Wang Heng's heart did not allow him to kill people wantonly just to obtain zombies. Wang Heng unlocked the dual shooter and then checked its panel to see if there was anything different. Double shooter. Price, 200 suns. Range, 48 meters. Cooldown time, 10 seconds. I can shoot 2 Ps at the same time and hit the enemy faster. The dual shooter said this. It never cared about other people's opinions, whether they were plants or zombies, except for Wang Heng and its idol who had not yet appeared. It seems that the dual shooter is still the same. Wang Heng closed the dual shooter's information. I thought it would be a surprise like the big mouth flower, but it's not bad. The next plant after the dual shooters is the mushroom. Wang Heng is looking forward to the charm shroom and the destruction shroom, but what puzzles Wang Heng is that the little puff shroom is obviously very weak, but it still requires 1000 energy to unlock it. Although compared with the previously increasing energy, the energy required to unlock the little puff shroom is very little. This setting destined Wang Heng to become a big energy consumer. This was probably the price of the Legion flow. Killing zombies was easy, but the cost was also frighteningly high. Then Wang Heng used the skill fruit to unlock the pole vaulting zombie. There is really no other way. In Wang Heng's impression, the pole vaulting zombie is quite weak. Another tombstone appeared next to the 6 tombstones that were closely spaced in Wang Heng's home. Pole vault zombie's tombstone. But since it cannot be changed, just accept it silently. Wang Heng opened the pole vaulting zombie's information panel and silently told himself that there must be a surprise. Pole vault zombie. Price, 125 suns. Cooldown time, 10 seconds. Pole vaulting zombies can jump high and jump over any wall below 10 meters, except high nuts. A zombie is eager to run faster and become extraordinary. It will lead the zombies around it. When the pole vaulting zombie runs, the speed of the zombies behind it will increase by 10% when they move towards the pole vaulting zombie. It cannot be stacked and only one pole vaulting zombie will take effect. After seeing the introduction of the pole vaulting zombie, Wang Heng immediately thought of the role of the pole vaulting zombie, which is to break through the human defense line. The 10% movement speed bonus brought by pole vaulting and the ability to climb over obstacles under 10 meters make it most suitable for breaking into gathering places of survivors, but not suitable for dealing with zombies. Because the fights between zombies are often the most primitive face-to-face fights, numbers, physical strength and attack power are the most important, while speed seems a bit useless. At present, Wang Heng still has little use for the pole vaulting zombie. At most, he can summon one to speed up his journey. Most of the time, we still have to rely on barrel zombies. Wang Heng stored the remaining 500 energy points. He wanted to save up 600 energy points to buy 12 blocks of land at the same time. After Wang Heng came out of his daze, he saw that Tang Long and the others had almost rested. Looking again, it was getting dark. Let me collect the bodies on the road, then we'll go to the supermarket to eat. Wang Heng said to Tang Long and others. Since the loyalty level was established, Wang Heng has been liking these people more and more. Basically, these people will become part of his important human team without any unexpected events, because it is difficult to lower the loyalty level of 80. Chapter 64. Starting tomorrow, we will train to kill zombies. Only by killing zombies can we get food. Yamamoto Sunjiroku inserted the blood-stained knife into the scabbard. The weapons in the novice gift package are indeed top-notch. There is no need to wipe the blood stains on them, and they will still be as good as new when you pull them out of the scabbard next time. 3 students who failed to complete the task of killing zombies were dragged into the toilet by Yamamoto Sunjiroku and killed. The smell of feces in the toilet could effectively cover up the smell of blood. In addition, there are students who were scratched and mutated by zombies during the process of killing zombies. There are now 30 people in the entire restaurant, including Yamamoto Sunjiroku. Each of the 30 men held a samurai sword in his hand, but it was obviously not as good as the one in Yamamoto Sunjiroku's hand. Yamamoto Sunjiroku felt a little distressed about spending more than 100 energy points, although these energy points were fed back to him by students when they killed zombies. The development of power always requires initial investment, Yamamoto Sunjiroku said to himself. Now that these students have weapons, he can use them to fight and support the war. Wang Heng gained a lot of energy points after collecting all the zombie corpses along the way. Adding the remaining energy points from the last consumption, Wang Heng's energy points once again broke through the 1000 mark and reached 1200 points. Let's go to the supermarket. It was almost dark. Although Wang Heng was no longer worried that the zombies in the agricultural university would threaten him, the night was the world of cats. No one knows where the mutant orange cat is hiding. Wang Heng put away his home and let the 10 summoned barrel zombies surround the few people and move forward. These barrel zombies are like security guards. As Wang Heng walked, he opened the plant panel and prepared to spend money. He felt uncomfortable not spending the 1200 energy points in his hand. Originally, Wang Heng planned to use 1200 energy points to buy 24 squares of land, but Wang Heng suddenly remembered something. To be precise, it is a plant, the giant puffball. The reason why I think of the giant puffball is because the attack of the giant puffball has a penetrating effect. And the most buggy point is that the penetration effect of the giant puff mushroom will not have any damage attenuation. This is terrifying. Let's take a look at the zombies' advantages, which is that they have a large number of people and are densely packed, a typical human wave tactic. But if Wang Heng had a big mushroom that could have a penetrating attack effect, then he would be able to kill as many ordinary zombies as possible. Awesome, why did I think of it just now? Wang Heng's eyes became fiery. Wang Heng estimated that a row of large puffballs would be enough to prevent the zombies from advancing an inch. So Wang Heng used these energy points to unlock the small mushroom without hesitation. After unlocking the small puff mushroom, you are only one sun mushroom away from the big puff mushroom. Wang Heng opened the plant panel of the small mushroom, wanting to see if there was anything different about this mushroom. Little puff mushroom. Range, 24 meters. Cooldown time, 2 seconds. Price, 0 sun. The range of the little puff mushroom is relatively short, but it is cheap and fast. Maybe tomorrow the little puff mushroom will see the zombies in the legendary fairy tale, but it is not afraid, just like it is not afraid of other zombies and mushrooms. It thinks this will open its eyes. What the hell, it cools down so quickly. Wang Heng was stunned. However, this cooling time was useless. Its only use was probably to be cannon fodder. However, by that time, the zombie army will definitely be approaching and even the nut wall will not be able to hold up. However, with Wang Heng's intelligence, he will definitely pack up his home and escape before that. In general, it can be summed up in 2 words, chicken ribs, tasteless to eat but a pity to throw away. Wang Heng closed the panel and found that he had unknowingly walked to the entrance of the supermarket. The others were looking at him in a daze. You go in and cook first. Call me when it's ready. Wang Heng waved his hand. Why were they all just looking at him? Seeing that Wang Heng had finished his trance, several people responded to Wang Heng's words and returned to the supermarket. Wang Heng still has things to do outside. Now that Wang Heng already has a dual shooter, it is natural for him to upgrade the weapons at home. Wang Heng unfolded his home at the entrance of the supermarket. Master Yinner, love will disappear, right? The Peashooter blinked and looked at Wang Heng. Wang Heng held the shovel. Love doesn't disappear, it just moves. Remove the Peashooters one by one and plant the double shooters. A plant that looks almost exactly like the Peashooter appears, except for the aho hair on the back of its head. The Peashooter has only one ahog, leaf, but the double shooter has several. The double shooter's eyes also look sharper than the Peashooter's. Hi, master. I'm out. The double shooter shook his body to greet Wang Heng. It's good that you're out. This sentence sounded familiar. Wang Heng was speechless and continued to do his own thing. Wow, is this the double shooter? It looks so cool. He looks similar to the Peashooter, a twin brother. They are almost the same, the only difference is the number of peas fired. Netizens have been discussing the newly appeared plant. At the same time, it also continues to summon barrel zombies from the tombstone. It was dark, and the night without lights was quite spooky. Coupled with the numerous grave mounds and tombstones in Wang Heng's home, people who didn't know the situation would be scared to death. Whoosh! Under the cover of darkness, an extremely fast figure quickly pounced towards Wang Heng. Damn, we're waiting for you. Wang Heng clenched the shovel in his hand, and the eyes of the rows of double shooters lit up. It's my turn to perform. The double shooter puffed up his cheeks and spit out 2 peas instantly. The overwhelming peas accurately covered the black shadow. At the same time, Wang Heng also predicted and placed a cherry bomb on its root. Meow. The black shadow made a cat's sound. It was the orange cat that appeared at the entrance of the supermarket during the day. Wang Heng asked everyone to go into the supermarket to cook just to attract the orange cat out. Wang Heng felt really uncomfortable letting a mutant beast that was eyeing him covetously live. The orange cat dodged through rows of peas. This was one of the shortcomings of Wang Heng's plants. The attack trajectory was single and it could be dodged both up and down. It was okay for dealing with dull zombies, but it was a bit weak for dealing with fast mutant orange cats. Then he bypassed the zombie's attack and headed straight for Wang Heng. Just as the orange cat rushed forward, a red thing suddenly swelled in front of his eyes. Bump! Aomio! A sharp cat cry was heard. The orange cat was obviously hit by the sudden appearance of the cherry bomb. However, it was dark at night and Wang Heng could hardly see the injuries of the orange cat. The orange cat was very angry. Even before it mutated, few people dared to touch it. Everyone who saw it would feed it well. After the mutation, many of those who had fed it became its food, and no one could hurt it. Chapter 65. But now, it was actually injured here, with a wound blown open in its abdomen. The pain made it feel angry, and there was a hint of uneasiness in its anger. At the same time, its speed was also affected by the wound, and its steps staggered slightly. It was hit by an ice blue pea on the cat's tail, which it couldn't dodge in time. However, what puzzled the mutant orange cat was that it did not feel any pain when the ice blue pea hit its tail, but the next second the mutant orange cat realized that something was wrong. Because it suddenly felt freezing cold, its body changed from an orange cat to a blue cat. The whole body is ice blue. The movement speed is slowed down, making it impossible for the orange cat to dodge the incoming peas. A shower of pea drops hit the orange cat one after another. The orange cat wanted to retreat but suddenly found a plant in front of him. A purple plant with a bloody mouth. The next second, the bloody mouth suddenly covered the orange cat, and then the orange cat was swallowed into its stomach. Wow, it's delicious! Big Mouth Flower chewed the orange cat in big mouthfuls, with the cat's tail sticking out. EXP times 60. Energy plus 60. Sunlight plus 300. Wang Heng breathed a sigh of relief only after he confirmed that the orange cat was eaten by the big-mouthed flower. This worry was finally solved by Wang Heng. However, Wang Heng estimated that if the orange cat was in full health, the big-mouthed flower would not be able to eat it. Thanks to the cherry bomb, double shooter, and ice shooter that severely injured the orange cat, the big-mouth flower was able to eat it in one bite. Just like Thanos can't eat gargantuan. However, what surprised Wang Heng was that there was no reward for killing mutant creatures. It was a reward from the National Destiny game. After all, Wang Heng estimated that it would be very difficult for anyone else to kill mutant creatures except him. Judging from the energy points given by killing the mutant orange cat, the mutant orange cat's strength should be between the speed level 2 zombie and the speed level 3 zombie. Hey, what's that thing that makes my teeth hurt? Just when Wang Heng was thinking, Big Mouth Flower suddenly conveyed a message to Wang Heng. Is there anything that the Big Mouth Flower can't digest? Wang Heng was stunned. After all, once a giant flower eats a creature, it will digest it no matter how hard the object is. But now the giant flower said that something was biting its teeth and it was hurting. Spit it out and let me see. Wang Heng told Big Mouth Flower. Yes. The big-mouthed flower stretched out its stem and spit out a yellow, shiny thing at Wang Heng's feet. What is this? Wang Heng looked at the thing on the lawn that looked like a cat stone, but was a little bigger and brighter, and was a little confused. Magic Beast Crystal Core? Demon Pill? Wang Heng guessed. Maybe the Zombie Research Institute could use it. Dave's figure emerged. That's what Dave says every time he sees something good. What is this? Wang Heng didn't want to be fooled. Although I gave it to Dave, I will definitely use it on myself in the end. But Wang Heng still wanted to know the specific function of this thing. It contains the secret of the virus and pure energy that can be used to enhance your zombies. Dave said. After hearing this, Wang Heng understood. This was probably something for upgrading skills. Wang Heng's skills were plants and zombies, but the mutant orange cat was a living thing, so it probably couldn't be used to upgrade plants. Other players who had this thing probably had to use it themselves. It seems like I need to find more mutant creatures to kill in the future. Wang Heng thought. Because with the current strength of zombies and plants, it will become more and more difficult to face the endless high-level zombies and high-level mutant beasts in the future. Especially the rigidity of plants. The automatic aiming cattail or the mass-destructive destruction mushroom may be better, but other plants are a bit powerless when facing fast-moving mutant zombies or mutant creatures. In fact, when Dave said that it could be used to upgrade zombies, Wang Heng immediately thought of a special zombie, the newspaper-reading zombie. In the ordinary Plants vs. Zombies, the newspaper-reading zombie can be considered a weakling, but it is different in another version. After the newspaper was shredded, the seal was unlocked and the hunting time began. The newspaper-reading zombie immediately turned into a corpse-shaped plant-pushing machine. Not only did it cause high damage, but it was also fatal. It could be said that no plant grew wherever it went. Brother Heng, the meal is ready. A voice interrupted Wang Heng's fantasy. At the same time, a beam of light shone out and illuminated the ground under Wang Heng's feet. Okay, got it. Wang Heng put away the furniture, except for the first 2 rows which were empty. Wang Heng has planted a row of ice shooters, a row of nut walls, a row of big-mouthed flowers, and 4 rows of double shooters. The zombies have also been replenished. 79 iron barrel zombies and 1 flag zombie are on standby. Then he walked quickly towards the supermarket entrance. During the walk, Yang Zio kept shining the flashlight in front of Wang Heng's footsteps. Wang Heng ignored this and came to Yang Zio's side. Let's go in. Yeah. Yang Zio nodded. Come, Captain, try the 8 treasure porridge I cooked. Tang Long handed over a bowl filled with porridge. There is rice specially used for making 8 treasure porridge in the supermarket, which is simply a blessing for lazy people. Oh, I was wondering why it takes so long to cook. Turns out you're making porridge. Wang Heng took the bowl from Tang Long with a smile. Haha, it's still cooked for too short a time. It would taste better if it were cooked longer. Tang Long said with a smile. Okay, drink up, everyone. Why are you just standing there? Drink enough and you'll have energy to exercise. Wang Heng held the bowl and looked at the others. Everyone looked at Wang Heng, and the meal was ready. Only after hearing Wang Heng's words did these people pick up their bowls. By the way, does your agricultural university have a mushroom garden? Wang Heng held the bowl and looked at Xiejun and others from the agricultural university. This. Xiejun looked at Li Feng and others. I'm not sure either. Do you know? I don't know either. I just know that there are many beautiful girls in the external college. Li Feng scratched his head. I only knew that the seniors' graduation project had a breeding major because it was posted on the confession wall. Wang Gang and Yang Ziyu also shook their heads. All right. Wang Heng originally wanted to find some mushrooms to see if he could get lucky and unlock some mushroom plants. It seems better to forget it now. Tomorrow, we will continue to clear the zombies in the playground. Wang Heng began to tell the plan for tomorrow. Wang Heng estimated that only half of the original zombies on the playground were left. After killing these zombies, Wang Heng felt that he had almost unlocked all the mushrooms in the plants. Then I'll go to other places in the agricultural university and clean up the entire university, and find some rugby uniforms, newspapers, iron mesh door drags and so on. Moreover, Wang Heng felt that it was impossible for Xiejun and his men to survive at the agricultural university. Wang Heng still has a few staff members now. Chapter 66. After eating and drinking, Wang Heng took a few people back to the dormitory to rest. A busy day has come to an end. The three commentators in the Kuyun Game live broadcast room also gave speeches before leaving get off work. After the three of them left, Mr. Ma, still the one with the flat head, glasses, and a suit, walked in. Although there is a 7-day unlimited live broadcast viewing card, there is nothing to watch at night, so most people still go to bed. Only some stupid netizens are left. It's so hard to stay up all night without dying suddenly, only dogs sleep. I will endure till the end of time. That's right. You can keep going while you fight. You won't die anyway. At midnight that night, the national game broadcast sounded on time. The national destiny game ended on the second day. The ranking list for the day is being calculated. The number 1 player is Wang Heng from Kyushu. Reward Kyushu Wang Heng 200 energy points and 2 attribute points. Reward the citizens of Kyushu with an additional 2 days of life expectancy. The last placed national player is Oslo from Gabon. The penalty is a 5% reduction in experience energy gains and a 10% reduction in all income of the people in the area. The announcement of the National Destiny game woke up Wang Heng, who was snoring. It's always broadcast in the middle of the night. Wang Heng was speechless as he was sleeping soundly at 12 o'clock. But this time Wang Heng didn't dare to complain too much. What if his energy points were deducted? Where would Wang Heng go to cry? Wow, 2 days, what can you do in 2 days? Come on, be content. Others don't have even a day. The penalty for being the last one this time is a bit low. What's the point of reducing income by 10%? It has little impact on my monthly salary of 2,000 yuan. How could that be? It's everyone in the region who got the most. Your boss got less. Your salary might be only 1,000. Isn't it scary to lose 10% of your income? The scariest thing in the world is being poor. Time passed by minute as netizens discussed. Wang Heng suddenly sat up from the bed. FK, I had a nightmare. I was scared to death. Wang Heng was so scared that he actually dreamed of being chased and kissed by 5 women. Wake up quickly. I looked outside and saw that it was already dawn. It's another beautiful day. Wang Heng put on the glasses on the table. In fact, Wang Heng's myopia has improved significantly. But he couldn't get used to taking off his glasses for a while, so Wang Heng kept them on for him. When they walked outside, Tang Long and the other 7 had already gotten up early and were waiting in the dormitory lobby. Team leader. Brother Heng. Seeing Wang Heng coming, the 7 of them shouted in unison. Wang Heng nodded and said, let's go. Then he led a few people towards the playground. This must be the supermarket of your school. Yamamoto Sunjiroku said, pointing to a storefront in front. There was a sign saying good and more hanging on it. The people following Yamamoto Sunjiroku nodded in unison. There was a fiery look in their eyes. Although this supermarket was not too big, there was enough food inside. Just thinking about those delicious snacks like ham made them feel like drooling. However, after seeing a figure at the supermarket door, the fire in everyone's eyes was extinguished as if by a basin of cold water. But what kind of zombie is this? Yamamoto Sunjiroku stared at a tall figure at the entrance of the supermarket. If Wang Heng were here, he would definitely recognize this zombie at a glance. It is a power type 2 zombie. No one answered Yamamoto Sunjiroku, and no one else knew what this zombie was. I just feel that this thing is like a giant. Or... Qin Shaoren swallowed his saliva. Ever since his pistol was taken away, he became Yamamoto Sanjiroku's loyal lackey. The devil-like figure in front of him made Qin Shaoren feel uneasy. Yamamoto Sanjiroku frowned and looked at Qin Shaoren. Qin Shaoren's forehead was covered with cold sweat when he saw this, and he quickly said, "It's okay, it's okay." After seeing Qin Shaoren's appearance, Yamamoto Sanjiroku turned around and continued to observe the zombies standing at the entrance of the supermarket. It seems that no matter where it is, wherever there is a supply point, there will definitely be a boss guarding it. The same is true for the mutated orange cat that Wang Heng encountered and the power type 2 zombie that Yamamoto Sanjiroku encountered. Yamamoto Sanjiroku estimated that this was the so-called type 2 zombie. It was because King Heng of Kyushu killed this zombie that the reward announcement of the National Destiny game was triggered. Thinking of this, Yamamoto Sanjiroku clenched the samurai sword in his hand. Since Wang Heng can kill them, why can't I? Yamamoto Sanjiroku's eyes flashed with fighting spirit. Wang Heng had those strange zombies and plants, but Yamamoto Sanjiroku also had more than 20 people and sharp samurai swords, and Yamamoto Sanjiroku had more than just samurai swords. And a gun. The gun is still very powerful. Thinking of this, Yamamoto Sanjiroku made up his mind, and then pointed at the power type 2 zombie over there and said, "Everyone, do you see the zombie in front?" The others nodded when they heard what Yamamoto Sanjiroku said. Nonsense, they were not blind, how could they not see a zombie that was over 2 meters tall? When Qin Shaoren saw this scene, he thought to himself that this little GZ was crazy. Isn't he leading people to die? This can't be called arrogance, that's called sand coin. However, Qin Shaoren didn't dare to say anything, nor did he dare to run away. Yamamoto Sanjiroku not only had a sharp samurai sword, but also a gun. Qin Shaoren didn't think he could outrun a bullet. I just hope that Yamamoto Sanjiroku can really deal with this zombie by then. Okay, this zombie is our target today. Yamamoto Sanjiroku said. If we kill it, we will have an endless amount of food, a whole supermarket of food will be ours. After hearing what Yamamoto Sanjiroku said, the fear in the eyes of the people below was slightly suppressed, but the oppressive feeling of the power type 2 zombies still made them feel a little breathless. Yamamoto Sanjiroku's voice was not small. The power type 2 zombie at the supermarket entrance was in a daze when he suddenly heard a noise. He turned his head and sniffed, then became excited as if he had discovered something. After taking 2 steps forward, the sound became louder. Although it was a bit noisy, it meant that delicious food was appearing. The power type 2 zombie excitedly walked towards the place where the sound came from. Yamamoto Sanjiroku didn't know that his motivational speech was heard by the power type 2 zombie. I only saw that the eyes of these students suddenly became terrified. Waste, Yamamoto Sanjiroku cursed in his heart, what a weakling. Anyone who dares to take a step back will end up dead. Yamamoto Sanjiroku's voice sounded with murderous intent. But he saw a person pointing a trembling finger behind him. Chapter 67. What? Yamamoto Sanjiroku turned his head and looked behind him. It's a pity that this is not a movie, otherwise Yamamoto Sanjiroku would have committed a big taboo of turning his head to kill. Yamamoto Sanjiroku turned his head and looked behind him. The Type 2 power zombie that was originally standing at the entrance of the supermarket was striding towards the crowd. Looking at the approaching power Type 2 zombie, Yamamoto Sanjiroku seemed to see the shadows of the famous sumo wrestlers of Sakura, but those sumo wrestlers were not as tall as the power Type 2 zombie in front of him. Run, this is a titan monster, someone in the crowd said. Hearing this, the crowd suddenly became agitated. Yamamoto Sanjiroku turned around and pulled out a pistol, pointing it at these people. His wretched face had a ferocious look, like a mad old man. No one is allowed to run. Whoever dares to run, I will be the first to kill him. Seeing the black muzzle of the gun pointing at them, everyone dared not move at all. Although they were many in number, no one could be sure whether the bullet would hit their heads or not. "Come on, kill this monster and there will be plenty of food," Yamamoto Sunjiroku said while pointing a gun at these people. Although the people below were afraid of bullets, they were more afraid of the powerful Type 2 zombies approaching from behind Yamamoto Sunjiroku. "He only has one gun, let's run, we will all die if we deal with that monster," someone in the crowd shouted again. After that, a commotion broke out and some people turned around and ran away. Someone took the lead in running away, and the rest hurriedly followed, fearing that if they were a step slower they would become victims of the gun. Yamamoto Sanzanroku watched the scene with bloodshot eyes. The only ones left by his side were Qin Shaoren, who did not have the time to escape, and Wu Nan and Ren Yang who had followed him from the beginning. Waste, all waste. Yamamoto Sanzanroku did not dare to shoot, because he knew there were only 2 bullets left in the gun, and they had to be used to deal with the power Type 2 zombies behind him. "Why didn't you let me be born in the land of Sakura? These cowardly people from Kyushu are simply trash." Yamamoto Sunjiroku cursed inwardly. The footsteps behind him were getting louder and louder. Now was not the time for Yamamoto Sunjiroku to think about this. It would be better to deal with the bigger enemy first. Yamamoto Sunjiroku held the knife in one hand and looked at the strength Type 2 zombie less than 20 meters away from him. "Come on, you should feel honored to be the soul killed by my IAI/" Yamamoto Sunjiroku stretched out his knife-holding arm and pointed at the power Type 2 zombie and said, "Shebe little GZ." Qin Shaoren cursed inwardly from behind, moving backwards step by step. In his opinion, the little GZ was bound to die. What a joke! That monster was more than 2 meters tall, almost twice as tall as the little GZ. This kid was as skinny as a monkey, and yet he dared to challenge King Kong. The power Type 2 zombie did not run away in fear when it saw the food, but instead dared to stand there and bark at him. If this wasn't a provocation to him, then what was it? He was the king of this supermarket. Suddenly, the power Type 2 zombie quickened its pace and covered the distance of 20 meters in a flash. There is a reason why Yamamoto Sunjiroku is confident in dealing with the strength Type 2 zombies. First, he does not think that he is worse than King Heng of Kyushu. Second, every time Yamamoto Sunjiroku upgrades or has energy points, he uses them to improve his strength attribute. After the students killed more than 100 zombies yesterday, Yamamoto Sanjiroku's level has reached level 3. Not only has the strength attribute reached 26, but he also has a new skill, IAI/. The skills of the samurai profession are acquired through upgrades. Energy points can increase the level of skills and also improve the quality of weapons. However, Yamamoto Sunjiroku does not have enough energy points now, so the weapon quality and skill level are still in the initial state. "My oldest ancestor, please show me the way again." Looking at the power Type 2 zombie that was approaching step by step, Yamamoto Sunjiroku shouted with a sharp blade in his hand. Seeing this scene, netizens in the Sakura country were excited. "Come on, Yamamoto-kun, you are the best. This is the Bushido spirit of the great Sakura Empire. It makes my blood boil. I wish I could fight with Yamamoto right now." After seeing this scene, the netizens from Kyushu country who were lurking in the live broadcast room of Sakura country also became excited and started to post comments one after another. 666, wasn't Yamamoto's ancestor killed? Kyushu. I understand. Yamamoto Sunjiroku is going to be killed by the power Type 2 zombie. Kyushu. Damn you Kyushu people, so shameless and vulgar that they can even say such filthy words. If you don't obey, bite me. Kyushu. The power Type 2 zombie has come in front of Yamamoto Sunjiroku and swung his huge fist towards Yamamoto Sunjiroku. With Yamamoto Sanjiroku's body size, he would end up with broken bones and tendons if he was hit by the power Type 2 zombie. Yamamoto Sunjiroku dodged the punch by turning sideways. "Draw your sword and slash!" Yamamoto Sunjiroku roared, and the sharp blade in his hand pointed directly at the neck of the power Type 2 zombie. When the collision of the blade and flesh actually produced a sound of metal clashing. What? Yamamoto Sunjiroku was shocked. Is this the kind of defense a zombie can have? Ordinary zombies would be beheaded if they were hit, but this time, the chop on the neck of this power type 2 zombie only left a shallow mark. Yamamoto Sanjuroku was shocked. This was the damage caused by using skills. If he didn't use skills and only used normal attacks, there wouldn't be any trace left. How was King Heng of Kyushu killed? Yamamoto Sanjuroku had only one thought at this time. In fact, this is where Wang Heng has the biggest advantage compared to other players. Wang Heng's plants are basically rule damage, and there is no such thing as being unable to break defense. It can be said that as long as the creature has blood and is alive, Wang Heng's plants can break its defense. It is just a matter of time to kill it. Therefore, even if the defense is as amazing as a strength type 2 zombie, it cannot resist the explosion of the cherry bomb and the cumulative shooting of the Peashooter. As for other players, no matter what their profession is, there is a situation where their defense is reduced. For example, Tom's firearm, the 7.62mm caliber AK-47, will definitely not be able to break the defense of the strength type 2 zombie with a single shot. This will also be known to Tom when he provokes the strength type 2 zombie without knowing his own limitations. Roar! The power type 2 zombie roared. Yamamoto Sanjuroku's knife just now was still effective. At least it made the power type 2 zombie feel pain and successfully angered it. The power type 2 zombie swung its arm back and swept towards Yamamoto Sanjuroku like a rolling log. Yamamoto Sanjuroku jumped back and dodged the power type 2 zombie's arm swing. Then Yamamoto Sanjuroku began to deal with the power type 2 zombie. The power type 2 zombie stretched out all its hands to grab forward one after another, but its huge size not only brought huge power but also the disadvantage of slow attack speed. This enabled the thin Yamamoto Sanjuroku to avoid the attack of the power type 2 zombie. No, we must find a way to end this quickly. Yamamoto Sanjuroku frowned. Although it seemed that he could easily dodge the attack of the strength type 2 zombie, Yamamoto Sanjuroku was a human being, and Yamamoto Sanjuroku had not worked hard on his physical attributes, so his physical strength was only 13 points. Yamamoto Sanjuroku's physical strength is limited, but the physical strength of the power type 2 zombie is almost unlimited. I got it. Yamamoto Sanjuroku looked at the power type 2 zombie's body that was constantly waving forward, his eyes fixed on the eyes and mouth of the power type 2 zombie. Although the power type 2 zombie has high defense, Yamamoto Sanjuroku does not believe that the defense of its eyes and mouth is also high. If the blade pierces the eyes and mouth, there is a chance to kill the power type 2 zombie directly. Now that we have an idea, the next step is implementation. Yamamoto Sanjuroku dodged the attack of the power type 2 zombie while observing the head and body of the power type 2 zombie. He wants to find the flaw in the attack of the power type 2 zombies. After all, there is a huge difference in size between Yamamoto Sanjuroku and the power type 2 zombie. It would be difficult to attack the eyes or mouth of the power type 2 zombie using a samurai sword. Sword slash. After the strength type 2 zombie's attack failed, Yamamoto Sanjuroku found the right opportunity to use the sword slash again, and the place he hit was still the neck. When? Roar. It was still the roar of a power type 2 zombie. This thing just loves to roar. And this is exactly the opportunity that Yamamoto Sanjuroku wants. Now! Yamamoto Sanjuroku shouted. Secret secret! The art of changing times. Yamamoto Sanjuroku took out a pistol with one hand and pointed the muzzle at the mouth of the power type 2 zombie. Yamamoto Sanjuroku attacked the neck again in order to make the power type 2 zombie open its mouth again. Bang! Fire burst out from the muzzle and bullets flew out. Yamamoto Sanjuroku had already foreseen victory. He could almost see the bullet shooting into the open mouth of the power type 2 zombie and then crushing the power type 2 zombie's head. Bang! Another torch burst into flames. What? Yamamoto Sanjuroku was stunned. The scene he imagined of a neutron bullet killing a power type 2 zombie did not happen. Although the bullet hit the target, no one knew what it hit, and sparks flew out. Yamamoto Sanjuroku couldn't believe what he saw, but he soon saw the clues. One of the front teeth of the strength type 2 zombie was actually broken into two pieces. The bullet actually hit the front teeth of the power type 2 zombie. Nanny. That's FG terrible, baka. Yamamoto Sanjiroku said 3 cherry blossom words in a row. The power type 2 zombie roared even louder than before. The sound and the gushing bad breath made Yamamoto Sanjiroku's mind go blank, as he was already in a state of shock and anger. The next second, the power type 2 zombie stretched out his hand and pinched Yamamoto Sanjiroku's head with 2 fingers. The huge power type 2 zombie picked up Yamamoto Sanjiroku like a chick. If the strength type 2 zombie uses these 2 fingers to exert force, Yamamoto Sanjiroku's head will explode directly. However, the strength type 2 zombie didn't want to just kill the food that was so hard to obtain. It wants to torture its prey and listen to its cries before death. The strength type 2 zombie grabbed one of Yamamoto Sanjiroku's arms with his other arm and exerted a little force, and Yamamoto Sanjiroku's arm was torn off directly. Blood gushed out. Ah! Damn it! The intense pain instantly woke Yamamoto Sanjiroku up. Chapter 68. The power type 2 zombie held Yamamoto Sanjiroku's arm in one hand and his head in the other. The huge palm of the power type 2 zombie compared to Yamamoto Sanjiroku's thin arm is like holding a chicken claw in his hand. The arm, which was still dripping with blood and still warm, was put into the mouth of the strength type 2 zombie. The zombies around were attracted by the smell of blood. They all gathered in this direction, but they didn't dare to get close to the power type 2 zombie. Classes had already been formed among zombies when the evolved zombies appeared. The class gap between first-order zombies and ordinary zombies was not so obvious, but the gap between Type 2 zombies and ordinary zombies was very obvious. Wu Nan, Ren Yang, and Qin Shaoren had already escaped from here before being surrounded by zombies. The ugly face of the power Type 2 zombie revealed a somewhat intoxicated expression. He chewed the chicken feet in his mouth carefully, and a crunching sound was heard. Seeing this scene, netizens in the little Sakura country were no longer calm. Yamamoto-kun, fight back, quickly. Wow, that's so cruel. Yamamoto-kun is so pitiful. Why is this happening, why? Ha ha ha, why does it look so comfortable? Kyushu. You can still laugh in this situation? May the Buddha bless you. Juzhu Kingdom. This is the first time I feel that zombies are so friendly. Kyushu. Yes, yes. Kimchi country. Quickly ban these people, what are you managers doing? Do you think this is your live streaming platform? If you call Kuyun game again, I will blow up your rich mountain. Juzhu country. On the screen, Yamamoto Sanjiroku's eyes were already red, and the scene before him made him terrified. Calm down, Yamamoto Sanjiroku told himself. There is still a chance. One of Yamamoto Sanjiroku's hands was still there, and it was the most important hand holding the knife. After tasting the chicken feet, the power type 2 zombie moved the hand that was pinching Yamamoto Sanjiroku's head forward, and wanted to taste the main course. The power type 2 zombie opened his mouth, ready to eat the food in front of him like he would eat a kebab in life. Opportunity. Yamamoto Sanjiroku was waiting for the power type 2 zombie to open its mouth. The reason why only the mouth is attacked is because the power type 2 zombie has almost no vision, and its eyelids are mostly closed, leaving only some tiny gaps. Compared with the open bloody mouth, the mouth is obviously easier to attack. Yamamoto Sanjiroku held the knife in one hand and stabbed straight forward at the head of the strength type 2 zombie. The blade instantly sank into the blood-stained mouth of the strength type 2 zombie, and the tip of the knife came out from the back of the strength type 2 zombie's head. The power type 2 zombie's movements came to an abrupt halt. Then the fingers that were pinching Yamamoto Sanjiroku's head suddenly loosened. The huge body fell to the ground with a loud bang. Yamamoto Sanjiroku fell and half knelt on the ground. The stinging pain in his arm made Yamamoto Sanjiroku's eyes go dark. The danger was not over yet. The surrounding zombies saw the power type 2 zombie fall down and began to gather towards Yamamoto Sanjiroku. Treat the injuries. Yamamoto Sanjiroku wanted to use energy points for treatment. Insufficient balance. 500 energy points are needed to heal all injuries. Nani, baka. Yamamoto Sanjiroku cursed. Insulting the national destiny game, deduct 10 energy points. Stop the bleeding. Since the severed arm cannot be regenerated, the only thing to do is to stop the bleeding and then deal with the zombies around. 10 of the 50 energy points obtained from killing the strength type 2 zombie just now were deducted, and then all were cleared and became 0 again. At the same time, Yamamoto Sanjiroku's arm, which had been bleeding, stopped bleeding. The smell of blood stimulated the surrounding zombies to gather around. Yamamoto Sanjiroku stood up and walked towards the zombies, swinging the samurai sword with his arms struggling, and a zombie's head was chopped off. Although the bleeding had stopped, the injuries remained, and the lost strength had not been replenished. There were endless zombies around, and the power of the smell of blood was fully demonstrated at this moment. The nearby zombies continued to pour out and surrounded Yamamoto Sanjiroku layer by layer. Damn it, I might die again this time. Yamamoto Sanjiroku waved the samurai sword in his hand with great effort. My arms and eyelids feel heavier and heavier. He could only swing the samurai sword mechanically and kill the zombies one by one. I wanted to use energy points to restore my strength, but it kept showing that the balance was less than 5 points and I couldn't restore my strength. Yamamoto Sanjiroku gave a bitter smile. He had not yet killed enough zombies. Why did you send me to Shenan country? Why not to Sakura country? This was the last thought in Yamamoto Sanjiroku's mind. But no one told him the answer. The surrounding zombies had already stuck to Yamamoto Sanjiroku and knocked him down. Then he pounced on Yamamoto Sanjiroku and bit him to his heart's content. 4 or 5 zombies surrounded Yamamoto Sanjiroku and enjoyed the feast. The rest of the zombies could only wave their arms vigorously to try to get a share of the pie, and some zombies lay on the ground licking the blood flowing from Yamamoto Sanjiroku. Ah! 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 The excruciating pain of being divided and eaten made Yamamoto Sanjiroku's screams gradually become louder, and then gradually weakened until there was no sound. Yamamoto Sanjiroku of Sakura country was killed by zombies. Death settlement is beginning. 0.01% of the citizens of Sakura country have mutated into zombies. The punishment is still to turn into a zombie. This kind of uncertainty is often the most terrifying. Fortunately, most people are watching the National Destiny game at home, so the zombie unrest was quickly controlled later. But when some people were at home, some fathers turned into zombies, some mothers turned into zombies, and a scene of loving fathers and filial sons was played out in the territory of Sakura country. Yamamoto Sanjiroku's body suddenly disappeared. Some zombies looked at the food that suddenly disappeared in front of them in confusion, then lowered their heads and lay on the ground licking the blood on the ground. Since most of the flesh and blood were eaten by a small number of zombies, and Yamamoto Sanjiroku's level had reached level 3, the bodies of the zombies that ate Yamamoto Sanjiroku's flesh and drank Yamamoto Sanjiroku's blood suddenly began to change. The bodies of some zombies suddenly increased in size, which was a sign of their evolution towards power zombies. The arms and legs of some zombies suddenly began to become slender, which was a sign of their evolution towards speed zombies. Some zombies even jumped one level and evolved into second-level zombies. Another zombie's body began to shrink until it became the size of a child about 50 centimeters tall. However, this zombie's head was exceptionally large, and it looked like a big-headed doll. A nearby zombie that had just evolved into a second-level power zombie discovered the abnormal zombie in front of it, and instinctively stretched out its huge arm to smash towards the strange zombie. The strange zombie opened its mouth and an invisible wave emanated. The heads of the ordinary zombies around suddenly exploded, and the zombies within a radius of 20 meters fell down like wheat being cut. Suddenly, the only 2 zombies left were the strange zombie and the power type 2 zombie. The arm that the strength type 2 zombie stretched out suddenly stopped and could not move forward an inch. Then the power type 2 zombie picked up the strange zombie in front of him and placed it on his shoulder. The surrounding zombies began to gather in this direction. What the hell? The little GZ died again. Wang Heng, who was happily killing zombies on the playground, was stunned. Then his face lit up with joy, double happiness. Wang Heng grinned. He had a great time killing zombies today. The dual shooters could kill zombies much faster than the Peashooters. Adding 79 barrel zombies and 1 flag zombie, the remaining ordinary zombies on the playground are no match for Wang Heng. After clearing out the zombies wandering outside the playground entrance, Wang Heng directly placed his home inside the playground and blocked the gate. And now I have heard such good news. People are in high spirits when good things happen. Wang Heng sat on a chair and watched rows of zombies fall to the ground. There were zombies watching on both wings. He was not worried at all that zombies would surround him from both sides. Most of the zombies are in the front, with only a small number of zombies advancing on the sides. Together with 40 barrel zombies, they are enough to deal with enemies that are several times their number. So Wang Heng can rest assured and clean up these zombies this time. Gain a lot of energy points. It looks like we can kill all these zombies before the afternoon. Wang Heng looked at the position with fiery eyes. From time to time, rows of zombies were swallowed by the big-mouthed flower, or a group of zombies were killed by cherry bombs. Wang Heng even began to try placing potato mines in the second row, and then placing small mushrooms or sunflowers in front of them as cannon fodder to provide preparation time for the potato mines. The cooling time of the puff shroom is extremely short and it does not waste sunlight, so it is a good character to be cannon fodder. What made Wang Heng regretful was that the little mushrooms were sleeping during the day and could not spit out a few spores to attack the zombies before dying, which was a bit of a waste. Oh my god, you are such a black-hearted person. Dave's figure emerged. Wang Heng glanced at Dave. Is this what you call a black heart? This is elite thinking. Even the Wolf of Wall Street would feel ashamed. Wang Heng said to Dave, what wind has struck you? Nothing good has come out of this. Dave never does anything without a profit. He only shows up when something good appears or when Wang Heng has any doubts. So Dave's coming out now is definitely not just to complain about Wang Heng's black heart. How are you going to use so many energy points? Dave asked. Wang Heng thought about it and said, half of it will be used to unlock plants, and the rest will be used to improve my own strength. Originally, Wang Heng planned to use all of his energy to unlock plants and quickly obtain the giant mushrooms, but after thinking about it, Wang Heng felt that his own strength was also extremely important. After all, there were too many zombies and he couldn't run slow when escaping. Moreover, some terrains cannot be used to expand the home, so Wang Heng's own strength is very important. Chapter 69. Wang Heng's attributes are only 22 now, and his strength is probably about the same as Tang Long. No one can compare their speed, but Wang Heng is probably comparable to a sprinter. The same is true for physical strength. Now, Wang Heng probably wouldn't be able to defeat the strength type 2 zombie alone, so Wang Heng planned to improve his various attributes. Wang Heng raised his eyes and looked at the position. Because the double shooter's range has increased, thousands of zombies can no longer pose a threat to the position. The zombies had a loose structure and their front line was very long. In the past, when the Peashooter had a range of only 10 meters, it was impossible to cause effective damage to the zombies at this distance, causing the zombies to pile up together. That was why Wang Heng was forced to move his position again and again by the zombies. But now the range of archer plants is 48 meters, so they can effectively kill zombies at these distances. Now Wang Heng only needs to keep watching his position and killing zombies. Inside Gongchang University, if someone looks down from above Gongchang University, they can see that countless zombies are moving towards here, with the entrance of the supermarket in the East District of Gongchang University as the center. Whether in the teaching building, the dormitory building, or anywhere else, everyone is moving in this direction at all costs and in every possible way. Countless zombies have gathered in front of the engineering supermarket. The zombies were piled together densely, and from above they looked like a huge circle. There is an open space in the center of the circle, where the zombies are relatively sparse. 4 tall strength type 2 zombies stood in the middle, with a zombie with a big head and a small body sitting on the shoulder of the largest strength type 2 zombie. Surrounding the strength type 2 zombie are 6 speed type 2 zombies crawling on the ground. They are thin, have extremely long arms, and have nails as sharp as blades. Surrounding them are circles of strength type 1 zombies and speed type 1 zombies. On the periphery are countless ordinary zombies crowded together. These zombies stayed where they were quietly. just waiting for the surrounding zombies to gather here. It's like an ancient army waiting to gather its forces. The zombies are heading towards one place, a move that benefits countless survivors. Among them were some of the survivors of Yamamoto Sanjuroku's original engineering team. More than 20 people hid together in a teaching building, watching the zombies below moving in one direction. Although they were somewhat puzzled by the situation, this was clearly a good opportunity to escape. So after discussion, everyone decided to take advantage of the zombies' inexplicable behavior and escape and move away as quickly as possible. Swish! Yamamoto Sanjuroku killed an ordinary zombie. I turned around and looked at the familiar Kyushu language on the surrounding road signs. I feel a little broken inside. Why is it here again? I want to go home, go home. Yamamoto Sanjuroku roared in his heart. 10,000 energy points can be used to set a resurrection point. The reminder sound of the National Destiny game rang out. What? 10,000 energy points? Yamamoto Sanjuroku was stunned. 10,000 energy points mean 10,000 zombies. The zombies he has killed now are less than 1,000. How long will it take to kill all 10,000 zombies? But there is no way. Yamamoto Sanjuroku's power can never develop in this place. If this continues, his development speed will definitely be slower than that of others. Now Yamamoto Sanjuroku's level has fallen out of the top 10 in the level ranking list. The first place is still King Heng of Juzhou. The second place is Tom from the United States. The third place is Yvonne from the Bear Country. Since he couldn't resist, he could only accept it silently. Yamamoto Sanjuroku raised his knife and swung it at the zombies again. King Heng of Juzhou is the first to reach level 9, and he gets 3 usable attribute points, and is rewarded with a random building card for his profession. The building you draw will increase the area of your home of the same volume, and the location of the drawn building cannot be changed until the home reaches level 3. King Heng of Juzhou is the first to reach level 9, and he is rewarded with a Juzhou Oasis card of 1,000 square kilometers. A desert will be randomly generated within the borders of Juzhou. Hearing about this reward, netizens became excited again. Oasis card, hurry up, secretary, check where the oasis has been. I want the live video. 1,000 square kilometers is a bit small. It's not small anymore, brother. It's almost 4,000 times the size of the Sahara Desert. 666 Oasis card, awesome. Wang Heng was lying on a chair watching the plants kill the zombies. My level has reached level 9. The reward this time is generous enough. Random building card. Wang Heng opened his backpack and saw a card with a question mark on it. According to the National Destiny game, this time the building card will also provide Wang Heng with an area of land equal to the size of the building drawn. Wang Heng directly chose to draw. Extracting. Wang Heng looked at the small words flashing in front of him. The Institute of Botany. Zombie Research Institute. Zen Garden. Mushroom Garden. Aquarium. Words flashed by one. Finally, it stopped at Zen Garden LV1. Then an illusory green screen appeared in front of Wang Heng. Please choose a location for the Zen Garden. It must be close to your home. Wang Heng looked at the illusory building in front of him, and then looked at his own home position. It can only be placed at the back. Wang Heng looked at it. All the plants face forward, so it is most appropriate for Wang Heng to place the Zen Garden behind his home. Wang Heng placed it directly behind his home. Then a building that looked like a watering can appeared in front of Wang Heng. Tang Long and his companions who were training at the entrance of the playground were only surprised for a moment at the sudden appearance of the tall building, and then their expressions returned to calm. They had a better understanding of Wang Heng's strength in their hearts. This was obviously a method used by gods, and their loyalty also increased to varying degrees. Is this the Zen Garden? Wang Heng looked at the building in front of him. The Zen Garden covers an area of 50 square meters. The height is about 4 meters, the same as a floor. Wang Heng stepped forward and knocked on the wall of the Zen Garden, but he couldn't feel what material it was made of. It is probably a regular building. Oh my god, you actually drew the Zen Garden. Dave's figure appeared, This reminds me of the time when I was watering the flowers in the Zen garden. Wang Heng turned his head and glanced at Dave. Why, is there any legend about this Zen garden? Wang Heng also knew that the Zen garden inside the zombie plant was used to grow plants, and those plants could be sold to Dave in exchange for gold coins, but Wang Heng didn't know what the specific function of the Zen garden was. Of course it's growing plants. Dave looked at Wang Heng with his eyes crossed. Growing flowers? Then can I sell them to you? Give me some energy. Wang Heng asked doubtfully. Apart from selling energy points, Wang Heng couldn't think of any other uses for it. Of course, there's more to it than that, Dave said, holding up a finger. Chapter 70. Can you please finish your words at once? It's still edible. Dave uttered the last sentence after hearing Wang Heng's words. Can it be eaten? Wang Heng's eyes widened when he heard this. It's not that he hadn't thought about whether plants were edible, but after seeing that the peas shot by the Peashooter could pass through the bodies of zombies and teammates, Wang Heng gave up this idea. He estimated that plants and the ammunition they fired were both rule-based weapons, between fantasy and reality. Of course. Dave nodded. After hearing this, Wang Heng wanted to go in and take a look. It would be great if it was really edible. The peas spit out by the Peashooter were that big, so what about the watermelons thrown by the watermelon pitcher? Isn't it a super invincible giant watermelon? Wang Heng turned his head and glanced at the battlefield. The double shooters were full of fighting spirit. They spit out peas and used plant radio waves to convey information. A handsome guy like me is always the protagonist in other stories. You can't resist the handsomeness of P and me. This caused the big mouth in front to complain, hey, why are you talking so much during a meal? In short, the position is now impregnable. In addition, Wang Heng's level has reached 9, and he can summon 10 iron barrel zombies, so there is no risk of collapse on the front line. Wang Heng then walked towards the interior of the Zen garden. After pushing open a double door, Wang Heng arrived at the Zen garden. After walking in, Wang Heng was stunned by the interior of the Zen garden. The walls of the Zen garden are actually transparent, and you can see what's happening outside from the inside. Moreover, the lighting inside the Zen garden is very good, as if there is a sun on the roof of the Zen garden. Wang Heng looked up at the roof. It was still transparent and he could see the sun hanging outside. Looking inside the Zen garden, there are 40 large rattan benches, each with a square surface. These things are used to place plants. Then there are some aisles between each bench. These aisles should be used to collect the output of the plants. Dave, how do we get plants? Wang Heng asked Dave. Now we have a Zen garden, it is empty except for the plants. Killing zombies will randomly drop plants, or you can buy plants from me. Dave's figure appeared and gave Wang Heng an answer. Oh? What plants do you have there? Wang Heng now wanted to know how to eat plants, so he was not stingy with the energy. Let me make it clear first, my plants cannot be eaten. They can only be sold. They are small red flowers, small green flowers, and small blue flowers. One seedling costs 2,000 energy points. Dave stretched out 2 fingers and spoke. Never mind. Why did Wang Heng buy it if he can't eat it? 2,000 energy points for a pot of flowers, why not just go and grab it? Although he can earn energy points by selling flowers, but considering the cost and the expenses of the cultivation process, Wang Heng probably won't make many energy points. He might as well wait for the energy points to drop when he kills zombies. There are still about 4,000 zombies left on the playground, and Wang Heng doesn't believe that no plants will fall. Thinking of this, Wang Heng walked out of the Zen garden. Now including the Zen garden, the area of Wang Heng's home has reached 168 square meters. It's just that these lands in the Zen garden are already fixed. We can't use the bug of the National Destiny game to collect them for the Zen garden and then use the soil to plant dual shooters. The massacre of zombies on the playground continued until the afternoon. The double shooters' fighting spirit is still high, and the big-mouthed flower still looks hungry. It's just a pity for the little mushroom, who has been used as cannon fodder and has been dying all the time. Later, Wang Heng moved his family forward and retrieved the corpse. Wang Heng's level also reached level 10. King Heng of Zhuzhou was the first to reach level 10, and obtained 3 usable attribute points, and was awarded attribute points x3. King Heng of Zhuzhou was the first to reach level 10, and he is rewarding the people of Zhuzhou with a 5% increase in intelligence. Wang Heng has triggered the reward announcement twice in one day. Netizens from Kyushu country said that they have won a lot and are not as excited as before. If I improve my intelligence by 5%, wouldn't that mean there is no improvement for someone like me whose IQ is 0? 666, Wang Heng, it turns out that this is the group of people I am protecting behind the scenes. However, the improvement in intelligence is of great benefit to those scientists who are engaged in research work. Some scientific research problems that were previously unsolvable were often just a step away. Now this improvement in intelligence has made up for this step, making it possible for many problems to be solved. Kyushu's science and technology field has indeed taken a step forward. After 2 level upgrades and a 10 level attribute point bonus, Wang Heng's attributes have reached 25. It can be said that Wang Heng's attributes are now higher than Tang Long's. However, in a one-on-one fight, Wang Heng probably still can't beat Tang Long. After all, Wang Heng is not an expert with a shovel. Unless Wang Heng's energy points break through 30, he will have a crushing advantage. After all, force can defeat skill. As for why he compared him with Tang Long, there was no one around Wang Heng who could serve as a reference. Moreover, Wang Heng unexpectedly obtained a plant. Dave said that killing zombies would drop plants. Wang Heng originally thought that it would drop on the ground just like exploding equipment, but who knew that it would be directly placed in the backpack. It is the exquisite gift box in Wang Heng's backpack now, and Wang Heng will use it. Ice Shooter X1. Wang Heng hurried into the Zen garden and planted the ice archer. Then a flower pot appeared on the first vine board, with a tiny seedling growing in the center. What is this? Plant seedlings? Li Bing said, looking at the screen. Yes, but I don't know what kind of plant it is. Yang Shui said. I feel like these plants may have special uses. Brother Hu said. Because Wang Heng can already plant plants directly on the lawn. If it is still that kind of plant, why bother planting it here? Hearing what Brother Hu said, Yang Shui smiled. Teacher Hu has started to act as a prophet again. Oh, you got the plant ice shooter. Dave's figure appeared. Remember to water it frequently. Watering? How often? And what kind of water should be used? Wang Heng asked. Water once every 2 hours, and fertilize after about 5 times, Dave counted on his fingers. Regular water will do. Wang Heng felt relieved after hearing Dave's words. He was afraid that it was water that needed to be purchased with energy points. Fertilizer? Where is the fertilizer? Wang Heng realized that there was a word fertilizer in Dave's words. Zombie corpses can be made into fertilizer, but they can't be converted into energy points. About 100 zombie corpses, or 10 energy points, can be made into a bag of fertilizer. Dave replied. As expected, energy points cannot be avoided, but 10 energy points are also within Wang Heng's acceptable range. Chapter 71. Watering. Wang Heng muttered. This was definitely something he couldn't do by himself. So other people are needed. Wang Heng walked out of the Zen garden and went straight to the people who were training. Team leader. Brother Heng. Wang Heng nodded. You guys continue, Yang Meyer follow me. When the others heard Wang Heng's words, they all looked at Yang Meyer. Yang Meyer was also a little confused. She didn't know why Wang Heng suddenly asked him to do something, but she thought he wouldn't harm her. Yang Meyer looked at Yang Chao, brother. Yang Chao turned Yang Meyer's head away and said, Go ahead. Brother Heng probably wants to talk to you about something. Yang Meyer walked towards Wang Heng. Wang Heng turned and walked towards the Zen garden, with Yang Meyer following closely behind him. The reason why Yang Meyer was chosen is because she is relatively young and does not need much training. Things like watering the flowers are just right for her to do. After pushing the door open, the two walked in one after another. The 5 people who were being trained outside stretched their heads and looked over here. What is Brother Heng going to do? Li Feng muttered, Are you going to transform Yang Meyer into the goddess of vengeance? It seemed to him that the building might be the transformation room. Then he turned to look at Yang Chao. Chao, your sister is going to become a goddess of vengeance, the kind with 2 axes. Yang Chao. Your mind is full of games. Wang Gang cursed. What are you doing? Is the training task not heavy enough? Tang Long looked at Li Feng and Wang Gang with a dark face. Yang Mier looked around curiously, and then her eyes fell on a flower pot in front of Wang Heng, where a small green seedling was swaying. Wow, it's so small and cute. Yang Mier's eyes were sparkling. Wang Heng saw Yang Mier's expression and said, "Come, I'll give you a task." Yang Mier walked to Wang Heng and said, "Well, Brother Heng, you say it." Wang Heng took out 5 bottles of Nongshan Spring from his backpack and placed them next to the flower pot. "Water it, once every 2 hours." Wang Heng said, pointing at the ice archer seedling. "Okay, but Brother Heng, Yang Mier wanted to say something, but after seeing what was in Wang Heng's hand, she stopped talking. "Here." Wang Heng handed the quartz watch in his hand to Yang Mier. This was the equipment dropped when he killed the zombies on the playground. Most of the mechanical watches were broken, but the quartz watches were still working. Wang Heng didn't need this thing to be very accurate, he just needed to watch the hour hand move 2 spaces. "Okay, I will make sure to complete the task." Yang Mier took the quartz watch from Wang Heng's hand, glanced at the time, and put it in her pocket. "Okay, then you stay here." Wang Heng nodded, then strode out the door. After finishing the watering, it was time to take care of the consumption. Wang Heng's energy points have now reached the 10,000 mark. With this calculation, there are less than 18,000 zombies on the playground, not more than 20,000. Actually, think about it, after all, some people may have been eaten into bones by the zombies around them at the beginning of the zombie outbreak. Wang Heng was content with having so many energy points. It's familiar consumption time again. Wang Heng used 2,000 energy points to unlock the Sunshine Mushroom. Sunshine Mushroom. Price,